Shepherding Humanity Chapter 1029 to Chapter 1085. Back then, they must have run out of resources, Phoenix muttered to herself. After all, how scary was a weak level 10 civilization, how deep was their foundation? Just by comparing it with the elemental civilization before her, one could see how deep the foundation of this weak level 10 civilization was. A civilization with a weak level 10 civilization would have a large base of level 9. Because the base of level 9 was not large, how could a perfect level 9 be born? How could they break through to a weak level 10, some of the ancient civilizations of weaker worlds, through generations of accumulation and directional cultivation, adding up to hundreds of thousands of years, there might even be thousands of level 9 beings? How was it possible for such a weak level 10 civilization existence to have such a small amount of wealth? Normally, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. However, Moon Goddess Ji had casually nurtured a simple mother stream civilization, smashed the Moon God monument, and even came to the ancient ruins where she was born to look for resources. On the other hand, it did not look rich. Of course, she guessed that it was the ancient historical battle between the elemental mother stream civilization and the Buddhist civilization, but she would not say it out loud. Half-elemental lifeforms were originally far weaker than pure elemental lifeforms. However, once they were modified into the structure of the mother stream civilization, they far surpassed them. At this moment, Phoenix said with a face full of admiration, "Back then, you walked out of these ancient ruins with a mutated identity that was far weaker than your own race's civilization. Perhaps you were not welcomed, but you have long surpassed your ancient ancestors." This was not a compliment. In her opinion, the strength of the system had definitely surpassed them. Regardless of whether they could reach that true height in the future, or even reach the ultimate level 10 of the Great Path, the structure of the civilization had already surpassed them. Speaking of which, it was indeed because of what happened back then that we came to this day. Moon Goddess Ji smiled as she looked at the elemental ruins, the streets, and the ruins outside. Back then, when we walked out of here, we were reviled because we had the most shameful body of elemental life forms. But in the end, we cannot die here and live in the tomb with our laughable glory. But in the end, we can't die here and live in the tomb with our laughable glory. We need someone to open up a new future, someone to stand up again. Moon Goddess Ji said. Phoenix's eyes showed a touch of nostalgia, as if she had seen the most distant period of time. She saw the history here and knew what the elemental race was most proud of. They were proud that they were pure, flawless, and perfect elves. They were holy, pure, and clear. What they hated the most were those creatures with flesh and blood cells. They bled, got hurt, and were evil and greedy. They had endless desires. At that time, he would definitely be boycotted, hated, and scolded. However, you still stood up once again, surpassing your ancestors and the glory of the ancient times. From nothing to something, you walked step by step. The Phoenix said softly. We can't just stubbornly cling to the past. We have to look to the future. Moon God Ji sat down on the chair by the window again and flipped through an ancient crystal book. She smiled lazily and said, "And I will become the next in the past. The future of the new civilization depends on you." The question is, the Phoenix shuddered. Looking at the lazy appearance of this young patriarch, for the first time in his life, he suddenly felt an unprecedented glory, pride, and respect for the mysterious strength of this ancient ancestor. It was a kind of family emotion called the glory of the race and the sense of belonging. She had always been indifferent, but when she looked at this young ancestor, she actually felt a sense of destiny on her shoulders. In fact, Suji was just chatting with the Phoenix and looking out the window. The elemental survivors were still training in full swing, changing the layout, and moving elemental crystals from the tombs in various cities, piling them up like mountains. They could not even enter the deepest layer, but the outer and middle layers were still like flat ground to most of the tombs. To them, there was no defense at all. The way Suji looked at these survivors was like he was looking at a huge treasure. Although he was still lacking energy. But pure energy level resources could be produced every day, so it was not that important anymore. At the level of a level 9 Taoist, the most important thing for any civilization was these treasures of heaven and earth. For example, elemental crystals and other special products from the ruins of various super civilizations. And the remains of these elemental crystals were perfectly compatible with the Mother Stream civilization, reshaping the entire Mother Stream. These survivors could also absorb living energy. It was killing two birds with one stone. The revival of this tool civilization, oh no, this elemental civilization, could not be delayed. Online forums. The entire Spore Evolution forum was already bustling with activity. Countless posts were popping up. And inside the 6 Paths of Reincarnation world, countless players were also assembling and evolving the path of Azure Body, watching excitedly. Their first encounter with Moon Goddess G, without a doubt, this was shocking. Although they had long thought of entering the complete level 9 era and becoming the next dimensional life form, as the successors of Huaxia Buddhism on Earth, they might come into contact with the real world, but they did not expect the other party to be so fast. The Mother Stream civilization is quite troublesome. At this time, they saw the entire ruins of the elemental civilization and felt terrified. This Mother Stream civilization was already very powerful, but even this huge ruins of a weak level 10 civilization was the other party's ancient ruins. If the other party had obtained so many resources, something big was going to happen. How do we fight this? Unlimited energy, physical immunity, immortality, who can withstand it? Any one of these characteristics is a monster, and they have 3 of them stacked together. Mother Stream. Mother Stream. Too strong. The elemental true spirit hides at the source of the Mother Stream. Once it dies, it will be reborn at the source of the Mother Stream. This is the respawn point for the players. There's such a civilization. Dumbfounded, unlimited energy, similar to the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art, was not surprising. After all, to be able to contend against it back then, there must be a similar method. It would be strange if there was none. As for physical immunity, it was a little difficult. It was equivalent to losing half of your attack methods. The 9 Revolutions' mysterious art, martial arts, the body of the entire race, and the Panga battle body that had been trained to the limit were completely useless. Although the so-called physical immunity did not mean that one could not attack at all, when pure strength reached a certain level, one could naturally destroy elemental energy. However, it was still greatly restrained, and most of the punches and kicks were a waste of energy. Just like how water restrains fire, if the fire was big enough, it could also evaporate water, but at the same level, it was needless to say which was more restrained. How do we fight this? We might not even win in a direct battle. Even if we win, the other party's elemental body is immortal. Its main body is at the source of the Mother Stream and can be reborn at any time. At most we will lose a portion of our strength. Monster, there's no way to play this. Cough cough cough. When others saw our 9 Revolutions' mysterious art and the Radiation Buddha, they also felt that there was no way to play, but this one in front of us is really disgusting. Hee, an ancient curse, how can it be so easily broken? If it's not strong, it would have destroyed the ancient Huaxia civilization. Someone was very rational, reminding everyone that they were too arrogant. It's okay, brothers, let's work hard and find a way to break it. There's no problem that can't be solved with the liver. If it doesn't work, then we'll add the liver. Speaking of similar, the quantum battle body is a little similar to the Mother Stream civilization, more or less hiding in the dark, remotely controlled. On the other side, Cute Girl, the Alchemy Emperor, Akina Mountain Speed, and the others had already secretly gathered together. Akina Mountain Speed's voice was calm. Looks like it really happened. The small quantum television we made formed the foundation of civilization, but it's still not enough to avoid this level 9 calamity. It's not very stable. There's no other way. We can only use the small television to do some small business. We really can't compare to those monsters in battle. After all, we're too weak. We need to be strong to forge iron. We're still not strong enough, the Alchemy Emperor said softly. But the Mother Stream civilization did think of a way to deal with it. We don't need to specially evolve a new species. We can target this elemental life type of life. Akina Mountain Speed laughed. Yes, elemental energy. From the beginning, we have a special species that targets this life form. Cute Girl was silent for a while, then said, the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art has been stagnant for so long. After Dao Chongqing, there's almost no new version. Although Dicky had made changes, his Deluo Tian scripture was a mess, and it was also a tycoon's golden demon core, used as blood cells. No one could learn from him. Now, it's time to promote the 3rd orthodox version of the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. At this moment, Seeing this scene, the appearance of the Mother Stream civilization and Moon Goddess season, they also began to make a decision. They completely realized that a new era had arrived. You want to improve the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Have you succeeded? Xiaomini asked softly. At this moment, they were very calm and steady. People who had lived for thousands of years, although they still liked to joke, their hearts were clearer than anyone else. The cute girl rolled her eyes and looked at the alchemy emperor next to her. She snorted and said, "Of course I succeeded. Ermin has already succeeded at 100% weak rank 9 and is polishing her genes. I'm following Caroline's path, which is to prove my path in the dreams of all living beings. How could I not succeed?" "Then you want to break through?" Xiaomini suddenly went silent. He knew what this meant. The cute girl was speechless. If I don't break through, how can I improve the new 9 revolutions mysterious art? The dragon veins of ordinary rank 8 deities were already useless in the era of the rank 9 path. Moreover, this is the true and complete rank 9 era. The alchemy emperor suddenly stopped talking. 100% weak rank 9 was just the beginning. The beginning of perfecting genes. Once she broke through rank 9, as an incomplete rank 9, she would welcome a dark lifespan of 100,000 years. The cute girl's aptitude was already considered a genius. After all, she was a person of great luck. However, her level of genius was only a rank 8 deity. It was still not enough to break through to rank 9. She was not good at fighting and training. Her talent was the same as the alchemy emperor and the others. Those who could kill their way to the top in the spore evolution were all extremely talented research-type geniuses. She was already an expert in evolving species, improving the dragon vein formation, and setting up formations. But was it useful? There was nothing she could do about it. The talent tree was in other places. This was the bloody reality. After all these years, more than 10,000 years, and crazily using the essence to prolong her life, and using Caroline's path to prove her path, walking on the dreams of all living beings, she had already succeeded at 100% weak rank 9. It could be said that she was stuck, struggling with a strong desire to live. The cute girl did not care and smiled. "Don't worry, I have just maxed out 2 genes, which is considered perfect. I feel that this is my limit." The difficulty of the third one had increased exponentially. "I felt that it was impossible for me to do it, not to mention the fourth one. I can't see the end at all. Furthermore, I've been using the origin substance recently, and my resistance is getting stronger and stronger. If I continue hanging on, it'll be multiplying exponentially. The consumption is too great, and the losses outweigh the gains. Leave some for your Ermin to make a breakthrough. Only then will she have hope." Meng Mei smiled, and her gaze was slightly rueful. "These 2 systems that I've cultivated to perfection have already completely fulfilled the duties of Mother Earth. As for the other 2, it doesn't matter anymore. Name, Green Vine 1. Unlimited Growth 2. Energy Absorption 3. Inner Space Bloodline 4. Ancestral Witch Bloodline. Like Dicky, she came in with 2 genes. Long ago, she did not know about the world and the universe. She integrated the ancient 9 transformations mysterious art and the ancestral witch bloodline. Dicky's combat power had weakened her, but she herself was weak, so it didn't matter. She felt that it was enough for her to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art. After all, she originally had 2 genes that served others, so her combat power couldn't be strong at all. The Great Emperor of Alchemy and the Alchemy Factory on Mount Akina were also because of this. Because of the genes. Because to obtain some heaven-defying abilities, she definitely had to pay some combat power. But she wasn't wrong. The last 2 bloodline systems didn't matter. The first 2 bloodline systems of Mother Earth had been cultivated to the end of perfection. After breaking through to rank 9, it wouldn't affect Mother Earth's ability to regress. In terms of authority, her 2 perfect systems had the same effect as 4 perfect genes. In that case, when you step into rank 9 and a new dragon vein appears, you can start to produce the 3rd version of the 9 transformations mysterious art. The Great Emperor of Alchemy didn't say much and just smiled. Meng Mei's current situation was very difficult. Wasn't Ermin the same? The path of cultivation relied on fighting. It relied on snatching. Now, Ermin had already perfected 3 genes. she was still using a large amount of origin substance to make the final push. The fourth gene, and the amount of origin substance she used every day was enough to make other civilizations grieve. It was all achieved with money. Ermin could break through an ordinary rank 9, but it was very difficult for her to break through to the 9th level of the Tao Foundation. Thus, if she didn't have enough talent, she would use money to make up for it. Before Dicky, he had asked Carolyn for a portion of the energy from the Tyr Empire and the ancient tree planet. He had been traveling around to collect energy, and he had used it all on Meng Mei and Ermin for the past 1,000 years. It could be said that the two of them were bottomless pits. Even a weak rank 9 like the Tyr civilization would feel shocked and unimaginable when they saw this scene. Moreover, this was under the situation where the two of them were the size of ants. If the two of them were the size of normal humans, even thousands of weak rank 9 Tyr civilizations wouldn't be able to fill them up. Theoretically, origin substance could allow a person to live for an unlimited amount of time. However, the further one went, the stronger the resistance would be. The energy needed would be astronomical, and no civilization would dare to try it. Other civilizations wouldn't do something so stupid, and they couldn't do it either. They wouldn't spend origin substance that they couldn't even produce for an ordinary rank 9. This was originally an extremely valuable reserve treasure. Why did Dicky help the two of them? Why did he open up the treasury of the Chongming Heavenly Court to the two of them? Because Dicky was very realistic. Meng Mei couldn't die, and Ermin had to live. Because of the great alchemy emperor, Ermin couldn't die either, and Ermin indeed had the possibility of having a perfect Tao foundation. The great alchemy emperor sighed. Then I have to thank you. If you give it to Ermin, she should have more or less enough left. In addition to the energy from selling the origin substance, it should be enough. If one doesn't have a way to break through to the Tao, it is almost impossible to forcefully break through like the Tao Lords back then. Back then, the Tao Lords only had a little more than 40%. However, if one has their own way to reach the Tao, they have a chance to break through. This is how Dicky, Carolyn, and the others broke through. As for those who have the way to reach the Tao, but still can't break through, the difference in aptitude isn't that big. It's just a difference of 2,000 to 3,000 years of training. However, it's precisely this difference of 2,000 to 3,000 years. Who knows how many people die of old age and their lifespans are stuck. In order to keep Ermin alive, it's this short lifespan. It's a race against time. I don't know how much of a price I've paid. The loss outweighed the gain, but he still had to do it. If he hadn't evolved the origin substance worm to come in these 2,000 to 3,000 years, Ermin and Meng Mei wouldn't even have a chance to break through to the 9th rank before Dicky's severing 3 bodies and Carolyn's dreaming Tao of all living. They would have died. The path to the 9th rank was just that cruel. From this, it was easy to see how precious the eternal bloodline, which was known as the rarest and most heaven-defying transcendent bloodline, was. Every breakthrough to the next rank was a fight against the heavens. However, in reality, even if Meng Mei and the others obtained the eternal bloodline, they couldn't absorb it because their genes were already maxed out. Boom, Meng Mei broke through. A huge aura instantly enveloped the area. A great person who surpassed the laws of the universe had completely descended. So, it's time to start the new 9 transformations mysterious art, right? Meng Mei felt her body. There was no joy, and she even felt a little lost. But soon, she clearly realized that the 9th rank dragon vein was on a completely different level from before. Yeah, with your dragon vein, we should be able to improve the cultivation method, Akina Sanji said quickly. Previously, the first version of the 9 transformations mysterious art was researched by a group of players together. They used the barren space bloodline to open up space acupoints in their bodies. The second version was improved by Dao Chongqing, who used a huge amount of energy to regenerate limbs and build a huge exoskeleton body of flesh and blood. It was called the Pangaril body. Theoretically, the 9 transformations mysterious art has reached its limit. It's a very perfect system, and there's no possibility of further improvement. Meng Mei took a deep breath. As the original developer of the cultivation method, she knew this better than anyone else. Otherwise, how could there be no powerful people who improved the 9 transformations mysterious art after tens of thousands of years? It was already too perfect. She even thought of the future path. In the future, once she had really terrifying combat power, she could move a sun into it and use it as the world's power furnace. The third version of the 9 Revolutions mystical art can only be enhanced by other bloodlines to increase the energy endurance of the 9 Revolutions mystical art. This is because the primordial bloodline in the inner space has been developed to the limit. Meng Mei looked at the two of them. And this enhancement is my dragon vein. Using the dragon vein as the meridians of the 9 transformations mysterious art. In fact, Di Qi had already begun to use this. However, although the effect was enhanced, it was not particularly obvious. The effect is weak because my cultivation level is low, not because my dragon vein is weak. Meng Mei smiled with a hint of pride. The cube girl smiled proudly and said, my green vine dragon bloodline only has one function, which is a super energy transmission channel and a super energy absorption channel. That's why it can cover the entire desolate land and absorb so many Joss flames. The two nodded. Meng Mei was not good at other things, but her species was really extreme. It had no combat power, but this extreme nature made it very powerful. Energy absorption channel, super vacuum cleaner, draining all energy and nutrients. What did it mean? It meant that it was the nemesis of elemental creatures. The scattered emotional energy floating in the barren land could be forcibly absorbed by the roots of the dragon vein and gathered into incense energy. What about the elemental creatures that gathered energy? The green vine dragon vein had been the nemesis of elemental creatures since the beginning. The third version will continue to improve the endurance recovery ability of the 9 transformations mysterious art and absorb the opponent's magic power. It can be called the Dark North Divine Art. Meng Mei took a deep breath as if she was talking to her own child. Her eyes were bright. I spent thousands of years to create a new dragon vein array. It is so detailed and exquisite that it is beyond imagination. It is rooted in every corner of the body of the 9 transformations mysterious art. The true body of Pangu forms fine capillaries and absorbs external energy. Any energy that hits the surface of the body will be instantly absorbed, so as to achieve a different kind of elemental immunity. This is truly shameless, an invincible unique skill. Not only does it have unlimited endurance, but it also absorbs your energy during the battle, completely achieving unlimited endurance. The eyes of the two were bright. How strong was the suction force of Meng Mei's dragon vein? Absorbing all the external energy was equivalent to elemental immunity, forcing one to fight in close combat. As for close combat, compared to the true body of Pangu of the 9 transformations mysterious art, which was pure close combat and defensive combat system, close combat. In fact, the best way to deal with the 9 transformations mysterious art was to bombard with spells from afar. However, this path of attack was directly cut off. This was to forcefully pull the opponent into the field of close combat that one was good at, and then beat the opponent to death. This method was even more of a counter to the opponent's mother stream civilization. The opponent's elemental body, attack, directly absorb as much as it came. This was the third version of the 9 transformations mysterious art. It was the real sticky candy, so disgusting that it could not be beaten to death. It also forced one to fight in close combat. If one was the kind of person who specialized in Dao techniques, then one could only watch helplessly. As for the imbalance of the bloodline, this was the reality. There was no balance or imbalance. Some bloodlines were born unequal. The effect of some systems restraining each other was greater than one could imagine. Furthermore, there were many powerful, nature-defying people who had achieved the Dao. The perfect combination of the 4 types of gene bloodline systems could even produce unimaginable nature-defying effects. Perhaps it was not inferior to the 9 transformations mysterious art. The universe was too big, and it was too wonderful. There were all kinds of extraordinary bloodline systems that one could not imagine. It was precisely because of this that there were endless possibilities, and it was also what people longed for. It seems that I have to completely become the foundation. Even the 9 transformations mysterious art has begun to have my incense service system. At this moment, Meng Mei looked at the ancient blue sky outside. She stood in the attic and looked out the window, feeling a little emotional. I have also become a fallen 9th level person who achieved the Dao. Life is about fighting. If I don't break through and die, there will be no hope at all. I am self-aware of my own aptitude in this aspect. Moreover, if I break through, there is still hope. Aren't there some treasures of heaven and earth that can temporarily pry open the gene position and recultivate, so that there is a chance of perfection? It's just resources. If I can throw money at it, then I'll throw it at him. Money can be earned, and that's how the little television came about. At most, if I can't get the treasures of heaven and earth, I'll think of a way to kill a weak 10th level person, then snatch his Tao seed and walk on his 10th level path. The two of them were speechless. Now, Meng Mei had really become a fallen person who had achieved the Tao. Now, she was starting to become like those fellows. There was no way out in the darkness, and she had to chase after any trace of hope she saw. She even planned how to kill a weak 10th level person. Wasn't this a little too showy? However, the era of a 9th level civilization had always been like this. In this realm, the smell of blood and killing was thicker than in any of the previous realms. It could also be said that the higher the realm, the more competition and killing there was. The more one had to step on the countless people of the Tao beside them in order to continue. The level of Meng Mei's research and development of the dragon vein formation had already reached an unfathomable level. Countless meridians densely packed together, forming capillaries that filled the entire body of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. It could achieve a different kind of elemental immunity. Only the 9 revolutions mysterious art's true body of Pengu had such powerful plasticity. After all, it was an exoskeleton body of flesh and blood. Many things could be installed on it, and it could be considered a super armor of flesh and blood. This 9 revolutions mysterious art is already very invincible. Cute sister took a deep breath and said confidently, "It's getting more and more perfect. It's different from the previous era. It's not like we have no confidence in dealing with the Mother Stream civilization. After a while, the true souls of the Mother Stream civilization will know what terror is when they see our 9 revolutions mysterious art." The Mother Stream civilization. The entire solar system was now incomparably brilliant. Beams of snow-white light bounced back and forth on the planets, forming a light network that extended in all directions. Many beings sat on these elemental channels to achieve instantaneous travel. Looking down at the entire solar system from above, one would see an extremely spectacular scene. Above the sun, there was a huge prismatic lens that gathered countless light sources. At a speed that far surpassed the speed of light, it spread and grew crazily into the universe. After thousands of years, it had grown from a seedling into a small tree. Its branches were lush and had many branches, connecting many planets. From afar, it looked like a vast, towering tree in the universe, with fruits called planets growing on its branches. This was the Mother Stream civilization. Today, it had connected more than 1,000 planets. Although they were all barren planets, the elemental body was mining resources from them endlessly. At this moment, an even bigger project, the new Mother Stream mirror, was being formed. It's hard to imagine, hundreds of level 9 elemental spirits and thousands of level 8 elemental spirits, forming the mirror of solar divine artifact. The sun god Acer looked at the sky and was shocked. This gathering power is too long and huge. Even some of the powerful Taoists who cultivated all 4 major bloodlines at the same time would not be able to resist it. This was the power of a group. An individual's life might not be able to resist it. The new Mother Stream mirror. We're going to flourish. In the distance, the elemental beings that had followed them from the ancient elemental ruins also looked excited. The new Helios mirror distorts the laws of nature. It's no longer the same as before, which only surpasses the speed of light by 47 times. With thousands of 8th grade gods and hundreds of 9th grade Daos, I'm afraid they can gather the power of distortion to reach 14,300 times the speed of light. However, it's still not enough. We need to continue digging, to flourish the Mother Stream civilization, and to restore our clan's glory, 14,000 times the speed of light. What did that mean? Only with more than 100 level 9 Taoists and thousands of level 8 gods, along with such a huge number of elemental crystals, could they create a great civilization that could be called a miracle in the universe. The speed of light was the fastest speed in the universe other than space jumps. Even in this era where distances were measured in light years, a speed of over 14,300 times the speed of light was not considered too slow. Very soon, a solar system would be formed. One could imagine that with such a speed, the future Mother Stream civilization would truly form countless streams, and it would be incomparably prosperous. Further away, the Phoenix watched the scene quietly. We've only absorbed a portion of the ancient ruins' resources, and the rest is still being mined. However, these hundreds of thousands of years of ancient accumulation are really going to return to the unimaginable mythical Mother Stream civilization. However, we still can't let our guard down. She slowly closed her eyes, and after a long silence, she suddenly opened her eyes. That little girl Ivy, her characteristics have an innate restraining effect on us elemental beings. With her personality, she might make an issue out of it. Absorb energy? After all, our battle tactics are very extreme, pure elemental and Taoist attacks. She pondered for a long time. She was originally an extremely intelligent and talented genius, so she quickly thought of a way to deal with it. She secretly shook her head. This Helios mirror distorts the laws of nature, I still need to add something into it. I'll pour my magical energy into it, and the laws of nature are highly toxic. If that little girl dares to absorb it again, she'll be poisoned to death. Suji's eyelids twitched as he watched, dumbfounded. It was too vicious, both sides were starting to target each other, studying the flaws in each other's techniques to restrain each other. After all, knowledge was the power of everything. After the first head-on clash between the two civilizations, a strong sense of crisis was born, and the will to fight was at its peak. The Level 9 era had officially begun. Suji looked at both sides, and it was already on the right track. The Mother Stream civilization was developing rapidly, and Carolyn and Dickie had begun to cultivate the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. Their mental universes were all in order, and there would not be any big waves, so they did not bother about it. However, he frowned slightly, and finally sighed. This cute girl has finally become a fallen Level 9 Taoist. It was impossible to say that he did not have any feelings for the cute girl. After all, she had started from the bottom, and was one of the first batch of people in the extraordinary sand table. He had watched her walk step by step, and she was even his little fan. He had already guessed that this would happen sooner or later. Not everyone had the ability to perfect the 4 great Taoist foundations, and thus break through to the Level 9 ultimate Taoist. Otherwise, the Level 10 Taoist was too cheap. 99% of the Taoists in the universe were fallen, the cute girl could not reach it, and she was no exception. The Great Way is heartless, and I can't change anything. Suji shook his head softly, and said calmly, but her choice is undoubtedly right. Because once she dies, there is nothing left, or perhaps there is hope. Just like those fallen Taoists, you can pursue it, even if it is very illusory, but was it really illusory? For Suji, it was not. It had only developed for a little over 10,000 years. What would it be like in another 100,000 years? He was not sure. Perhaps by then, it would already be glorious, and there would be a way for the fallen to repair their Taoist foundations, and they would even be able to kill the weaker Level 10. The future has infinite possibilities. Suji thought about it, and sorted out his thoughts. He felt that the fallen Taoists were also a future Level 9 problem, but now was not the time to think about it. Both sides in the sand table transcendent world are accumulating their resources. Only the 3 pillar gods are still roaming around outside. I can go and observe the 3 pillar gods. After all, their battle will definitely be intense. Whether they live or die will be a matter of time. Suji planned to observe the 3 pillar gods, the fallen civilization, and the blue abyss realm. These 2 behemoths were very terrifying and mysterious, so powerful that it was difficult to look at them directly. Of course, observation was one thing, and he had other things that could be done along the way, such as the cosmic garden, which could also be developed. Whoosh! In the world of the wizard tower, in a secret room, Medusa and the others were watching the small TV, sitting on the sofa, watching the scene. Their expressions were very unnatural. The appearance of the moon goddess Ji, the ancient elemental civilization, and the ancient Buddhist history described in the ruins made the 2 outsiders look incredulous. At this moment, their expressions were just like Zhu Zhao's when he found out the truth. They were shocked. Little Stone scratched his head with a blank expression. The others are fine, but Carolyn was instantly frozen. This is not surprising, but cutting off the quantum transmission and entanglement with the main body is too unbelievable. This is quantum encrypted. Theoretically, it is impossible to cut off the connection. Stone studied the quantum martial arts system, and naturally knew many concepts. This kind of behavior was theoretically impossible. This method was incredible. Medusa frowned slightly and felt that there shouldn't be any flaws, so he could only reply, "This is probably some kind of special method." But for him to be so indifferent when seeing our civilization for the first time. I'm afraid that he has long known about the system of the evil gods. Seeing the enemy of the Buddhist civilization, the moon goddess Ji, appear on the TV, they also felt that it was unbelievably powerful. This existence was still a rising star back then. Rhiannon looked at the curious gazes of the two, sat on the sofa, and replied, "I didn't expect it to have grown to such an extent today. It actually challenged the Buddhist civilization of the past and even won. Truly, there are new talents in every generation." And the other party naturally recognized the system of the evil god race. Rhiannon said, but in reality, it was not cutting off the quantum transmission, but directly attacking Carolyn's main body, blocking her perception of the outside world. So that's how it is. It is no exception to know the system of our race. Medusa stared at the scene on the TV, feeling that it was very interesting. It seems that the dark pillar god Tathagata has already broken through to the ninth order, and has begun to attack the transcendental worlds of the major Taoists. Is the Buddhism going to descend again? This kind of disaster is their war, we can just ignore it. Rhiannon smiled, but maybe we can go to the scene and see the ecological structure of the fallen civilization. Go and see their world, their eyes suddenly lit up. Go and take a look at the civilization on the other side. There was no doubt that this was a huge attraction for them. Rather than sitting on the sofa and watching dramas on TV, it would be more comfortable to participate in the TV. After all, Renomancer Cosmic Garden was still developing steadily, and there were no major events in the multiverse. This was because the 4 martial arts grandmasters were already in their final sprint. Are we really going? Sure, Ji's eyes were bright, and she was very excited. She sat in the room and felt a little excited. After all, going out together made her feel a little happy. Of course not with my main body. Renomancer smiled and patted her head. For us, it's enough for our quantum battle bodies to go. We don't want to be discovered, and we don't want to get involved in any of their battles. By the way, how many of your quantum doppelganger arms have broken through to the 9th level? Suji looked at Medusa. Previously, I already let you break through. There are already more than 1,000 of them. Medusa was very calm. About half the number of my hand. Previously, she had an entire arm with more than 30,000 of them. They were all high-level deities, and they were basically all on the path of the 9th level nomological laws. She also used this arm to fight against Dicky and the others. Now that she had broken through more than 1,000, it was only natural for her to reach the 9th level. After all, ever since she was awakened by Renomancer in the Cosmic Garden and heard the prelude to the Great Tao, she had also stepped on the path of the 9th level by leaps and bounds. Of course, these were all very, very ordinary rank 9s. Basically, she had only cultivated 2 or 3 genes, and they were all very ordinary genes. Complete the Tao Foundation, and then break through, there were 120,000 of them. No matter how hardcore she would not pursue perfection to this extent. Naturally, Medusa would not be so stupid as to break through to the ordinary rank 9s first. You've finally woken up. Renomancer laughed. There's no need to be so perfect. After that, you can make it perfect again. 129,600 ordinary level 9s, even if it's a complete weak level 10, you'll still be able to blow them up. Modus nodded in agreement. Indeed, after all, my organization can be iterated. When I become a real rank 9 demon god, even if it's an incomplete Tao Foundation, I will still be invincible. At that time, these organizations will slowly die of old age in 100,000 years. After all, they will never have the chance to be at a lower level 10. I will cultivate some new organizations and replace them. Gradually, I will have a perfect Taoist root of 120,000, and then I can break through to a lower level 10. That's it. The goddess of stone looked excited. When more than 129,000 level 9 evil gods become level 9 Taoists, their cultivation speed will be very fast. At that time, they will cultivate the perfect Tao Foundation again, and it will be very fast. This was the advantage of evil gods. His organization had become the fallen civilization, but it was not a big deal. After all, he could still cultivate them again. It was not like he could not return. Shiji looked excited. Sister, you're the strongest in history. When the 12 or more than 9,000 Taoists all had the perfect level 9 Taoist root, they would be able to break through the weak level 10 Taoist. They had 120,000 Taoist seeds and created 120,000 Taoist ends. Oh my god. It's terrifying. Suji touched his nose. It was indeed terrifying. His heart ached. Medusa shook his head. However, this quantum battle body, more than 1,000 low-level 9 Taoists, and they are all ordinary level 2 or 3 genes. I'm afraid, it can only defeat an ordinary level 9 Taoist. Like Dicky, his quantum doppelganger could only defeat an ordinary level 9 Taoist. But Dicky's real body and the doppelganger were not on the same level. If she met Dicky's real body head-on, she would be instantly beaten to death, as he said before. It's enough. Suji smiled and said, this time, you will be in charge of our journey. It doesn't matter if you fail. After all, it's a quantum doppelganger. Medusa also nodded, looking forward to it. After all, it was a cloned doppelganger from the Tyr Empire. It wouldn't hurt if it died. Pack up and tidy up the quantum battle body. We can try to go out now, Xianxia said. In fact, for Suji, it wasn't that he didn't want them to participate in the Cosmic Garden. After all, it was a good choice to develop this side. Both Medusa and Shiji were very good fresh troops. Suji had doubts in his eyes. Shiji's breakthrough speed was countless times faster than Medusa's. 12% of her level 9 path was integrated. After all, she was born holy. Not long after she was born, she was already a high-level deity and embarked on the path of level 9. 600 years had passed. 12%. Was that fast? Yes, it was. But the speed was only average. It would take about 5 or 6,000 years to reach 100% weak level 9. Then, it would probably take 3 or 4,000 years to cultivate the 4 major systems, about 8,000 years. Although she was talented, it was not surprising. After all, Ermin's lifespan was more than 10,000 years. She was about to break through the complete Taoist route. Shiji, continue to cultivate. Xianxia smiled and said to Shiji, level 9 is a 4-gene life. Only then can you break through. As a deity, you only have 3 genes. 100% weak level 9 first. I'll get you the 4th gene. When it's time, we can train together. Yes. Shiji nodded vigorously. A hint of gentleness flashed in Medusa's eyes. After all, he had watched Qin Wendian grow up. That's right. It would be best if I could find an extremely strong one for you. In fact, I could even get a 9 revolutions mysterious art or a half-elemental gene, iron-based cells, a whole race of cells, quantum genes. This combination was simply heaven-defying. With the 4th one, even Suji wanted to try to see how far she could go. What was the most important thing? The first gene was iron-based, it was not acquired. It was a purebred super-large iron-based life. It was comparable to the size of a planet. Its energy level was already terrifying. If it was combined with the 9 revolutions mysterious art, how huge would her body be with the 9 revolutions mysterious art? This was not flesh and blood, but the iron cell version of the superlarge Panga body. With the whole race of ceramic cells, how strong would she be in a head-on battle? In addition to quantum martial arts and his entangled quantum doppelganger, they would be superimposed together to form a superposition state. How terrifying would the fist realm of the Alliance Master be? At the same time, I need to go out for a walk. Suji was very calm. He was now climbing the path of level 9, and he was still at 4%. Time flowed at the speed of 100 years a day. From the moment he stepped on the path of level 9 until now, almost 1,000 years had passed. This was much slower than others. Why? Because he wanted to cultivate all 5 major systems to perfection. This way, when he reached the 100% weak level 9, he would not need to go back and train. He could directly break through. Anyway, these 2 things had to be done sooner or later. Generally speaking, other powerhouses would first break through to the 100% weak level 9 and see if there was enough time. If there was enough time, then they would train the 4 major bloodline systems. If there was not enough time, they would directly break through and become an ordinary level 9. It was better than dying. Ironman and Mengmei both did this. But wasting time to train the 4 major bloodline systems at the same time, and then walk the path of level 9, this was a death wish, wasting a lot of time first, and if he died of old age before finishing the path of level 9, that would be a joke. No one would train like this. But for Su Ji, there was no worry. It was the same which side he trained first. Even before, because I did not have enough energy, I did not have the great extinction, world annihilation. I was stuck in the realm. As a level 8 deity, Venerable Emperor, I was cultivating all the major extraordinary bloodline systems to perfection. Suji was very calm. Venerable Emperors were so strong because he had cultivated all the major bloodline systems to perfection in advance. After all, the great saint realm of the 6 paths of reincarnation was not just for show. Now, I am only at 4% progress because I have just replaced the quantum gene and recultivated the system to perfection. Now I have returned to the level of perfection of all 5 genes, and I can officially start the path of level 9. He knew clearly what this meant. His strength would also enter a period of rapid explosive growth. Once it reached 100%, there was no need to think about anything else, and he would directly break through, complete the heaven-defying 5-gene system, and become the strongest level 9 deity in history. As for how to break through my weak level 10 deity, I am a bit confused. After all, I am already a 5-gene. Suji was secretly speechless, but there must be a way. There must be a similar method for a level 10 deity to give birth to a child. Whoosh. The space fluctuated slightly. Their quantum battle bodies slowly walked, fell into the void, and entered a hidden black gravel planet. The sky was black, and the thick clouds seemed like it was about to rain. From time to time, black flocks of birds flew across the sky. Do you want to join the Fallen Alliance? A level 8 deity said softly. Fallen is a very simple word. We simply named it Fallen. You should know what it means. Yes, Medusa said with a smile. The deity's face froze. Even the weakest deity was not someone he could provoke. He quickly bowed and said, please show your aura. Medusa slightly revealed a trace of his aura. An enormous, complex, and dark chaotic will suddenly descended from the countless layers of clouds, and the entire land was directly swept away. This. The deity's face turned pale. He actually felt countless chaotic laws. This was the first time he had seen such a complex and strange scene. He silently looked at the censor next to him and said respectfully, enough. We have already detected your aptitude. We will register now. The deity took out a special black mysterious card and carried out a special enlistment identification. It actually had a trace of Medusa's aura, as if it was a living thing. What is this? Medusa said, joining the Fallen Alliance is that simple? Of course. This is a Tao plate in front of us. It represents a unique identity. The deity explained, this is a special ancient civilization inheritance obtained by the great existences from an ancient silicon-based ruin. Our foundation is very vast. Here is a record of communication information and missions, as well as some intelligence coordinates. Oh right, there's a mysterious civilization that's very evil recently. It's causing a lot of trouble in the nearby area. It's called the Buddhist sect. Medusa nodded. They left the exchange location. Looking at the Tao plate, there was a coordinate identification on it. It recorded several nearby hidden nomadic civilization gathering places. That's interesting. When Shurji saw this scene, she opened the exchange page on the Tao token. It was a dazzling sight. This is their alliance's currency? Sure enough, these powerful civilizations all have their own unique currency. There are many things for sale, and most of them are various mechanical battleships. In their words, they have become weapon cultivators? Magic artifacts? Tao artifacts? They are just trying to flatter themselves. Medusa's expression was very calm. For us transcendents, weapons are only auxiliary. But for them? When they spend endless time accumulating energy and purely rely on external objects to fight, they are all mechanical civilizations. Medusa was very rational and clear. If they do not cultivate, they are very weak. If they crazily store energy and rely on external objects, they are mechanical civilizations. After all, transcendents mainly rely on their own combat power. This was very easy to distinguish. The two systems in the universe, external objects and oneself. Although they are different paths to the same goal and both have the possibility of reaching the Great Tao, they are also different. Shiji nodded, but he was still very interested in the exchange of these mechanical artifacts. This was probably the romance of iron-based life. He was very obsessed. Mills rusted ship. Maximum energy output, 57. Uses decaying law. Semi-logical mech warrior, energy rank 1000, uses pure field law, there's even one that's 1000 OZ. Little Stone Fairy's face was full of excitement as she exclaimed, according to their calculations, a complete 9th level Tao foundation with a 2-meter body is one standard unit. 1000 is equivalent to 1000 9th level Tao foundations. Doesn't this mean that he can erupt with battle prowess comparable to the weakest level 10? Too strong. Suji looked at this little mechanical mystery and smiled speechlessly. It's just a blueprint. It costs a lot to exchange for it, and if you want to build it, it will cost an astronomical figure, and at this energy level, if you want to collect enough energy to run this machine for a period of time, it would take you tens of thousands of years. It's a huge resource consumption. But it can't be denied that having money is unlimited combat power. In theory, as long as there were enough resources, a weak 9th level Tao foundation could also kill a weak 10th level Tao foundation with an energy level that was 1,000 times stronger than itself. After all, this was the charm of a mechanical civilization. However, we can exchange for some to play with, Medusa said with a smile. Of the same size, we can use it as a delicate toy. It doesn't need much resources. Yes. Stone Fairy was very happy. It seems that joining this civilization and watching secretly is also very beneficial for us. In their view, the fallen and incomplete ones are welcome to join them. After all, if they want to transcend, they have to attack the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm and serve them. But I didn't expect that although Sister has fallen, it's completely different. Suji nodded and also smiled. When the time comes, I'll get you a bloodline of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. You will have the Panga true body that increases the external flesh and blood, and you can turn yourself into a super large mechanical battleship. It's a perfect superposition of the two systems. Ah. Hearing this, Stone Fairy's eyes instantly sparkled. If she could use the enemy's Panga body to increase the size of the exoskeleton, she could transform her cell structure and become one of the powerful mechanical combat spiritual artifacts on this list. That would be very interesting and powerful. This fallen civilization is really interesting. As expected of a mechanical civilization. There are so many things that can be exchanged. Medusa's eyes were also bright. We can take a look. Although they are foreign objects, we can still exchange for some to play with. The two of them were very interested in the exchange list. Suji also found the structure of this civilization interesting. It could allow ordinary weak 9th level Tao foundation to be a 9th level that could threaten the perfect Tao foundation. But his focus was not on this. Instead, it was the highest level of exchange. Cloudstar Tao fruit can temporarily reopen the closed bloodline system, so that the strong who were originally close to perfection can refill the Tao foundation, and have the possibility of complete perfection. This treasure is very exaggerated, and it makes people want it. Suji whispered to himself, but it is only limited to people who have completed 3 Geno points. For those who have completed 4 Geno points halfway, I guess they can have a chance of completing it after exchanging a few. His expression was very strange, and he seemed to be smiling but not smiling. But for those like Meng Mei, they still lack 2 Geno points and are only halfway there. I guess they have to exchange at least hundreds or thousands of them to constantly open and recultivate the Tao foundation, to have a chance to break through. Thousands of them, even Suji felt that exchanging for one was an astronomical number. This was robbery. I don't know how they got it. Did they get a fruit tree from some kind of heaven-defying life relic? Or one of their higher-ups was originally this kind of powerful plant life and was producing it himself? But if I can get a trace of this life's flesh and blood, Suji thought to himself, I may be able to make this race flourish and have a bunch of children. While they were looking at the list, they also moved forward and arrived at a branch of the fallen civilization. This was an incomparably huge and vast world with towering black towers and wisps of the aura of the law lingering around. On both sides of the street, there were glass covers, and inside them were all kinds of compressed huge spaceships and mechanical battleships. These battleships seemed to be in the glass cover, but in fact, they were inside the subspace and were projected here. It must be the experts here who made them to sell. Medusa saw it at a glance and was very interested. After all, where there are people, there will be people doing business, and the level of machinery here is extremely high. 3 guests, do you need a guide? At this time, a man at the Celestial Emperor level walked over. He was more than 3 meters tall, and his body was full of lean muscles. He was tall and strong, and a fierce aura rushed over. However, he bowed his head and had a face full of charm. Welcome to our home, Amon Wusher, what's the price? Goddess of Stone asked vigilantly. The man looked at Goddess of Stone enviously. He could see that she was young and inexperienced, and she was well protected. People are born different from each other. He lowered his head and said respectfully, you just need to give me some. That's fine. Medusa smiled, looking very experienced. Then tell us why there are so many ordinary people here. These are the shops on Wiln Street. They are all opened by a powerful existence on this street. They are placed at the entrance to deceive those who have just entered. The real good things are cheap and practical. I can introduce you to a good place. The man led them along the street and introduced along the way. As for us? Those who have achieved enlightenment also need ordinary people to serve them, some dirty and tiring work, and even some physical needs. Ah? Physical needs? Goddess of Stone was dumbfounded. After all, their race did not have such a concept. After all, 97% of the universe is carbon-based life. These carbon-based life of flesh and blood have desires. They are different from the absolute rationality of silicon-based life, and they are also different from the structure of other life forms. In the process of evolution, most of them are humanoid, and some are beast-type. But there are only a few ways to reproduce. Many of us here are good-looking and conform to the aesthetics of certain races, or races with strange appearances. They are very popular. Suji's expression was indifferent. Food, lust, and becoming stronger were all instincts of life. It was reasonable for the experts here to be like this. My lords, my name is Meng En. I grew up here. It is said that my ancestor 8 generations ago was a person who achieved enlightenment and died outside. The process was also very ordinary. Then, generations of our race lived here. The man introduced with a smile. Aren't you sad? Goddess of Stone asked. There is nothing to be sad about. I have never seen it before, Meng En said. You are all those who have just entered enlightenment, right? There are many experts here, and most of them are in groups. We have more than 1,700 inspectors, and there are about 100 of them here. Inspectors? Suji couldn't help but ask. Yes, level 9 combat power with a perfect Dao foundation. They are the opposite of the 107 Enlightenment Committee of the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm, he said. There are more than 1,000 of you. Aren't you very powerful? Little Goddess of Stone was shocked. It's okay. Although their combat power is similar, it is suitable for explosive attacks. Meng En was not cautious at all and revealed his strength. After all, they rely on the combat power of external machinery. They use the collected and stored energy to burst out in an instant. Although their combat power is similar, their endurance is very short. Endurance? Is it a problem of energy? Medusa asked. Meng En said, energy is only one of the problems. At the same time, there are many other factors. If they are overloaded, their functions will decline if they are used for a long time. They might even overheat and stop functioning. Also, they are machines after all. If their structure is damaged in battle, they can't be restored instantly. So when they fight, they only last for a short period of time. Suji listened and nodded. After all, they were living beings. They were living beings. It was true that they were fighting with inanimate objects. However, the combat power they could burst out in an instant was comparable to the 107 inspectors of the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm who had achieved enlightenment. More than 1,000 of them were too terrifying, as expected, as long as they had resources, they didn't need to consider the problem of aptitude. These Taoists didn't lack time. They could no longer cultivate. They used 100,000 years of preparation. Many red-eyed lone wolves were crazily accumulating energy behind their backs, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. The combat power they could burst out in an instant was definitely not weak. Who could withstand that? No wonder the Blue Abyss celestial realm was so vigilant. The other weaker level 10 civilizations were definitely so vigilant. Many of them had even been destroyed. Are there many Taoists? Suji asked. How can there not be many? Meng Yan said softly. The Blue Abyss celestial realm is concentrated in groups. They are nomadic and hide everywhere. As for us, we have spread out. We can be seen everywhere. The area that our claws have explored is far larger than they think. According to the current number on the surface, there are more than 10,000 of them. 10,000? Oh my God! Little Goddess of Stone was completely shocked. So many. They are all from the galaxies of the major civilizations? Meng Yan shook his head. How can there be as many as 10,000 Taoist civilizations? Most of these 10,000 beings are Taoists here. They are their own heirs, descendants, children, and disciples. The fallen Taoists here have 2 hobbies. What 2 hobbies? Modus asked curiously. First, to build stronger mechanical artifacts and collect resources. Second, of course, in the long years, to do their best to have children, teach disciples, and crazily pour resources into nurturing the next generation. The most Taoist I have seen has already nurtured more than 50 Taoist disciples. Suji was stunned. He thought that he was the pinnacle of farming. He didn't expect that he would pale in comparison here. He had only nurtured a few Dicky disciples, but the other party already had more than 50. It couldn't be compared. It couldn't be compared at all. Were these Taoists all pigs for breeding? It seems to be 2 hobbies, but it is actually 1, right? Modus smiled faintly. Meng Yan also smiled. Your Excellency is really insightful. It is all for breaking through to rank 9. Of course, it is to seize the Tao seed. Even if they are not qualified to break through and become ordinary rank 9, they can still become a powerful help to expand their forces. Every patrolling inspector was part of such a large group. Countless people who had attained Tao would work together to protect an extremely powerful Tao treasure. This is very obvious. When a powerhouse can't improve his combat power, he will think of other ways to do so. Nurturing disciples is the best choice. It is possible for him to break through. Even if he can't break through, he can still improve the combat power of his subordinates. Suji laughed. What a unique structure of civilization. A frenzy of nurturing disciples. Meng Yan walked around the streets. Although the surrounding streets had a magical technology style, mechanical spaceships and armors were covered in glass. Overall, it was an ancient dark green color, with a sense of vicissitudes. Those who did not know would think that they had come to a remote and dilapidated ancient city. Meng Yan looked at Medusa and continued to explain with a smile, this is very obvious. Since you have come here, if you want to move forward in the future, you will have to be like them. You also have to give birth to countless descendants, to raise your own population to the level of at least hundreds of millions. Here, we are all rank 9 experts with families. Each rank 9 expert has at least tens of billions of clansmen, and they are nurturing and screening their descendants. Medusa nodded, so that's how it is. Since I have come here, I must adapt to the life here and start researching Tao tools. Crazy reproduction? Thank you for the reminder. Suji felt as if a whole new world had been opened up to him. The depraved and boring life of a pig, he completely understood the lifestyle of a rank 9 fallen. Their descendants are the descendants of those who have achieved Tao. Their natural soul and flesh are one, and the difficulty of the rank 9 path has been reduced. In addition, the descendants are their own blood relatives. If they cultivate the same 4 bloodline systems as themselves, and finally condense the Tao seed, the rejection from this Tao seed is the smallest, and the more powerful the extraordinary life, the more difficult it is to reproduce. This means that a long period of time is lost, and a large amount of vitality is consumed, affecting the time of cultivation, which is equivalent to indirectly shortening their lifespan. But for these fallen who have achieved Tao, it does not matter. Crazy reproduction, training disciples. Too ruthless, Suji was completely dumbfounded. This is not a normal ability to reproduce, not being able to cultivate and doing nothing is very scary. Every day, they are collecting resources and sowing seeds. Medusa murmured, it seems that the birth of a rank 9 is very difficult, but it also depends on whether there is a person who has achieved Tao and is willing to spend a lot of effort to cultivate, and these rank 9 are to let their descendants completely follow their 4 paths of cultivation, personally teach them, and spend all the effort to cultivate. There is a high possibility of a breakthrough. After all, it was very difficult to walk one's own path, but it was very easy to walk the path of one's father's generation. His father's generation had already developed their bloodline system to the limit, and they also had the experience of cultivating the other 3 bloodline systems. If the lifespan of a rank 9 was compared to 100 years for a mortal, then they could achieve 3 generations under the same roof, 4 generations under the same roof at the age of 20, 40, and so on. Just like mortals, they could pass it down from generation to generation, and even the next generation could have 2 or even 3 stage 9 children. It was like the ability of mortals to reproduce generation after generation. Furthermore, they will accelerate the flow of time in the subspace, causing the descendants of the living beings in there to rapidly multiply and age. 100 years in a day, so it wouldn't be surprising if more Taoists appeared. Meng'an looked at this mysterious woman who had become a Taoist in shock. Although this was a matter of course, she had deduced it before he had even said it. This was somewhat admirable. Exactly. Meng'an said with a smile, this is the problem of the bottleneck. It is very difficult to have the first stage 9 Taoist. Even the entire civilization may not be able to break through this bottleneck in their lifetime. But with the first one, this race may have multiple Taoists. Shiji listened with great interest. This was very interesting. This was the advantage of going out. Going out for a trip broadened one's horizons. It was very interesting to see and hear about the universe. After all, her inherited memory was the cultivation method, but she did not have the knowledge of the universe. Speaking of this, I believe you have understood the structure of our place. Meng'an was very respectful. He bowed and lowered his head like a servant. Next, I suggest you register and buy the coordinates of your living space. Meng'an said respectfully. Then, if your combat power is strong, you can try to join some inspector groups. After all, they will also recruit new people with potential. If your combat power is insufficient, you can join some ordinary groups. You can also join some of the shops next to you as an apprentice, help out, and learn the skills of manufacturing. With ability, you can eventually rise slowly. Meng'an pointed to the shops next to him, indicating that this was also one of the ways to become stronger. Medusa was stunned. Sure enough, most of the people here formed cliques. According to this, every inspector with combat power was controlled by a group. They cultivated and collected resources together to provide a powerful Tao artifact. The combat power of each inspector was no weaker than the 107 perfect Taoists in the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm, but continuous combat power was not very good. Among the more than 1,000 inspectors, are there no perfect Taoists with perfect Taoist foundations? Individual combat power? Medusa suddenly asked with a smile. Meng'an looked at Medusa in shock. Of course there are, although it is only hearsay. The top 10 existences have all exchanged for the Cloud Star Tao fruit, and their Taoist foundations have been perfected. Their individual combat power is also very strong. Medusa suddenly understood. That Zhu Xiao was the one who exchanged for the Cloud Star Tao fruit. He must be one of the top inspectors, having already transcended and perfected his Taoist foundation. No wonder he personally went into battle and fought Yuan head-on. His combat power was also very exaggerated. Yuan, Zhu Xiao, those terrifying existences, even Di Qi and Carolyn were no match for them, let alone her. What group should we join? Do you have any recommendations? Medusa asked. Meng'an hesitated for a moment and said, we are one of the strongholds of the nomads. There are only more than 100 oppressor-level inspectors, and they are not easy to join. They have almost solidified, and they are basically family businesses. If a newcomer comes here and performs well, we will make an exception and invite him as a foreign guest. Currently, only new groups within 30,000 years will accept newcomers. This is because once you've endured for 30,000 years, most of the survivors will leave on their own and establish their own group to reproduce and reach the level of an inspector. Speaking of short-term newcomer groups, I have two very good recommendations here. It's up to you to choose. Medusa said, tell me about them. The first one is a group called Fenyun. It has been established for 27,000 years, and the members are all his concubines, Mengyan said. In front of them, the shadow of a handsome man with a pure white cloak gradually appeared. The first impression he gave was that he was a high-spirited hero. Relying on the strong? Medusa laughed. Yes, there are not many people like him who are willing to take on newcomers who are burdensome. But I heard that his bloodline is to use his Taoist partner to train. But he is indeed very loyal. He likes beautiful women and is very heroic. As long as they follow him loyally, he will never mistreat them. Mengyan's voice gradually weakened. It is said that he has reached the bottleneck of the inspector level. He is ready to break through, and at the same time, he has announced to the public that he will not abandon the women who follow him. There are not many good people like him. Medusa smiled. This person is quite interesting. What about the other one? The other one is an organization called Xianxia. It is a pure women's organization that has been established for more than 10,000 years. Mengyan said, their strength can only be said to be average, very mediocre. Currently, there are 3 people who have achieved Taoism, and all of them are newcomers. There are such organizations in every period of time, but it is also a good place for newcomers to hug each other. Are there no pure men's organizations? Medusa asked with a smile. Of course there are, they also hug each other for warmth, but with your identity. I recommend these 2 for now. Mengyan said, in fact, in our base for tens of thousands of years, there have only been these 3 organizations that accept newcomers. In the last 30,000 years, there have only been 9 people who have achieved Taoism from the outside. Including you, there are 10. In 30,000 years, only 9 had joined. Suji smiled and suddenly interjected, there are very few new blood from the outside, and most of them are produced internally, right? Yes, exactly, Mengyan said. Then, he brought Medusa and the others to an office. Soon, they registered and bought a space coordinate point, and they could locate the entrance to their subspace in that area. After choosing a good location, Medusa discussed and inquired about the details, then left. Renamansa, on the other hand, did not interfere from the beginning to the end. As he walked with his little daughter, he studied the exchange column in the Tao plate, mechanical armors, mechanical spaceships, and various Tao artifacts. Mengyan was very envious of this scene. It was good to live off a woman. He did not need to do anything, just walk around and chat with his daughter. However, he still followed behind respectfully. My lord, do you think I'm still up to your standards? My ancestors have been. Medusa turned around and said with a faint smile, you want to follow us? Mengyan nodded. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He was very optimistic about Medusa, otherwise, he would not have been so enthusiastic. If you want to follow, then follow. Medusa did not care. Oh right, that Xianxia, bring me to join them tomorrow. After settling down in the subspace, there was nothing much to pack. They had come here lightly anyway. Mengyan also officially became a servant. He was respectful and sensible. Early the next morning, he followed the others to a shabby shop at the edge of the city. I'll take my leave first, Mengyan said. He walked in. It felt like a general store and a hardware store. There was a messy pile of machinery, spare parts, barrels of oil, and some parts that were obviously semi-finished products. All of them were neatly arranged on the shelves. There were 3 existences inside, and they were busy working. Suji was originally full of expectations. After all, a level 9 Taoist must be a peerless beauty. This kind of Taoist transcended the laws of the universe. Their bodies were spotless, and everything was adjusted to the most perfect and beautiful state. At the same time, he was very curious about these Taoists who had fallen. Their genes, bloodline, and system. After all, to be able to reach this step, they must be very intelligent. If it was possible, it was not impossible for him it might be a good opportunity. But when he looked in front of him, he was a little stunned. The so-called beauties, a snow-white spider with a human head. It was a fiery red dog-headed man who gave off a delicate-looking vibe. And a sticky dark green jelly humanoid beauty. Only the last one barely met the human aesthetic standards of the people on Earth. The first two were indeed beautiful, but not the kind of beauty for the opposite sex. Did a newcomer join us? The three of them looked at Medusa, full of joy. The spider beauty slowly stood up with her 8 claws. Yesterday, I heard that a newcomer came to our side. I didn't expect that he would choose to join us. Welcome, welcome. Not going to Fenyun means that you are also a member of the same generation. We are self-reliant here and resist all despicable acts of relying on men. Yes. Medusa also felt it was strange, but he just smiled. He did not expect that the communication between these Taoists was like the communication between ordinary people. It was unexpectedly ordinary and casual. Don't be so reserved. You might not have seen anyone of your level in the past, but you've seen so many people here that you'll get used to it. Still, you have to be careful. By the side, the jelly beauty brought Medusa into the house and said, "Don't go out too often. Some evil people who have fallen into the Tao will kill other people to obtain various materials and resources. This is especially true for us female Taoists. They might even capture us to satisfy their vile interests. After all, some fellows are interested in powerful female Taoists. They even have a hobby of enslaving them. That's a life worse than death. That's right, we need to be vigilant." The dog-headed man said that Fenyun is very interested in Big Sister all day long. He comes here every 2 to 3 days. The big sister next to him was the beautiful spider called Xianxia. She smiled and said, "Indeed, there are many fallen people who covet beauties like us. Especially the 3 of us who are still young. Because we are the super geniuses of our own civilization. When we cultivate, we can dominate an entire era. Ordinary males who pursue us are really not good enough for us." The beautiful spider Xianxia said with a proud face. That's right. The green jelly woman had a gentle face. Big sister, although there are many strong people here, there aren't many ordinary males with good morals who can depend on each other. This small group was quite interesting. Are the 2 of you from the same civilization? Medusa asked. That's right, Medusa and I are from the same civilization. The beautiful spider Xianxia grabbed the jelly woman's hand and looked at the dog-headed man next to her. As for Werner, he is from another civilization. Suji, it seemed like the 3 of them were very popular beautiful girls who had attained the Tao. Suji was a little stunned. He suddenly began to realize that perhaps he had broken through too quickly. After all, it had only been less than a year. This kind of breakthrough speed had seriously caused his aesthetics to be unable to keep up with his combat power. It turned out that among the civilizations of those who had attained the Tao, after seeing many alien races, these powerful beings also began to feel that as long as they were all carbon-based races, creatures made up of flesh and cells, they would all have delicate features. Transcending races, the great unity of the world? It's probably because existences of this level who have attained the Tao look down on all the civilizations and countless galaxies. Their horizons have long surpassed the limits of race and form. Suji sat at the side with his daughter and began to think about how strange Fenyun's concubines and Tao companions were. Fenyun's concubines and Tao companions. Suji suddenly understood, but he could not accept it. Perhaps his life was too short, and he had not experienced enough. He did not have that kind of broad mind. What he liked was still the human form, the human aesthetic. This is? The beautiful spider smiled. This is my senior, and her daughter. Medusa smiled and explained, she can be considered as my guide, but she still hasn't broken through to level 9. Is that so? They did not care. If you want to join us, it's a very good choice. In the future, we will be a group of 4. We are now doing some mechanical trading here. Helping other beings to fill in some customized mechanical parts, as well as maintenance, and even various chores. You've just arrived, so it's best for you to learn. Medusa nodded. From the transcendent side to the technological side, this was naturally the case. Medusa did not care and began to seriously plan to learn from them. After all, secretly learning the experience and knowledge of this civilization was enough of a temptation for her. By the way, learning is learning. You've just arrived, so you still have to seize the opportunity to reproduce and cultivate your descendants. Then cover the high-dimensional spacetime, speed up the flow of time, and try to produce more than 100 million descendants. This way, geniuses will emerge one after another. Although the beautiful spider Xianxia looked very arrogant, she was still very careful and said, "At least the three of us have more than 1 billion descendants. In our high-dimensional spacetime, it's normal for one person to lead an entire civilization," the jelly girl Medusa said. "You're so prolific, and you still have the cheek to say that you're the eldest daughter?" The dog-headed man had a mocking look on his face. Medusa glared. "That's different. At our level, we can reproduce on our own. Although I have a lot of children, I'm still clean and pure. Moreover, if we give birth to children with other creatures, it will cause our bloodlines to mix and mutate. We will no longer be the same species as ourselves, and this will cause our descendants to condense Tao seeds that are not compatible enough with themselves." Shiji understood. When they reproduce their own race and strive to be exactly the same as themselves. After all, this is the only way to perfectly match their Tao seeds. Their own race's bloodline will not be contaminated. After all, for a powerful race, maintaining the purity of their transcendent bloodline is necessary. "Then, aren't your cultivation companions useless?" Medusa said with a smile. "Then, why are you still so popular? Descendants are descendants. This is normal cultivation and the path to continue the glory of one's race. But normal Taoists are still flesh and blood beings, so they still have needs in this aspect." The spider beauty explained patiently, "Ordinary level 8 deities are not of the same dimension. They are like paper, and even if you use 1/10,000th of your strength, you have to be careful. Cultivators who have attained the Tao are very rare to begin with, so a beauty who has attained the Tao is very popular." "I see." Shiji nodded. "No wonder they are not of their own race. Although they look strange, they can still marry across races, because there is no other choice." The three of them looked embarrassed. This little girl was really straightforward. She seemed to have not been born for long, so she did not know much about the ways of the world. Cough cough cough. Xianxia laughed. "It's not that strong. Although most people like a body similar to their own race, most of them don't care about the body anymore. There are even some special Taoists who like all kinds of special life forms, for example, sister." The green-skinned girl Medusa said, "The exotic spider beauty is called the #1 beauty here." Medusa nodded and felt that it was very novel. "I see. Then, cultivation companions each prosper in their own race and civilization to ensure their own pure blood, but they don't give birth to any offspring?" "It's not that they don't. Some special civilizations actually like the children of such Taoists very much." Xianxia smiled. "Because there is a probability that the fusion of the bloodline genes of the two races will produce a powerful new mutated race. After all, life is very mysterious. It is said that some powerful transcendent races were born this way. For example, the 3 heavenly venerables of the Blue Abyss realm." "Hiss. No way? Is this how their time-controlled bloodline was born?" "I don't know, but it is said that many heaven-defying bloodlines were born this way." "Yes, I heard that we have an existence at the level of Inspector here who likes such mutated descendants, and there are hundreds of them. Although most of them are disabled, it is said that there are a few that are heaven-defying." The three of them began to chat and gossip. "In fact, we are also quite interested in this kind of mutated baby. After all, our own race is only for missions and cultivation. In a prosperous civilization, who doesn't want to have a man they like and give birth to our unique child? It is also the love and effort of both sides. If the child can be strong, it will be even better. Yes, this kind of dream is not bad, but there are too few Taoists who are trustworthy and can be entrusted to us." Su Ji sat at the side and listened to these people talking enthusiastically in the shop group. Only then did he realize that the atmosphere of the fallen civilization was actually so strange. Is the entire fallen civilization talking about this topic of descendants? A civilization with hundreds of millions or even billions of descendants? And they are all very familiar with it and understand the system knowledge in this area? Perhaps, this is one of the reasons why it is called the Fallen. Fortunately, Suji eventually integrated into the topic of these Taoist women because he was also very good at reproduction. A few days passed. I see. Your Excellency, you are very proficient in this field. I didn't expect there to be such a method. According to the world's way of reproduction, and at the same time increasing the conflict between wars, it will increase the rate of the emergence of many strong ones. They were shocked. They admired the teacher of this evil goddess very much. After all, they came here as a group of weaklings. They had to figure out many things by themselves. They had indeed been taught a lesson. Suji realized that the life of these enlightened beings was indeed boring staying in this shop. They stayed in this shop every day and did not need to cultivate. They just chatted idly and talked about all kinds of topics. No wonder they were so enthusiastic and familiar with each other when they first arrived. They were not just fooling around, they chatted like that every day. At the same time, while chatting, they made all kinds of equipment and parts. Although they also cultivated their descendants in the subspace, and many gods were born every day, with the complete inheritance of their civilization, there was still no level 9, after all, they were newcomers who were only 10,000 years old. They had ordinary bloodlines with 2 or 3 genes. Their qualifications and combat power were not outstanding, which led to a lack of resources and could only cultivate them like that. In their words, they could join other civilizations and live off women, but they did not want to do that. If they did that, they would be tied up and sacrificed their Tao heart. Although they had fallen, they did not want to really fall. After all, they still had pride. They did not even dare to go out now because they knew that many enlightened beings might secretly attack and kill them. Here, they relied on their skills to open a shop and earn resources. In fact, Suji had also benefited greatly from the process of chatting with them and conversing with them. He learned about how to develop a civilization, self-cultivation of breeding pigs, and various better ways to harvest leeks. Even Suji was amazed and learned a lot from each other. Yes, you have to learn well too. Build this new weapon with us and give birth to more descendants. Cultivate them well, they told Medusa. Don't worry, we are only 10,000 years old. We are still very young. Now we need to train our strength and learn skills. Build our Scarlet Star well and have enough strength to protect ourselves before we go out, the spider beauty Xianxia said. The Scarlet Star was the weapon they created. Energy level 6, it could be considered a relatively powerful weapon. After all, a fallen Taoist had an energy rank of around 0. 4. It was not that the higher the energy rank, the better. If one could not afford it, then there was no point in talking about it. We're only a little over 10,000 years old. Using the lifespan of an ordinary person to be 100 years old, we're only a little over 10 years old. We're still underage. Xianxia looked calm. Although we have given birth to many children, we will wait for them to grow up and become stronger before looking for a suitable partner. Yes, don't worry. We still have a chance. Our lifespans have just begun. Even though we can't cultivate anymore, our children can. Medura encouraged seriously. Suji sat at the side and read a book. As he climbed the system of the 9 steps, he listened to their conversation. Even so, he still felt that something was amiss. He had also completely discovered it. These people who achieved Tao were really ordinary. They lived like normal people. There was really nothing special about them. After all, as a high and mighty being who had attained the Tao in the universe, in his own extraordinary mythological world, he could show off in front of mortals and gods. In his own world, he called himself the creator spider god Mu, the master of azure waters, the legendary ancient being who split the heavens and the earth. In front of people of the same level, he would say all sorts of things that were true and obscene. It was probably because they were too bored and had nothing to do. They did not have any image at all. As for Shiji, her eyes were sparkling and her face was full of admiration. Father, they can live through the so-called curse of the universe's Taoist and 100,000 years of darkness. They can't cultivate, but they still seek happiness in hardship. They are really too strong. Suji nodded and said with a smile, I brought you out to see how the ordinary civilizations outside cultivate and know their pain. The great Tao depends on fighting. It depends on seizing. In the long years, you have to understand this. You have to punch hundreds of millions of times a day. You have to persevere and be a diligent Tao seeker. Only then can you have a beautiful future. Suji had already found a land of death, neutron star. He let little Shiji cultivate there. He punched on it and climbed the path to the 9th stage. They said that I'm relatively simple and easy to deceive, Shiji said. It's fine. You don't need to train in these. Scheming and scheming are only needed by the weak and those who lack resources. You are just punching and punching now, Suji smiled and said, instead of studying other things, why don't you focus on these? If your thoughts are complicated and your Tao heart is mixed up, your cultivation speed will be slow. The speed at which you punch will be slow and you will hesitate. Look at the martial arts alliance master. He's so poor that he only has a cloak left. He was originally quite smart, but he never liked to use his brain. Who can defeat him? Shiji nodded with all her might. Suji smiled. The child was still young. He was not even 1,000 years old. It was very important to maintain the purity of his Tao heart and punch and punch. Back then, Tao Chongqing had a heart of glass. He did not scheme and bravely cried, laughed, and spoke honestly. That was why he improved so quickly. It was the same for the martial arts alliance master. Another 13 years passed. Suji realized that their pace of life was very slow. It was unimaginably slow. To Suji, it was 13 years. To them, it was just a few hours of business. After all, this fallen civilization was different from Suji. They would not throw themselves into the high-dimensional spacetime to die. They would only speed up their own civilization. They were moving at the speed of a normal creature. According to the normal speed of these old people who have achieved Tao. They can lie like this for a few more months without any changes. To me, a few months is already thousands of years. I might even break through to the 9 steps realm. In these thousands of years, Carolyn and Dickie might have finished accumulating. They have cultivated the 9 revolutions mystic art to the 9 steps realm. They will be invincible among their peers. As Suji listened to their conversation, he felt that life was very ordinary. The speed of these old people was too slow. It was not exciting at all. Life was about burning. What was the point of a Taoist living so long? Living for 2 or 3 years was enough. If they did not break through, they would die. It felt clean and refreshing. As for obtaining their bloodline and cells, they were not without vigilance. Moreover, the bloodline of a Taoist was difficult to obtain. The soul and body were one, and every cell was integrated with the soul. It was impossible to scrape off some skin from their bodies. Unless you attacked them by force and crippled them. These days, a few Taoists would occasionally appear to buy or sell things. Suji only watched occasionally. But he also listened to their strange gossip and secret news. It was not a small gain. The god who came this morning, don't be fooled by the fact that he's an old man dressed in simple clothes. He wouldn't stand out on any planet. In their civilization, he's known as the bewitching shadow dragon. In their ancient myths and legends, he's the supreme existence of the universe that created the heavens and the earth. The subspace transcendent world in his body has a population of 170 billion. There are tens of thousands of gods and countless god systems intertwined. Suji sat in the shop and watched with envy. How rich were they? These fallen civilizations were all rich people, and they madly collected resources. Compared to the blue abyss god realm next door, the group of people who only knew how to cultivate and did not take the initiative to collect resources, the difference was too big. The wealth difference between the technology side and the extraordinary side was too big. As for that dark green slug just now, don't be fooled by his ugly appearance, he is, so, don't underestimate him. Every existence here is very terrifying. They control a big world and are the overlords of the universe above trillions of creatures. Suji sat in the shop, watching the backs of the leaving figures, and felt a little jealous. He even had the urge to follow them and kill them. But he couldn't beat them. There was nothing he could do. Your eyes are full of longing, so you have to work hard. Nasira looked at his face full of admiration as he watched the Taoists leave the shop one by one. She could not help but sigh and encourage him seriously. In the afternoon, Medusa was still studying. It was unexpectedly daily and boring. Have you heard, the 17th inspector just had a ninth-order genius with a perfect Tao foundation. He just broke through. He has already left the extraordinary world and came to the outside world. He actually came out. So lucky? He must have hit the jackpot, right? Yes, it is said that the Taoist who just broke through to the ninth order was directly sent to the outside world. That Taoist was still confused at the time, not knowing that there was such a world outside and the structure of the universe. Or maybe it was the knowledge of the extraordinary world in the well, and he was directly locked by the divine ring lock. The divine ring lock was one of the most precious treasures after the cloud star Tao fruit. It could be imprinted and left a secret door, and one would have absolute control over it. How tragic. Yes, how would they know that the gentle and kind ancestor God who gave them countless resources to create the world would do this to them? Aren't we the same? We do the same to our own extraordinary world. There's no other way. They are born to serve us. We are the great Lord who transcends the laws of the universe. Billions of vast civilizations come and go. The so-called epics and hymns, for us, are just a blink of an eye. Although I also feel that this is a bit cruel. In order to survive, there are many bones on the road to Tao. I heard that this Taoist with a perfect Tao foundation has been locked by the divine ring lock, and is being treated as a treasure. Crazily cultivated, waiting to break through to the 10th order, and then be slaughtered. So tragic. Tragic again. Doesn't that mean that the 17th inspector will also break through to the 10th order? I don't know. The ancestor of the 17th inspector may not be able to suppress this group of 17th inspectors. How many 9th order clansmen has he cultivated over the years? They are all imperfect 9th order clansmen, and there are already more than 30 of them. These descendants and disciples serve him. After all, they are all fallen Taoists, and they have the same goal as the ancestor. But now? They will covet the Tao seed that is most suitable for them, the perfect Tao seed formed by their 4 bloodlines. Are they not going to make a move? Ah. That's too tragic. The greenskin jelly girl exclaimed. Then, she added, this is success because of the 9th order descendants, and failure because of the 9th order descendants. They made enemies for themselves. These disciples who failed to break through to the Tao are going to fight with them. The 17th inspector is going to be in chaos. They are going to kill each other. The old master and his disciples, sons, and descendants are going to fight for resources together. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Maybe we will become like this in the future. You're thinking too much. What kind of big shots are the top 100 inspectors? It's almost impossible for us to squeeze into the top 1,000. We might even be dead by now. Yes, being at the top means being strong and having more resources. Having more resources means having more descendants. The probability of having a perfect Tao foundation is all because of resources. That's how it is. If you don't have enough talent, you can only use resources. By the way, I heard that the 3rd inspector, Xiao, went to besiege the Blue Abyss celestial realm. He brought back some strange news, the Buddhist sect. The 3rd inspector? Xiao. A taboo of that level has already turned from a fallen person to a perfect Tao foundation, completing the transformation that we have been dreaming of. He is a terrifying figure of the highest level. If I can marry someone like that. Don't even think about it. The 17th inspector can only be comparable to the 3rd inspector if he survives this wave and obtains the Tao seed. He can break through to the 10th order at any time, but he is afraid that others will surround and kill him, so he has been accumulating his resources. When he breaks through, he will have at least 10% of his Tao path. The ultimate peak of the universe is really something to look forward to. They sat in the shop, chatting and comforting each other while making mechanical parts numbly, looking at the sky outside. Suji found it strange and interesting. Was there such a thing? It was just like a production line. After cultivating dozens of defective products, they finally cultivated a finished product, but they still had to face the previous dozens of defective products competing with them for the finished product. Was this like shooting oneself in the foot? Another half a day passed, which was equivalent to 50 years in Suji's world. Suji was still secretly wandering around here, learning the mechanical system of this civilization, helping to make all kinds of distorted mechanical parts, cores, and components in this shop. All of a sudden, a deafening roar rang out. It's the security in times of war. Walking out of the shop, Xianxia said with a solemn expression, they want all of us to enter the higher dimensional space. It seems like, it was the previous Buddhist sect, a few inspectors went to investigate, and now the result is probably not good. Medusa, who was sitting beside him, smiled. It was just natural. Controlling machinery, it was fine before, as the virus might not have much effect. But now, they had obtained the machine pillar gods. With the three pillar gods' absolute calmness and calculation, they would definitely set up a trap and catch us off guard. Even though the three pillar gods' current combat power was probably not as strong as an inspector, but they borrowed external objects instead of their own strength, which was a fatal flaw. Your machinery might have already been infected, showing the terrifying scene of the Tyr civilization. Everything is going to be messed up. The spider beauty Xianxia looked at the sky with an extremely solemn expression. She knows that the war between the inspectors and the cultivators with the perfect Taoist root is not something that weak people like her can get involved in. Now, the entire Amon Whoosh branch station was on high alert and had entered the high-dimensional space. Now, they must have already issued the highest alert mission to those at the level of inspectors, and there were also some giants of a lower level assisting them from the side. This was a war between the weak 10th grade civilizations. Every weak level 10 civilization ruled over countless level 9 civilizations with Daos. It could be said that this was the highest level of civilization war in the current universe. This was a war between civilizations, a chaotic battle of life and death between hundreds and thousands of worlds and extraordinary great worlds. Hundreds of millions of deities, undead, ultrahumans, machinery, saint spirits, martial path, and various pantheons would all fall. The horror of this war would be unimaginable for all those who had transcended the laws of the universe. Xianxia's expression was completely solemn as she said, we probably have to go to the front line and participate in the war. I don't know if the war this time will be fierce. We may have to go to the rear and get involved in some maintenance, nursing, and treatment tasks. Their group could only accept this kind of rear maintenance task. Let's go. According to the intelligence, a war has broken out in the White Horse Galaxy more than 700,000 light-years away. They looked at Medusa and began to move the entire shop. It slowly rose into the air and turned into a small magical artifact. I didn't expect you to enter the high-dimensional space and fight with us. It's a crisis, but it's also a good opportunity. We can earn points and exchange them for a lot of things. Be careful. Although our lifespan is very long and leisurely, this kind of war is very fierce and short. It may be tragic to the extreme in just a few days, and a civilization may even be destroyed. After all, 2 or 3 days in the high-dimensional space is 200 or 300 years. It's too much. Whoosh. Glancing sideways, an extremely spectacular scene appeared in the entire encampment. Countless people began to set out. They formed a mighty long dragon, but soon, because of the speed of their respective space jumps, the distance was pulled apart, and even the faster ones could not be seen. At this time, they received the situation at the front line. What, there are already 7 inspectors who have defected to the enemy. Xianxia's face paled slightly. These were powerful inspectors. Their mechanical energy rank was at least above 20. The instantaneous eruption of power could suppress most of the Transcendent System Taoists. After all, most of the Transcendent Perfect Taoists were below energy level 10. The patrol envoys are known for their explosive strength, and when 10 of them work together, their fighting prowess is unstoppable. But in the blink of an eye, they were all killed. Ambushed, and only 3 of them managed to escape, a monster of this level. Their expressions were unnatural and extremely unsightly. They were still newcomers. To use their mockery, he was still a minor in his teens, so he didn't have the strength to resist this kind of situation and terrifying enemies. He was too weak, after all, they were newcomers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have formed a group. One had to know that newcomers were very miserable. Their social class had long been solidified here. Each of the teams had long since become their own race, and they could not wait to suppress and kill you. This was the fallen civilization, and everyone here was in despair. The 100,000 years of darkness had caused the atmosphere here to be vicious and dark. Xianxia's expression was extremely gloomy as she looked at the few people on both sides. Since you have joined my organization, we must completely work together to resist this disaster. If we are not careful enough, we may die. The path of cultivation is filled with countless corpses. We must fight and not fall. Madura took a deep breath. It is said that there is a system that has a natural counter to our mechanical civilization. A very terrifying and dark thing has happened. The inspector's combat power cannot be used at all. Now, the other inspectors are retreating and researching new Dao artifacts to resist. They were still discussing, but their voices became completely solemn. This was a matter of life and death. Very likely to die. In their eyes, this was already a very terrifying situation. After all, they were too weak, and they had to go to the rear. Do not think that the rear was very safe. That was the most dangerous place, even more dangerous than the front line. If the other party was smart, they would directly attack the logistics and go around the rear. First, they would kill the group of weakest existences that could not even enter the battlefield. Around them, they were heading to their destination from all directions. They also started their journey and reminded each other. We have to be careful. Once we leave the station and carry out the mission, it will not be safe anymore. There will be other fallen existences that may be jealous of us and secretly surround and kill us. But don't worry, the jump coordinates have been protected, and the jump frequency is very fast. It will be very difficult for others to track us, unless they are existences at the level of an inspector, but existences at that level will not be interested in small fries like us. Boom, their shop was modified with a special Dao artifact. It could jump and fly quickly. Suji raised his head and looked at him calmly. The three pillar gods, as expected, they had started to stir up such a big storm. It was inevitable that there would be a war. Finally, life was no longer as slow as a snail. After entering the higher dimension, it became normal. The current situation was similar to the scene of the enlightened ones heading to the ruins of the elemental civilization from all directions. I wonder if the three pillar gods will be like last time, intercepting and killing me halfway. In any case, he's probably going to get beaten up. They're completely aware of your threat, so how could they let you continue to grow? Secretly infect them? After all, this weak rank 10 civilization was too terrifying. Any tentacle that they stretched out would be difficult for them to resist. Carolyn, Dicky, and even their 107 committee with more than 1,000 inspectors could not stop them. They could only be compared to the top existences. The reason why the three-pillar god was able to kill 7 inspectors in an instant was because he had hidden his strength too well. He had set up a trap with his powerful calculation ability, and the other party had relied on external objects to ambush him. He was an incomplete 9th rank expert who wasn't that strong. Now that they had reacted, the other party was already researching countermeasures. What do you think of the battle? Medusa asked in a low voice. They successfully ambushed us. After all, they are very good at this kind of method, but they will soon fall into a disadvantage. I don't know if they can create a miracle and reverse the situation. After all, an absolutely calm and rational infection is very scary. Suji smiled faintly and said, however, even though we've devoured a portion of their power, the difference between us is still too great. Let's see if we can put up a fight and create a miracle. Also, the Blue Abyss Divine Region might be trying to sabotage us from the shadows. They will secretly make a move? Shurji asked. That is very possible. Medusa smiled and continued to fiddle with the machinery. For them, this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. This is a civilization that can restrain the mechanical side. It has great strategic significance. On the other hand, the Blue Abyss Celestial Domain doesn't have much of a restraining effect on experts of the extraordinary side. After all, a perfect and flawless foundation can't be infected. Only the 107 members of the Supreme Council have nothing to fear. A civilization that restrains the fallen civilization, how could the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm let it go? To them, he was truly a Buddhist sect, a great Samaritan who delivered all living beings from suffering. If the three great abysses Blue Venerate was a little more ruthless and decisive, he could directly act and use this as a fuse to start an all-out war. So, the other party mobilized so many people because the fallen civilization saw the great horror, and wanted to eliminate this Buddhism in advance. That's too tragic. The fallen civilization has a possibility of being destroyed? Little Shiji had a serious expression. Looking at the three enlightened ones who were still working, she felt that they were a little pitiful. They could only go with the flow. After all, although they had fallen, they were still fighting for a glimmer of hope. Not everyone wanted to be a scourge and steal other people's Tao seeds. There was really no other way, but the hostility between two civilizations was originally an irreconcilable contradiction. Shiji said softly, "Then shall we join the battle?" Suji smiled and patted her head. "There's no need for that. We're here to observe the structure of the civilization and take a leisurely tour. You guys just need to stay in this shop and do your research and learning." As a terrifying virus that was absolutely rational and the hardest to kill, if even they could not resist and break the situation, then the gap between them and the enemy was really too big. Any method would be a joke. He really planned to observe the war here and study the structure of the maintenance support department at the rear. At this time, in the entire machinery shop. I hope that when we reach the front line, these savings can be sold for a good price in the logistics maintenance. This is a chance to get in touch with the big shots, and even some powerful inspectors. Nasira was sorting out the mechanical parts. Every one of them was an extremely exquisite mechanical gear. We don't want to be beaten to death. Damn it, if we had a little more time, our Tao artifacts would have been completely refined. Why did it have to happen now? The dark green jelly girl, Medusa, looked extremely angry. After all, they were all Tao artifact parts that were meticulously made by distorting the laws. It took a lot of effort to refine them, and countless more were needed to form a truly powerful mechanical battle machine. Both Medusa and Little Shiji were also studying these machines. They were seriously learning and learning their experience and talents in this area. On the other hand, Suji was a little bored. After all, the war was imminent, but there did not seem to be much benefit in hiding at the back. This was the cruelty of war. Although these enlightened ones were powerful, to the true taboo overlords of the universe, they were just pawns for them to reach the end of the Tao. If they could not reach the end of the Tao, they would not be able to transcend. Speaking of which, my speed is too slow. Their ending may not be my ending in the future. To the true existences of the higher dimensions, they are too weak. The enlightened ones control the lives of billions of existences, and the other existences control the lives of the enlightened ones. Their war is breaking out, and Suji's expression gradually became solemn. The more he saw of civilizations outside, the more ordinary bloodlines of the enlightened ones, the more he understood the terror and rarity of precious bloodlines, and the more he understood the power of the Zerg, but such a heaven-defying Zerg had fallen. Suji did not know what he was going to face. Speaking of strength, it has been a long time since a true Genesis era. The New World Sand Table has not been built. Suji suddenly thought of something. He sat in front of the shop and looked at the existences behind him trying their best to accumulate strength. He sighed. Genesis era was the root of strength. After all, the previous Genesis era was modified in the ruins of the elemental civilization. It was not a pure new Genesis era. At the same time, Suji's horizons had long been raised. As he grew stronger, his horizons grew higher. Ordinary species could no longer satisfy his needs. What was the use of creating an ordinary extraordinary world? Was it for jokes? He was very realistic. Ordinary bloodlines of living beings, ordinary extraordinary systems, there was nothing special about them. Now, he only had three basic systems. The Buddhist and Taoist system of the ancient gods. The iron-based and quantum civilization of Renamenka. The eternal mother stream elemental system of the moon goddess season. Speaking of which, other than the Buddhist and Taoist civilization systems, which are purely from myself, the rest are all borrowed bloodlines from the ruins. Suji narrowed his eyes. It was not that his own evolution was not strong. His time was too short, it was just 10,000 years of civilization. Only the Buddhist and Taoist systems had appeared. The rest were inherited from the ancestors. Although they were not as strong as him, they could still be used. If he was given another 10,000 years, it was not that he did not have the ability to evolve his spores and produce some powerful and heaven-defying bloodlines. Genesis era is still a little difficult. I don't have enough resources. After all, what I lack the most is resources. I have only developed for less than a year. Suji suddenly thought of something and looked at the three beautiful girls who were pursued by countless people. Speaking of bloodlines, they are so good at longevity. They talk about breeding every day. Suji rested his chin on his hand. To them, having children gives them the chance to break through, but not the chance to become stronger. If we change our approach, it is not impossible to form a Genesis era. But Genesis era, Suji thought of something. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a bold idea flashed in his mind. If they could really do it, then their lives in the future would be much better. In fact, it was not impossible for them to carry out another biological explosion. A new era? He suddenly stood up and looked at the few degenerate girls behind him. A level 9 civilization. I also want to enter a new era that belongs to the civilization sand table. Is it really possible? He was a little hesitant. If he really did it this way, an unimaginable situation would appear. He did not know how it would develop. However, it is worth a try. I can take a gamble. Suji turned around and looked at the few strange-looking beauties. Finally, he bypassed the dog-headed man and the jelly-shaped girl and looked at Xianxia. Perhaps she is more suitable. Send her to Earth and let her encounter an unimaginable and world-changing adventure. It is not a bad idea, adventure. For Suji, it was a gamble. According to aesthetics, he should choose the jelly-shaped girl. Medura? After all, she was cute and humanoid, and had the same life structure. However, he did not think too much about it. To choose a candidate with combat strength and plans based on aesthetics, that would be the most stupid. This beautiful girl with a big spider was actually in line with Suji's expectations, which was why he had this idea. Because with her qualifications, she was qualified to have a perfect Dao foundation. It was just that she had to start from scratch and climb all the way to reach this level. However, the leader of the three, her qualifications were similar to Xianxia's. They both had 3.5 genes. She had the chance to be like Xianxia and recreate a perfect Dao foundation. Therefore, there were many people who pursued her. Although she looked cheerful, there was actually a kind of cold-blooded cruelty that penetrated deep into her bones. However, in fact, many people who had achieved Dao were like this. After all, as creatures from a higher dimension, they were no longer considered life forms to creatures from a lower dimension. For example, humans could crush countless bacteria that only had a lifespan of a few minutes with a squeeze of their hands. Would they feel pity for the bacteria? Even if they did not crush them to death, the bacteria could only live for a few minutes. What was the difference? Secondly, her genetic bloodline. He had heard her demonstrate bloodline solidification once, which seemed to be a relatively ordinary bloodline talent. It meant that the descendants she gave birth to could solidify to a realm lower than her. They were truly born holy. She was a level 9, and the descendants she gave birth to could solidify to a level 8 god. However, in fact, it was of little value. Directly producing a level 8 god required too many resources. However, Xianxia herself did not admit that it was of little value. She spoke eloquently to others. Don't think that I'm weak now. However, when I was weak, my bloodline was super useful. Back then, I relied on my bloodline to rule my world. After all, there were not many resources for low-level creatures. I was a level 5 at that time, and I gave birth to a large number of level 4 powerhouses. Plundering, exploding soldiers, small spiders, I directly occupied the entire world. Until now, I am still called the creator spider god Mu. In fact, this gene was indeed an early-stage gene. The later it was, the weaker it became. After all, at level 9, exploding soldiers to level 8. The resources needed were too much. As for the level 9s, they had long mastered the ability to cover the higher dimensional spacetime. They could directly create a bunch of low-level ordinary living beings and cover the higher dimensional spacetime for them to cultivate. The resources required were even less. With a population of several hundred billion, countless gods could be born every 100 years, the efficiency was relatively better. Solidification? For other life forms, it's of little value, but for me, it's a little different. Suji silently opened his eyes and looked at the human-headed spider beauty who was still laughing in the shop. Then, I can really give it a try, whoosh. They had been flying for a few days, which was only a few minutes in the real world. Xianxia laughed softly and said, "Everyone, don't worry. We will continue to copy, but we are already 1/10 of the way. Everyone, check your Scarlet Star. Although it's a semi-finished product, it's also our important trump card." They nodded and spread out to check. After all, every single mechanical component and gear was a supreme 9th grade Tao artifact forged by distorting the laws. If any of them were to fall into an ordinary transcendent world, they would immediately be worshipped as a peerless divine object. If they were to be worshipped, they would possess the terrifying might to kill a deity. Xianxia looked at Medusa and said seriously, "Go and check. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask us. Let's work together and survive together." After saying that, they went their separate ways. Suji looked at Medusa and Little Rock and also went to study with great interest. He felt at ease and integrated into the other party's civilization system. He was still sitting there with a bored look on his face. However, his heart was slightly tense. I should be able to do it. After all, the 3 pillar gods have made 7 more inspectors and converted them into Buddhists. The power of my entire race has greatly increased. Isolating the existence of a perfect Tao foundation might be a problem, but if it's an incomplete Tao foundation, at this moment. Among a pile of black and sophisticated machinery, the spider beauty Xianxia was humming a strange tune with a relaxed face. Her 6 spider legs were holding strange equipment and checking the structure of the power furnace. Suddenly, her whole body froze. It was as if she was wrapped up by something. At this moment, she was sealed in amber, as if she was trapped in mud, unable to move. Enemy attack. Her expression changed dramatically and she roared fiercely. But nothing could be transmitted. She couldn't struggle or resist. She was in complete despair. It's over, it's over. It's definitely the work of an inspector or above. We're so weak, what's there to covet? My gene bloodline isn't strong either. Sure enough, they're coveting my beauty. She was like a statue, wrapped up and unable to move. Her heart was filled with despair and unwillingness. Her talent was still very strong, and she was qualified to stabilize the perfect foundation. But because of the solidification of her own race bloodline, it was too weak. It was not a combat bloodline, and the other 3 bloodlines that had been integrated were not very good, causing her combat power to be very weak. She couldn't collect resources. That's why she was in such a state. After all, the bloodline race was innate. Even if she had a strong talent, it was difficult to escape the framework of her own race, causing her combat power to be extremely weak. Solidification was of no use at all. Sure enough, it still happened. But I didn't even have the chance to go to the front line and die on the battlefield. I've already fallen. The others, I'm afraid, she vaguely knew how miserable it would be for her to fall into the hands of an existence with a terrifying fetish. Walala. Suddenly, the space shook. She, who was a frozen statue, was instantly teleported to a certain place. It was a bustling street. An ordinary human street. Many ordinary humanoid creatures were walking. On both sides of the street were shops with complicated square characters written on them. Where is this place? At this moment, the spider beauty Xianxia curled her 8 legs into a ball, lying on the ground in despair and waiting for death. Even the thought of suicide flashed past her mind. It could be said that she was mentally prepared to be tortured and played with. But now, she was completely at a loss. Where is this place? What kind of mysterious existence had sent her here? Aren't you drooling over my beauty? Although she was imprisoned in a mysterious barrier and had lost all her strength, she could still see the strange square words on both sides of the street. It was bustling and lively. It was summer. On the street, young girls wearing short skirts and stockings, revealing their beautiful long legs, walked in groups of 2s and 3s, carrying small bags, holding a cup of milk tea, and holding their boyfriends. On the side, there were part-time students handing out leaflets, delivery boys driving through, and small cars passing by. Further away, under the overpass, there were people singing, attracting an endless stream of people. An ordinary low-level civilization. Under the scorching summer, the earth was baked into a small furnace. She saw the mortals walking as slow as statues in the low-dimensional space. Listening to these bustling words, she instinctively entered a high-speed learning state. For an existence of her level who had descended on various civilized planets all year round, learning a language was a piece of cake. Combining the expressions and movements of the entire city, the information flow of countless conversations at every moment was used to organize the data. Very soon, she understood what they were saying. Have you heard? The mall next door has reduced its prices. When I'm free, I have to go shopping on Taobao and buy a figurine of my goddess Carolyn. There's an exam tomorrow. Our dormitory got a figurine of Dickie and is currently burning incense. Pray for the blessing of the great God. Pray that the bookworm brothers in the dormitory next door will be powerful enough to let us pass this exam. Worship Dickie? The god of learning? Stop fooling around, are you worshipping the god of cheat sheets? Heh, both. The figurine of Sanju has been selling very well recently. I heard that many people have bought one to worship at home. All living beings, golden light, after all, it's an orthodox Buddhist. Only then can it be blessed with peace. Get lost. Do you really think I don't shop on Taobao? The faces of all living beings, formed by the many heads, their joys, anger, sorrow, and joy. Looking at you. I can have nightmares at night when I'm at home. It's terrifying. It's said that the war is getting more and more intense. The Buddhist and Taoist sects are rising again, right? Can I enter the spore evolution now? Are there still no bigwigs who have researched a species that can counter the mother stream civilization and enter the myriad worlds to revive our Buddhism and ancient Huaxia civilization? The spider beauty Xianxia stood on the street, her 8 spider legs lightly landing on the tiles. Listening to the strange conversation, she felt a little baffled. It looked very ordinary, but their conversation was a little strange. She keenly heard a unique word, Buddha. Suddenly, she broke out in a cold sweat, and her expression changed slightly. Buddhism, the Buddhist sect, was a terrifying ancient civilization that they were planning to go to war to serve as logistics and encircle and annihilate. They had already killed 7 terrifying forbidden existences on the level of inspectors, and they actually knew them. Such an ordinary and mediocre low-leveled civilization actually knew him. Whoosh. She moved slightly. She entered an ordinary family and began to look at the network here to understand all kinds of information, the structure and framework of this civilization, as well as the distant history. After understanding some of the knowledge, she quickly found the extremely popular Spore Evolution game on this planet. This horrifying information made the concept of the god of creation appear in her mind for the first time. This? Xianxia was in disbelief. The entire universe was created by such an existence, the origin of chaos in the beginning of the universe, the primordial chaos of all laws, the Tao-yi, the great Tao, the source of truth. Her eyes almost popped out of her head in front of the computer. To her, this point had subverted her entire worldview. It was as if her entire life of tens of thousands of years had collapsed. Then, she saw an even more horrifying scene. The god of creation's dimensional courtyard. The description on it was that this was a vague concept of a courtyard. Countless creatures in the universe were evolving in it, forming a kind of virtual image. And the god of creation was adjusting the civilization and strength of the species, and finally, it was projected everywhere to determine the future of the civilizations on each planet. An unimaginable thought popped up in her mind. In other words, our Muzhu race seems to have spent hundreds of millions of years of natural evolution on our mother planet, crawling out of the ocean. We thought that it was natural, but in reality, it's already set in stone. Our race has long been evolving here, being inspected and adjusted. This is the result of calculating the future and determining the future civilization of the universe? First appearing here as a vague concept, and then appearing on the actual natural planet. This was equivalent to having an effect before there was a cause. This involved the law of cause and effect. That dimensional courtyard had determined the birth of all life and foreseen the future of all life in the entire universe. Dimensional courtyard. Xianxia's whole body was a little weak. The vague concept of the universe, the past and the future, for people of their level, which one of them did not have a stable Taoist heart, and it was difficult for them to lose control of their minds? But the Tao in front of them had been subverted, so their minds were naturally restless. Then, she continued to read. Alchemy Emperor, Mother Ivy, all kinds of ancient historical processes were seen at a glance. She quickly saw the ancient origin of Buddhism, the recovery of ancient civilizations, the ancient gods, and the main character that they were facing, the three-pillar gods. The entire civilization was very vague about the details of this Buddhism, but she now knew more than the inspectors and the mysterious supreme beings who were 10 levels lower. Thinking of this, she had a feeling of excitement and wanted to talk. After all, she was too weak before, and her inferiority complex was always lingering in her heart. This is the origin of the Buddhism civilization. Moon God Ji, the ancient gods, Renamanga. She had just calmed down for a while when she saw all kinds of terrifying information surging in. Only by observing and understanding the God of creation will the existence of the God of creation be discovered. This conceptual level of the end of the universe. Back then, the Buddhism civilization was the ancient gods who discovered the records and concepts of the God of creation from an ancient ruin, which allowed this existence to be remembered by the world. However, the entire Buddhism civilization also became prosperous because of this. However, the entire Buddhist civilization flourished because of this. The flourishing period of this weak rank 10 civilization probably far surpassed the current Blue Abyss divine realm. Moon God Ji sensed all of this and began to fight for the opportunity. So, war broke out. The information recorded was too terrifying. It was so much information that it made her feel like the world was turned upside down. According to this situation, even the Blue Abyss God region and the fallen civilization did not know this concept at all. Even many of the legendary ultimate beings in the universe might not know about it. Perhaps the Buddhism and Taoism civilizations were the only ones in the entire universe who still remembered the ancient history of the God of creation, as well as the Moon God Ji and the others after it. Only by knowing his existence and understanding his concept could one see through all the falsehoods and see such an existence, and I know the big secret behind it. It made her feel like her head was about to explode. There was a complicated feeling of excitement, fear, and excitement. According to the records, this seemingly backward planet is probably the land of origin. The living beings here all have the blood of eternal life. Back then, the ancient gods learned about the existence of the God of creation from this ruined civilization. She frantically sorted out her thoughts. This was a mysterious existence that was taboo, a land of unimaginable opportunities. A territory that had been fought for countless wars. The blood of eternal life could be seen everywhere. Unfortunately, she had already maxed out her genes and could not fuse with it. If that's the case, even the Moon God Ji, the transcendent deity of the past, couldn't enter this dungeon realm and was restricted. Who was it that brought me here? She had goosebumps. She felt a little scared, as if her fate was controlled by the unseen. She continued to look. The next scene was of the universe garden, the true sound of the great Tao, and that terrifying god of evil. It was actually going to carry out a genesis, to summon the existence of the unseen. She began to sigh. This god of evil was unimaginably terrifying, the structure of life was too unique. One person had actually integrated and mastered tens of thousands of great Tao laws, bloodline genes, and was going to reverse the laws of the entire universe, collapse, and return, converge together to form the primordial beginning of the world. In the end, they opened the Pandora's box and observed a certain terrifying existence in the future. As she quickly looked through the screenshots, all 8 of her limbs were trembling because her soul was trembling. In the end, they saw him in the final moments of the universe, the god of destruction. The world was about to be destroyed. She had never thought that such a thing would happen in the dark. No outsider knew about this. A shocking disaster had already happened, and the entire universe was about to welcome an unprecedented catastrophe. This era of the universe was about to end early. She had to admit that the conversation and the true sound of the great Tao made her extremely excited and afraid. It was too exciting. It was a pity that the recording was too blurry, and she could not hear the true sound of the universe at all. Otherwise, this kind of opportunity would be as terrifying as a dream. After all, it recorded the order and truth of all the laws of the universe. Nasira muttered to herself, this planet is too mysterious and terrifying. Even such a terrifying giant would find it difficult to enter such a secret realm, and would need to pay a huge price. Who sent me in? She was getting more and more afraid. The more she understood, the more she felt that there was an unimaginable force controlling everything. To be able to bring me here, could it be? Her face suddenly trembled, and her voice became hoarse as she muttered to herself, only by observing and understanding the concept of that kind of existence will it collapse into an established fact. She suddenly thought of something, turned her head, and saw a scene that she would never forget. There was a faint black shadow of destruction that she had seen in the picture just now. It seemed to be standing in a distant unknown space and time, quietly looking at her. This made a powerful person like her feel a chill down her spine. The fear in her heart fiercely gripped her beating bright red heart, and she could not help but cry out involuntarily, God. God of destruction. Hua la la. The God of destruction was hidden in the void. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, without joy or sorrow as he looked at her calmly. He was like an ancient mural in a different two-dimensional space and time, inlaid on the wallpaper of the vicissitudes of life, giving people a sense of unnatural reality. This. Nasira's mind was blank. She did not know what to do and could not even speak. It was not that she had not had any fortuitous encounters, entered incredible ancient secret realms, and seen all kinds of incredible and colorful historical sights. But the scene in front of her, the so-called fortuitous encounter, and the level of contact, had completely exceeded the scope of a fortuitous encounter. Suddenly, a faint ripple appeared around the God of destruction, and Nasira's figure disappeared. When she came back to her senses, she found that she had appeared in a special little courtyard. This is, la. The ground was green with mountains, rivers, and oceans in the distance. It was like a courtyard with everything. But it was different from the lively courtyard of the God of creation. Although the style and decorations were exactly the same, it was much more dilapidated. There was a sense of darkness and despair here, as if it was shrouded by the aura of death. This is the dimensional courtyard of the God of creation? In the interlayer between spacetime and spacetime. Nasira was curled up on the ground. She had naturally seen this scene in the forum before. She could not help but look around on the grass and felt that there was a slight difference. Suddenly, an incredible thought came to her mind. No, it's not right at all. This is the dimensional courtyard of the God of destruction. To be able to break through to the ninth order, her wisdom was definitely not weak. At the critical moment, her mind was clear and rational to the extreme. Although they usually laughed in the shop, refining mechanical Tao tools together, doing odd jobs at the bottom to earn resources, for existences like them, who did not start from scratch. Only by surviving countless ruins and fighting with others could they obtain a glimmer of hope and obtain unimaginable opportunities to break through to this level. Talent, wisdom, means, and luck were all indispensable. In this place, the so-called lowest level was nothing more than the relative lowest level. They were all mighty existences that stood above billions and trillions of living beings and galaxies. At this very moment, she quickly understood something. The one who sent her here was the God of destruction, and why did he send her here? It was because this was the place where karma interweaved, ancient history was recorded here, and it was also an arcane realm with the blood of eternal life. At the same time, it was also for her to understand the concept of the God of destruction through the civilization here and observe his existence. When she did, the God of destruction would truly appear in front of her and reveal his figure. Only by observing and understanding the other party's concept would it collapse into an established fact. God of destruction, Nasira screamed violently and looked around. Suji ignored her. Instead, he sat in the backyard and looked at the newly built environment around him with satisfaction. In front of the yard was originally the God of Creation yard, which was surrounded by a circle of yard walls. Behind it was a storeroom and some rooms. After all, although the yard in the village was simple, there were still quite a lot of rooms. He tore down these rooms and built a small backyard. The house was sandwiched in the middle. The courtyard of the God of Creation in front and the courtyard at the back formed a symmetrical pattern. It was also surrounded by a wall, creating a similar structure. In the yard, Suji sat on a chair and drank tea. He looked at the captured Nasira, who was still shocked, confused. He could not help but choose to wait for a while to let her calm down. As expected of a rank 9 who achieved enlightenment. It's like watching a bizarre horror movie. Such a huge impact has subverted the entire concept of cultivation, and yet she can still maintain a good calm. The Zerg's protective shield was naturally strong. However, it was an area of effect method with a very large coverage area. It was mainly used to shield one's aura and isolate tracking. The frontal defense against external enemies was still very small. After all, if the coverage area was larger than a huge galaxy, how much defense could it have? Although the overall strength of the Zerg was very strong, the highest degree of the protective shield could only resist the invasion of a disabled rank 9. He used this method to wrap her up. In that kind of environment, to forcefully capture her, it was considered extremely daring. At this moment, Xianxia finally regained her senses. Her 8 spider legs were on the ground, and her whole body was crawling on the ground. She did not dare to be presumptuous. She was respectful and trembling like a mortal praying to a god. She said, "The god of destruction in the dark. You let me observe your existence, observe your concept, and come here." She had already guessed that he needed her to do something. The concept of destruction that came from the future great collapse of the universe, was it finally going to appear in this golden age of the universe? Was there some kind of action? At this moment, sitting on the bench at the entrance of the courtyard, the existence took a sip of tea. He was shrouded in the most ancient and distant divine light, and his voice came from all directions. You should know everything. The Tao of the entire universe is not a dead thing. It is everything of everything. The creation of the world, and the return of the universe. The voice was soothing, giving people a feeling of vicissitudes, as if it was everywhere. It is like a step from a newborn to an old man. As it grows older, it becomes less alive and more dead. Light and darkness are alternating, and everything is slowly being replaced, the great collapse of the universe. As the voice fell into her ears, Xianxia looked at the scene of everything turning into particles and flowing back rapidly in front of her eyes. It was like a colorful firework ball that was being played back. At this moment, she seemed to see a future universe that did not belong to this timeline. There was a concept of destruction in the dark. Although it was not the will of the god of destruction, it still had to be the cancer of this world, eroding and destroying everything. This was authority, the authority that had to be fulfilled. They, as the concept of chaos that gathered all living beings, these two ancient supreme wills were just fulfilling the authority given to them by the entire universe. The fog in her eyes gradually dispersed. She saw some ancient historical existences and sensed some of the future. At this moment, she saw some ancient truths clearly, truths that the entire lower civilization did not know about on the network level. The so-called god of destruction was not a god of destruction at all. In fact, there was no such thing as a god of destruction in this world. She raised her head, and her expression became complicated. She looked at the ancient existence that exuded the aura of death. It was exactly the same tone, the same aura, the same appearance, the same actions. The so-called god of destruction, this mysterious existence that returned after the destruction of the world, was just a god of creation that gradually became old and old as time went by. He was like a newborn child that grew up with time. The entire universe was at its peak, but it gradually began to emit the aura of decay and destruction. He was like an old man in his twilight years, leaning on the throne and overlooking the destruction of the entire universe that was born and returned to silence with him. Prime and old, they should not have existed in the same time and space, because they were originally the same concept. However, there was a drastic change in front of her. The future god of creation was observed and understood, and it collapsed into an established fact. Appearing in this time and space, the universe returns to silence. Xianxia only felt a huge, chaotic will of countless creatures filling her heart. It was as if countless people were whispering in her ears. This will seem to be a mixture of countless creatures. Among it, she heard flying insects, birds, fish, fungi, and all living beings perishing, dying, and letting out the last wail of life, turning into a torrent. This is the sound of the end of the world. She suddenly had an unbelievable realization. This is only one. The only one. Everything is Dao-yi. Her voice was already so hoarse that it could not be hoarse anymore. She felt that the impact she received at this moment still filled her heart. It was like boiling hot blood beating wildly with her heart, as if her heart was about to explode at any time. It was like the Big Bang of the universe opening up the world. At this moment, she finally could not help but look at the legendary god of destruction in front of her, who was exuding the aura of death and destruction. Her voice became hoarse. She exclaimed and completely revealed the ultimate mystery of the universe. So, in this world, there is no such thing as a god of destruction. You are also a god of creation. The future time and space, the god of creation that is about to be destroyed and decayed. Xianxia's face turned pale. This was an indescribable complex emotion. The entire universe was the mother that gave birth to them. The god of creation was Taoyi, and also the entire universe itself. But at this moment, it was already, she looked at the blurry shadow in front of her. There were countless laws mixed in the ancient concept of the end of the Tao. This low-level civilization had not discovered it yet, but when she thought about it carefully, it was completely reasonable. The god of creation would descend when he was observed, watched, and understood the concept. In front of her was another future god of creation. Naturally, he would descend. This was how it should be, but the past and future self appeared in the same time and space. This was too unbelievable. The power of that evil god was too evil. It was close to the power of the primordial. Every part of her body had mastered different laws of the universe. Once again, they gathered together to form chaos. Taoyi, only she had the possibility to simulate the Genesis era and see the past and future. The universe was really mysterious. Xianxia's mind suddenly became clear. Suddenly, she had a feeling that she could die without regrets. Knowing this secret, it was enough for her to die without regrets. The god of destruction was still sitting on the chair. His voice was distant and filled with the vicissitudes of life. We are two sides of the same body, as the mixed will of all the material creatures in the universe, but in this time and space of the Golden Age, we meet again. Xianxia bowed her head. The world is collapsing, the universe is returning at an accelerated speed, the Terminator that does not belong to this time and space has descended from the future. I have to fulfill my duty, this is the meaning of my existence, but in this time and space, the power of life far exceeds death. The power that he holds is extremely small. It is far from 1/10 of his power, and he cannot completely possess his own authority, he can't even wake up, the two selves of time and space cannot exist at the same time. Are you willing to be my substitute? Part of the authority of the god of creation in its twilight years. As the so-called representative of the god of destruction, you will be in charge of the life and death of all species in the world. The voice was filled with vicissitudes of life and death. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. She had thought of many things, but she had never thought of this. How could it be such a terrifying opportunity, because she was clear about her own level and combat power. Why is it me? Xianxia could not help but ask. My aptitude is obviously not strong, my bloodline is obviously too weak, there is no use in solidifying it. Level 10 is the true limit, the closest existence to you. They have created the laws of the universe and have long been a part of your body. You are one, they are one of you, we're all equal. We're all my children. There's no why, the voice was mixed with the will of all living beings, chaotic and complicated. It was as if countless creatures were crying and wailing as they walked towards death. Crash, the god of destruction sat in front of the chair in the dimensional courtyard. Below him, there was a small stool. In the sky above the dimensional courtyard, a pure white pillar of light enveloped her body, seemingly waiting for her to make her final decision, waiting for her to sit on that small bench. I'm willing. Xianxia did not hesitate at all. She walked forward step by step, her expression firm and calm, with a trace of intense fanaticism, as if she was the most determined pilgrim. Every Taoist who surpassed the laws of the universe and could reach this realm was undoubtedly the most determined and fanatical pilgrim of the Great Way, pursuing the truth and uniqueness of the universe. Although she had fallen, and no longer had the chance to pursue the Great Way, who was not the same, as for Xianxia, she had become a fallen Taoist, lost the chance to pursue the Great Way, lost the possibility of reaching the limit of the Great Way. But at this moment, to her, everything was incredible, the Great Way was right in front of her, the end of the Great Way. The ultimate limit of the universe, the legendary, Tao One, everything was unprecedentedly close to her dream, he was the closest to the legendary One primordial Tao. Even an ultimate rank 10 existence wouldn't have such an opportunity like he had. The god of destruction's decaying aura was still lingering. This dimensional courtyard was completely different from the one she had seen before. The walls were dilapidated, decayed, and old. Even the house behind it seemed to have been in disrepair for a long time. It was as if after countless years, the dimensional courtyard that was about to be destroyed had experienced too many vicissitudes. One step, in the end, Nasiris sat on a small stool at the entrance of the courtyard, solemn and respectful. The god of destruction was silent for a moment, then smiled. Although only part of the authority is one of the secondary laws of Tao, the power of life and death, it can only be so. You can use this to become the queen mother of a race. Yes. She suppressed her excitement and used her slightly bloated spider body to carefully sit on the small stool below. In an instant, a terrifying power descended and carried out an unimaginable transformation on her. She completely relaxed her mind and accepted the impact and rush of the power. At this moment, Suji looked at this scene. It was very difficult to transform an external level 9 into a Zerg, and it required a huge amount of resources, although there seemed to be no change in the genes and bloodline. In fact, she had forcefully grown the 6th recessive gene of the Zerg race. This could only be gradually transformed if the other party did not resist. After all, it was not the infection method of the 3-pillar gods. For this time, in order to transform an external level 9, it can be considered as a gamble, and I have consumed a lot of resources. I have emptied a lot of resources from the ancient elemental ruins. Suji bowed his head. For him, with this kind of resources, transforming a level 9 could be used to cultivate many level 9 of the same level. I hope it will succeed. Suji took a deep breath and quietly watched her transformation. Nasira was in extreme pain and discomfort at this time, as if there was a mysterious force washing every part of her body. This was a pain more terrible than death. But she could bear it. After an unknown period of time, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at the empty dimensional courtyard. The god of destruction. He doesn't belong to this time and space. I'm afraid he has been assimilated by the god of creation. Nasira took a deep breath. She knew that if this was not the case, she would not have temporarily grasped a part of the power. Now, I feel that I have a strong power, the power closest to the original laws of the universe. She lowered her head and looked at the entire god of creation's dimensional courtyard. This was not a big place. I feel I have part of the power of the god of creation to reproduce species. She showed a look of disbelief and sat on the small stool. Yes, I have the creation of life, part of the supreme authority of the universe. I can also carry out a part of Genesis in this courtyard. Genesis, the endless origin that created countless lives, the core essence of the bloodline of the entire universe. Evolving thousands of lives. I feel like I can do it. She sat on a small stool and felt that she had some kind of mysterious authority. In this dimensional yard, she had unbelievable divine power. Let's try it first. She thought about the scenes of life she saw in the spore evolution in the dimensional yard of the god of creation. Countless lives multiplied and evolved in the ocean. They crawled out of the land and turned into plants, insects, birds, and beasts, evolving into endless possibilities. She closed her eyes and gently released a batch of her spider eggs. Whoosh! These spider eggs fell into the water. Genesis. She murmured, pursing her lips and staring nervously at the entire ocean. Whoosh! She saw her own spider eggs and her own descendants being bred crazily. The pure Muju race was evolving one by one. Why are they so small? Nasira looked at the super small members of her race floating in this ocean and was slightly surprised. Forget it, continue to evolve. Accelerate and create endless possibilities. A small body might actually be better. Because a large body would require the size of a habitable planet to undergo a genesis once. I wouldn't be able to afford it even if I were to be drained dry. As for the body size before me, I can overturn and repeat it countless times. There's no cost at all. However, we, the Muju race, have a history of 700 million years of life development since we started as plankton crawling onto the land and came to where we are now. Right now, we are already a relatively mature and powerful race, but now, we are still evolving again. Following our 700 million years of history, we will continue to evolve into a more distant future, a billion years, 1 billion years. She stared intently. She could only use her own spider eggs to release lives and evolve. At a rate that exceeded 10,000 times that of the Genesis, it was advancing crazily. After all, Suji allowed her to control the flow rate of the Genesis in this yard, and he did not give her the non-attribute spores produced by the Zerg Queen. Only the spores of the Zerg Queen had no attribute. They were the true cells of primitive life with unlimited possibilities. As for her spider spores, no matter how they evolved, they would have to evolve from their current spider race. There would be all kinds of branches and mutations, and the possibilities would be limited. After all, Suji was not a nanny. The spores had to be produced by himself. To be honest, the subbrain insectoid lair had spawned quite a lot recently. After all, it had only been half a year, perhaps the previous Zerg Queen mother wasn't as energetic and had been squeezed as much. In short, Suji felt that he might be a little overtired. In the past 10 days, which was more than 1,000 years, he had been dragging his delivery. He wasn't straightforward at all. Perhaps he was going to be in confinement. Right now, it was a good time to relax. This blank period was filled by others. Suji sat in the house and looked at the big spider beauty through the window in the backyard. It seems that the job of surrogate production is indeed feasible. After all, I've talked to her at that time. She's very knowledgeable in this area. After all, his judgment wasn't wrong. Every fallen person was an expert in this aspect. And Xianxia was one of the best among them, because her bloodline solidification talent was originally the spider storm style. At this moment, Xianxia was still exploring in the dark. Although I don't know why her body is so small, the mutation has happened too quickly. Now, only 10 million years have passed and she has degenerated, adapted to the marine environment, and became a water spider again. This is too bizarre. Under normal circumstances, 10 million years is not enough to evolve to this extent. Sure enough, this involves the highest law. She didn't know that she had become a Zerg and was naturally affected. The biggest difference between the Zerg and ordinary species was that it was very easy for them to mutate, evolve, and mutate. Their genes and bloodlines were extremely unstable. Because they were born with extraordinary bloodlines for evolution and mutation. For ordinary races, their extraordinary bloodlines were abnormally stable. Even after 5,000 years of evolution, they would not be able to achieve this effect. This is amazing. Xianxia took a deep breath. At this time, she couldn't think too much. With our race, a new mutation. Thinking back, in the history of our planet, the era when aquatic animals first appeared was called the Ancient Pearl Era. I will call it the New Ancient Era. She looked at the iteration and evolution of life. Gradually, these aquatic spider creatures began to regress into simple aquatic cell creatures, and even into seaweed. After a period of time, they vaguely began to walk on land. Gradually, beasts began to appear, and even plants began to appear. This is amazing. She couldn't help but exclaim, intoxicated by this extremely beautiful scene. The most beautiful scene in the entire universe was just the birth of life over a long period of time. In this situation, in just a few days, it will surpass the 700 million years of evolution of our Muju race. If this continues, the bloodline will soon mutate. It will no longer be my original bloodline, nor my weak solidified bloodline, but all kinds of strange bloodlines. Her eyes gradually brightened. However, a trace of silence gradually appeared on her face. Unfortunately, this dimensional yard of the god of creation only has a part of the power. The species that evolve here do not represent the cause and effect of the universe. The species that I evolve will not naturally appear on each budding life planet, become part of their life history, and become the natural life of the universe's life planets. If I want to bring these lives out, I can only put them one by one on the planets outside, artificially created life planets. After all, it was only a part of the power that she grasped, and it couldn't compare. However, it's a bit difficult for me to go down alone. She revealed a thoughtful look. The god of creation used some kind of method to let other creatures evolve in the yard, adding some ornamental value. Perhaps, he received an equivalent exchange from a certain existence. Or perhaps, it's because the god of creation has nothing to do, so he used this method to kill time. The specific reason still needed to be investigated. After all, it was still shrouded in fog. But for her, this model was indeed a good opportunity for development. She could try to recruit a group of talents to evolve life, some depressed existences, and some relatively powerful existences, maybe I can give it a try. She closed her eyes and thought about the possibilities. Their place is called Spore Evolution, which means new life. Then, this is the dimensional yard that is about to be destroyed. This game will be called Court of Silence. She also wanted to create a similar universe game. However, its open port was not here. Nor did she intend to open it to this inferior civilization. Instead, it was open to other places, such as her side, and to those from the fallen civilization. They are all special groups of people with great potential. Her eyes flashed with the light of wisdom, and her mind began to race. Like her, she had great potential. However, her own fate was not good enough, and her bloodline was too poor, causing her to be unable to break through. There were too many people who had reached Taoism, which one of them was not a great existence that had killed their way out of countless living beings and hundreds of millions of lives, transcending the universe. They were all super monsters among the elites. Even if they had not come into contact with this level of knowledge, it would be too easy for them to learn from the beginning. Even if it can indeed be opened on an ordinary low-level planet, given enough opportunities, there may be one or two powerful geniuses, such as the Alchemy Emperor and Mt. Akina. However, they are far inferior to these ready-made geniuses, who have already killed their way out of the planet and walked towards the supreme path. She sat on the small bench, planning and calculating. At this moment, she was extremely excited and cautious. She had a strong impulse to go all out. Since she had the fortuitous encounter that was closest to the great Tao, she had to do her best. It is naturally feasible to choose them, to come in and reproduce, as a young life form, to evolve into thousands of races. However, compared to ordinary people, there is a huge flaw. She frowned slightly. What was a level 9 Taoist? Soul and body as one. Every cell and every part of their soul would completely fuse to form a true self. They had long lost their soul, and their original body was their original body. Under such circumstances, they could not become or replace a new evolved species, and they had to start from the beginning to become the species to cultivate. Those ordinary people could naturally become the life inside, because they were ordinary people and had never cultivated. As for the Taoists, they could no longer do it. They simply separated a trace of their consciousness and came in to evolve into a species, but they could not truly become the species. This was the flaw of being powerful. From the looks of it, there is no benefit for them. She smiled. But is that really the case? She looked at the dimensional courtyard, her eyes bright. This is the origin of the great Tao. Just being able to see the mysteries of the evolution of life, learning knowledge from here, and trying to understand the origin of life is already a huge benefit for those who have achieved the Tao. She knew those people too well. He didn't need to give too much to those fallen Taoists. Just the slightest bit of benefit would be enough to motivate them to work for him. She carefully calculated and completed the details. When she felt that it was really feasible, she began to plan the next step. My main body has to stay in the dimensional court and become the substitute divine power. Naturally, I can't go out easily, but I can't let Xianxia go missing outside either. She narrowed her eyes. It just so happens that I also have a way to replace Xianxia outside. Crash. A Xianxia who looked exactly like him slowly walked out. This descendant was also at the 9th level, her clone descendant. However, this Xianxia was not in spider form, but in human form. Her humanoid body was covered with colorful stripes like a tattoo. She had hands and feet, and her slender fingers were like the legs of a spider. They were sharp and had a strange sense of beauty. You still have to help me give birth. Xianxia suddenly stood up slowly. When you run out of energy, go out and slowly recover your strength, pretend to be my clone, and open the port of the game. Yes. This huge spider suddenly stood up. A sticky humanoid girl covered in a transparent mucus stood up from the giant spider's body, dripping wet. Then, she let the clone sit inside. The clone slowly walked in and disappeared into the huge spider's body, leaving behind a human head. It became a new human-headed spider beauty, frantically giving birth to spider eggs. Suji's jaw dropped when he saw this extremely creepy and horrifying scene of a beauty coming out of a bath. This spider's body was a cockpit? No, it was a breeding cabin. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but be amazed. Was there such a way to pass the baton? Sure enough, these creatures of the Queen Mother of Catastrophe all had some tricks up their sleeves. In the aspect of explosive soldiers, forming a race army and natural disasters to invade one world after another, they really had a unique racial ability in this aspect. Turning around, Suji looked at the Zerg nest with a strange expression. It couldn't be, it was similar to a spider's body. He could also sit on it, leave a human head, turn into a human-headed insect, and make explosive soldiers, right? That scene was too beautiful to look at. Suji's eyelids twitched. At this time, Nasira looked at her other self. The human-headed spider was giving birth. She took a deep breath. Let her store the spider eggs first. After all, if I were to do all of this, even if I don't solidify my realm, I would still be exhausted. How scary was that? They were in the higher dimension now, not the lower dimension where they had a leisurely life. Here, it was a daily matter. Hundreds of millions of spider eggs a day, who could handle that? In less than a week, they would be squeezed dry. When she used explosive soldiers to rule the entire world, she didn't have such a huge workload. That was to be expected. Looking at the subbrain nest, although it had no combat power, it was still a level 10. The previous insectoid Queen Mother's ultimate level 10 body could no longer withstand Suji's frantic demands for more than half a year. After all, if they wanted to develop, they would have to crazily produce more soldiers. What more this little spider? She looked at this clone of hers. My talent is known to the public as bloodline solidification, which allows me to give birth to a descendant that is one level lower than me. That's why I became the Spider Queen. But in fact, not only can I solidify the descendant's bloodline, but I can also solidify the descendant's consciousness and turn it into a steel seal. It can make my descendant my puppet, never betraying me, and I can control the other's body at any time. That was why she could use the army of descendants under her command to conquer the entire world. Otherwise, without the means to control the disloyalty of her descendants, she wouldn't have been able to become the Spider Queen. It would be too stupid to completely expose her bloodline trump card to the outside world. She revealed half of her ability, which was just right. This descendant clone in front of her was her trump card. This was a level 8 deity that she gave birth to, and then she worked hard to cultivate and accumulate resources to help her break through to level 9. Unlike her original body, which had 3.5 bloodlines, this one only had 2.5 bloodlines, and was the weakest level 9. After all, it was too difficult to cultivate 3 bloodlines at the same time to break through to level 9. When her bloodline reached level 9, it became too weak, and she couldn't use storm flow. She really didn't want to give up, so she tried to use solidification to develop other uses. If I throw this descendant clone outside, if I don't use my full strength, I probably won't be able to see it. After all, the difference in genes and bloodlines isn't that big. She looked at this clone and said lightly, I originally thought that it would be almost impossible to give birth to another genius in my own race, and it would be almost impossible to cultivate and seize the Tao seed myself. It would be better for me to be this genius myself. I would control this descendant of mine, cultivate a perfect Tao foundation, and then seize the Tao seed. It's just that I didn't have enough resources, and this clone was about to die of old age while cultivating, so I let her break through. She couldn't even reach my previous realm. She could only be used as a support in combat, a very big failure. Fortunately, I didn't reveal this trump card to anyone. Nasira took a deep breath. After all, this talent of mine is a huge industry to them. It was true that his solidified innate skill was useless in battle at the moment, but it was much more useful in other aspects. She was very likely to be discovered, then captured and imprisoned, so that she could use this method to breed and solidify her descendants, so that she could work hard to control their cultivation and break through to level 9. She didn't need too many, just the weakest level 9 bloodline that had broken through would be enough. Then, she would bring a few level 9 descendants to open a special shop to satisfy the needs of other level 9 people who had achieved Tao. If they knew that I could control the cultivation of my descendants, they would definitely imprison me, and use all the resources, and make me live a boring and dark life of cultivation. I would become a breeding pig, and control and cultivate a bunch of level 9 clones. She trembled when she thought of this. This was too scary. After all, she was recognized as the #1 beauty. Why was she the most popular? At this level, everyone was basically in the most beautiful form of their race. She could be recognized as the most beautiful because she had 2 forms. For beast-type Taoists and humanoid Taoists, they both perfectly met their aesthetic standards, and could even satisfy some Taoists with special fetishes. One should not underestimate the demand in this area. Powerhouses were also flesh and blood beings, and also had biological instincts. They were not creatures of the same dimension, and would die with just a touch. In the long years, they could only solve it themselves. Admittedly, normal Taoists would naturally not be immersed in the love between a man and a woman, and there was also the pursuit of ascetics. However, fallen Taoists could not cultivate, had nothing to do, and would naturally think about human desires. Therefore, those evil existences had captured her to open a red light district, which was much more profitable than opening a low-profit machinery shop. Previously, when she was captured and controlled, she thought that her ability had been discovered. She was about to face an inhumane fate, a spider queen, becoming a money-making tool for other powerhouses, locked in a dark little house, unable to go out for the rest of her life, and a merciless tool for crazy breeding. Fortunately, I was able to have such a fortuitous encounter. I did not fall into the terrible fate that I have always been worried about. She looked at this narrow-dimensional yard, and sat on a small stool, feeling very satisfied. Looks like it's not bad. Suji sat in the room, sipping his tea and looking at the sky from the window. At this moment, she was still trying to reproduce in this dimensional yard and evolve countless life forms. He felt that his choice was good. Finding a queen zerg with explosive weapons in the form of a pyramid could also act as a temporary replacement. It seems that not only can I let the subbrain rest for a while, but half a year is also too tiring. I can also try the new structure, the new era structure of the level 9. Now, giving her the freedom to accelerate the development of her descendants' spider eggs, she can be considered a defective version of the Zerg Queen. The dimensional yard of the god of destruction. Suji was quite satisfied with this setting. And it might not be suitable for me to make this foreign version of the Spore evolution game. It's better to find a foreign agent to help with the operation. Maybe there will be some bigger surprises. Maybe, some powerful life forms will appear. He did not have a deep foundation, and his accumulation was not enough, so he had been working behind closed doors. In this aspect, he naturally could not compare to Xianxia, who had been here for a long time. She was definitely more familiar with the environment of the foreign server and would be more proficient in operating it. She knew how to cheat, how to use the wisdom of those who had achieved enlightenment. At this moment, even Xianxia could not help but sigh. Life was so wonderful. I can't believe that I am also a person blessed by the heavens. Xianxia thought back to the days in the shop of the Fallen's camp, where she made boring parts every day and earned some benefits as a reward for her hard work. After thoroughly sorting out the overall plan and preparing some things in this yard, she let this avatar descend to the outside world again and return to the coordinates. Voila, the space shook slightly and rolled. A human-headed spider beauty reappeared outside their mechanical spaceship Crimson Star. She silently felt her body at this time and muttered in her heart, "This spider queen has just been condensed. Although it doesn't have much effect, it should be enough for a superficial appearance." As soon as she approached, she saw Madura and the others rushing over. "Where did you go? What happened?" They were very nervous. They suddenly disappeared in the spaceship, invaded by some terrifying existence and forcibly taken away. They had been in an extremely vigilant state just now, guarding against unknown mysterious enemies. "It's okay, nothing happened. I suddenly passed by a planet and saw something, so I forced myself to stop for a while. I only managed to catch up now." Xianxia smiled slightly. The two of them were taken aback, but they didn't ask any further. It was good that he was fine. Although they were in the same group, he was still the leader of the group and had his own secrets. Soon, they returned to their original spot and continued to maintain the machinery. Everything seemed to have calmed down again. They continued to reorganize their structures and prepared to go to the front lines to participate in that earth-shattering war. As logistics, their strength was too weak, and their survival was uncertain. However, in order to enjoy the privilege of joining the alliance, he had no choice but to accept missions and fight on the front lines. After sitting down again, she looked at Madura. She was teaching the evil god, modifying machines, and teaching the little girl all sorts of knowledge. "That's not how you do it. You have to modify it like this. You have to use these laws to slowly layer on top of each other in order to achieve perfection. And you're actually researching mechanical armors. You're just a little girl. Mechanical armors aren't something we can afford to play with. They're small in size, agile, and have high energy levels. They're far inferior to our bulky Dao artifacts, which means that they're more powerful and require more resources. Nasira's face darkened slightly as she suppressed the panic in her heart. Quantum life form, evil god, Iron Base's daughter, and... She turned her gaze and looked at the man whom she had always thought was living off a woman. He was still sitting on the chair, drinking tea with a calm expression. He was reading the station's newspaper leisurely, revealing a touch of horror. This person should be Renamansa, the ancient forbidden existence that is said to be terrifying to the extreme. Her combat power is comparable to that of an ancient god, her body is comparable to the energy level of a star. I'm afraid that she alone is enough to crush the three great abysses blue sky venerable. She did not know this at all before. At first, they had thought that it was just an ordinary weak 9th rank who had brought along his family to join their weak group. But now, after reading that piece of history, she knew what had happened in the universe garden and knew a lot of details. She could not help but shiver. Perhaps, this was karma. She looked at the terrifying evil god girl who was wholeheartedly asking for advice and felt goosebumps all over her body. It was her, using an unimaginably terrifying fusion of laws, Genesis, but, what are they doing here? Are they just traveling around? Or are they observing, the ancient gods from before, observing the Buddhists? She seemed to have seen something. Sister, why are you in a daze? Shurji looked at Nasira with a puzzled expression. No, nothing, Nasira quickly replied. Although this little girl was very small and cute, in fact, her original body was the size of half a planet. Her life form was extremely powerful. Naturally, she could not show any abnormalities. Nasira continued to ponder. It seems that the players on the internet, the Buddhist system of the ancient gods, have underestimated Renamanka's means. They never thought that the other party would follow us and hide here. The fallen civilization was on the first level, surrounding the Buddhists. The ancient gods and the others were on the second level, observing the war between the Buddhists. It did not matter whether they won or lost. Renamansa was on the third level, laughing at the war between the ancient gods with his daughter and the evil god. These existences were too terrifying, and their calculations were extremely deep. And I am on the fourth level. She narrowed her eyes and secretly observed Renamanka, who was reading the newspaper. She chuckled and said, "They don't even know of my existence. I've observed the movements of both civilizations and know all their details. I've observed them all." She had observed the forums on the internet and remembered everything. It was not just for show. The 9 revolutions mysterious art, the original substance, the alchemy emperor, the speed of Mount Akina, the quantum civilization, the small TV. There were too many powerful and heaven-defying abilities that made her dumbfounded. She had to admit that her knowledge was indeed shallow before, but it was different now. She knew that the god of creation was no longer a country bumpkin. In this war, I want to hide in the dark. There are many fallen who have met with the same fate as us, and they are also afraid of their own deaths. It's also a good time to develop the court of nirvana. She observed Renamansa and the 2 sisters around him. Get ready to bring in a group of players. If necessary, bring in some even more powerful existences, such as this evil god girl, Planet Stone, and the unimaginably powerful Renamansa. Her breathing was completely rapid, and her face could not help but turn red with excitement. Her eyes were bright, and she smiled faintly. Even existences as powerful as the weak 10th level, the evil god, and even Planet Stone, would be dumbfounded by the god of creation's dimensional court and become a spore player to work for me, right? Existences of this level, weaker than a rank 10, were knowledgeable, and had seen unimaginable worlds, transcendent ruins, and mythical bloodlines over a long period of time. But the god of destruction's dimensional courtyard, the origin of species, the evolution of endless bloodlines, and the transcendent. The origin of life in the universe must be an unimaginable scene for them. Even powerful existences like these hidden existences would be stunned, right? Although she thought that way. She treated Shurji and the terrifying evil god like before. She taught them the mechanical system and did not show any mercy. When the two of them did something wrong, she would immediately scold them and correct them, as if she did not know their identities. Hide. She had to hide. But I can't attack them first. I can't even do the first batch of experiments on Medora and the others. After all, it's too easy to arouse suspicion, and I don't have much confidence. I have to try on other weaker rank 10 existences first, she thought in her heart, and her eyes narrowed into crescents. Just nice, the logistics team we're going to go to is as weak as us. Suji was still holding the newspaper of the fallen civilizations, sitting on a chair and reading it seriously. He glanced at Xianxia next to him, then lowered his head and continued reading as if nothing had happened. It seems that the spokesperson of the god of destruction will soon get into character and get on the right track. Whoosh. They traveled and jumped in the high-dimensional space. After a few months, which was a journey of tens of minutes in the real world, they finally arrived at the target galaxy. Many rank 9 Daos gathered here, on a barren, pitch-black planet. In the sky, many mechanical cities floated. There were even some mechanical armors that were tens of meters tall, and there were even palm-sized Dao artifacts, whips, swords, and hammers. So strong, so many, Inspector. You have to know that every inspector has the combat power of a perfect Daos. They're too strong. When can our team be like them? This is the first time we've left the station to participate in such a large gathering since joining. Medora, Xianxia, and the others descended, and they were shocked to see this scene. It was simply spectacular. They were like country bumpkins entering the city. After all, they were indeed rank 9 Daos from the countryside, self-taught, and this was the first time they had seen such a grand scene. Numerous existences formed a huge mechanical galaxy, floating in the air in fragments. Medora looked at Little Rock and taught it seriously. Now, there are mainly 3 types. There are mechanical airships that are comparable to continents, mechanical armors that are only dozens of meters long, and mechanical Dao artifacts that are the size of palms. The 3 of them were different types, not in terms of strength. All of them possessed fighting prowess comparable to that of a patrol inspector. However, the smaller one's physique was, the more agile they would be. Do you see that longsword? That's because they usually use subspace to store energy. They use neutron star density to compress it. Neutron star mechanical battle sword. When Shiji saw this scene, she felt a sense of familiarity and coolness. She looked at Xianxia and said, "Sister, there are too many. I've seen more than half of the legendary inspectors on the list." What did this mean? It meant something terrifying. The seriousness of the war was much greater than they had imagined. It could be considered an all-out battle. One had to know that the combat power of the Buddhists was only average even if they killed 7 inspectors in one fell swoop. There were more than 1,000 inspectors. That pillar god of the Buddhists was not worth it at all. It was like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Sending out 200 inspectors was enough to crush them. Now, more than half of the entire civilization had been mobilized. Yes, things are more serious than we thought. At this moment, a few rank 9 teams that were as weak as them came over. The leader was a strong man. He said, "Let me introduce myself. We are from Milu City. My name is Kars. We are here to participate in the logistics team's mission." Xianxia smiled and replied, "We are also the logistics team. Then we will be together for a while." Cows looked at the sky and said, "We came here first. There are already all kinds of rumors circulating here. It's said that although the Buddhists are not strong enough to threaten us, they are an extreme counter to our mechanical civilization. The Blue Abyss celestial region might intervene and even become the fuse for our war." Fuse? How could the weak Buddhists be the fuse for the war between the 2 giants? The Blue Abyss celestial region dares to start a war with us? Haven't they been running? We have 10 times as many enlightened beings as they do. Medora was shocked. It's just a civilization that has existed for 500,000 years. Previously, the Blue Abyss celestial region had been running and hiding. They did not dare to fight them head-on because the difference in overall strength was too great. After all, they were individuals, steadily cultivating their strength step by step. With the help of external objects in the technological field, their strength had naturally expanded greatly. One had to know that it had been more than 100 years since the establishment of the Fallen Alliance. They had continuously expanded their territory, explored the surrounding galaxies, expanded their territory, and discovered new civilizations and life forms. As they expanded, they had explored 1,000th of the territory of the entire super-galaxy cluster. There were already more than 10 weak rank 10 civilizations that they had discovered and killed. Their Taoist seeds were divided by the higher-ups. However, those existences had obtained Taoist seeds, but it was said that they did not break through and died of old age. It was said that the current rulers of the fallen civilization had been changing for many generations. In any case, it was said that they were all weak rank 10 existences. However, after obtaining Taoist seeds, they belonged to the weakest rank 10 existences. More than 1,000,000 years of civilization history. Even though no one had truly taken that step, and they were all changing and dying, they were still operating. The foundation they had was unimaginably huge. The other party actually wanted to fight back. Of course, more than 1,000,000 years was not the oldest civilization they had ever seen. The oldest civilization they had ever seen had not reached the end of the path and stepped into the ultimate realm, but it had still existed for more than 3,000,000 years before perishing. More than 3,000,000 years was already the longest ancient civilization they had ever discovered. After all, the world was too big. They might not even be able to guarantee their survival. Perhaps they would perish in less than 1.5 million years. Some kind of existence would be destroyed. After all, the universe was a vast and boundless dark forest. No one knew when a hunter stronger than them would appear. It is undeniable that the Blue Abyss celestial territory is the strongest weak rank 10 civilization we have ever seen. Ordinary weak rank 10 civilizations do not even live for 100,000 years. If they don't break through, they will perish. This is the first civilization to surpass the 100,000 years curse and reach more than 500,000 years. When we first met them, they were already very strong. Xianxia said softly. But they dared to fight back against us. It might be because they have obtained that so-called Joss Flame civilization, and their confidence has greatly increased. But no matter what, we still have to be careful. Yes, we have to be careful. Cart smiled and led the few people behind him to look at the few female Taoists in front of him with a burning gaze. He was very attentive. If the other party is smart, the first one to attack will definitely be us who are in charge of logistics and support. We have to cooperate with each other to have a chance of survival. Yes. The few Taoists at the side were attentive, as if they had not seen women for tens of thousands of years. Their eyes were dry. They can even catch up to this? Suji put down the newspaper in the distance. A big spider, a dog-headed monster, and a jelly girl. He was secretly impressed. Sure enough, when they reach the level of Taoists, they have already transcended the rules and laws of the universe. Their dimension is very high, and they have already reached the great harmony of the world. It's not that I, a new practitioner who has only entered the sect for less than a year, have a superficial view of women. I can't understand their thinking just by looking at their appearance and race. True love indeed transcends race and form. Suji sighed and could not be bothered to think too much about it. Soon, they began to gather together and form a region. Many powerful patrol envoys also began to float out in all directions to search and investigate. They began to provide some mechanical parts at the back, such as the replacement of the universal power furnace, and so on. Suji sat in the shop very leisurely, still reading the newspaper. He saw some inspectors enter the shop, customize, modify, buy some parts, and then leave. Suji saw this and frowned slightly. They were all extremely powerful existences, and he could not touch them now. The three pillar gods were now hiding everywhere, and he was afraid that they would not be able to hold on for long. During this period of time, Kars, who was next door, and some of the existences that he had just met also frequently came over to curry favor. It was quite lively. But soon, after lying dormant for a period of time, Xianxia, who was a tolerant spider, finally began to make a move, revealing her poisonous fangs. Kars, the green-skinned humanoid with wrinkled skin and muscles that looked like a piece of cloth, walked on the streets of the entire political district. He had just chatted with Xianxia and the others and returned to his station. I don't know how many years have passed since this war. Kars took a deep breath, and a trace of longing flashed in his eyes. Madura. I quite like that Taoist. An existence of his level was not qualified to touch a female Taoist. But there were also exceptions. Some female Taoists believed in sincerity and true love, and were willing to rely on each other and fight together, and he himself was also a person who believed in true love. For example, he felt that he had fallen in love at first sight. In the long 100,000 years of darkness, no one wants to be alone, they all want to have a partner. Carr smiled. It's difficult, too difficult. There were very few female Taoists, but it was not because the ratio was too great. They could not find one in front of them because most of them had become subordinates of the powerhouses and inspectors. In a world where the strong were respected, the weak did not deserve to have a woman. The few of us have to work hard. Cars looked at the few team members beside him. They are clean, this is our chance to use love and our sincerity to influence them, to prove that we really want to live with them. As they walked, they suddenly saw a strange mechanical part on the ground. This kind of situation was not strange here, there were machines everywhere. Cars picked it up and looked at it casually. It seems to be some kind of game login port? I wonder what kind of game it is, someone beside him said. Although most of them were born in the transcendent system, after coming here, machines, online games, and virtual worlds were also tools for them, who had nothing to do in the fallen civilization, to kill time, so they were not surprised. Let's bring it back and have a look. They did not mind. Maybe it was dropped by some existence, the games of other civilizations are still worth looking forward to. Very soon, they returned to their own machine shop. After finishing some work and confirming that there were no backups or dangers, they tried to log into the game. Very soon, the most common language of the universe appeared in their mind. Court of Nirvana, born in the land of nothingness, walking the path of time. Whoosh. Everything before them was pitch black. Cars felt as if he had turned into the most primitive cellular organism, wandering in the deep dark ocean, slowly rising and falling. He instantly understood what was going on. Life evolution game? That's interesting. The evolution of life has countless possibilities, and it requires a huge amount of computing power to carry out virtual deductions. There is a powerful person constructing this game. He sighed with emotion. It's just that life is full of miracles, and there are too many variables. At present, I can only simulate it and cannot achieve the true degree of reality. But to him, this was still a very frightening game. He actually felt endless possibilities in an instant, so he began to try to evolve it. It reminds me of the history of our planet's evolution era, and the law of our race's evolution. I'm starting to miss it. Let's follow the path of our race. He laughed. He continued to wander in the ocean, and gradually felt a trace of shock. There was a hint of reality, and it was actually in the form of muscles, but their race seemed to fit together. Strange, it's a little too strange. It's so real. Could it be that the celestial venerables accidentally left an entrance in the world's history deduced here? He continued to evolve, and he became more and more shocked. Because it was too real, and it had already begun to possess the power of his race's bloodline. This gave him a terrifying sense of reality, as if he continued to evolve like this, another race similar to him would appear. Finally, he walked out of the ocean, climbed ashore, and became a terrestrial species. He saw a mysterious existence. It was tens of thousands of feet tall. It sat on a small stool at the entrance of the courtyard, drinking tea and looking at them quietly. Its whole body was shrouded in divine light, and it existed for eternity. It muttered to itself, creating this era, I wonder where it will be placed in the entire universe? At this moment, Cars had just evolved a brand new species and climbed ashore, leaving the surface of the sea. He saw this vast creature shrouded in fog, sitting on a chair, drinking tea, and muttering to himself. He was instantly dumbfounded. This scene was quite a shock to him. The person who designed this game designed such an unknown level of existence in the game? Creating an era, coupled with the scenes of the origin of life here, it goes without saying what he's doing. Isn't he too daring? Cars was so shocked that he opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Although it was very natural for existences like them to design some little toys to play with and entertain themselves. The situation in front of him was like two existences playing chess for entertainment. However, it must be known that the more powerful the person was, the greater the existence that surpassed the laws and rules of the universe, the more they would maintain a heart of reverence for the entire universe and nature. They wouldn't be so rebellious and pompous. Only those mortals would go against the heavens at every turn, pointing at the heavens and scolding them for being heartless and unjust. As a great existence of the universe that surpassed all laws, billions of cells in his body that had achieved the Tao had created countless extraordinary worlds. To mortals, he was already the so-called heavens. Too daring. I haven't seen such a daring existence in a long time. This mysterious game's entrance that I picked up is getting more and more extraordinary. He muttered to himself, organizing his thoughts, and muttered, perhaps, for me, this is a kind of fortuitous encounter. The difference between those who achieved the Tao was also like the difference between heaven and earth. If some powerful and mysterious existence from the universe had created this game out of a whim, then he would be able to benefit a lot from it even if he was just a little bit of it. As expected, going to the front line, I can encounter some wonderful opportunities. After all, danger and opportunity coexist. He continued to evolve species, observing in secret, very patiently. The greatest mystery of the universe is life, and the greatest mystery of life is the origin. A terrifying taboo giant has created a game to deduce the entire universe. Fortunately, he felt that he hadn't been discovered. The various strange species that crawled out of the surrounding sea were just one of them. These species struggled together, evolved, reproduced, and appeared all kinds of rapid evolution at a visible speed. I wonder if the owner of the game has noticed that an outsider has entered? Of course, from his point of view, this existence might just be a setting, a background board in the courtyard of this game. It might not even notice or care about evolved players like them. Whoosh. He hid in the dark and continued to evolve, turning into a green-muscled cloth-like creature. This was similar to his own race's game. After all, his understanding of his own race was the deepest. I wonder where the others who came in with me are. They should be hiding in the vast cellular creatures and evolving, right? He continued to evolve, and the more he evolved, the more astonishing he felt. The entire process was the same as the players in the past. They only had one feeling. It was too real. The degree of reality was simply fascinating. If one were to say that simple algal cell marine organisms were still within the range of computing power they could handle. Then, after climbing onto dry land, life began to undergo a great explosion, becoming diverse. The miracles and source of life contained within weren't things any creature could calculate. This was because no matter how much data you had, it was all virtual. The calculations weren't real, and the species you calculated were all fake. This was the setting of this game, not the real universe. He began to think again. In this game, it's just like in reality. I can't see anything wrong with it. You should know that every bloodline of a powerful transcendent bloodline race contains a rule. In order to evolve a transcendent bloodline with endless possibilities, this game must completely conform to all the rules of the real universe. This is simply impossible, because a perfect simulation is no different from the real universe. Kars was gradually horrified. At this moment, he had already begun to sense something extremely terrifying. This mysterious game was definitely not something that a weak level 10 existence in the Blue Abyss realm or the fallen civilization could create. At least, it must be a level 10 existence, an ultimate level 10 existence at the end of the Tao. Could it be that some existence stole this thing from a level 10 ancient relic and left it here? His face was flushed. Controlling this weak creature, he began to breathe rapidly. Even my breathing is so real. When I'm nervous, I can already feel that as I breathe intensely, I'm beginning to evolve rapidly. I'm adapting to the rapid breathing rhythm. Bigger lungs and organs have appeared. Survival of the fittest, natural selection. He crouched on the ground and began to do push-ups. What kind of environment will produce what kind of species? I just need to use evolution to apply all kinds of strength. For example, I'm training my forearms crazily. After generations, they will adapt and produce creatures with powerful arm strength. As expected, he found that his muscles were evolving rapidly, and there was a trend of becoming a muscular life form. Endless, unimaginable. Life is so long that it can be calculated in hundreds of millions of years, but in this place, it can be quickly deduced. He was increasingly aware of the horror within. When a powerful bloodline was no longer as precious as the Blue Abyss realm, it could evolve, deduce, and create miracles of life. What did this mean? It meant too much. Not to mention anything else, at the very least, he could deduce many miracles of life in this courtyard. Even an ultimate level 10 existence at the end of the Tao might not be able to do it easily. Perhaps, it's the most powerful kind of level 10. He curled up even more and looked at the mysterious existence who was drinking tea. Whoosh. She was still whispering softly, sipping her tea lightly as she looked down at the entire dimensional courtyard. In front of her, the mountains and rivers in the entire courtyard, as well as the tiny creatures, seemed to be a sand table that she had casually deduced. It was as if the entire universe was in her hands. She lowered her head, sipped her tea, and sat in front of the courtyard. She said lightly, controlling a part of the entire universe, and the unification of the Tao is one of them. But it's just carrying out a part of the power. Life is of utmost importance, but after countless genesis, birth and death, I wonder if there will be some surprises. Kars, who was still evolving, was completely unsettled. Setting, it must be the background setting, because the words in it were too exaggerated. But even if it was a setting, wasn't it a little too exaggerated? He couldn't think of what kind of great existence was behind this to be able to set up such a game. He felt like he was exploring an ancient ruin. It was fascinating, and there were endless possibilities for him. At this moment, the sense of degeneration and loss of hope that he hadn't felt for a long time, as well as the sense of novelty, surged into his heart again. Even if the unification of the Tao transcends life and death, takes a part of the Tao-yi, controls the laws of life, becomes the representative of the entire universe, and looks down on billions of gods, it's still. At this moment, the mysterious existence sat on the bench. Her voice was full of regret. I can't help it. This voice was filled with deep regret, as if it had traveled through an eternity. That existence flicked her fingertips and gently scratched the ground. A small blade of grass suddenly evolved into a shrub. At this moment, the shrub grew rapidly and turned into a big tree. This tree was green and lush. The evolution of living beings seemed to have condensed in an instant, transcending billions of years of time, as if it had come from ancient times. That existence gently grabbed the fruit of that tree and gently placed it into her mouth. It was incomparably leisurely and peaceful. It tastes sweet. The fruit condensed from billions of years of life is also delicious. When Carr saw this scene, he was completely shocked. An unbelievable thought came to his mind. Could it be that this wasn't a game at all, but the real world? The existence in front of him was a living existence, a supreme existence of the universe. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he looked at the mysterious existence sitting on the bench in the courtyard. It was taking root and germinating crazily, almost out of control. Real existence. It was not unreasonable for him to think this way. After all, according to the Blue Abyss God realm, there was a genius archaeologist, Mill. He studied the ruins of various ancient civilizations, excavated cultural relics, and did all kinds of archaeology. He proposed the famous Mill's 3 ultimate conjectures, which guessed what kind of existence a rank 10 ultimate existence would exist in that realm. After all, for these powerful and weak rank 10 civilizations, they had already begun to deduce the path of rank 10. And the Blue Abyss God realm was their opponent. How could they not understand? Among them, the third conjecture was a rank 10 existence created its own Tao and became an ultimate existence. It had already raised the dimension and become a new concept of the laws, but that kind of existence also had a lifespan. The length of its lifespan depended on how long it resisted the erosion of the universe. When it could no longer resist, it would be assimilated by the entire universe, assimilated with its Tao, and become a part of the laws of nature, enriching the entire universe. This was the famous universe assimilation theory of the Blue Abyss God realm. Could it be that this existence is some extremely powerful ultimate existence that has already grasped part of the power and become a part of the laws, but is unable to escape the fate of the entire universe and assimilate itself? It is trying to find a way to transcend, but is still gradually being assimilated? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Karz's mind. He was extremely shocked as he looked at this ancient and mysterious existence. Rank 10, ultimate, it was probably a very powerful one. It had resisted for who knew how many billions of years, and was still here. He felt that this conjecture was very likely. After all, to be able to control this kind of origin law of the universe and use part of its power was already too incredible. And this existence's murmur seemed to confirm this point. Where am I? In a rank 10 garden yard, and the game port that leads to this land, what is it? Cars was completely shocked, so shocked that it was hard to imagine, and looked at the vast forbidden existence drinking tea. At this moment, Xianxia was still drinking tea with a calm expression, but in fact, the other party was very nervous, and she was also a little nervous. He is still looking at me, I must drink tea, make a good posture, maintain dignity. Whoosh. She conjured another fruit and pretended to eat it calmly. Although I don't know why I did it, it represents the concept of the great Tao, so there must be a deeper meaning behind it. I just need to imitate it. There was also a demonstration, so she just had to follow along. Otherwise, she would be at a loss. Everything I've said is the truth, such as assimilation, partial control of the law of life. However, I didn't reveal the existence of the god of destruction or anything else, so it's not a lie. However, her words could easily lead to some kind of misunderstanding. Right now, she wanted to disguise herself as an ultimate being who was gradually assimilated by the laws of nature. After all, she had naturally heard of Millie's 3 great ultimate conjectures, just like everyone else. This would explain the principles behind the dimensional courtyard, as well as her existence. As for Millie's conjecture, was it true? What did this have to do with her? Whether it was true or not, it had nothing to do with her. She was just indirectly revealing it, and they would guess in this direction. This way, even if it was false, nothing would happen to her if it was proven to be false in the future. This way, I can disguise myself as a level 10, the strongest kind of level 10 ultimate being who is about to be assimilated in this courtyard. As someone who controls the law of life, this logic is the easiest to accept. She was very smart, and she knew the best way to deal with such existences. As for the god of creation? The god of destruction, she felt that these existences who had achieved the Tao would not believe it, and would seriously doubt it. After all, their horizons were there, and they were all country bumpkins. Naturally, they would not believe it. Even if she knew it was true, it was difficult for them not to believe it, so she thought of a way to make them believe it. It could be said that she had put a lot of thought into it. As for why I won't let them know the truth? The god of destruction? The god of creation? Her heart was very heavy. How can I let them know? That is the greatest secret in the universe. Observing him and understanding his concept will collapse into reality. How can I let outsiders obtain such an opportunity? She sat on the chair and looked at these existences. Since they were also taking the same route, and the same small courtyard area, it meant that the number of players in this game would not be too many. They were also taking the route of elite soldiers. She estimated that there would be 200 spots at most. I hope these players can surprise me, she said seriously as she sat in the courtyard. Whoosh. At this moment, Carts and the others had already come out. They looked at each other, a little unnatural with fear. After a long silence, they came up with the first sentence. You guys, to what extent have you evolved? I have evolved a good species, probably not bad, and the bloodline is already considered strong. I have evolved my own race, about 50% to 60% similar, and the bloodline is also somewhat similar. They each reported the situation, and the conclusion they came up with was very shocking. It was indeed like nature, with infinite possibilities, the future of life. What is this situation? Someone exclaimed. This game is too heaven-defying. Great Tao, that existence in the courtyard may be an ultimate existence. Do you still remember Millie's 3 ultimate conjectures? They quickly thought of this as well. While they were still hesitating, holding the game entrance of the mechanical box, their nerves were tense, for fear of destroying even a little bit of it, treating it like a treasure. If it is a level 10, how is it possible that there is a game port that enters his courtyard? To be honest, according to my careful observation, that existence may no longer have any self-awareness. It is somewhat conventional and old-fashioned, and may have lost most of its self. They were secretly observing this, naturally, because Xianxia deliberately wanted to be seen. An ancient ultimate existence that is gradually losing itself? I didn't expect that we would have such a day. Our team has struck it rich. It seems that according to Millie's conjecture, this existence has reached the end of its lifespan and is not far from being completely assimilated. But this existence may have lived for billions or even tens of billions of years, right? I'm afraid it is the strongest type of level 10, because it has mastered the core of the law of life. They were discussing with each other, very excited and very enthusiastic. Originally, they were extremely lifeless and full of despair, but their eyes were shining with hope. Too strong, this fortuitous encounter was simply too strong. They were so happy that they felt as if their youth had returned, as if they had returned to their teenage years. They wanted to excitedly walk on the street and shout to vent their excitement. Everyone, don't be anxious. Calm down, we must calm down. Let's analyze again, how did this game port appear? I'm afraid it is a secret treasure left behind by an ancient civilization. That's right, how did it end up here? Could it be that it is looking for its own fated person? After all, some powerful ancient civilizations have certain settings and mechanisms. Once a suitable inheritance appears in the vicinity, it will appear in front of them. Maybe. I feel that there are two possibilities for this game port. The first is that this 10th rank existence designed it for his civilization and descendants to have an audience with himself. It gave him a great opportunity. But as time passed, this existence's time of consciousness gradually decreased, and the civilization of his people was also destroyed, so the port of that year ended up here. What about the second possibility? The second possibility is that another level 10 ultimate existence discovered this unimaginably powerful existence and his garden. He realized that this existence was gradually losing his mind, so he used this level 10's garden to establish a game port for his own descendants. Probably all the same. Then let's think about how to use it. Let's try to evolve it first. After a few days, they began to be addicted to the game, unable to extricate themselves. Medura and the others began to feel strange. Those guys, whenever they have no work to do, they would come to us to get close to us. Why had they disappeared recently? Humph, I knew that those guys have no perseverance. They are just lusting after our beauty, the dog-headed lady said. Nasira was very proud and said lightly, we have to send the second batch. But not here, the front line. We have to think of a way to send them to the front line. The front line was very easy. Very quickly, she sneakily threw another game login into a certain void at the front lines. Very quickly, it was picked up by a team of inspectors. This team had quite a lot of people, a total of 7 stage 9 experts, and they were all from the same family. Where is this? How is this? Soon, they began to be surprised. And Cars, with his own race, also began to find that the number of people here had increased. Cars's face darkened. At this time, the 3 people in his team were already a powerful Tyrannosaurus vertebrae on land. He sneered and said, it seems that someone has entered this transcendent small world. Kill them, we can't let them evolve into any powerful creatures. Who are you? Where is this place? You want to kill us? It seems that there is a great secret here. How can you be so ruthless? These powerhouses were not to be trifled with. This game was quite interesting. It seemed that it was just a primitive war between animals. Their race was originally some kind of marine reptile life form, so they had a deep understanding of this aspect. Soon, they evolved a species to counterattack. Boom, in the Court of Quiescence game sand table, the mysterious transcendent world war broke out. Sitting on the chair, Nasira smiled and looked at the little animals under her feet waging war in the ocean. She picked up a notebook. In the primordial era of Mengzhu, all kinds of animals exploded. The species flourished, and the heroes fought for beauty. The terrestrial vertebrates became the overlords of the era, but they did not dominate for long. The marine invertebrates were born, and the 2 heroes fought for supremacy, starting the first long era of species war. What was that existence doing? While Cars was fighting these weak marine reptiles, he turned his head and looked at the mysterious existence. He was holding a pen and seemed to be recording something. He felt that everything was too mysterious. What was the meaning of this? Taking notes. This was a new era. Nasira was also a little nervous at this time. She took a deep breath, sat on the chair, and muttered in her heart, this should also be following some kind of rule, I just need to imitate it. Although I can't make the corresponding Great Tao law, and the posture is just an empty appearance, but the appearance still needs to be there. After all, there was no harm in doing this. As the weakest ordinary rank 9, she was still very flustered. She felt that there were many principles that she did not understand. She was afraid that she would be discovered by those powerful existences and expose some flaws. She was a fake. If she did not want to be discovered from her daily actions, she only needed to imitate the actions and behavior of the real existences. Fortunately, I have observed their actions secretly. Even their posture is similar. Xianxia took a deep breath and ate a bright red round fruit. She sat on the chair and felt that she had a heavy responsibility. At this time, Kars's group was a group of ordinary Tyrannosaurus muscular lifeforms, the size of ants. They were fighting against the marine reptiles in the ocean. It looked very intense. In fact, it was just the ordinary lifeforms of both sides fighting. There was no extraordinary power cultivation system. After all, everything had just started to rise. Although these lifeforms might be talented, they had not had the time to display their talents and cultivate. They were still evolving crazily. Boom, the ocean was tumbling. It was like Godzilla fighting a giant shark. Both sides brought their own evolved races to fight. It gave people the feeling of a huge disaster movie. Obviously, the other team of inspectors had also noticed that something was wrong. They were seriously playing this Court of Nirvana game. The evolved species were fighting against each other. Kars, who was on the opposite side, was not to be outdone. He was ruthless. Perhaps in other areas, I can't beat you, but here, everyone is starting from scratch. I also have the advantage of being the first to start. I'm much earlier than you guys. How can I not beat you? Boom. Both sides were rapidly evolving and restraining each other. A wonderful evolutionary drama had begun. Both sides were chasing each other. This is called natural selection, survival of the fittest. Which of these Taoists wasn't a ruthless person? Strong possessiveness? Even though he hasn't discovered anything and is still shrouded in fog, he has already sensed that this place is extraordinary. He wants to monopolize this opportunity and rule over this courtyard. Xianxia lowered her head and looked at the battle between the two sides. She commented seriously, to them, this is equivalent to fighting over the territory of an ancient ruined civilization. The war soon came to an end. Kars still relied on his first mover advantage. His mature species had completely wiped out the other party's evolved marine reptile race, completely wiping out the other party's race and becoming a speck of dust in history. Damn it. On the other side, in a mechanical spaceship, a tall dark blue fleshy winged dragon opened its eyes, revealing a touch of brutality. That place, what the hell is that place? We were all killed while playing a game. Who is the other party? This game connects the ports of the various galaxies in the entire universe. Are we facing opponents from unknown dimensions? Could it be that some inheritance is searching for a successor to pass the trial? Quickly log back into the game. This time, they will evolve again and rise in the dark. They will blend in with those ordinary creatures, develop for a period of time, and then attack them. Leader, our mission is to patrol the area of this area and hunt down those Buddhists. Don't worry, the work of hunting down the enemy can be put aside. The group of them entered once again to avenge their previous humiliation. As inspectors, they were above countless existences and dominated the life and death of countless creatures. They didn't know how long it had been since they had suffered such humiliation. However, when they entered this time, their faces instantly sank. You can only revive 3 times. Once the number of revivals is used up, you will be permanently unable to log in. Do you want to revive for the second time? This line of information made them instantly cautious. Xianxia's approach was very simple. There was no need for trash here. It was true that those who could cultivate to this level were definitely intelligent and had a high average quality. However, it did not mean that their knowledge in evolution was very strong. After all, every existence had their own strengths and weaknesses. If they could not do it and did not have the talent in this area, then they would be directly eliminated. What he was looking for was the Alchemy Emperor or the speed of Mount Akina. At the same time, Xianxia started the policy of casting a wide net. It is said that the Blue Abyss God Realm is also coming here and has already. Left some traces. I also want to put a few ports there. Also, we can try to put a few on some mortal planets. It doesn't cost much. It's good if it works, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't. The main thing she needed to do was not to concentrate in the same place, but to spread them everywhere. Moreover, these groups could even form a secret force, lurking everywhere. Perhaps they could be used by her, or maybe, after all, she had inherited part of the god of destruction's authority. Although she did not receive any instructions, developing and becoming stronger was definitely the most important thing. Soon, one by one, the existences logged into the game. Where is this? What game is this? Evolution? Along with the killing, the existence's chaotic battle had completely begun. The sun was shining brightly, shining brightly. Nasiris sat on a stool and looked at the scene in the courtyard. Looking at the strange little creatures, the corners of her mouth raised into a smile. My place is already different from before. Everyone here is a Taoist. They will evolve their species and populations here. At the same time, this is not only the creation dimension courtyard, but also an extraordinary small world. In the previous dimensional courtyard, it was almost impossible for extraordinary high-level creatures to appear. Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, they were all ordinary creatures. Why? Because the flow of life here was too fast. A life was growing, reproducing, declining, and dying at a visible speed, and the players did not play the role of one of these creatures, but played the role of the luck of a group. They possessed the leader of the strongest group generation after generation and controlled the evolution of generations of people. Only when their own race was extinct would they be considered to have quit the game. Therefore, in the sand table of spore evolution, a single life could not live for long. There was no way to train, and it was evolving crazily from generation to generation. Because of this, the players did not cause any trouble. Otherwise, those trees that could run would have already developed extraordinary civilizations and begun to train. They would have caused trouble a long time ago. But it's different here. I have the ability to solidify. I don't need to train, and I can reach high level at birth. She smiled. Level 1, Level 2, Level 8, Level 9, this dimensional courtyard would form a truly perfect small extraordinary world. They would be extraordinary creatures from birth, and they would evolve crazily to transform their bloodline at any time. Just by comparing, the difference would be obvious. Ordinary life forms had very weak control over their own abilities. Many conditions were unable to evolve because of their realm, but here, how could the embryos of extraordinary life forms, Level 4, Level 5, and even gods, be compared to the high-level life forms that were born holy and evolved, mortals and gods? There was no comparison at all. Yes, I have only mastered a part of the law of life. I can't reproduce real pure spores that can evolve everything. No matter how I reproduce, it will be difficult for me to overcome the limitations of my race form. However, it's not without advantages. My solidification can allow them to evolve at high level. Her expression was gentle. The God of creation, as a concept in the dark, has never been biased. As an ordinary species, they are placed everywhere and let them start from scratch. But I am different. I have selfish motives, and I will cheat. I am the agent of the God of destruction. Don't blame me for using this dirty cheating method to achieve my goal of life evolution. Let them have the embryonic spider eggs of level 7 and 8 from the beginning to reproduce. She took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on her lips. The dimensional courtyard of the God of creation was the evolution of ordinary life forms. On the other hand, her place would be the evolution of a high-level deity. This place would truly be a courtyard in the extraordinary dimensional world. It's just that solidification consumes too many resources. She felt a little pained and murmured, I have to find a way to squeeze out the resources of these existences. She was too poor. The energy required for a level 7 and 8 spider egg could be imagined. What's more, what was the reproduction of life? It was an alternation, a change from generation to generation. She had to reproduce in the trillions in order to be able to produce a powerful extraordinary life bloodline through countless deaths. This was simply a bottomless pit. If it wasn't for her small size, there would be no possibility of doing it at all. This is something to consider later. Let's first use ordinary level 0 life forms to reproduce and eliminate a batch. Let them become proficient. She took a deep breath. In the fallen encampment, in the machinery shop. This war has just broken out, and it is said that the front lines have already collided. I have a feeling that after a while, they will attack the weak logistics like us. Sitting in the shop, Medura was worried. Suji was also very calm. It seemed that Xianxia had finally discovered how useful her solidification was in the evolution of spores. The extraordinary bloodline evolved by a level 0 young life form was limited. But there was no way to change it, because under the flow of creation, death was too fast. There was no time to cultivate, and they could only stay at a low level forever. However, Xianxia was able to change this flaw. The universe is really huge and wonderful. The seemingly useless bloodline has great uses. Suji's heart trembled slightly. To me, solidification is definitely a godly skill that defies the natural order. To be able to encounter this bloodline among thousands of bloodlines, I am really unimaginably lucky. Therefore, Suji took a fancy to this big spider at first glance. In the eyes of outsiders, it was a useless bloodline talent, but to him, this bloodline was countless times more powerful than iron-based and elemental bloodlines. Clatter. At this time, at the entrance of the shop, the dog-headed beauty, Werner, suddenly walked in. I found a strange mechanical box. It seems to be a port. Ah? You can even find this kind of thing? Probably dropped by some existence. Anyway, it's boring in the shop, let's give it a try. Xianxia showed a look of surprise, but the corner of her mouth drew an arc that no one knew about. This mechanical box's game port was naturally placed there by her on purpose, and it was picked up by her own people. Game, I have never played it before. I am very interested. Shurji was a little happy and eager to try. Then let's give it a try? Medura suppressed the worry in her heart, looked around, and said with a smile, since we have nothing to do, it's not bad to kill time. Yes, Xianxia agreed. Strike a balance between work and rest, both of you should give it a try. Medusa was stunned for a moment, but he did not refuse her kindness. It's also time to bring in my own people. In this situation, the middle group will not attract suspicion. Xianxia laughed and secretly observed her surroundings. Medura, Werner, they are companions that I have a good relationship with. After entering the court of Nirvana, I will think of a way to give them special treatment. She would not mistreat her own people. Moreover, Medura and Werner were both good assistants of her real identity. She would not give up on this team and her real identity. And this terrifying Diablo girl, Shurji, and the extremely mysterious Renamanga. Her eyes quietly fell on a few people. They thought that she had hidden herself well, but she had long discovered these taboo giants who were traveling incognito. This is the first time I have let in a weak rank 10. Such a powerful existence makes me a little nervous. Moreover, they are existences that understand the God of creation. She was a little hesitant. But she quickly made up her mind. In her opinion, it was imperative. These three existences were much stronger than those inspectors. Once they entered, they would evolve into various species for her, and it was very likely that they would create immeasurable value for her. They will definitely be very surprised. When others enter, they will think that it is a rank 10, but with their knowledge of the God of creation, they will definitely know that it is related to the God of destruction. Xianxia quickly regained her smile and whispered to herself, the moment they see it, even if it is a taboo existence that is so powerful that it can easily kill me, they will also be shocked, right? Because of me, the God of destruction. Sister Xianxia, what's wrong? Shurji asked. No, nothing. Xianxia quickly put on an indifferent look and said gently with a smile, let's quickly go in and take a look. I haven't played games with everyone for a long time. Now, although the war had begun, it was only the early stages. It was considered a small-scale war, and there was no real outbreak. Now, they could relax. After all, for weaklings like them, the war was insignificant. They were responsible for logistics, maintenance, and even rescue, but they were the most dangerous ones. After tidying up, they began to enter the game. Other than Xianxia, no one else took it seriously. Even Medusa was the same. She did not have the ability to predict the future, so naturally, she did not know what was waiting for her. Whoosh. It was pitch black, bathed in a sea of darkness. The surroundings were sticky, and nothing could be seen. Medusa tried to open her eyes, but found that she did not even have eyeballs. Where is this? Such a familiar aura. Medusa felt a vague sense of familiarity, as if she had seen this scene before. Is this the evolution of creatures? She calmed herself down. She began to try to evolve creatures. From a simple seaweed creature, it gradually turned into a cephalopod creature. It slowly moved its 8 claws and floated to the surface. This is. The moment she floated to the surface, Medusa looked at the familiar courtyard and could not help but be completely stunned. The furnishings, layout, and the vast giant here were very similar to the mysterious place that she had once descended upon. There were countless corpses on the ground, and one could still see what they looked like in the past. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years they had evolved and decayed here. The endless life and death brought a sense of vicissitudes to this place. However, the style was different. The overall structure was different, and the atmosphere was gloomy, giving people a sense of desolation and dilapidation from the distant past. This is not the courtyard of the god of creation. It's the god of destruction's dimensional courtyard. Her mind shook, and she could not help but sink. She could clearly feel the creatures here, but the creatures from the past were completely different. Beside her, a voice came. Where is this? Medusa was stunned for a moment, then turned into a strange creature and floated to the surface. It's so real. It looks so special, Goddess of Stone said softly. After all, she had never seen it before. At this time, her eyes were curiously looking around, feeling that it was very interesting. Yes. Xianxia looked extremely surprised and looked at her companions around her. It seems that it might be some kind of special opportunity. Everyone, be careful. Medusa ignored the whispers around him. At this moment, a storm was brewing in her heart. After all, the god of destruction was personally observed by her. She was the one who pulled the existence of such a concept from the distant future to this world. She could say that she was the most responsible. Although she felt that the destruction of the universe was too far away and had nothing to do with her, seeing this scene where the god of destruction's dimensional courtyard appeared still gave her a bizarre and dazzling feeling of confusion. In the end, did it appear in the end, god of destruction? She murmured softly. Looking at the existence sitting on the small stool, shrouded in mist, calmly drinking tea and eating mysterious fruits, Xianxia couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. God of destruction. She turned her head and looked at Xianxia. At this time, this one's face was still extremely calm, which made Medusa slightly admire it. Xianxia must still be aware. This is the god of destruction's dimensional courtyard, and our universe garden is the culprit, the sinner of the entire universe. But he still doesn't show any joy and pretends that he doesn't know this is the god of destruction's courtyard. Her eyes lit up and she felt that she had learned a lot of things. She was still not calm enough, not patient enough. However, she still looked around with bright eyes. At that time, I saw all kinds of life forms evolving in the dimensional courtyard. I didn't expect them to come in through this channel, and I have now become one of them. I have to say, this is an opportunity. Whoosh. In the sky, a war suddenly broke out. A group of birds and a group of flying fish from the sea collided directly. The war was extremely tragic. It was obvious that there were two hidden forces manipulating the two races to wage war. Are these other players? Medusa was shocked and looked at the scene in the sky. Her eyes narrowed slightly. These existences don't look simple, and this land is definitely not simple. Could it be that this is some kind of miracle? Perhaps, it is indeed a miracle. We have to be careful. Medusa reminded the surroundings seriously. Just one look and you can roughly understand what this game is about. It is the evolution of species and killing each other. Those players are killing each other. We have just come in, and our species has not formed yet. We have to hide from them and develop a strong species first before plotting other things. The surrounding people nodded in agreement, and their expressions became serious. They began to feel that this was an opportunity. Xianxia also had a serious expression, but in fact, she was secretly staring at Medusa and laughing in her heart. This evil god is still shocked by this place. Xianxia, although I can't see any changes at this time, but his heart must have undergone a drastic change. He must be so shocked that he can't speak, right? That's because they opened the key to destroying the world. They should understand this concept better than anyone else. At this moment, Nasira suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. It was too cool, even if it was a weak rank 10, so what if it was a powerful existence at the forbidden level? In this place, no matter how strong you were, you could only obediently evolve your species here. She had always felt inferior. Her heart was filled with unwillingness. After all, her solidified bloodline talent was too poor, and she had no combat power at all. She could only use her numbers to bully low-leveled experts, and she would become weaker as she progressed. But her aptitude and talent were definitely not weak. My future is already beyond my imagination. As long as I crazily throw out spider eggs, I can have an unlimited future. She took a deep breath, and her eyes flashed with amazing joy. Looking down at the entire dimensional courtyard, he felt as though he was in high spirits, as though he was a marquis of 10,000 households. Whoosh. More, future. She sat on a small bench, her 8 spider legs carefully squatting in a squatting posture as she threw out endless spores. But she had already discovered that her body was starting to feel weak. It had only been a short while, but she already felt a sense of weakness. It was the kind of weakness that could not be recovered no matter how much she tried. Her legs were soft. It seems that I have to create a few more doppelgangers to enter the spider nest for me and share the pressure. Her face was extremely pale as she thought to herself. Otherwise, an extremely terrifying and strong thought appeared in her heart: I will die of exhaustion. Clatter. Eras were rapidly overlapping and updating. Soon, Medusa, Medura, and the others also began to reproduce. Here, it was not a test of everyone's combat level or talent in researching techniques, but the aptitude of life to evolve the origin. Those powerful existences with extensive knowledge certainly had an advantage, but it was definitely not a big one. They all began to climb from the same starting line. Fishes were fighting. Birds were fighting. Countless beasts were rioting on the grassland. Even under the yellow soil, there were loaches and centipedes that began to fight. When Medura and the others evolved their own species, she finally understood what it truly meant. This is bloodline. A true bloodline? She controlled her own species, and her whole body trembled as if she was struck by lightning. We are going to be rich. We have discovered an unimaginable fortuitous encounter. She had just entered and completely discovered it. It was no wonder then that the unknown mysterious players, who came from some unknown galaxy and superhuman world, were fighting against each other madly. Millie's 3 ultimate conjectures. Medura exclaimed. Naturally, she also knew the history of the Blue Abyss God Realm. Her beautiful eyes flickered. That mysterious existence high above, could it be some kind of ultimate level 10, that has already lost its consciousness? She was completely excited and looked around at her companions. This was an opportunity, an unimaginable opportunity, no wonder they were frantically fighting for it. They also thought of the same place as those people before. This game port was left behind by the ruins of an ancient civilization, used to meet this supreme existence of the universe who had reached the ultimate level of the great Tao, in his garden, using his laws to obtain opportunities. It was probably used by that ancient civilization to nurture their powerful descendants. Ding! Suddenly, a voice that was cold to the extreme was heard. They looked at the sky and felt a little scared. The number of players who have entered the Court of Nirvana has reached 50. Level system unlocked. The level system is as follows: 1. You can obtain experience points by defeating enemies. 2. Experience points can be used to upgrade the initial level of the species. The order is level 1, level 2, and level 3 species. The consumption of resources will be borne by you. 3. The evolved species with a bloodline that has reached level 9 can be taken out of the Court of Nirvana. 4. Once a certain number are taken out, the Court of Nirvana will be closed and will be restarted after an unknown period of time, or it will be completely unable to be restarted. These 3 short comments were enough to set off a huge storm. The various pieces of information contained within completely confirmed their guesses. Ding! Forum open, another voice came. Everyone was still used to it. How could a game not have a forum? It was normal for the entrance to exist in the form of a game. But in this forum, they were all enemies. How could they have a good discussion and expose their identities? But it was still okay to scold on the forum. What they cared about were the 3 comments in front. This is reality. We can take it out. More than one existence roared in their mind. We can take it out. Created bloodlines and extraordinary creatures can be taken out. Carr stood there blankly, an unprecedented excitement and impulsiveness in his heart. Take it out. It can actually be taken out. This is endless. Ordinary creatures without a rank can have all kinds of bloodline evolution. Rank 1? Rank 2? Rank 7? Using extraordinary life to evolve bloodlines, what kind of scene would that be? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Everyone, including Carrs, wished they could abandon everything in an instant and dive into it. How great was this opportunity? An ultimate law of the universe that controlled part of the origin of life had the divine power to reproduce the entire universe. And it was equivalent to stealing the power of the universe's law of life to create an incredible miracle. This was the greatest miracle in the universe, there was no other. After all, the law of life, it was the core of the universe. An ultimate rank 10 expert who had grasped the law of life was definitely the most powerful existence in the entire cosmos since the beginning of time. The Court of Nirvana. I wonder what kind of ancient civilization created this, to be able to point directly to the origin of the universe. If not for the scene in front of them being so realistic, they almost wouldn't believe it was real. It was like a miraculous miracle. They also knew that even if they could not take out their own species and become the final winner, but in the process of reproduction and evolution, they could obtain unimaginable mysterious knowledge of life in this experimental field. At this time, Medura was also so excited that her face turned red. We have to fight for it. This is our chance. Yes. Medusa was also smiling, but his face was slightly gloomy. The rules were too complicated. The more she thought about it, the more she suspected that there was a mastermind behind everything, and that the god of destruction was fake. The god of destruction had given himself a part of his power to allow others to control his incomplete dimensional yard. As for the Court of Nirvana, it was very obvious that it was the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction. How many years has it been since it appeared? They pretended to have a long history and even tempted others to think about the 10th level. After all, if it were her, she would have done the same, god of creation. This concept was the core mystery of the universe. No one would believe it even if it was said, nor would they reveal this concept to them. The current situation was the best choice. Even Medusa could not help but call him an expert when he saw this method. After all, the power of the god of destruction that awakens at this time may be too weak. If he wants to fall asleep and wake up for a short period of time, there will be someone in power. Medusa whispered softly. This was a kind of suspicion. There was no conclusive evidence, but she felt that this speculation was absolutely not false. Nasira also stared at her, knowing that the other party would definitely guess it. But that wasn't important. What was important was, even if they knew it was fake, they wouldn't reveal it. God of destruction? The creator? How could they say it? They would definitely hide it like she did. A new era has begun. Nasira laughed softly. She looked at Medusa and the others and began to evolve the species with great interest. After all, there was no limit, but it was also very interesting to explore the end of the entire path. Whoosh. The new era was changing and updating crazily. Soon, he killed 3 players and had enough experience. The first batch of first-level lifeforms began to be born and began to solidify the species. This person was Millie. It had to be said that the importance of a first-mover advantage was important. At the same time, although his combat and training qualifications were not strong, he was very talented in evolving species and calculating the branch route of evolution. However, he soon discovered that he might not even be able to raise a first-level life form, because he was controlling a race. Every minute and every second, the number of life forms was changing crazily in units of trillions to be able to evolve and transcend. This is only first level, this is simply a bottomless pit. His face was pale. At this time, Suji sat in the courtyard, watching Medusa, Shurji, and the others playing happily. They were still evolving species and were about to catch up with the first echelon. Is there any difference between an ordinary level 0 life form and a level 8 divine spirit life form that evolved the 9 revolutions mysterious arts space bloodline? Suji said softly, there must be a difference, but the difference is definitely not big. After all, if you could evolve the space gene at level 1, you might only be able to evolve a similar space gene at level 7. But it could appear with more compatibility. For example, the space gene that improved the 9 revolutions mysterious art would appear, allowing the time and space bloodline to control space and time at the same time. This was equivalent to a bloodline gene that included the talents of 2 bloodlines. However, a hybrid type of bloodline was originally extremely difficult. Currently, Suji had seen the full race gene's bloodline, which had the ability of the radiation gene, the elasticity of part of the iron base, the density of ceramics. After all, the cells of the full race were personally evolved by Carolyn in the founding era. It was very late, and only then could it achieve the hybrid type. Ordinary life forms can evolve a single bloodline, but they are limited by their level. Extraordinary life forms can very likely evolve a hybrid type of bloodline. Suji took a deep breath. I wonder if the previous Zerg Queen could use a similar method to evolve it. Suji felt that it was not an exaggeration to say that this was a huge leap. It was simply a qualitative change. If the previous Zerg Queen had not obtained a solidified bloodline, it was very likely that in terms of the evolution of life forms, it was very likely that the level of development would have begun to be inferior to him. Subbrain, what do you think? Suji stood in front of the window and looked at the huge spider in the courtyard. He sat on a small stool and was doing his best. The more he looked, the more he liked it. It was simply the strongest tool spider in history. Hybrid type? A mechanical voice came from the subbrain. This is indeed a very good method to improve the quality of the limited 5 gene positions. Back then, the Zerg Queen did not develop in this direction. Because solidification is indeed very difficult to come by. Don't think that it is very weak in the eyes of outsiders, but in reality, it is one of the extremely rare bloodlines. It is just that she did not realize it herself. The subbrain gave a very high evaluation. After all, solidification was solidifying the energy bloodline of the next generation. This involved a very profound law of life. Then the previous Zerg Queen is already inferior to me today? Suji was stunned. Not so. She has found another path. The subbrain was very calm and only replied thus. It will not be any weaker than this path. After asking again, the subbrain did not continue. Suji frowned slightly. Since she did not improve the quality of the gene positions and walked the path of the hybrid gene, then the path of improving the quantity, the 6th gene position? He felt that he had vaguely grasped something. Don't think that bloodline solidification was simple. There were too many things involved. For example, if you were a rank 10 existence and gave birth to a rank 9 Daoist, what kind of concept was that, regardless of whether the gene only inherited the first gene of the original race and was the weakest type of rank 9, it already represented that the natural 100% of the path of rank 9 laws had been completed. If you were a rank 9 Daoist and gave birth to a god, it meant that you had naturally completed 100% of the path of rank 8 higher dimensional spacetime. Why were the insectoids so powerful? It was because their genetic talent was related to time. From the beginning, they had 100% of the path of rank 8 higher dimensional spacetime, and they could also evolve at a super fast speed. From this perspective, the seemingly unremarkable bloodline talent of solidification, as long as a certain huge price was paid, would naturally become a race with 100% of the path of rank 9 and rank 8. It was very likely that among the currently discovered bloodlines, it was second only to the insectoids, the most heaven-defying bloodline. Of course, in terms of use, it was quite useless. The previous insectoid queen couldn't touch this kind of talent, but she definitely obtained a similar talent. She might even have more than one kind, and several kinds, are all possible. Suji took a deep breath. His development time was so short, yet he could encounter one. The other party must have had a similar bloodline long ago and walked on another path. The 6th recessive gene, I've never seen it before. If, back then, she obtained a bloodline that could open gene positions, then it can be explained. Suji murmured. The sixth bloodline gene position that was pried open would definitely be even more powerful. After all, no matter how much one combined the bloodline and improved the quality, one could only mess around in the 5 gene positions. Moreover, compound genes didn't need to be solidified to appear. It was just that with the limitations of ordinary creatures, it was more difficult to evolve, and the probability of it appearing was extremely low. The entire race's cells were the compound type of radiation, gravity, and ceramic bloodlines. And the primordial space bloodline was a single bloodline. But the combat power of the two was actually about the same. After all, space was one of the most powerful bloodlines, and a single one was more powerful than a combination. I'm starting to be able to steadily mass-produce hybrid genes. But although they can't be stable, they can still produce them over a long period of time. As for the 6th gene position, I still can't compare to them in terms of the level of an evolved species. Suji was very self-aware and was measuring his own combat strength. Although the dimensional cord of the god of creation had also developed very maturely, and the second major version had already appeared, creating the evolutionary route of compound genes, it still couldn't compare to the previous Queen Mother. The reason why Suji compared himself to the previous Zerg Queen was because he was already a level 9 civilization. Carolyn and the others quickly stepped onto the path to the 10th rank. In other words, level 10 was no longer out of reach. The ultimate realm of level 10. Perhaps he could start to see the back of the previous Zerg Queen standing at the top of the universe, but it also meant that he might start to face some terrifying existences. Suji closed his eyes, still feeling a sense of urgency. It was undeniable that he was powerful. Heaven-defying strength that surpassed everything. The Blue Abyss God territory, iron-based life, and various races that he had seen so far were all like his younger brothers. They were not on the same level, but the more powerful he was, the more frightened Suji felt. I don't know what happened that led to his death. Suji took a deep breath. It seems that this is still a huge mystery. My level of knowledge is too low. There should be other factors of combat strength. Maybe at the true final level, the effect of evolved life is not that great. Just like the Spider Queen, we belong to the early stage? After all, the growth speed of the Zerg in the early stage is unimaginable, but at the true final stage, we become the younger brother bloodline? He looked at Nasira and suddenly had this inexplicable thought. After all, the growth speed was balanced. Just look at Medusa. The true final stage must have a very slow growth in the early stage. However, he soon shook his head and laughed involuntarily. What was he thinking? The Zerg bloodline was considered an extraordinary bloodline in the early stage, then what was the final stage? The second new version of the evolved dimensional cord made him feel emotional. However, speaking of compound bloodlines, I can make a big deal out of it. Suji murmured softly as he looked at the dimensional court. For example, the space bloodline of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. I can integrate it and improve it into a compound bloodline. I can secretly get the bloodline of the Blue Abyss God territory and add it into their time bloodline. I can find a way to combine it on the original basis. Time plus space, a new version of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the legendary space-time bloodline. Suji was still delusional when he was interrupted by the subbrain of the Zerg. Only with similar laws and similar bloodlines can it be easier to form a compound bloodline. For example, wind, fire, thunder, lightning, forming a compound elemental bloodline. Or if 2 types of physical training strengthen the bloodline, it will be easier to superimpose. Suji also realized what was going on. But he still felt that the prospects were great. After all, it could improve the quality. 1 gene position was equivalent to occupying 2, he suddenly thought of the genesis created by Medusa. Those chaotic connate life forms were also a compound of multiple bloodlines. It was a superior law formed by several inferior laws. Perhaps, this is also a sign of something. Suji took a deep breath. He suddenly thought of the Great Tao Overture, which was also the splitting of laws. If 5 bloodlines were all compound bloodlines, what would it be equivalent to? It would be equivalent to 10 genes. This magical ceiling was suddenly raised higher. I have 5 bloodline compound genes. How fierce is that? Suji's expression was very strange. But, cultivating. I'm afraid it will be countless times more difficult. However, Suji also felt that he was thinking too much. Using high-level lifeforms to reproduce was simply a bottomless pit. Compound bloodlines were different from single bloodlines. It was an evolutionary route that only the rich could play with. Not to mention others, even if it was only a rank 1 life form, it would only appear as a transcendent life form after a crazy iteration, evolving in units of trillions for tens of millions of years. Who could withstand this? Moreover, a rank 1 life form was not considered a transcendent life form, spending countless resources, crazily throwing money, doing research, and investing. To be able to make one was already considered lucky. Inexplicably, the places to throw money have increased again. Suji scratched his head and looked at Xianxia in the courtyard. He suddenly felt that it had nothing to do with him. Xianxia would think of her own ways to get money. She would crazily give birth and squeeze herself dry. She would also think of ways to find funds. What he had to do was very simple. He just had to lie down. Right, speaking of genes, when can I have the authority to modify and evolve the Zerg genes of my own race? Suji suddenly asked. This time, the subbrain of the Zerg suddenly became silent. It seems that you have noticed it. Suji smiled. Of course I noticed it. The bloodline of the Zerg can be modified and evolved. Ordinary races absolutely did not have the ability to modify and evolve their first race's genes. What they were born with was what they were. Even to them, any existing genes could not be evolved. But the Zerg were different. Since they could evolve various bloodlines, why couldn't they evolve the bloodline of the Zerg? Previously, Suji did not understand. Now that his vision had broadened, he had noticed some things. Although the bloodline of the Zerg was at the 6th gene position, it was also a hybrid bloodline. The protective shield of the Zerg's destiny, the acceleration of time, the absolute control of the hidden genetic door, the functions were very complete. There was also a core nest that controlled everything. This was definitely not so powerful from the beginning. At the beginning, it was probably just a single evolved life bloodline talent. Although it was powerful, it was definitely not too outstanding. It might be a level stronger than the time-stop bloodline of the Blue Abyss Celestial Territory. It was likely that generation after generation of Zerg empresses had evolved their own bloodline just like how they evolved other species to reach this level. Not only can the Zerg evolve into other races, but they can also evolve their own bloodline genes. This is the most important thing. It is also because of this that they can reach such inhuman heights. The other bloodlines are dozens of dimensions behind them. Generation after generation of bloodlines have been updated and perfected in secret. That is why they have become so mature and steady, Suji said in a low voice. Suji felt that he had understood a bit more about the Zerg and the source of their strength. It seemed that as he grew stronger, he did not need the subbrain to tell him. He had begun to understand the principles behind the Zerg. In the end, there were no secrets in his eyes. When will I be able to grasp the core power? Suji asked. Regarding core bloodline authority. Consulting, the subbrain of the Zerg replied coldly. The Zerg Queen, the bloodline genes of the Zerg, are the most important authority. The slightest mistake will destroy all the accumulation. In order to completely obtain the authority to modify the core, you must break through to a certain level. A certain level? What level? 10? Or something else? Suji asked. However, the subbrain did not answer. As expected, he did not have the true core authority to evolve and modify the genes of the Zerg. He was just asking to make sure. He did not have any intention of courting death, he was not proud at all. He did not show off. He had the mentality of being awesome. On the contrary, he felt that he was still too weak. If he really messed with this thing, he would lose a few of the core functions of the Zerg. He would not even have a place to cry. The Zerg had used some kind of extremely complicated evolution. Countless evolution routes were stacked on top of each other and squeezed into one gene position. What kind of technical method was this? This method was too advanced. Suji felt that it was like a book from the heavens. However, Suji's expression brightened slightly. In the future, it is not impossible for me to modify and update the genes of the Zerg, to evolve the Zerg into the truly strongest race. After all, it was necessary to have a dream. What if it came true? Suji was still looking forward to the day when he could completely control the Zerg race and modify the bloodline of the Zerg race. This meant that he had reached a certain level where he could decide the life and death of this ancient race. The bloodline of the Zerg race had the three main functions of Genesis, Protective Shield, and Bloodline Hidden Door. He could evolve and perfect the bloodline. After all, evolving other extraordinary bloodlines was far less exciting than evolving one's own core bloodline. Suji took a deep breath, but the current me doesn't have that kind of power. If I evolve it, it would be good if it didn't degenerate. Level 10. At the very least, it should be level 10? At least level 10. When the others heard this, they felt that he was pretending. What was level 10? It was the end of the universe, the ultimate existence of the universe, the ultimate overlord of the entire universe, standing at the end of the Tao. The bloodline of the whole body could be changed at will. In theory, it was the strongest. What was the ultimate? Standing at the end and unable to go, it was the ultimate. But Suji vaguely felt that this might not be the strongest. Even if level 10 was the strongest, the difference was like in the previous realms, the same level, but the difference was like heaven and earth. In reality, it was not a game, there was no need to talk about balance. Those powerful existences could easily fight hundreds of the same level. Just like ants and humans, they were both ordinary carbon-based lifeforms, right? But because of human size, intelligence, weapons, and other factors, it was not a problem for them to kill tens of thousands of ants with a pesticide. The next realm in the future. What kind of situation? I still have to deduce. 9%. Suji murmured softly, looking at the progress of his self-fusion. It was barely fast, now he was purely rushing the fusion progress. Maybe in another 1 or 2,000 years, he could completely break through. Maybe I will reach 100% weak level 9 at the same time as my daughter, Suji murmured softly, but I can directly break through because I already have a perfect Tao foundation. She still needs to polish her bloodline at the weak level 9, perfect Tao foundation. As for the compound bloodline, Suji did not intend to mess around anymore. Now, these 5 genes had been cultivated to perfection. Inner space, all cell, quantum gene, and recultivating? Wasn't that stupid? In any case, he was already the strongest in the same realm. Compound bloodline genes were indeed powerful, but their development was too slow. He planned to let these civilization sandboxes develop on their own, until they reached a mature system. At that time, he might have already broken through to the 10th rank and could casually fuse with his bloodline before considering the fusion of the composite bloodline. At the 10th level, go and fuse with it. Suji sat in front of the window and looked at the yard. His fingertips tapped on the table as he studied the farming guidelines. But the new hybrid bloodline must start. She relies on the 6 gene loci, so I have to rely on my own method, but there's still 1 more week, which is 1,000 years. Carolyn and Dickie should be almost there, right? He once again recovered his previous battle prowess, sweeping through everything and stepping into the weak 10th step, the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm and the Fallen Civilization. Let's see how they develop in a little more than a week. I'm forcing them to go all out and enter the higher dimensional spacetime to fight against each other. Let's see how the weak rank 10s are. And the 3 pillar gods, if you run into the cracks between them, let's see if you won't be beaten to death. Suji's expression was cold. He wasn't doing charity work. The universe was a dark forest. Both sides shouldn't blame him for scheming against them. He knew a long time ago that the incense system had helped the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm to increase their power by several times. The emergence of Buddhism was the best opportunity to suppress the fallen civilization. With this, the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm would definitely not let go of this opportunity. They would definitely break the peace and take the opportunity to fight to the death. Let's fight, let's fight. Let me see what the legendary weak 10th step is like. Terrifying existences with strength across half of the nebula. The hidden 3 great abysses, the Blue Empyrean, and the fallen civilization, let me see what kind of background they have. Suji chuckled and looked at the land of evolution in the yard. These terrifying existences that rule half of the nebula are extremely weak. Let me see what kind of combat power and background they have. God of Destruction's dimensional yard, Spore Evolution Sandbox. The land was lush, and the rivers flowed happily. At this time, they had entered the rank 1 era, and all the rank 1 creatures had begun to reproduce. For Xianxia, life had become much better. These players finally knew how to restrain themselves and save resources. They began to consider using the least amount of spores to save the number of evolutions and evolve into a qualified species. After all, it was still alright now, but what about in the future? Generation after generation of rank 3 and rank 4, they would reproduce crazily. Only after hundreds and thousands of generations would they be able to grow fur, scales, the appearance they wanted, and evolve a suitable bloodline. The resources spent on this were simply not enough. Every attempt consumed a lot of resources. If they succeeded, it would be fine. If they failed, they would get nothing and would have nowhere to cry. Therefore, a new subject naturally appeared: how to use the least number of iterations and the most economical method to effectively evolve extraordinary species. They began to study the subject of evolution. At the same time, every evolution cost a lot of resources, causing them to do their homework and be extremely rigorous before they tried to invest resources into evolution. This way, Xianxia felt much more relaxed. Those guys finally knew how to restrain themselves and no longer crazily asked for resources from her. At this time, bioevolution? Medusa had a serious expression on her face. It seems that this is an unprecedented transcendent subject. Yes, it's unprecedented. After all, who could evolve a species before? Modus laughed softly. For these strong people, this is a new and unknown field. Everything has to be studied and learned from the beginning. In this aspect, aptitude is also important. If one's aptitude is not good, the endless knowledge contained within it might not even be able to touch the surface even if one studied for a lifetime. Indeed, the strong people's aptitude for cultivation and combat might not be bad, but to really study the evolution of life, they might not be able to reach a high level. This thing was really not something that could be achieved with hard work, seriousness, and research. Not only did it require hard work, but it also required a flash of inspiration and true talent. But we are the fallen. We have nothing to learn and nothing to improve. For us, learning new knowledge of the universe is unimaginable. Medusa's eyes lit up. Her face was serious and her eyes were filled with joy. This was a new subject that could only be learned here. It was very tempting to her. She felt that her talent in this aspect was not bad. It might be good if she worked hard. Yes, let's continue to evolve. Xianxia smiled and said, our team can still withstand a few evolutions of a level 1 life form. I hope that a good life form will appear and defeat the others. This scene was happening in other places as well. Many teams were planning, and real wars began to become rare. After all, they were spending money on resources, and every time they fought, it would be a huge loss. In the machinery shop, Millie slowly opened his eyes. We have to go collect resources. I can feel that this is an unprecedented opportunity. We must fight for it. The main battlefield, Galaxy. Wild and excited laughter filled the entire mechanical Dao tool. Ha 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 ha, it's true, it's a success. A black dragon sitting on a throne suddenly stood up and laughed heartily. His whole body was shrouded in black gas. This kind of existence was really too powerful. When the people on a planet heard his laughter, their souls would be shattered alive. For an existence of this level, just a casual laugh from him would cause sound waves that were enough to destroy all life on the continent of a planet. Congratulations, Your Majesty, the 47th Inspector. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have perfected your bloodline. I'm afraid you will soon be able to enter the top 40. The weakness of our bloodline has finally been improved. In the future, whoever dares to attack our race with this will definitely suffer a huge setback. The surrounding black dragons all knelt on one knee and were extremely respectful. The voice of this existence was hearty, and it was filled with unbelievable joy. Yes, in it, I deduced my own bloodline and recreated the entire evolution process of our race's bloodline over billions of years, evolved into a species similar to us, and even advanced. In it, I completely understood our species. I can use this to transform my own bloodline and perfect my own advanced bloodline. As a real life form, although he did not have the ability to evolve, he could stimulate his body to evolve through various evil life forms. Bloodline Stimulation Magic Potion. This was one of the precious items in the exchange mall. The fallen civilization naturally had all kinds of extremely evil and dangerous methods to forcefully evolve their own bloodline. However, one would not know that the success rate of such modification and stimulation of one's bloodline was extremely low. It could easily lead to hidden injuries and irreversible losses, weakening and collapsing one's bloodline. However, the situation before him was different. In that game sand table, he simulated his own species and used a long period of time to carry out deductions and modifications. He studied the evolution of his own bloodline and observed the results of his various magic potions. Through this, he walked the most correct path. This is just a simple use. This is enough to prove that it is not a virtual game, but a real game of the universe, a game of the great Tao. This also proves that the knowledge and data obtained inside can all be fulfilled in reality, the inspector said. The inspector said, however, the more we use the stimulant potion, the lower the effect, and the higher the dosage required, but it can still be perfected a few more times. We have to continue to deduce our own race's bloodline. We have to use a limited number of stimulant evolution opportunities to achieve the most perfect effect. Do not underestimate these terrifying existences that surpass the laws of the universe. They were too strong, even if the court of quiescence did not give them any benefits, stating that they would only be able to bring the evolved species into the real world after reaching the 9th rank. How could they be foolish enough to wait for an unrealistic future in the process? They, too, could play out their own tricks from it. After all, the things deduced inside could allow them to obtain sufficient knowledge and indirectly use various methods to strengthen their own strength. Continue to release resources. The inspector opened his mouth in excitement and said, however, we cannot expose our own species. Because once it is exposed, the other party will definitely know what race we are. We will split into 2 groups. You guys go evolve other species and act as the fighting force on the surface. After all, they were only so familiar with their own species. Once they evolved their own species, their identities would definitely be exposed. He planned to completely evolve his own species to a certain limit and use the evolution magic potion to completely develop a resistance. He could no longer benefit from it and then officially participate in this battle in the sand table. He was not stupid. It was best to first grasp the benefits that he could obtain. This way, our bloodline will welcome a few versions of updates. In the future, our descendants will also inherit our new bloodline. The inspector was slightly proud. This was a great opportunity, however, in the next second. Bang, the entire mechanical spaceship shook violently. The space began to tremble violently, and there was a faint strange roar. Boom, through the window, a huge golden vertical eye shone into the interior, sharp and cold. Kid, tell me, what good stuff did you get? Myra, the lizard of cunning and treacherous, with your personality, you actually stopped here to release resources. Lucy? There was a trace of fear in the inspector's eyes. 6th. You cannot attack me. This is a time of war. This is the bottom line that must not be crossed. He looked at the mechanical octopus in the void, slowly waving its tentacles. Deep and dark, it floated in the void, revealing a trace of fear. This pure power was so strong that it made him tremble. There were more than 1,000 inspectors, and the difference between them was also huge. The one in front of him, this was the 6th inspector. He was the only one who, with the status of an ordinary incomplete Taoist, had squeezed into the top 10 perfect Taoists. He had terrifying strength that was not inferior to Zhu Shao. An existence with an incomplete bloodline could actually fight an existence with a perfect Taoist foundation. One could see that he was extremely heaven-defying, if not for the fact that his body was too big, causing his cultivation speed to be too slow. He would not have become a member of the Fallen. Our Taoist tablets will record everything, and we can sense each other. You cannot attack me. The inspector gritted his teeth and said, don't go too far. You dare to resist me? It seems that your fortuitous encounter is too great, and it has completely given you the courage to resist me. Even at the risk of disobeying me, you still want to use the higher-ups to intimidate me? The giant octopus's voice was slow. Tell me, or else, I will kill you. At most, they will only ask me to compensate for the huge loss and price, and lock me up for a few thousand years. They will not really punish me for a dead person and ask me to pay with my life. The inspector's face turned completely pale. The other party had completely hardened his heart. He wanted to kill him even at the cost of a huge loss. His scalp went numb. Right now, it was a troubled time. No one knew what kind of future the fallen civilization would usher in. Everyone had their own plans. Of course, they would resist with all their strength, but if the edifice collapsed, they would also silently prepare a way out for themselves. After all, the Blue Abyss God region was indeed in the limelight. They relied on the incense system to greatly increase their strength, and they also encountered the Buddhists who were extremely against them. It could be said that they were lucky that everything was against them. I will speak," the inspector said softly. Whoosh. It's good that you know how to judge the situation. This giant mechanical octopus actually did something unbelievable. Its body was actually shrinking rapidly, and its body, which was comparable to the territory of a continent, became more than 7 meters tall. It broke through the cockpit's window and walked inside. Boom, they felt an intense pressure that they had never felt before. Suction. Gravity. Endless waves of pressure assaulted them. It was as if what stood in front of them was not a living being, but a terrifying and tyrannical giant celestial body, a small black hole. As expected, the inspector's scalp went numb. Highly compressed energy level body. As expected, it's a remnant that appeared in the ruins of the Universal Garden. This existence even committed a heinous crime and obtained Master's bloodline. More than 100,000 years ago, the mysterious and destroyed Universal Garden. According to investigation, the legendary Renamenka was a terrifying monster that was comparable to the size of a planet. It was a terrifying and weak rank 10 civilization that was definitely not weaker than the Blue Abyss God region or the fallen civilization. At that time, both civilizations had passed by the ruins and were amazed by the ancient prosperity and power of the civilization. Naturally, they also learned that the Bored Octopus clan was the largest carbon-based life that had ever been discovered. It was a small pet back then. It really is so. No wonder its combat power is so exaggerated. The inspector took a deep breath. He naturally knew how strong this energy level was. Its body was comparable to a continent, and it had obtained an iron-based bloodline. It could compress itself, and its combat power would undergo a qualitative change. Even though it could not compare to Master, it definitely had no problem crushing most living beings. Oh? This is it? This mechanical octopus had a very calm expression. It revealed a hint of interest as it looked at the entrance of the game. Yes, this is it. The inspector's voice was respectful as he explained seriously. Listening to all kinds of introductions, the eyes of this forbidden sixth inspector gradually lit up. This world actually has such a fortuitous encounter? I have always been unable to accept it. Our bloated body caused us to be incomplete life forms. Now, there is a possibility of perfection. This is simply a great fortuitous encounter. At the side, the inspector did not dare to make a sound and could only explain in a polite tone. However, seeing that the other party was in a very good mood, he could not help but ask what had happened in the Universal Garden more than 100,000 years ago. After all, it was a remnant of that clan that year and might know the truth of the historical ruins. Oh? You're asking about the ruins of the Universal Garden? This powerful forbidden existence called Lucy was silent for a moment. He only lightly replied, everything was destroyed. That storm was too great. Renamenka died very peacefully back then. After saying this, he entered the game. Spore Evolution Sandbox. A few hours passed quickly. These few hours were considered a long time in the high-dimensional spacetime, but some existences were still entering one after another. Metula and the others were still evolving in secret. Sixth, Inspector? Although the war outside has not broken out, and the Buddhists are still being encircled. The Blue Abyss Celestial Realm has not intervened yet, but this unimaginably terrifying existence that we could not even see before has actually entered. Nasira seemed to have sensed something and smiled lightly. Sure enough, people have begun to notice and have begun to snatch it in reality. It's the most special sixth inspector, the legendary top 10 taboo existences, the most unusual monster with heaven-defying combat power. She had naturally heard that it had the appearance of a giant octopus and a mechanical form. Previously, she had not even heard of the Renamenga Cosmic Garden. However, after watching these historical records, she had already vaguely sensed something. It was probably the Board clan. He. It seems that there are no stories without coincidences. Nasira looked at the indifferent Renamanga and smiled faintly, feeling that it was very interesting. I don't know what changes will happen. Suji, he felt like he had run into a ghost when he went out. This could also happen? He originally thought that the ruins of the ancient civilization Cosmic Garden, which had been destroyed more than 100,000 years ago, would not have any remnants. No existence could live for more than 100,000 years. After all, the Iron Base clan was definitely gone, and Renamanga had no descendants. It must have been completely cut off. However, he had missed out, the giant octopus clan. He had not thought about this from the beginning. Because of the size of the giant octopus, it was difficult to increase its realm. Moreover, it was originally a captive race, so it did not have its own strong bloodline system. It was just a half-disabled little pet that did not even have the ability to rely on itself. Basically, it would not be able to climb to level 9, however, who knew that there was a level 9 giant octopus, and it even got its hands on iron-based cells. What exactly happened in the Renamanga Cosmic Garden back then? As for how Renamanga died, what did it have to do with him? However, he had to think about something that made his scalp tingle. Suji felt that the job of Old Wang next door was not something a decent person like him could do. It was his first time acting as Old Wang of Renamanga, and there was already a problem. It seems like the 6th inspector is a remnant of the giant octopus clan. If he's at the level of giant Shao, no one in the insect clan can defeat him. Suji whispered softly, if it was just a head-on, this existence might have killed Carolyn, Dicky, and the others. After all, he had just broken through to level 9 and needed to accumulate. It would take at least a week to stabilize his combat power at. If you hit it, it'll be very tricky. Suji thought to himself, I can only rely on extreme methods to deal with this fellow. I'm not in a hurry anyway, they're still at war over there. Since I'm already here, I'm afraid they'll still be in shock for a while, trying to figure out how to reap great benefits and fortuitous encounters. Suji thought to himself, I can only use extreme methods to deal with him. I'm not in a hurry, they are still at war. Since he is here, he will probably be shocked for a while, thinking about how to gain great benefits. After all, if he could not deal with this guy, he might attack Renamanga, and he could not defeat him. If something happened to Renamanga, it would mean the collapse of the entire clan. I have to think of a way. I can't beat him head-on. I have to endure it, at least a week. Suji's face was slightly gloomy, as if thinking of something. He looked at the guys in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Green and lush. A giant octopus, holding a golden megaphone, stared at the brainworm with his golden eyes, and swore to teach the brainworm. You country bumpkin, you can't even learn this way of evolution. You should know that we are the Azure Realm's war gods. For the sake of our race's prosperity. The giant octopus's expression was one of exasperation and pain. This is an unimaginably great opportunity. The brainworm's face darkened. Who would have thought that the giant octopus, with no talent in combat or cultivation, would have such an outstanding talent in evolution? Now, as a warrior of the Azure Path, he had become a professional organ assembly master, guiding evolution and assembling all kinds of bloodlines. His achievements were not low either. This is too hard. The brainworm was on the verge of collapse. Blue Abyss Realm. Although the Blue Abyss Realm had discovered a game port, Nasira did not dare to get too close and could only place it far away in the void. At this time, a few mechanical boxes of game ports were floating in the void, undiscovered. Whoosh, Dizun stepped forward, grabbed one of them, and returned to the underworld. Samsara Palace. His Majesty Dizun had not appeared for a long time. He was on the path to level 9, fusing his cells and merging his body and soul. But he suddenly made a move. This was very strange. Your Majesty, what is this? Mengpa could not help but ask. This is some kind of creation from beyond the heavens. It is related to the most ancient cause and effect of the universe. Dizun sat on the Emperor's throne, looking down at the various existences of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He suddenly raised his head, his hands behind his back, as if looking through the endless years of time and space. The world is changing, the great calamity is coming. The great calamity is coming. Hearing this, the black and white impermanents, Oxhead, Horseface, and the others were all shocked. Then your majesty wants, Mengpa did not understand. The emperor said mildly, summon the dozen or so Azura war gods of the Azura path here. Their Azura bloodline and innate talent have been nurtured for who knows how long. It's just right for this upheaval. Be the first to rush over and fight for a chance of survival before the great calamity. Those Azura path warriors, Mengpa did not understand. Those glib-tongued fellows were indeed outstanding in certain aspects, but their combat ability was simply too low. Shangguan Man did not dare to say more, immediately sending Oxhead and Horseface to invite those Azura path warriors over. And these players were dumbfounded again. The old batch of the 13 Azura path war gods had already fallen asleep, replaced by a batch of new ones. They were still standing in a row respectfully. They still did not know about the god of destruction's dimensional yard. They were still very confused. And the giant octopus, as expected of the god of destruction, was tall and straight, the most serious of them all. Is it because he saw that Carolyn's quantum tower world made a lot of money from the war, so he is very jealous and wants to do something big? It's very possible. After all, Dizun was secretly taking advantage of the battle between Carolyn, the three pillar gods, and Dicky. Shoo. How is this called taking advantage? To put it nicely, we are also from the 6 paths of reincarnation. This should be called speculation. Just when everyone thought that they were going to use the small TV to get a share of the pie, Dizun looked down at them. Dizun looked down at everyone at this moment. Back then, the battle in the Cosmic Garden opened some forbidden magic box. Today, things have been secretly fermented. As soon as he said this, they began to lose their composure, and their whole bodies quivered. The god of destruction had already begun what was going to happen. Everyone felt a wave of fear envelop them, and they began to feel slightly uneasy. Are we going to be sacrificed to the god of destruction now? The god of destruction. The players glanced at each other. They naturally knew what this represented, the concept of the universe. They had guessed it before. The god of creation represented the new life of the universe and the budding concept of prosperity. Would the god of destruction represent the destruction of the universe and the concept of natural disasters, earthquakes, natural disasters, super small explosions, the creation of black holes? These natural disasters occurred everywhere. These were all possibilities that they had guessed before. Had it finally appeared? How long had it been, and why did the god of destruction want to see them? We are not the relatives of the god of destruction. We are the righteous giants of light, the righteous supporters of the god of creation. We live and evolve in the dimensional yard, maintain the order of the heavens and suppress all kinds of evil natural disasters. Are we going to be sacrificed, just like in ancient times, where we, the innocent and kind virgin boys and girls, are offered to the river god? All the players were very uneasy, looking at Dizun sitting on the Samsara temple. Sitting on the emperor's throne, Suji said, "You will know everything when you go there, but be careful not to reveal too much information." Yes. Yes. Thank you, Dizun. These players did not dare to say a word. Dizun was a big boss who had beaten up Dicky, Carolyn, and the three pillar gods. They could only stay silent and obey everything unconditionally. Take them there. Dizun tapped the armrest with his fingertips. He was very satisfied with these submissive guys who bowed and nodded obsequiously. They finally understood what it meant to be respectful and not to ask for reasons. This was the perfect tool. However, Carolyn, Dicky, and the others had beaten them so badly that they could not breathe, so they did not dare to say a word. This situation was probably the result of time grinding away their outstanding edges. Mengpa and the others led them away. Soon, they walked for a while under the gloomy dark sky, went around the underworld road, entered Fengdu Ghost City, and landed in front of the arcade machines. What? You want us to play arcade machines? But I haven't played arcade machines in hell for a long time. I don't know what's going on, but everyone, relax. Don't be too tense. It'll be chewy when we use them as offerings later, someone warned everyone with a solemn expression. It was only after they walked out of the Samsara temple that they dared to speak to each other. However, they saw a different arcade machine. It was made of mechanical material and shone with a silver radiance. It was very sci-fi. Please. It was rare for Mengpa to use honorifics. They looked at each other, silently connected their devices, and entered the game. When they saw the name of the game, they found it strange. However, the familiar war motion and the feeling of being immersed in the darkness gave them goosebumps. There is also a spore evolution port here? So, it turns out that the ones who have been blessed by the unseen existence aren't us Earthlings? To be honest, he could barely react at this moment. Screenshots one by one, the pictures were posted outside. This time, their hearts were truly moved. They had thought that they were the chosen ones of the heavens, that they were unique. After all, everyone thought so. They also had the pride of China's Buddhist civilization system and thought that it was unique in the universe. Who knew that someone would suddenly tell them that they had been mediocre from the beginning and were not the best? This was a little hard to bear. Ignoring the intense discussions that had already erupted on the internet, the leading Azure Path warrior stopped joking and said in a low voice, "Brothers, stop fooling around. Let's evolve and see the specific situation." Whoosh. This is? They floated to the shore. They were completely shocked. This dimensional courtyard of the god of creation was completely different. It was not that it was different. They understood the furnishings better than anyone else. The big tree in front of the courtyard, the wooden chairs in front of the courtyard, the hoe, the mottled walls of the courtyard, and how many lines there were. They remembered it all clearly. After all, they had studied every detail in the past in order to obtain the god of creation's divine weapon. It's similar, but different. An Azure Path player turned into a tree and walked out. Looking at the land, he said in surprise, "Brothers, did you notice? This looks like the rotten and dilapidated dimensional courtyard of the god of creation." It was as if they had discovered a new continent. They knew even more clearly that once this spread on the internet, it would cause a huge uproar in another dimensional courtyard. The evolution of the creatures in the courtyard was too similar. But they were all seriously evolving life forms. Although the atmosphere was full of vitality, it did not have the youthful feeling that was unique to them. Wait, didn't they say, the god of destruction? Only then did everyone remember the beginning. Wasn't this related to the god of destruction? How did they come to the dimensional courtyard of the god of creation? This can't be the god of destruction's dimensional courtyard, right? Some people began to feel strange. It can't be? The god of destruction is also a god of creation? They raised their heads. This isn't the same, right? Isn't this the same as the god of creation? How can they be opposed? They felt that this was too bizarre. In their previous guesses, the god of destruction represented destruction, natural disasters, man-made disasters, the collapse of stars, the desolation of planets, the explosion of superstars, and the destruction of countless living beings were all concepts of disaster. But what they saw in front of them had completely overturned their views. The god of destruction was also a god of creation. Was there any difference between the two? But there was still a flash of light in the player's eyes. He suddenly said, "Since there is no difference, could it be that there was no god of destruction in the beginning?" The god of destruction and the god of creation are the same person, but the god of destruction is an old god of creation who is about to choose to destroy the world. The modeled dimensional courtyard in front of us is the evidence. There was no god of destruction at all, it was the same person. As soon as this was said, all the players took a deep breath. It really made sense now. Maybe we can find out something. They became excited and wanted to study something. They looked around with a face full of curiosity. Boom, in the distance, a group of creatures that looked like they were walking towards them. "Hey, brothers over here, where are you from?" "We are from the country of light of Nebula M78. I didn't expect this game to be so strange. In front of us, there is a random evolution of a creature. I don't know if it is right." A player walked over with a humble face and rubbed his palms. To be kind to others was to be kind to oneself. As they wandered the world, their favorite thing was to make friends and do business. They called themselves foot merchants and spent money to cultivate. After all, they usually couldn't beat the other party. To be honest, they felt that if they could trade, it would be a win-win situation. Why fight and kill? More newcomers? It was a group of beasts in the shape of puppies with sharp mouths and fangs. They looked very cruel. With a fierce look on their faces, they said, "It seems that there are more competitors." As soon as he finished speaking, the other party treated him like a dead person. They were too lazy to say anything else and directly rushed over with a dense group to directly surround them. They were suddenly attacked. The players were stunned and didn't react. It was not that they were scared silly, but when they saw the other party's group, their aura was exposed as soon as they attacked. They were actually all level 1, level 1, how did they do it? Crazy iterations. Under such a terrifying rate of evolution, there was no chance for you to cultivate at all. They didn't have time to wonder and still wanted to try to negotiate and avoid conflict with the other party. This place was too mysterious. They really didn't want to cause trouble and wanted to hide for a while. But these mad dogs jumped over and fought with their tree group. They really came, they were instantly infuriated. You can actually fight in the dimensional courtyard? How warlike are you? Everyone played games together in the courtyard and saw each other all the time. Moreover, it's fine if you bully us outside. Outside, we can't beat you and can only be submissive, just like Dizun just now. But you dare to bully us here? Do you really think that we are stinky little brothers that can be easily bullied? You're courting death. The plant players were completely furious and shouted, "Mother of asterisk cur, I can't hold it in anymore. We're submissive in real life, but we don't dare to hit hard on the internet? Attack, get into formation. Get rid of this guy first." These guys, they actually think that this is a real game. The small dog with sharp teeth licked its bright red lips and sneered. It was obviously a newcomer. If they could boast, just with these deformed plants with legs, boom, one by one, the evil dogs jumped quickly and fiercely bit the treants, tearing them apart. Rumble. It's useless. You little brothers don't even know how strong we are. Level 1? What a joke. The treants quickly ran together, their roots intertwined with each other, and their vines intertwined with each other. Look at our fusion, macho man form. A tall man with green muscles put on a muscular and beautiful pose, bulging his biceps and revealing a mouthful of dark green teeth. This evil dog clan member didn't look good and felt a little coquettish. Secret technique, old tree roots. In an instant, a huge vine tree was formed. The vines and roots intertwined, turning into a terrifying treant. You guys are too backward. Our PvP group combat has long been thoroughly researched. In a group battle between low-level evolved creatures, the running treants are the strongest existence. Boom, the tall treant killed the group of evil dogs with a slap and a hint of sarcasm flashed across his eyes. Poor stinky little brothers, is your knowledge of evolution so shallow? In the low-level era where spells and bloodlines can't be used, you can only use pure melee combat, biting, and sharp claws. Trees don't have muscles and blood at all, so they aren't afraid of these biting and sharp claws. They can even entangle and gather together. This? The evil dog leader raised his head and revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell are these creatures? Secret technique, tree world entanglement. Rumble, in the next second, countless soft vines hung down from the war tree and hooked the hounds. As if they were fishing, the struggling fish were hooked into the sky. Secret technique, needle piercing. Rumble, the vines swept the evil dogs into the sky and aimed at various angles, nostrils, eyes, mouths, and other places. They ruthlessly stabbed into the sharp crown of the tree. Awoo, along with the screams, the entire crown of the ancient war tree was already full of animal corpses, and blood flowed everywhere. What the hell is this? The evil dog was dumbfounded and ran away with the remaining troops. This is too disgusting. It doesn't have the dignity of a powerhouse at all. How can it use such a despicable method? In this era without Tao and supernatural powers, the opponent's fighting method was too terrifying. That creature was like a natural war machine. It was clearly an ordinary creature, but it could easily strangle a group of rank 1 beings. The opponent must have an extremely terrifying background. To have such a well-practiced fighting method, it is very likely that it is a mysterious ancient race that had ancestors in the court of Nirvana last time. In shock, he put a label on it. Don't provoke it, absolutely don't provoke it, to think that it was pretending to be a newbie just now. How could it be a newbie? Want to leave? Now you know why, This is the strongest low-level PvP race, right? The so-called battle pressure was a very simple thing. Let me ask you, how do you not dare to fight with them in PvP next time? Very simple, it is to leave a serious shadow of failure on the opponent, such as using feces to disgust the opponent. Or beat the shit out of the opponent. Pooh, this rank 9 Daoist was hung high up and stabbed into the crown of the tree. Ah! Blood flowed, and a scream rang out. Total annihilation. A hearty scream, a hot-blooded battle, this is the romance between men. They split up. Ding, in their ears, they heard the increase in level and experience. Killing monsters above their level had directly increased to a rank. Level? What is this? They were confused again. Does this mean that we can level up here and become a rank 1 creature? Some players scratched their heads, feeling that the crown of the tree was wet and itchy. There was even some green stuff stuck to the bright red color. You're being cuckolded. A player laughed. Scram. The Treants. That could run away were the most practical low-level race. It was the result of generations of accumulated research, and the evolution route was very perfect. Therefore, many people would choose the Treants. They were recognized as the strongest novice evolution race, a low-level combat race. However, this was the first time they used the Treants in PvP. After all, low-level flesh and blood creatures, like the wild beasts in the African savanna, were rare in this world that involved extraordinary powers. Who didn't know some extraordinary powers? However, although there was a gap between rank 1 and 3, the difference wasn't huge. Only at rank 3 could they use spells with real killing power, such as Fireball. They could still beat up an ordinary rank 1 creature. In my opinion, this Treant PvP isn't very good. It's a sloppy fight, dealing 1,000 damage to the enemy and 100 damage to yourself. You can try other PvP races. Some players shook their heads. You want to play as a sh** tea-making machine? Another player's expression changed dramatically. The expressions of the players beside them also changed, as if a huge shadow had been cast in their hearts. To be honest, the one-on-one combat here was too primitive. In the dimensional courtyard of Spore Evolution, the big bosses had already played it to their heart's content. The most terrifying was the creature known as the strongest PvP champion, a merciless sh** tea-making machine, a diarrhea-inducing scalding bomb, and a shamate toilet. This was the true strongest PvP race. Just as they said, the strongest solo race didn't just have to defeat their opponents, they also had to leave a painful psychological scar on their opponents. What was an absolute champion? Only when no one challenged them would they have absolute dominance. Don't say it. If you say it again, I'll have a psychological scar. It's too disgusting. A player said with a speechless expression, let's study this thing, this dimensional courtyard. They chatted idly. They didn't care about the guy they had just defeated. They felt that he was ordinary, an ordinary planet creature. It was natural that he couldn't compare to them. At this moment, they looked outside. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, the players of the various worlds were stunned by this information. Isn't our forum and our unique? There's also a forum somewhere else. Another dimensional courtyard? There's another dimensional courtyard outside? There's even a forum there. Just like what we're doing now, people are also chatting? This was very shocking, and the specific feeling was very hard to describe. It was an inexplicable sense of loss. If one really had to make an analogy, it would be that they felt like they were no longer the most beloved offspring of the God of creation. Especially when he thought about how the other side had a forum, he wanted to take a look. His curiosity was incomparable. He secretly observed the enemy camp and studied the other side's forum to see what they were up to. At this time, the Azure Road player took a deep breath and also showed everyone the forum. Screenshots, there were only 2 or 3 people posting in the forum. It seemed like they had just appeared, but it was no exception. The page was also more than 100 pages, and most of them were provocative posts and abusive posts. Everyone suddenly felt very puzzled. Through their insults, I can tell that they are all Taoists, right? The one you just did is a Taoist. Holy shit. Everyone who transcends the laws of the universe and achieves the Tao is Zuan? Fragrant breath? shocked, looks like these universe friends have no morals. As a worshipper of the great cold universe country, I thought the moon in the universe was rounder. Dog head, they don't seem to be discussing anything of practical significance. They don't interact with each other, researching on their own. No wonder they haven't improved, they're still so poor. Evolving the path of life is the most important thing. That's right. After all, it's only one path out of 100 billion, and it's only some experience and knowledge. If we don't communicate with others and obtain one of the paths out of 100 billion, how will we be able to summarize the rules of evolution? Everyone started discussing fervently. Looking at the screenshots of the other side's forum, they felt that it was very ordinary. It was like a pool of stagnant water. There was no activity at all, and they were all hidden very deeply. The power of the masses was great. One's own exploration was one part of the power, and those 100 people were more than 100 times stronger. Because 100 people exchanging their results, they would be able to summarize the evolution rules. Once everyone grasped the rules and deduced and summarized, they would be able to produce even more breakthroughs, creating a crazy virtuous cycle. A path was always created by a group of people, from nothing to something, and not just one person. Everyone had their flaws. I feel like if we throw in Di-Chi, this pool of stagnant water will become living water, and we'll be able to communicate with each other. Doghead, yes, we originally felt that we were very pure, and focused on innovation and development. However, ever since Di-Chi learned the 9 revolutions mysterious technique that we worked so hard on, we started to change. Crying, everyone, don't look down on them. They are different from us. Because we are all mortals, and we all have the experience of working in society. That's why we can communicate. After all, we can't reap any benefits from it, but they are different. At this level of existence, knowledge is power. Let them communicate? Impossible. Everyone's faces froze. If they were all Taoists, on a mysterious ruin that they didn't know, they would help each other and share their hard work and experiences? What a joke. For those who had achieved Taoism, knowledge was all power. At this time, Akina Yamaguchi came out and concluded, this is a chain of suspicion. Everyone felt the same way. Someone asked, boss, do you have any opinions? Akina Yamaguchi smiled, feeling that everyone had been relying on him recently. What opinions can I have? You are already mature keyboard warriors. I guess you have already guessed why the god of destruction has a dimensional courtyard. It is very likely that the essence of the god of destruction is the future aging and dying god of creation. Everyone was silent. They also guessed the same thing. Akina Yamaguchi continued, however, there are still some small suggestions. I have a general understanding of the purpose of Dizun letting you come in. You understand again? Everyone was slightly surprised and quickly waited for the boss to speak. Akina Yamaguchi continued, in fact, it is very simple. First of all, I have to understand the truth behind it. I have to first summarize the information on the surface. What is different about this god of creation's courtyard? This is probably the reason. Dilapidated? The previous dimensional courtyard was ordinary creatures. Can this be upgraded? The appearance of the god of creation is also a bit weird. I have observed the appearance of my god of creation eating an apple many times. This is a bit unnatural. Could it be a fake? Yes, there is no special charm. How do I describe it? It is the kind of feeling that the life of the god of creation is so dull and boring. Serious face, yes, there is no inner taste. Maybe it is old. After all, the god of creation is old and decrepit. However, it is really possible that it is not the god of destruction himself. After all, I feel that the god of destruction comes from the future. His power is very weak, and they are the same existence. It is very likely that he does not wake up often. Looking for a proxy? Yes, the court of quiescence. Feels a bit sinister. They are trying to extract benefits. There is no pure feeling of the god of creation's courtyard. It is like evolving species and throwing them into the heavens. Giving you great opportunities without asking for anything at all. Everyone was discussing. Akina Yamaguchi felt a little relieved when he saw this. His level of knowledge was really not low now. He could see that these players had lost a lot of weight. This dimensional courtyard is really a Mediterranean barbershop. It smooths out the hairline of time and leaves behind the sincerity of knowledge to accompany me. Akina Yamaguchi sighed and became completely serious. He said to the whole network, in fact, I have always had doubts. Why is the God of Creation's dimensional courtyard only open to us Earth players? Could it be that we are favored by the heavens? Could it be that our Earth is the center of the universe? Geocentric theory? Could it be that the God of Creation lives on our Earth? Unrealistic. Everyone, just laugh. We are also a member of the masses. It is just an ordinary life planet. Then why is it that we are special? Why is it that only we have a dimensional courtyard here? I have an idea now. In fact, the ancestors of China may have already told us this a long time ago. Everyone was slightly shocked and hurriedly asked what they had told us. Akina Yamaguchi was silent for a moment, then slowly spat out an ancient saying with incomparable deep meaning. In the 49 heavens, man escapes one. For 9 heavens, one man escapes? What did that mean? Everyone was puzzled. Although this sentence had indeed been heard in the ancient Taoist mythological civilization, everyone knew about it. The general meaning was that there were variables in heaven and earth. There were a total of 50 heavenly daos. Heaven had evolved 49, and one man had escaped. Akina Yamaguchi said, "Who is heaven?" I believe that everyone didn't quite understand before, but now you definitely know that the so-called heaven must be the mixed will of the entire universe. The Taoyi is the God of creation. For 9 heavens means that the God of creation has evolved 49. Everyone seemed to have understood. Akina Yamaguchi said, "Now, let's summarize the meaning. Heaven has evolved into 49 species, and man has taken one of them, right? I believe you have already understood. Evolution, heaven's evolution, everyone thought of the God of creation's dimensional courtyard. They felt that they had grasped something in the fog, and their faces became completely solemn. In fact, they had already understood what Akina Yamaguchi was going to say. Heaven had evolved most of the species in the world, and man had evolved the only variable. And this man variable, it was most likely the God of creation's dimensional courtyard. It was true that most species evolved naturally from heaven and earth and evolved from the origin of the great Tao. However, there was still a sliver of opportunity for evolution, allowing living beings to control their own destiny. This was one of the ways to escape the dimensional courtyard of the God of creation, Akina Yamaguchi said. Now that I think about it, I know that the phrase heaven's evolution is 49, and man escapes one refers to the God of creation's dimensional courtyard, which is a certain law of the great Tao. Man escapes 1 foot refers to living beings, and also to the concept of the origin of life. That is to say, the Buddhist system had known about the laws and rules in this aspect, as well as the dimensional court, a long time ago. After all, we have already proven that we are not the first batch of players to ascend to the myriad worlds. Now, we have completely received confirmation from both sides. Everyone was silent. They had indeed guessed that they were not the first batch of existences. Even in the recent hundreds of years, there were ancient people from Xianxia who ascended. For example, they had seen the remains of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the Avicii scorching hell and spoke a few words in Cantonese. They were ancient Chinese and could not be faked. That group of ancient people was probably also from the dimensional court. Just like the alchemy emperor and the others, they had entered the universe through the evolution of spores. Now, there was a twofold verification. Akina Yamaguchi continued, then let's deduce that the ancient Xianxia civilization's extraordinary system had long known about the dimensional courtyard of the God of creation and the origin of life at the beginning of the Tao. Then, where did they get such a great opportunity? One had to know that the dimensional courtyard of a creation God was extremely terrifying. It was the only variable in the universe that had escaped. It allowed living beings to control their own lives. Not even the 10th rank knew or sensed it. How did we master our ancient Xianxia supernatural system? Speaking of which, this fortuitous encounter was truly too world-shaking. Everyone followed Akina Yamaguchi's train of thought and fell into deep thought. Akina Yamaguchi continued, you've already guessed it. I'm afraid that the ancient gods had observed the entire concept of the God of creation and understood his existence. That's why it collapsed into reality and revealed the origin of life. I personally think that only the first person to observe the existence of the god of creation could master the one that had escaped. As for the other Renamanga and moon god Ji, although they seemed to know about it later because they had observed that the collapse had become a reality and could be exchanged with the origin of the universe. But they couldn't have only mastered the entrance to the one. Everyone listened with great interest and felt that it was very reasonable. That's really possible. It's not possible. I think it's very likely. Yes. After all, although ancient deities and the ancient Buddhist and extraordinary systems are powerful, they are still weak level 10 civilizations. They do not deserve to have the authority to escape to the dimensional courtyard. With such a great opportunity, I'm afraid that they might really be able to make contact with the creation god from the ancient ruins. After all, the god of creation and the dimensional court were originally one. Yes, that's the best explanation. After all, they were all confused about the origin of the dimensional court. Now, it perfectly matched with the previous clues. Mount Akina sped up. Don't be hasty. Let's continue to deduce. Since the first person to know about the concept of the god of creation and observe it, the existence that collapsed into a physical entity would be able to obtain the opportunity to escape the one. The fact that the ancient gods could observe it means a terrible fact. What fact? Someone asked. Akina Yamaguchi continued, it means that before the ancient gods, all the existences in the entire universe who knew about the god of creation had completely fallen. Yes, I know you all feel that it's inconceivable, but the truth is very likely. Originally, we thought that the existence of the god of creation might be known by very few people in the universe, but there were still powerful 10th rank civilizations that knew about it. But now, it's very likely that all those who knew about it have fallen. So in the ancient ruins, the ancient gods could be the first. In ancient times, those who knew about and observed the god of creation had all fallen. Why did they fall? Maybe it was to compete for the dimensional court, and the one that had escaped? It's possible that the ultimate existences should be more concerned about this. Of course, it could also be that they encountered some kind of terrifying dark catastrophe, an unknown disaster in the universe, or an unimaginable existence. In short, something terrible happened, and a gap in the dark ages appeared. Everyone felt a little goosebumps. In the distant universe, it was very likely that there had been a large-scale dark and terrifying era. Countless great ultimate existences that had stepped into the end of the universe fell like meteors, dimmed, and completely dissipated. The number of ultimate existences that had fallen was so large that it covered the entire universe, causing a huge gap. Akina Yamaguchi continued, everyone, don't worry, this is just a guess. Of course, if the guess is true, it means that after breaking through to the 10th rank, we may face very terrifying things, or even the unimaginable dark ages, some kind of indescribable ancient historical truth, and the tombs of countless ancient existences. In short, this may not be simple. What kind of enemy do we have in the dark, or even outside the universe? Outside the universe, everyone felt that it was a bit far-fetched, but it was also a direction. Akina Yamaguchi continued, we are indeed far-fetched now, but this really makes me think of some creepy possibilities. Let me go back to the present. Originally, there was only one dimensional court, right? Everyone began to be silent again because they knew what Akina Yamaguchi was going to say, but now, there were two. What did this mean? It meant that the one that had escaped had become the two that had escaped, completely confused, the heavenly axiom. The entire universe was going to be completely chaotic. No era would become like this. They were afraid that they would really usher in an unimaginable era of civilization. At this time, it was still okay if they didn't go into deep analysis and reasoning, but now they felt too shocked and horrified. Akina Yamaguchi continued, after deducing until now, you should already know His Majesty's thoughts, right? Why did he put you on this side? What thoughts? Someone was dumbfounded. Akina Yamaguchi looked helpless. He began to feel powerless to complain. Why did these people become stupid again? That was just praising them for being smart, their hairlines protruded, and they also became the vision of a saint. Who knew that they couldn't withstand praise at all? It was very easy to see what His Majesty was planning to do now. Really helpless, Akina Yamaguchi took a deep breath and could only answer. The one that escaped has changed. The best way now, of course, is to let you enter this ancient and decaying dimensional courtyard. Hopefully, you can fight for some opportunities, or even do some other things. Everyone came to a realization. They really felt that they were stupid. Like I said, His Majesty is the mastermind behind the scenes. He killed the secluded mountain prefecture lord, a dream scholar. How could he not be far-sighted? That's right, awesome. No wonder he is the mastermind behind the scenes. Before I became a god, there was no god in the world. He had already started to make arrangements in advance and placed his chess pieces. Many netizens felt that they had learned something again. What did they learn? With your reaction speed, Akina Yamaguchi was completely helpless and said, of course, this is only one of the reasons. The second reason is that His Majesty has probably seen through what the God of Destruction might be doing. What is he going to do? Someone asked. He should be destroying the world, messing up the universe or something. Akina Yamaguchi sighed and said seriously, until now, do you still not understand what this God of Destruction's courtyard is doing? Evolving species, yes. That's right, but there's one more thing. It can evolve into a transcendent being. What does this mean? Times have changed. Let's take that treant that you fought and walked on just now as a comparison. Do you think it's strong? Of course it's strong. Because this is a group of us foolishly created it. It's the strongest species that has appeared in a PvP duel. Why is it so strong? Why isn't it a transcendent being? Why can it evolve into the heavens and have such great potential? Because its strength is only at the first or second level. When everyone is an ordinary creature, it can dominate. In the outside world, it can't dominate. This species is deformed and is born for duels. At this moment, in this new dimensional courtyard, this PvP treant species can still dominate. What about in the future? Can it win against others in a duel? Following this string of words, they gradually fell into deep thought. This treant, in the previous dimensional courtyard, was invincible in a duel. Because they were all ordinary creatures. But in this dimensional courtyard, they would soon be eliminated because a transcendent had appeared. However, in this kind of crazy fighting situation, there would also be a PvP species similar to the treants that were invincible and would rise to become the new champion. And this champion would continue to slaughter, evolve, and dominate all the way to rank 8, rank 9. And the 9th level would be able to go to the outside world. Someone revealed a look of horror. The previous dimensional courtyard was a life courtyard, full of vitality, but here, it's different. This is a crazy killing. It's like breeding insects, evolving and improving its bloodline. The gods that fight their way out will definitely be pure killing transcendent animals. It's not balanced at all. They don't have any other functions, only killing. It's very likely that they can destroy the entire universe. Hiss, their hearts turned cold. Looking at this dilapidated dimensional courtyard. This, indeed, was the dimensional courtyard of the God of Destruction. Because, what evolved here were all ultimate weapons of crazy killing. Everyone discussed it intensely. It's really the God of Destruction's dimensional yard. Indeed, it's amazing. It seems that there is only one difference, the promotion of the realm, but in fact, it's already a world apart. It's the creation of the world turning into the destruction of the world. For 9 heavens, man escapes one. This means that the heavenly Tao is emotionless, and it left behind a trace of a variable to escape. However, before the end of the era, this trace of chance to escape transformed into a trace of killing intent. Very scary thinking about it, it's too scary. The great Tao is vague, the change of the variable, from life to death. So, this is how the God of Destruction ended the last era of the universe. They completely reacted and suddenly realized. They were really stupid, really stupid. The God of Creation's dimensional yard was full of vitality, full of freedom and sweet air, and there was no problem in evolving any type of species. After all, they were all rank 0 extraordinary life forms. But it was different here. The God of Destruction's dimensional yard, although only ordinary spores were changed into extraordinary spores with realms, rank 1, rank 2, rank 8, rank 9, they were all killing and competition, and only rank 9 could go out. What consequences would this lead to? The Alchemy Emperor, the cute girl, the non-combat type, could no longer exist. In the future, there could only be one species, and that was only knowing, killing, the extraordinary life form that evolved to kill, from a spore, after hundreds of millions of years, cruel to kill billions of trillions, evolved into a terrifying extraordinary life form, blooming endless flowers of blood, and only then could they walk out of the dimensional yard. When a species abandons the environment, abandons defense, adaptability, temperature, habitat conditions, and evolves only to kill, what kind of monster will appear? It's too scary. Our strongest combat bloodline, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, is not mainly for fighting, it is also the strongest cultivation method of the farming type, or the recovery type. Yes, to say that killing and fighting is really not our hobby. Our species can see that we are the peace-loving country of light. They felt terrified when they thought about it. Only they themselves knew how terrible this evolution method was. In the last era of the universe, this kind of tyrannical, cruel, and extremely heaven-defying existence emerged endlessly, destroying everything and subverting everything. That scene was simply too brutal. Many heaven-defying killing creatures slowly walked out from the darkness. They picked up the blood-stained butcher knives in their hands and became the chosen children of fate. The Tao favored them, and as one of the 4-9 of the heavenly Tao, they started to kill. Woo-woo, I can almost see the passage of time in the dark universe. The world is so dark and gloomy, bloody, cold, and gloomy. The habitable planets have become lonely graves. Has the heavenly Tao fallen? Was he turning to evil? Why would he favor evil and gather the destiny of the universe on that kind of killing creatures? Not at all. The universe is the vast will of primal chaos. Originally, there was no good or evil. It was just that, from life to death. The universe grew old, and so did the God of creation. The world was gradually heading towards destruction along with him. Finally, it ushered in the final moment. The universe collapsed, and all matter in the universe flowed backward, returning to a dense and infinite point. That was the truth of the entire universe. Then, the next Big Bang of the universe occurred, and new life began to take over. Everything is in a cycle. Adhering to the path of the ancient, to resist the present, to know the beginning and the beginning, is called the Tao era. They seem to have seen a magnificent and unimaginably vast cycle of life. Without a doubt, this was the scene of the great destruction of the universe. It was all because they had observed the future god of destruction, which caused the collapse to become reality. There had never been an era in the ancient and modern universe where 2 existences appeared at the same time. 2 ones that had escaped had unexpectedly appeared in the same time and space. One represented life, and the other represented death. The alchemy emperor walked out and also expressed his opinion. Everyone, I agree with Mount Akina's view. The appearance of the second-dimensional courtyard means too many things. You should know that the world is beginning to be chaotic. I didn't expect that the era of our group of players would begin just as they stepped into the 9th order. I'm afraid this will usher in an unprecedented era of cataclysm. According to Mount Akina's speculation, the ancient universe had experienced a dark catastrophe and a huge fault, which caused the concept of the God of creation to be forgotten. This is the first situation. The second situation is the situation of the ancient era that was originally urgent and unknown. We even created the God of destruction. With the 2 superimposed, everything has been completely confused. It is simply too dark to be any darker, and it is an unimaginably chaotic future. The ancient past, the distant future, coming from both sides, 2 unknown cataclysms in this era. Just thinking about it gave people goosebumps. Who could withstand this? It was already too terrifying. In front of the network, countless people were anxious as they watched. The fate of the world was about to be destroyed, and no one could escape. But Mount Akina still sighed and said with great emotion, "Now, do you understand Dizun's good intentions?" Yes, moved, understood, tearful, we misunderstood Dizun, deserved to die, or is it because we are too young, always thinking that we have the vision of a saint, but it turns out that we are still too inexperienced, crying, some of their eyes were brimming with tears, feeling that they were big idiots. They couldn't even see through the first level? Mount Akina had seen through so many levels, how could they compare? They couldn't compare, they were originally quite arrogant. They made a small TV, set up various TV stations, and even tricked the Blue Abyss celestial region and the fallen civilization to start trade. Now that they thought about it, it was nothing. Then, what do we do now? Some people became humble. What do we do? It must be in this god of destruction's dimensional court, at least to establish a foothold. Mount Akina's expression was completely solemn. This is an opportunity that Dizun has created for us. Let's not talk about sweeping through those frightening dimensional courtyards. That's unrealistic. They have to be powerful to be powerful. Basically, there aren't many of them who are truly weak. But at the very least, we have to use our first-mover advantage and evolutionary knowledge to win at the starting line and suppress them for a period of time. Everyone's expression turned serious. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Azure Path World. This was already the largest gathering place for players, and it had become a truly large-scale online game world. The incredibly realistic feeling of touch, the experience of life, and the various real data patterns, as well as the living celestial path and human path NPCs, made this place a truly recognized second world. Here, he could bring his own identity and live seriously, experiencing a second life. Buddhism, Taoism, and ancient cities stood in great numbers. Countless cultivators bought and sold evolved creatures in the market, and all kinds of evolution blueprints formed a beautiful scenery. In the city, on the streets, in the houses, many people were looking at the forum. I'm tearing up. Dizun actually let us, the Azure Path Warriors, carry such a heavy responsibility. We should work hard. At the very least, we have to help the players inside. And those of you who are lazy, start cultivating seriously. Countless people murmured, and began a brand new life, full of fighting spirit, inheriting the spirit of Buddhism, Taoism, and the will of the ancient Chinese. Human Tao is insignificant, immortal Tao is boundless, ghost Tao is joyous. In the door of life, immortal Tao values life, ghost Tao values death. All the heavens are empty, my Tao sun is prosperous. Not long after, a group of Azure Path players in Taoist robes, holding ancient bronze long swords, were training in the arena. On the other side, the Azure Path warriors were contacting the Azure Path war gods who had entered and were really playing the game. We have to use our advantages to crush them, at least we can't waste the early advantage. Yes, the Treant species is strong in PvP, but it's only limited to low-level creatures. I'm afraid that after a while, when the second and third generation come out, they'll be beaten to death. We have to use the Transcendent system, the Treants can't be sustained. Otherwise, we can only use other PvP creatures with more potential? Hiss? That won't do. Yes, that terrifying creature known as the Forbidden Nightmare, the strongest PvP champion in history, the terrifying monster with the Angel's Decay, the merciless, **tea-making machine. No one spoke, and an unprecedented silence fell. After a few minutes, someone slowly spoke with a hoarse voice, then who should we let evolve it? Everyone was silent. No one said anything, no one volunteered, no one could bear this. Suddenly, a voice came from the shadows, I think the giant octopus is quite suitable. Look at the squid, it's good at spitting shit to hurt people. In the natural world, the giant octopus is naturally suitable, not to mention that he's showing off here, and his ability to evolve creatures is very outstanding. Makes sense. The god of destruction's dimensional courtyard. The land was verdant and lush, where countless living beings resided. Plants, animals, birds, and fishes were all rapidly withering, growing, and aging at a visible rate. Generation after generation, the world changed. However, these living beings that were rapidly aging were all rank 1, born holy. This is unbelievable. An Azure Path player was crouching in a corner of the forest, seriously saying, we've all evolved from normal living beings before, this is the first time we've seen an extraordinary being. Giant Octopus, we have an important mission for you. At this time, an Azure Path player had a solemn expression as he looked at Brother Octopus who was studying around. What? Seeing such a solemn expression, the giant octopus couldn't help but become serious. The player patted his shoulder, speaking in a low voice, as one of the 13 war gods of our Azure Path, after a period of testing, we've finally found that you're worthy of our trust. Right now, there's an opportunity that we're considering handing over to you. What opportunity? To shoulder the burden of the warriors of the Azure Path, as well as realize the great revival of the ancient Buddhist civilization. To shoulder the great revival of the ancient Buddhist civilization. Hearing this, the giant octopus body trembled, feeling an unparalleled glory on his shoulders. The Buddhist system, the god of creation, these days, he's becoming more and more aware of how ancient and great his civilization is. Before this, he was indeed a country bumpkin. To be taken in and given such a powerful opportunity was already a great miracle, and now they're handing over such an important mission to him? A gentleman will die for his bosom friend, a woman will dress for her lover. He suddenly remembered that saying, feeling unparalleled glory and happiness. Can you do it? He was being stared at with incomparable seriousness and sincerity. Sir, I can. The giant octopus stood tall and straight, immediately saluting. The organization chose you because we saw that you're still on the path of fusing your soul and flesh into a rank 9. It's very likely that you'll never reach rank 9, so we're giving you a chance to completely become a living being here, evolve into a living being. Step out of this world. To be honest, your talents have been valued by the higher-ups. You have a rare talent for both combat and evolution. You're a talented person with both. You're relatively balanced and can take on this mission. You, on the other hand, are about to abandon your own race and evolve into a creature that is brutal, murderous, and emotionless. You are the product of the god of destruction, the main culprit behind the destruction of the world. Will you be able to keep your original heart? I can. The giant octopus was full of vigor. Rank 9, soul and flesh as one, it was impossible for them to become a species here. However, Tier 8 gods had their own souls. Their souls could leave their bodies and fuse with the creatures here. The higher-ups will support you fully. You've done very well. An Azure Path warrior had a solemn expression on his face. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, his facial features were sharp and angular. Next, you will be working undercover here in the God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard. The path of your evolution will be extremely difficult, and you will be mocked by countless people. You will be looked down upon and despised by many. Your identity will be unknown, and no one will be able to prove your past. This is destined to be a lonely and dangerous path. In the end, you will reach the peak and become one of the strongest existences in our Buddhist civilization, the true Azure War God. Live for slaughter, fight for faith. You will be an Azura, you will eventually be recorded and known by the entire Buddhist civilization. You will also enjoy the glory of your entire race, and your achievements may not be any weaker than the ancient gods. Comrade Zhang Jianguo, can you do it? Yes. The giant octopus's eyes were burning with an undying flame that grew stronger and stronger. Becoming a great existence had always been his dream. As one of the great existences in the Buddhist civilization, he had already merged these two dreams into a belief. The surrounding Azure war gods suddenly fell silent. Looking at the young octopus who was full of fighting spirit and vitality, they had the urge to cry. We have witnessed your story. Now, please listen to us. This is a creature from our ancient times. From today onwards, you will learn a special ability. Hearing this, the giant octopus's expression changed completely, as if his view of the world had been refreshed. Lucy had already been here for dozens of days. Although it was only a few short moments in the real world, this terrifying ancient ruin in the high-dimensional spacetime had been evolving for a very long time. As the powerful sixth inspector, he had explored this aspect from scratch. Although he was not very powerful, he was still in line with the norm. Whoosh! A small octopus was also floating in the blue seawater, muttering to itself, as expected, being able to evolve my own race. This also means that I can be like the little inspector from before, evolving my own life race, and then continuously modify and push forward. I will carry out a sand table deduction here, perfecting my own civilization and race. Calling the other inspectors little ones, he was indeed qualified to do so, because the difference between inspectors was also very large. Lucy was known for his ruthlessness. He was serious in speech and did not like to talk. He was known as the claw of the steel torrent of the Star Strangler. He used his huge iron-based body as a mechanical battleship and carried out modifications. He once possessed the terrifying combat power of a small planet with his steel octopus body, directly crushing it alive. Whoosh! This small octopus was still floating around, its expression incomparably solemn. We still have to pay a huge price here. To stay in the high-dimensional spacetime for a long time is equivalent to burning our lifespan. This price is too high. If we keep staying here, we won't be able to live for more than a few years. The news had already spread. He heard that an ancient civilization that had entered the court of Nirvana in the previous era might have arrived here. From the very beginning, they had evolved their own life race with incomparable proficiency. At the same time, they were very proficient in the new knowledge of life evolution. Tree people, a group of terrifying tree people. Lucy's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, in case other creatures showed signs of changing color and secretly attacked him. Life evolution, to us, is definitely a brand new learning system. Everything starts from scratch. After all, no one has the mighty power to evolve life before. If the other party is really an old person, with previous records and a mature knowledge system, they will have too much of an advantage. We are not on the same starting line. There was a gap, and the ancient civilization had re-entered. This meant that the water here was very deep. But how could it not be deep? This was an unimaginable place. He did not intend to give up. He was the sixth inspector, the true taboo overlord of the universe. He was ranked sixth out of more than 1,000 inspectors, and he was an ordinary ninth-rank cultivator with an imperfect Tao foundation. This was enough to prove his strength and tenacity. In order to move forward, he had already given up too much. Moreover, on the path of cultivation, he had to face difficulties even if he had to go through mountains of blades and seas of blood. How could he give up? It is said that those tree people are very terrifying and will leave a deep shadow in people's hearts. I need to hide for a while. Right now, they are fully deserving of being the overlord, Lucy whispered. However, they are just relying on the ancient memories they have inherited to gain an advantage. There is still a long way to go. There is still a possibility of catching up in the future. Anyway, I have been hiding all this time. This is still seawater. They are just trees, they can't go into the water, right? This is my world. I want to evolve in the sea and ignore the outside world. He thought about it and decided to dive into the deep sea and continue to evolve his own race. Gurgle. He suddenly dived down. Diving into the deep sea, the surroundings gradually darkened and became dark blue. Finally, the color of the surroundings became pitch black. Even the species he saw became fewer and fewer. Here, I can continue to evolve my race. Just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, he saw a simple black stone castle in the dark and desolate land below the seawater. Crab King Castle was written in large traditional Chinese characters. He could not recognize it at all. A few strange creatures were wandering around inside. There were a few dining tables set up. It seemed to be a restaurant. However, it seemed to give off a creepy feeling of death and filth. This was an unimaginable evil. If one really had to describe it, it was not like a stadium but a septic tank. SpongeBob SquarePants, are you ready? A simple and deep voice sounded from inside, muffled. We are going to catch jellyfish. I'm ready. I'm ready. A cheerful voice came from the deep sea, giving off a youthful and lively aura. Two strange tree people walked out, their arms around each other's shoulders. One was a giant tree sea star with countless tree people entangled together. The other was a tree person sponge with countless tree people entangled together. They were both holding onto a small net made of wooden sticks. It was very strange. Lou was a little dumbfounded. How could trees be in the deep sea? It was like a strange scene from a horror story that could give people goosebumps. However, something even more terrifying happened. They pointed at their octopus population and shouted excitedly. Wow, Patrick Star, look at the jellyfish. Lucy looked at the strange black castle and the two creatures that walked out of it, holding hands, and bouncing toward him. He was slightly stunned, and his cold and emotionless face showed a trace of uneasiness. Splash. Cute and small octopuses swam in the ocean, their delicate and soft tentacles floating with the waves. Hee hee hee. This is a jellyfish park. Patrick Star. It was a huge sponge cube entangled with vines. It held a wooden net and let out a creepy laugh. Come and catch the jellyfish. Lucy sensed that something was not right. It was not that he had never seen such a strange and evil scene before. He had seen some terrifying and evil ancient civilization ruins and even stranger and gloomier things. However, this was just a living world of evolved species, I don't know which civilization it is from. Maybe my own civilization is so evil, and it's just pretending to be mysterious." He sneered, turned around, and left. He was too lazy to participate in these strange creatures. Moreover, he also felt an extremely strange and gloomy evil that he had never felt before in his life. It faintly sounded out from the simple stone castle, Crab King Castle, and it caused goosebumps to rise all over his body. "Patrick Star, hurry up!" SpongeBob shouted. Splash. Lewis ignored him and swam away. He was extremely fast in the sea. How could these strange undersea shrubs and corals compare to him? "The jellyfish is going to run." "SpongeBob, watch me," a muffled voice came. "Macho form." An explosion came from behind, and Lewis's scalp went numb. Old tree roots. Tree world entanglement. Needle insertion. Countless species were instantly caught by the tree net connected with vines, and they were all caught in a few breaths. Trees, nets, restraints. Lewis was completely shocked. At this moment, he finally knew what it was. It was the legendary plants that could run, the terrifying race that had the advantage of being the first to attack. Wasn't it said to be trees? How could trees dive into the deep sea? Could it be that some people in the forum were determined to boycott this ancient mysterious civilization, and they were even reporting information about this civilization, and were now massacring people on land? "SpongeBob, we caught the jellyfish." "Patrick Star, let's send it back quickly. Brother Octopus is getting impatient." The two happily ran back while holding hands, stirring up a lot of sand on the seabed. Whoosh. His entire body was wrapped up in a net and brought to that strange and crude stone castle. Soon, he was thrown into a corner, and he saw strange creatures like him being caught and tied up like rice dumplings. When he saw this, his mind trembled. The dozen or so species that had been captured were completely enraged. They looked at the posts on the forum. "Come quickly, we're in the 7th region of the continent. We're surrounding this treant on a prairie. Let's kill him first and eliminate him. We're about to win. The enemy's race has suffered heavy losses. Who can help? Hurry up. Everyone, gather on the land and surround him." He. He laughed coldly. Looking at the calm-looking fellows around him, he guessed that these were probably the messages sent by these fellows after they were captured. It seemed that they were deliberately luring others to go ashore, saying that a war had started on land and that they should go and help. In fact, they were hinting to other beings to hide in the sea. After all, trees couldn't swim in the sea, and they could float, which was an extremely safe place. This was a blind spot. Many people would definitely choose to go into the sea and wait for the war to start. It didn't need many people to believe that. Even if half of them went to help on land and the other half hid in the sea, it would be enough. He sneered. These fellows were all old antiques who had lived for tens of thousands of years. They were cunning and astute. They didn't tell others to go into the sea, but they hinted to others that going into the sea was the safest. A bunch of old schemers. He exhaled silently. He had been in Jianghu for many years, and he could be considered a wily old fox. However, he had still been tricked. These fellows were not simple. He shook his head and looked at the forum, which had only had a few hundred pages. At this time, there were 500 or 600 pages, and a comment was posted. "I've come to help. The enemy is indeed strong, but he's almost exhausted. I hope someone can come to help. Otherwise, when we're all dead, no one on this land will be able to stop them, and the entire continent will be wiped out by them. The evolved land area will be completely occupied by them." Once the message was sent, he also silently observed the other species. They were also tied to the ground as if nothing had happened. Of course, being captured once meant facing death once. If they died 3 times, they would be eliminated. After 3 times, they could be reborn for the 4th time, but that would require a huge amount of resources. Even powerful existences like them would feel the pinch of resources. After all, this was Nasira's plan. She offered an unimaginable sky-high price to those rich old leeks who did not have the qualifications to evolve but wanted to enter. Since the other party doesn't want to kill us, there's no need to rush to die. Let's observe the others. First. Lucy took a deep breath. After all, death was also a skill. It was not something that could be easily killed. The other party's method of tying them up, and they even stuffed something down their throats to prevent them from committing suicide. But it's useless. It's not that no one has thought of locking up a creature and preventing it from committing suicide. Lucy shook his head. But we can control the evolution of creatures, and we can also evolve a body mechanism to commit suicide. It just needed some time. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Soon, he saw a small green seaweed creature that called itself Boss Ruffian. It was the brainworm god. It was seriously recording and observing their data. Sure enough, they were captured to observe their species' evolution data. But there was no other way. If they were captured alive and could not commit suicide quickly, they could only be slaughtered. About 27. We have all the species, including birds. That's more or less enough, and all of them have decent bloodlines. Perhaps they evolved from their own species, and they can probably make a Mobius loop? The cerebrate god said with a look of horror, and looked at them with pity. It was said that it was a biological perpetual motion machine. Soon, in this simple stone castle, Patrick Star and SpongeBob SquarePants walked in and began to do further data research and investigation. Huh? This thing is from the giant octopus clan? SpongeBob SquarePants quickly discovered this. After all, he would discover it after careful inspection. He was stunned for a moment. Giant octopus, there's also a level 9 enlightened? Patrick Star seemed surprised as well. He whispered to SpongeBob SquarePants. What should we do? I don't know. A level 9 giant octopus. With this size, it must be very strong. Based on his friendship with Renamenka, it's not good for us to kill him, right? At the side, Lucy felt strange. It seemed that the other party was very familiar with his clan, and even knew about Renamenka. He felt that he had misheard this phrase. Friendship with Renamenka, this clan might be very ancient. This was something he had guessed. After all, the last time the Court of Nirvana opened was at least hundreds of thousands of years ago, right? But it was very strange for this clan to know the fallen Renamenka. At this time, these players were very serious in their discussion. They did not care about that at all. They just wanted to do a favor. Anyway, they did not need one more. Also, Brother Octopus is also a member of this clan. Should we inform Brother Octopus? I think that's fine. It doesn't matter anyway. After a while, Lucy was brought out under everyone's envious gazes. And Lucy also saw a giant octopus that looked somewhat similar to him in the stone house. From its bloodline structure, it was very likely to be his clan. At this time, it was soaking in a stinky bathtub. It was like a muddy swamp, evolving in it. What is this? Lucy was stunned. He naturally knew that his clansmen were in the ancient ruins, but he did not pay attention to it and let it fend for itself. Oh, this is some kind of evolution method. The giant octopus shook its head with a determined look on its face. This is made by their ancient Buddhist and Taoist sects, Xianxia sect. This in front of us is the God Kingwood cauldron. It collects poisons, filth, rotten things, corpses, and feces from all over the world. It soaks in it every day and refines it every day to cultivate the 1,000-spider-myriad poison body. Lucy did not react. The other party should be very excited to see his ancestor. How could he be so calm? He was the 6th inspector, with supreme power and talent. As long as he moved a finger, he could make his clansmen soar. This clansman in front of him definitely could not reach level 9. He was just a god. He knew how difficult it was for his clan to reach level 9, however, this ordinary giant octopus of level 8 god glanced at him calmly, bathing in the sea of poison. You have already fallen behind. You are a pitiful country bumpkin. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. I am evolving into the world's most evil and ancient species, Azura. Azura, at this moment, Lucy was completely attracted. It seemed that this bored clansman of his had his own fortuitous encounter. He had actually climbed up a big tree, some unimaginably ancient civilization, and was even using the other party's evolutionary knowledge to evolve species? His eyes turned, knowing that he might not have to die. He hurriedly laughed. It seems that our clan has completely risen and is already evolving species. What is Azura? I just heard them say that the Mobius ring seems to be some kind of ritual? Evolution also needs a ritual? The giant octopus looked at the few people beside him. The few people beside him did not care. It was just a connection. It did not matter if there was one less person. If they let him go, so be it. It could be considered as giving face to the giant octopus and Rhianamenka. Consider yourself lucky. Since you can't understand the truth of this yard, it means that you have left the universal garden. After the era of Rhianamenka, you have become a pitiful country bumpkin. You don't know anything. The few players at the side smiled and spread their hands, looking pitiful. Country bumpkin calling me a country bumpkin, this kind of contempt, as if looking at a country bumpkin, made Lucy's face turn black. If this was outside, these creatures would have been killed by him with one slap. And they were still clamoring here. Also, what did their words mean? This ancient mysterious civilization not only knew of this place, but the Rhianamenka of the past also knew of this land. He felt very strange, sinking into a fog. The giant octopus took a deep breath and looked at his ancestor with pity. There are some things that I can't say. Ancestor, your realm is not up to par. However, you can ask the species in front of you. Even a descendant was looking at him like he was a country bumpkin. There was nothing more contemptuous than this. The veins on Lucy's face bulged. This was because to existences at their level, knowledge was power. To think that one's knowledge was insufficient was to think that one was incomparably weak. However, the extremely forbearing Lucy still calmed down. After all, he was under the eaves. If he did not die this time, it would be for the best. There was no need to turn hostile. He smiled. Then, this Azura, this is an ancient legend. The giant octopus's expression was a little horrified. He said what the players had told him. Once, on this land, all living things evolved. However, there was once an extremely terrifying overlord that made people tremble in fear. His name was Azura. Which is the creature that you are evolving now? Lucy's eyes sparkled. Exchanging knowledge and obtaining certain information was a huge benefit and treasure to him. Yes, that's it. The giant octopus took a deep breath. Back then, there was a period of time when fighting was very popular in that land. This Treant species was one of the few at that time. However, it still could not compare to a terrifying existence that was stained with evil and foul stench. Once, very few living things came to that land. That living thing was an extremely evil pervert. Back then, there was a powerful existence that used alchemy to refine a species that was the origin of life. It was full of vitality and represented the origin of everything. Hearing this, Lucy was shocked. A supernatural species that represented the origin of life, it seemed like the history of the court of Nirvana was very ancient and mysterious. Many things had happened the last time it opened. The giant octopus continued, after the species that represented life left, there were no more experts left in this land. However, there was an existence that suddenly had a strange idea. Since there was life that represented everything, there would also be death that represented everything. He began to evolve an origin species that represented death and evil. He began to think, what was death? The 5 signs of decay, dirty clothes, withering hair, sweating under the armpits, and smelly body. At the same time, he cited scriptures and discovered that the human body's excretion was a place where pollution was discharged. It represented stains and filth. Perhaps he could go in this direction? Lucy felt that something was wrong. The giant octopus also took a deep breath. Thus, he became a madman. Since he was a creature that represented filth and poison, he evolved into a dung beetle. That was a life that ate feces as food. Then, he was not satisfied and evolved into a bedbug. His farts were extremely smelly. Then, he fermented and rotted transcendent animal corpses and melted corpse water. He soaked himself in it. In short, filth gathered on him and he evolved. Lucy listened to this piece of history. This was not strange. Some evil techniques in the universe were also cultivated in this way. The giant octopus looked at its ancient ancestor, a rank 9, and couldn't help but sigh. If it was in the past, it would definitely be excited, kneeling down and worshipping him. But, times were different. As someone who knew the ultimate secret of the universe, it entered the city. Although it didn't completely look down on him, there was still a sense of contempt. It looked at its ancient ancestor, who was still confused and looked like a country bumpkin. So what if he was a rank 9? So what if he was unimaginably powerful? So what if he could crush it with one hand? How pitiful. Amidst the complex emotions in the giant octopus heart, there was also a strong sense of superiority. It sighed and continued to explain, in the ancient land of evolution, that Azura quickly became the synonym for filth, evil, and nurturing. Everywhere it went, there were natural disasters, and everywhere it went, it was a land of death. Countless people were terror-stricken at the mere mention of it. In that era where heroes rose to prominence, he became the champion of dueling. No one dared to challenge his dignity. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he would pour feces on his opponent and poison their feces. It was like fighting a shrew on the street. Who could stand it? In the distance, the players recalled and showed a trace of horror. Playing with mud was fine, but playing with feces, who could stand it? At that time, everyone guessed that this bastard might be a septic tank worker in reality, dredging pipes, and carrying a toilet urn all year round. But everyone also said that with such advanced knowledge, it was unlikely that he was a low-level social worker. It was very likely that he was a high-level intellectual, or even a university professor, or a teacher. It was possible that he was very sinister and had a fetish for smelly. After all, in the game network, there were no players who didn't have twisted minds. There were all kinds of talents on the network, and all kinds of creatures evolved. But this was too scary. In fact, this player was already an urban legend back then. The giant octopus took a deep breath. But very soon, he was not satisfied. It was lonely at the top, and he felt as if he had stopped improving. So he thought that pure filth and evil should not only be on the body, but also on the spirit. For example, despair, the black despair condensed from the remains of blood. That was the essence of death. Senior evolved the alchemy gate, so in order to evolve the death gate that opposed Senior, he had a bold idea. What, a bold idea? Lou couldn't help but be curious. He felt a chill run down his spine as he was drawn into it. By gathering all of the world's filth, wreckage, filth, corpses, rotting, fermenting, and mixing them together and evolving within, it was indeed very likely to produce a powerful poisonous creature. He was indeed very thoughtful. His bolder idea is that no one can survive, the Mobius hoop. An indescribable fear appeared in the giant octopus eyes. Lou was still puzzled. The giant octopus took a deep breath. The Mobius hoop is an extremely evil summoning ritual that he designed. It's a polymerized creature. Its actual form is based on the polymerized life forms like the evil god. Evil god? Lewis was confused again. You actually don't remember? The giant octopus was stunned. Looking at its ancestor, it said in grief, "You've even forgotten the evil god? You've actually forgotten the glory of your ancestor, Lou? I should remember something, evil god." Evil god, he murmured, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember anything about it. Suddenly, he felt that it had become eerie. The giant octopus expression changed slightly, but it gradually calmed down. Soaking in the bathtub, it stirred the black water inside. Forget it, forget it. Evil god is a kind of polymerized life form. Countless life forms, as organs and tissues, come together to form a kind of life form. There was such a kind of life form? Lou frowned slightly. He felt that this route was too powerful and strange. It involved a lot of knowledge. He couldn't help but ask, then how do these aggregated organizations form an army and pass food to each other? The giant octopus was slightly surprised. Naturally, some of the tissues are pipeline creatures. They replace the blood vessels of living beings to transport food and nutrients. Lou understood now. The giant octopus voice suddenly became strange. This Mobius ring is also a polymerized life form. But it doesn't have a pipeline to transport food. It's in the shape of a pyramid. The first layer eats food, the second layer eats the food of the previous layer. One by one, they form a biological centipede, and then this centipede's head and tail connect to form a ring. According to speculation, it may have been influenced by a certain movie of their civilization, or it may have been influenced by a certain culture's golden meal. He called it the Mobius ring, a perpetual ring of living beings. Of course, they didn't say that it could also have been influenced by a certain celebrity. Toilet ecstasy expert, Ollie. Old Eight's influence. Lou, perpetual motion, forming a ring, it was indeed perpetual motion. He was completely shocked, completely dumbfounded. No, the civilization of your planet was too special, wasn't it? Centipede movies, this was too scary. It wasn't that he hadn't seen such cruel torture devices, but this was the first time he had seen something so unconventional. Also, food, could this be considered food? He was completely impressed. The diversity of civilization was indeed profound. However, it was indeed a brand new system. Biological evolution, there was actually such a method of biological evolution deduction? This was simply an eye-opener. He felt that he had learned something. As for him, he began to transform into a chainsaw maniac, attacking, assassinating, and fighting one-on-one battles. He forcibly captured some wild evolved creatures and gathered them together, to form the Mobius ring. He said that this kind of torture was used to torture one's mental despair, causing them to move towards filth and decay. The resentment and filth formed by such dead creatures would condense into the only dead substance of life. Dead substance, naturally, Lou knew about the prime that represented the source of life. Prime was the trace of innate life substance that formed at the moment when life was born and formed an embryo. It was the source of life, but it would disappear in a flash and become an ordinary soul after birth. It was extremely difficult to extract it. Life had prime. At the moment of death, there would be dead substance. He fell into deep thought and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's not impossible. All things are relative. If there is the source of life substance, there is the possibility of there being the source of death substance. Prime is widely used, so it is very common. It has been passed down since a long time ago. I don't know who first discovered it, but in short, similar extraction methods can be seen in almost all ruins of advanced civilizations. Prime was something that advanced civilizations knew. It was a very common thing. Even if it was a technological civilization that did not have any inheritance, they could still discover similar technological methods from any high-level ancient ruins and learn from them. Lou fell into deep thought and said with a solemn expression, "Prime requires a large number of killings of newborns. Dead substance also requires a large number of killings and torment lives, making them resentful and die in despair. The traces of dead substance that are born are essentially the same. The extraction of both required massacres, large-scale massacres. According to a series of conjectures, dead substance might exist. However, this thing might be very dangerous. It was an unimaginable taboo poison, so it was not popularized at all. At that time, he wanted to use this Mobius ring to create a pile of filth and rotten lives that had died of despair. Then, he would soak them in it and form a new thousand spider myriad poison's body. Then, did he succeed at that time? Lou's voice carried a hint of surprise. No, he failed. The big octopus took a deep breath. He realized that no matter what he did, he could not achieve the desired effect. After thinking hard for a long time, he finally found the problem. What problem? Life is the one and only primordial, while death is a myriad of oddities. Perhaps it is only through endless filth and the corpses of various powerful extraordinary life force that the primordial death can be gathered and fermented. Lou felt that it made sense. The extraction of dead substance seemed to be even more difficult. Then, he began to collect all kinds of transcendent lives to form the Mobius ring ritual. At that time, he wanted to create a group of transcendent life forms of wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and so on, to die together in despair and darkness. Then, he wanted to attack the players at that time, but he was surrounded and killed, the big octopus said. The players were not fools. It was fine that you played with dung, and it was fine that you used it to fight us. You even used ordinary ownerless life forms for experiments, and that was fine. But now, you want to attack us? You want us to do that ritual? Who could tolerate that? You want to kill people in one go. However, the explosion that day overthrew the great demon king, and countless PvP transcendent life forms charged forward. Not a single one of them was clean, and it left a huge psychological scar on the players. Even today, they could still remember the fear of that moment. Although no one knew if it would succeed at that time, No one wanted to sacrifice themselves for his science and art. This is really too sad. Lu shook his head and sighed. It seemed that for galactic life forms like them, killing ordinary life forms on a planet and performing evil rituals was all too normal. The universe was crueler than one could imagine. Such a fanatical scientist who sacrificed himself for the truth still fell. And today, I will inherit this warrior and continue forward. The big octopus said with a serious expression. Lucy finally realized what was going on. At this moment, they were in that simple stone hut in the Crab King Fort, capturing those transcendent life forms. What were they planning to do? These people. So they wanted to capture us. His pupils instantly constricted. In that instant, he felt like he had just survived a disaster. He was almost done for. The little octopus he controlled had goosebumps all over its body. A look of horror appeared on his face. Looking at those level 9 Taoists, it was as if he could see a terrifying future. His heart beat wildly for a moment, and he secretly rejoiced. These Taoists saw that they were not killed and were just observing. They were still too young. They had no idea what was waiting for them later. Isn't it too cruel to do this? SpongeBob SquarePants said hesitantly. After all, this was the first time he had evolved such an evil thing. Killing. How could a killing creature not be evil? He had walked in the midst of death. But they had to do it now. They could not let down Dizun's expectations, and they could not let down their own Buddhism and Huaxia civilization. There's no other way. Everything in the world is balanced. To achieve success, they must pay the price, but they pay the price, and we receive it. The player said helplessly, "Sigh, we don't want to kill people and engage in evil rituals. Even in the game, it will leave a psychological shadow. But these are Taoists, and their minds are tough. It's fine." It would be fine if they were Taoists, that made sense, they had roamed the galaxy and seen all kinds of storms. It was a small problem for these Taoists to eat sh*t. Lu kept thinking and showed a look of understanding. He felt that it made sense. With the tough minds of these great beings of the universe, they had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood on many planets. Eating 1 or 2 pounds of sh*t would be a piece of cake for them. It was evolution, so why did they care so much? Maybe they could even evolve into dung beetles. It would not be surprising for super-cosmic beings to appear. Lu took a deep breath. As a reasonable guest, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Why did they care so much? I think it's fine. This kind of ritual can also train the minds of these Taoists. I can help. Lu suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and chuckled. This was a good opportunity to disgust his competitors and kill them. He revealed a kind expression and said with a smile, "I am also very interested in the evolution of this life." SpongeBob SquarePants and Patrick Star looked at him in surprise. Soon, they were not surprised. As expected of a Tier 9, each and every one of them was a wily old monster. After all, joining a gang of bandits and harming hostages was a very normal thing for an ancient being who had lived for tens of thousands of years. You're a country bumpkin after all. You've even lost the knowledge of the universe garden. You might not be able to keep up with us. SpongeBob SquarePants tried to persuade him in a low voice. A country bumpkin. Lucy's veins were bulging. As the 6th inspector, the most powerful person below the weak 10th level, it had been a long time since he had been humiliated like this. It was one thing for other existences to humiliate him, but even his descendant of the Board family was looking at him with such pitiful eyes. Contempt, disdain, and ridicule could be endured. However, the pity, and sympathy in their eyes were the most lethal. It was as if they were looking at a peasant in the countryside. This kind of gaze was somewhat unbearable for him. Lewis said, "What do you mean my level is not high enough? I've seen more cruel rituals than you have. What you're doing is like child's play. You're afraid that I'll learn your evolutionary route if I find out, right?" SpongeBob SquarePants had a look of disdain. "Do you think it's that easy to learn? According to our deductions, in order to carry out this evil ritual, the various elements have gone through a calculated sequence. We even used the latest Heavenly Tao derivation piano to assist in the derivation of life. Heavenly Tao derivation piano? Lucy's heart shook. He could not believe his ears. Heavenly Tao derivation. That must be a terrifying forbidden creation that involved the core of the universe. It might not be inferior to this land of life. The other party even had such a thing. What level of ancient civilization was it? Tier 10. Even if it was Tier 10, it would be the strongest kind. It was close to all the core laws of the universe and knew all the secrets of the universe, right? If it was before, he wouldn't have believed it at all, thinking that the other party was mocking him. But now, he couldn't help but start to doubt himself, wondering if his knowledge was really shallow. The other party might very well be lying to him. However, was there really a need to lie to him? Thinking about it carefully, if it could really be done, it was indeed possible. His thoughts spun rapidly, wondering if there was a chance to benefit from the other party and obtain some terrifying opportunities. His breathing quickened slightly. One of the players did not pay too much attention to the other party. He felt that the other party was only average and treated him as a country bumpkin relative of the giant octopus. He shook his head and said, "If you know that it's here, sooner or later you'll have to derive the composite bloodline, right?" The Heavenly Tao derivation piano is a Heavenly Tao law generator that can derive composite bloodline talents. It can even deduce the origin of the Great Tao. It's definitely like a fish in water here. Composite bloodline, derive the framework first, and then evolve. In fact, they had also speculated after that. At that time, even if they did not stop that player, it was almost impossible to succeed. To carry out this evil ritual and collect the resentment and filthy corpses of wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and all kinds of extraordinary life forms to form a dead substance, there was a special sequence. Just like alchemy, it was not something that could be done as one wished. It was a formula that could change at any time according to the existing life forms. At that time, the technical level was simply not up to par. Now, with the Heavenly Tao piano in charge of deriving the fusion route of the composite laws, it was possible. After all, the Heavenly Tao piano was truly terrifying. It could deduce all existing laws and was a generator of the laws of the universe. It was like a great Tao palette. By throwing in all kinds of ink, it could simulate and even produce mixed colors. There's no need to say more. The Heavenly Tao generator is already deducing. According to the data we just collected, we will soon be able to deduce the model. SpongeBob SquarePants looked at the big octopus next to him. Now, let's first let you adapt to filth, death, decay, become an evil ancient life form. Later, you may evolve in the dead. Splash. The big octopus was still soaking in the corrosive black barrel, training the 1,000 spider 10,000 poison body. After a while, several players seemed to have received a message from outside and said seriously, "It's almost done. The outside has been settled. We can do that evil summoning ritual now." They were not here to play. Since they wanted to evolve into a killing species, they had to do it in one go. Although they were very reluctant to admit that the PvP champion from back then, the filthy magic weapon, the 5 decay of angel, this kind of evil and filthy dark death creature was indeed a pure killing weapon. Soon, they began the ritual and walked into the stone house. Now, a perfect food chain may be formed. Now, let me show you the evolution level of civilization and how the food chain is formed. A player walked in. The surrounding people who had achieved enlightenment were slightly shocked. Sure enough, it was right not to evolve into suicide. Sure enough, they could see some things. Food chain? Ecological chain cycle? This was the type of knowledge that stabilized the ecology of a planet. They did not expect that the other party's knowledge of evolution was very profound. They had actually understood the macroscopic ecological evolution system. They were a little uneasy. Since they had been caught, they could still observe the other party's details if they stayed. But in the next second, they slightly stiffened. What are these strange tree people going to do? Huh? Wait. These people who had achieved enlightenment soon discovered what terrible things they were about to face. In the next second, they saw a series of actions. They were completely scared out of their wits and could not believe their eyes. What kind of food chain is this? You guys are crazy. Are you going to use us to evolve into some species? And there is such a path of evolution, their minds were violently blank. The other party's civilization was indeed proficient in the evolution of life. It had long formed a perfect discipline. But what was wrong with the other party's civilization? How could there be such a strange evolution method? This ecological food chain alone had completely refreshed their worldview. After all, it was certain that their worldview would collapse. The players who were proficient in evolution back then were also dumbfounded. How could there be such a strange person in this world? And they did not even have the knowledge of evolution. Naturally, they were even more shocked by this unprecedented method. At this moment, they roared wildly in their hearts. They were terrified and cursed, but nothing they did could change their fate. They had traveled the galaxy for many years and had never been so humiliated. For existences like them, if they were captured, they could almost instantly commit suicide. It was very difficult to stop them from committing suicide. But here, they were only low-level extraordinary creatures. They could not struggle at all and commit suicide. Are they strung together? Yes. Wait, this species fainted. This one here fainted. This one also fainted. This one even peed his pants. The moment they came, they started the food chain. Aren't these people too weak? Isn't it just eating poop? That's right. This is a terrifying torture for modern people. Wasn't it normal in ancient times? There were even more cruel tortures in ancient times. This is not even on the list. These people should have seen it many times. It's fine. They have indeed seen it many times. It's just that it happened to them, who are high and mighty. They might be a little dumbfounded, but it's not that their endurance is weak. It's the species they control. They are definitely very clear-headed in reality. Sigh, this isn't human. At most, we're just torturing an animal. I feel much better. After all, I don't want to kill people, nor do I dare to. This is probably the equivalent of skewering people. Birds, swimming fish, walking beasts, spiders. A necklace strung together. It's quite beautiful. This is probably the evil ritual in the legends. Yes, this is the head of the food chain, the Mobius ring. It's also a way of evolution of aggregation. It's not much different from the evil god's aggregation of creatures. A group of people aggregating into a super-large creature. The second evil god might be coming out. This is the Grim Reaper, brother. 1 day, 2 days, countless days passed. At first, they would cry out in pain and their eyes would be filled with tears. In the end, they would only be numb and emaciated. Of course, they also noticed that some of the enlightened ones had gotten used to it. They would even stare at them angrily. Some of them were even more shocking. Some of the enlightened ones could even find joy in the pain. They even secretly stuck out their tongues and started to eat. Even they felt that the world was too magical. The players couldn't help but be astonished when they saw this unforgettable scene. This. Everyone was old 8, now, they were actually ecstatic? Countless curses ran through their minds. Suddenly, they felt that they were still too young. When it came to being coquettish and playful, they still couldn't compare to these older brothers in terms of magical realism. They were still bound by the prejudice of mortals. Perhaps to these enlightened ones, this was really nothing. They had great adaptability. Facing this situation, they came to a shocking conclusion. Damn it. Some of the enlightened ones are actually used to it. Damn it, they even want to live. They start to eat. Their little eyes are rolling around as they continue to observe what we are planning to do. Pee in fright, to observe our species in secret and learn our biological evolution knowledge. Are they so perverted? Cry, 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 this is too scary. Can you see their eyes? They are very calm as if they don't have any grudges against us. However, they give us the feeling that they are murderous demons who can't sleep at night. Horror, no, there is a reason why the enlightened ones are used to it. Did you guys realize that most of them are beast-type enlightened ones? Many of them are dogs, insects, carrion vultures. They eat rotten things in nature. They sighed. These enlightened ones were indeed experienced. The salt they had eaten was indeed more than the rice they had eaten. Back then, if they could abandon their prejudice like this, they wouldn't have been so deeply terrified by that merciless tea-making machine player. They were too young. After all, they were still ordinary people. Using the fear of the real world wouldn't have much of an effect on these existences. The forum on the internet was also horrifying. There was a heated discussion among scary big shots. Their war strategy had always been successful. However, this was the first time they failed miserably. Mount Akina speed, tears run. These people are too ruthless. They wouldn't have been able to defeat us if we had the advantage of striking first. After all, they don't have any evolutionary knowledge. We're already too mature. Now, they're actually so terrifying. When the time comes, we might not be able to suppress them. This sentence was very realistic. Their average quality was very high, and when the time came, there was really no way to defeat them. Those who thought of themselves as geniuses were the real fools. Most players knew their own limits and knew that they couldn't beat these Taoists. Meng Mei, that's right. They are as vicious and patient as wolves. All of them are monsters. Their eyes are filled with the words life is full of ups and downs, don't bully the young for being poor. I thought that I was good enough, but who knew that the other party was not on the same level as us at all? They can endure any kind of humiliation. Meng Mei had completely discovered that normal humiliation and humiliation had no effect on them at all. They were impervious to everything. Great Alchemy Emperor, we have to be vigilant and continue to suppress them. Don't give them a chance to rise. You have to know that there are two-dimensional courtyards. We don't have a fundamental advantage. We just have more experience than them. We will suppress them for as long as we can. Do you think that you are shameless? They are more ruthless than you. The players began to feel panic, vigilance, and a strong sense of crisis. They were born ordinary people, and there was really no way for them to compare with the average Taoist. This was a very cruel reality. After all, when they were scheming against those existences from the Tier Empire, they really didn't have this kind of creepy feeling, because they were all stage 9 Taoists, who would be simple. However, they could only ignore them and continue to evolve their species. Soon, these lives slowly withered in despair, suffering, and died completely. These small animals even gradually turned into corpses with pustules, turning into a pool of black, sticky, rotten liquid that stank. Condense and converge. The fallen souls of despair, the rotten remains, and the stinking filth seemed to be completely intertwined. The transcendent bloodline of these creatures carried endless resentment, the greatest and most evil despair, as if something had been born. As expected, dead matter. Louis was completely excited, as if the fog of ancient knowledge had been lifted and he had seen the true body of the legendary truth. Dead matter, what kind of concept was this? The source of life was the original substance, and the source of death was the dead matter. This was one of the laws of the great Tao that involved the source of the highest law. In front of him, he was actually witnessing its true existence. To be able to participate in this experiment and witness this historical moment, he felt supreme glory. He took a deep breath and suddenly felt a little lost. Perhaps, his knowledge was really inferior to theirs, at this moment. As expected, there are a lot of impurities, but the concentration isn't high, just a trace. The SpongeBob SquarePants player felt the purity of this thing and took a deep breath. It's the same as the original substance. It melts when it comes into contact with something. Fortunately, we created a special item that can carry it. Generally speaking, it wasn't that easy to create, but there was transcendent power here. In the future, they could even become stage 4 or stage 5 creatures, so it wouldn't be that difficult. You can go and evolve in it. They looked at the giant octopus. Bathed in the origin of death, a species born. Despair, violence, slaughter, cruelty, and endless emotions gathered in it. This is the true God of death, Azura. For glory. For the prosperity of civilization. The giant octopus fell into it and began to evolve. Louis's expression became complicated as he watched. His descendants' future achievements seemed to be higher than his. Looking at the giant octopus that was swimming in the septic tank of death and gracefully stretching out its tentacles, he felt a little envious. Louis's envious gaze made the players beside him feel a chill run down their spines, and they jumped in fright. It seems that for these great existences that transcend the laws of the universe, the ethics, values, and social views of living beings no longer exist. If eating *T can make them stronger, they won't hesitate to eat it. We're still too young. If we really play, we probably won't be able to beat these guys. These players were very frightened. They really weren't playing tricks now. They were using their own strength to fight head-on and capture all of them. They might not be able to beat them in terms of scheming. Only the number one think tank of Mount Akina could fight them. They began to whisper. We're already powerless in the Stage 9 era. Every one of these Taoists is too terrifying. We can't beat these old foxes who have lived for tens of thousands of years. Maybe we can use this Stage 9 country bumpkin octopus to fight them. They whispered to each other and already had some ideas to rope in a few people to deal with them. After all, they were confident that they were the center of the universe, not inferior to the Blue Abyss realm or the fallen Taoist civilization. They could still rope in some people to join them. Whoosh! The giant octopus was still soaking in the filthy dead matter and seemed to have begun to evolve. I feel like we can only deal with dead matter with a lot of impurities. After all, we can only withstand this level for now. We'll do it a few more times in the future and slowly increase the amount. It won't be easy to create a death god from the dead matter. They looked at the giant octopus and then at the Crab King castle room on the other side. Some creatures were once again crowded and tied up. Those guys really can't be underestimated. Previously, they still had the mood to post on the forum while being tortured like this, constantly tempting others to come and eat tea with them. These people came one after another. Another batch had arrived. Those people were too shameless. They fell into a trap and were tortured to death. They also tricked others to come here and suffer the same pain and losses as them. From the looks of it, those who have already died and left will definitely not reveal this place to us. They might even trick others to come here. A player said softly. A player said in a soft voice, if this goes on, all the living beings in the dimensional court will come to our place and get beaten up by us once. At the very least, we will be able to use the Mobius ring 5 times. 5 times. They might have evolved to a Stage 3 death god. Along the way, they had already formed a prototype. But after that, we'll have to rely on ourselves to develop, a player said softly. Beside him, Lucy was completely convinced and obediently followed them to help and do odd jobs. The evolution knowledge they revealed at this moment had already amazed him. He had learned many things, and he felt that it was not bad to follow this civilization and ride on their coattails. Whoosh! Why are we fighting everywhere recently? Why is that Treant fighting so fiercely? Medura was shocked. She looked at the forum and flipped through more than 1,000 pages. More than 900 pages were talking about how evil the Treants were and how they were killing everything on land. The battle is getting more and more intense. It seems that we have to go into the sea to hide. After all, trees will float on the surface of the sea. They definitely can't go into the deep sea. Little Rock had a serious expression. Beside him, Nasira did not say anything. Since they wanted to go, then let them go. Anyway, she was behind them and nothing would happen. At the same time, she looked at Renamanga silently. What would happen after they met? At this moment, Suji and Medusa stood among these species and felt very speechless. He felt that he had seen a ghost. This was the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction, a place to study killing creatures, killing gods, and death gods. In the end, these animals really created a *T god, and they were so daring to create so many Taoists and play with this evolution plan that was extremely heavy and could be smelled from thousands of meters away. He was stunned. Wasn't this too much? Everything had been fine, but it had suddenly changed too much. Let's go into the deep sea to take a look, Medura said. Splash. The group rushed into the deep sea. Gradually, an extremely evil stone castle, the Crab King Castle, appeared in front of them. Under the dark and deep blue sea, a simple and crude stone castle gradually appeared. Who built a stone house here? Medura's expression instantly became vigilant. Ignoring the evolution of the species, they actually started to build a house. In fact, the war in the Blue Abyss realm and the war of the fallen civilization had gradually begun. They were slowly pulling at the Buddhists and probing on a small scale. In this nebula, it was an unimaginably huge mythical war. In a few hours, it would probably become intense and urgent. Of course, these few hours were in the high-dimensional spacetime. At this time, the front line was preparing for war. Although they were relatively idle at the back, they were actually very anxious to explore the opportunities here. Because if they really fought, they would definitely go around and attack the supply and maintenance troops at the back. Different from Transcendence, their mechanical civilization needed supplies and maintenance, so they had logistics troops. When Transcendents were injured, their flesh and blood could heal themselves. But what about their mechanical spaceships, Tao artifacts, magic artifacts, supreme artifacts, and supreme spiritual artifacts? Some damaged parts and gears were terrifyingly precise components that could distort the laws. It required a large number of ordinary level 9 Daos to distort the laws to repair them. I hope that we can obtain some opportunities here. After all, regardless of whether the building collapses or not, the weakest like us will die the fastest. Midura took a deep breath. In front of the enemy, in the face of death, no one could be indifferent. This mysterious adventure in front of them was their only hope. Should we go in? This is too strange. Xianxia had a serious look on her face. Suji glanced at this big spider with a faint smile. What a drama queen. At this time, Xianxia was actually very surprised by these players and was also stunned by them. They dared to play with the septic tank, she did not even dare to offend these high and mighty Daos. Now, she still had a trace of fear and respect, but what about the other party? They were just Daos, yet they directly captured them and did not treat them as humans at all. She was completely dumbfounded by this kind of trick. Was this the power of a high-level central civilization? They were really merciless towards these country bumpkins. Xianxia felt very lucky. Fortunately, she had also observed the concept of the god of creation and even obtained an unimaginable opportunity. Otherwise, she would really be a country bumpkin in their eyes. After all, no matter how powerful they were still a country bumpkin civilization if they did not know about the god of creation. Whoosh! Before they could react, 2 living beings walked out of the stone fortress that had been built. SpongeBob SquarePants, we're going to catch jellyfish. Catching jellyfish to make Crab King Burger. This is our exclusive secret recipe. I'm ready. I'm ready. 2 strange treants with their arms around each other's shoulders walked out of the castle while holding hands and holding a small net made of tree vines. Alas, jellyfish. The eyes of the 2 strange treants shone brightly as they quickly pounced over. Enemy attack. Upon seeing this, they quickly counterattacked. Bang, the iron-based life form that Little Rock had transformed into was instantly sent flying. After all, the iron-based bloodline was powerful, while the iron-based bloodline's low-level bloodline did not have powerful close combat skills. They were far from being a match for these professionally evolved treants. This was also the reason why those powerful transcendents who achieved the Tao, their own transcendent species, were no match for them at all, and were instantly beaten to tears. Low level, no one had transcendence. So what if you were a powerful transcendent species? Bang! On the other hand, Midura and Wainer began to rapidly contend against each other. They were actually barely able to separate the 2 of them. Old tree roots. The 2 treants threw out a combination of punches, and their invincible attacks were actually blocked. They were instantly shocked. Holy sh*t, they're so ferocious. Someone has already reached this level? They did not expect someone to be able to resist them. According to our guesses, we will definitely be in the lead for a long time. After all, they don't communicate with each other and are all figuring things out on their own. How did they? Don't tell me it's those fellows that we just killed? They secretly observed some of our evolutionary clues and learned some superficial knowledge. They evolved into new species and targeted us. Now, they're coming back to cause trouble for us? Aren't they afraid of dying a second time? They're so bold to take revenge the moment they come? Eating sh*t to gain courage? The players were completely shocked. What the hell was this? Indeed, humiliation could make one stronger. They felt that it might be the batch of transcendents who had just been killed who had come to cause trouble for them. After all, those resentful gazes were hard to forget. Boom, the battle between the 2 sides completely erupted. They didn't expect that there would be a spy among them. Xianxia laughed and secretly observed these players. She said in her heart, although I can no longer enter their civilization. When I entered their civilization and looked at their network, I remembered their evolutionary knowledge and some of their experience systems. How could she mistreat her own team? The two transcendents beside her had followed her for a long time. Previously, she had told the two of them about the evolutionary knowledge that she had obtained from a fortuitous encounter. The two of them had benefited greatly from it and won at the starting line. Although they had just started learning and did not have the strength to fight head-on, they could still resist for a while. The gap between them was not that big. How is it? Xianxia looked at Medusa and said, the evolutionary knowledge that I gave them is still very powerful, right? Medusa nodded and looked at the battle. He thought, these strange-looking treants are the same as the ones I saw in the God of Creation's dimensional courtyard. As expected, they came from there? She remembered some of the guys in the universe garden. They seemed to have similar postures. The site of the ancient gods. Medusa vaguely had some guesses. However, Xianxia, this weakling, actually obtained this evolutionary knowledge in an ancient fortuitous encounter. This is beyond my expectations. Xianxia told this knowledge to Medusa and Medusa. Naturally, she also told Medusa and the others. Medusa had been evolving in the dimensional courtyard for hundreds of years. She was considered a veteran of evolution, and she definitely did not start from scratch. However, at this time, she was able to evolve according to this knowledge and benefit greatly. After all, she had never really learned it systematically. Very good. Medusa smiled. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought that you would have this kind of opportunity and level. Very powerful. This knowledge is enough for us to obtain opportunities here and rise. Previously, Medusa felt that this group of three that he had randomly encountered was only average. He treated them as passers-by on the journey. However, now that they actually had this kind of opportunity, perhaps when there was a war, he could save them and pull them into the universe garden. Yes, it seems that our branch is going to rise. Xianxia said to Medusa with a serious face. Although you have just joined me, I will not treat you unfairly. We will improve together. In the future, there is a possibility that our group will become inspectors. Yes, we will definitely become inspectors. Medusa laughed. He felt that he could help them when necessary. After all, it was not easy to survive. Suji looked at the acting skills of these two people and felt that it was not bad. Rumble, both sides fought at the bottom of the sea. Although Medusa and Medusa's species were not weak, they could not compare to the PvP fighting champions. The few of them struggled for a while and soon showed signs of defeat. They were entangled by the overwhelming vine species. Bang, two of them fell instantly and were caught in the net. What the F***ck? The two treants shook their bodies and looked at the remaining people in front of them. They felt that it should not be difficult to defeat them. Sure, go and punch. Medusa frowned. Seeing this scene, he definitely had to save them. However, he did not have the impulse to go up herself because she did not want to evolve her original species of Diablo. After all, her species of Diablo had already undergone a great evolution and was very perfect. There was no need to evolve again here. At this time, she had another idea. She wanted to evolve other creatures, ones that did not have combat power. Me? Sure, was confused. I can't beat them. It's not that you can't beat them. You just want extraordinary power. You don't need to use the fighting methods of ordinary creatures. You just need to punch. Medusa smiled. Use the feeling you get from punching 100 million times a day. Although right now, you are a rank 1 life form without extraordinary power, you still have the combat power of a mortal martial arts master. If they want to fight with mortals and ordinary grassland life forms, will you be afraid of them? You are from the martial arts system of the pugilistic world. Yes. Sure, stepped forward. In an instant, the two sides started fighting again. During the fight, these players gradually felt a strong pressure. They were the 13 war gods of Azura Path, the PvP fighting champions selected by the players. They were the group with the best fighting ability. Even they felt a strong pressure. This was a type of attack that did not require any skills or anything. It was just punching and punching. It was direct and violent, like a storm. Bang, bang, both sides fought fiercely, exchanging blows. Although they were evenly matched, the players' expressions changed. They completely saw who this girl of iron and stone was and what martial art she was using. Diablo, Renimanga. Their hearts were in turmoil, as if they had been shocked. Just as they were shocked, their movements slowed down. Taking advantage of this moment, they were sent flying. Bang, they stopped at the bottom of the sea and looked at the group of people behind them. It was the Diablo, Renimanga. Why did these big shots suddenly come? They could not be afraid of those country bumpkins, but against the same civilization and the same level of universe center who also knew the concept of the god of creation, they naturally had to be on guard. The other party was a terrifying true overlord who could fight against the ancient gods. Furthermore, this was the god of destruction's dimensional yard, and the god of destruction was the Diablo in front of them. He had used the terrifying Tao technique Genesis to observe the existence of the future. Stop, let's stop. Big shot, we're on the same side. The two Treants retreated violently, distancing themselves from the little goddess of stone. Why are you running? The goddess of stone chased after them. She was in high spirits. Previously, she had been waving her fists at inanimate objects. Now, she actually found the feeling. Little princess, we were wrong. We were wrong. They laughed along, covering their heads and scurrying away like rats, not knowing whether to fight or retreat. Her father was watching from the side. That was a terrifying taboo comparable to the ancient gods. How would they dare to be presumptuous? Did they want to die? Humph. It's you guys. How boring. The goddess of stone also reacted and stopped in her tracks. We're on the same side. Are they afraid? Medura and Wainer were knocked to the ground. They felt very strange. When they fought with the Treants, they instantly knew that they were in trouble. How powerful were these tree men? Their species was too perfect and unbelievable. Almost no one below the transcendent realm could stop them. Even the name of the terrifying existence that struck fear into the hearts of everyone on the forum would probably cause them to lose their lives if they were to encounter it. Their incomparably precious lives would be lost here. However, they did not expect things to turn out like this. Both parties know each other. Why do they look so afraid? We don't have to die? Medura and Wainer were stunned on the spot. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They did not expect that the three of them who had just joined them and thought that they were very weak would actually know such a powerful existence. Wasn't the other party from an unknown and powerful civilization that had entered the court of Nirvana in ancient times? How did they know each other? And she was even called the little princess, on the other side. In a simple circular stone house. Lu Si was slightly shocked and puzzled when he saw the scene. He frowned and said, why did they suddenly soften? They were so arrogant previously and even dared to be so rebellious. If we don't treat them as experts, they're all country bumpkins. One had to know that he was the 6th inspector. He was known as one of the strongest level 9 combat strength below the level 10. The other party was not even afraid of him. Now, they suddenly softened, and even bowed and nodded. He scratched his head in confusion. If they really could not win, it was fine to bow their heads, but that was not the case. If the two of them could not win, they still had the ultimate weapon, the strongest PvP combat species, the Grim Reaper, which had already been refined, such a powerful one-on-one creature, who could be a match for it. This was what they called a merciless tea-making machine. Even the fist-wielding little Iron Man in front of them was far from being a match for it. Once it was splashed on their bodies, the merciless and intense poison would instantly corrode them. It could be said to be a very cruel and evil super-life form. It could even cause serious psychological trauma. It was obvious that the other party could not beat their Grim Reaper octopus, but in an instant, they admitted defeat and bowed? This is not the character of these unscrupulous fellows. His expression instantly turned serious as he murmured. He stood on the window and looked outside at the group of people. He was stunned by this inexplicable scene. What is going on? Who are they? It seems that they are not simple. Even these creatures are afraid. At the side, the giant octopus looked numb and shouted, "You are my ancestor, I will still help you. Go quickly. Don't let them see that they are here to kill you, traitor." Kill me? Lucy was completely stunned. He had no idea what was going on. Looking at the bored descendants who looked at him with disdain, he was at a loss. When did I become a traitor? I'm a traitor? Lucy was completely puzzled and could not react at all. He thought back to his long life. Although he had killed and robbed people, slaughtered all living beings, and done all kinds of things, he had never done anything like that. Could it be that he had betrayed the fallen alliance and joined the Blue Abyss God realm? That was not the case. As the sixth inspector, he stood at a high position and was the core of power. Was there a need to betray them? Moreover, if the fallen civilization really fell, he would definitely suffer heavy losses. What traitor am I? Lucy's voice was filled with doubt. After all, this descendant of his had treated him quite well. If he had not saved him, he would have suffered the same misfortune as those screaming existences. You really forgot. The giant octopus was heartbroken. He hid in the large wooden fish tank with an indescribable sense of sorrow. But no matter what, you are still my ancestor. I know that it is almost impossible for our bored octopus clan to break through to rank 9 with our huge bodies. I don't know which generation's ancestor you are. How many hardships did you encounter to break through to such a terrifying height? This is too difficult. You can't die here. Hurry up and escape. You. Hurry. Escape. Ah, looking at the giant octopus's heartfelt cry, Lucy could not help but feel his heart palpitate. He looked at the bored descendant soaking in the black muddy water bucket and was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that my life is really in danger? Am I going to lose one of my lives here? He looked out the window, and his heart could not help but sink. Is it one of my enemies? I am indeed unwilling to lose one of my 3 lives. They want me to leave because the few fellows who built the castle don't dare to resist the other party, become enemies, and disobey the other party's orders. If they see me, they can only hand me over? He looked out the window at the group of people who were negotiating. There were a total of 6 of them. There were spiders, jellymen, dog-headed people, and all kinds of strange shapes. He could not imagine that he would encounter such a terrifying enemy. As for Stonechild, the iron-based little Iron Man, it was indeed a little familiar. However, it only looked familiar because it was using quantum martial arts and swinging its fists crazily. It was obvious that it was a special bloodline that swung its fists. This was not the fighting style of the Iron Base race. What's more, the Renamangian family had long been extinct. It was impossible for them to have any new descendants. This group of people is indeed not simple. This is the first time I've seen those lawless fellows show such an expression. I'm afraid it's an unimaginable taboo-level civilization. Lucy was still weighing the situation. However, a life is indeed precious. I don't want to be killed. What one life? If you're seen, you'll die in real life too. No one can save you. The giant octopus shouted, "Why aren't you running?" In the eyes of the octopus, this ancestor of his was a traitor of the universe garden. If Rhiannomanka saw him, he would kill him immediately. It would be fine if they were in contact with the core. However, it was obvious that it wasn't the core. Even the Iron Base clan's close friends, the Evil God clan, did not know about it. He didn't even know that Rhiannomanka wasn't dead. He didn't even know about the concept of the creation god. Back then, he was nothing more than this. He was very, very weak. As for being weak, it was fine. However, while his master was in hibernation, as a member of the Bored clan, he did the stupidest thing, merging with his master's bloodline. What kind of treason was this? What kind of disrespect was this? If he was discovered, his entire clan would be exterminated. The giant octopus was aghast. He knew of such a terrifying and great existence. The various transcendent races in the universe paid the most attention to their bloodline and inheritance. Indeed, the transcendent races that had the protection of the ancient 10th level laws couldn't be peeped into their races' inherited memories. However, even if they couldn't see the inheritance, they could still merge with their bloodline. After all, once they obtained the bloodline, they could still merge with it. This was something that couldn't be resisted. And merging with the bloodline was also a form of suppression. Other existences would chase them to the ends of the earth. But what about you? As a vassal, merging with the bloodline of your master was truly treason. They would definitely chase you to your death. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you'll die. After all, the giant octopus was a sentimental fish. Even though he had become an Azura, he still cared about his own race. Only he, the bored giant octopus, had painstakingly circled around a sun, absorbing and cultivating. Only then did he know how difficult and painful it was. Breaking through was simply inconceivable. Lucy was stunned. He frowned and said, "Impossible. It's fine if you kill me here. I'm the 6th inspector of the fallen civilization. Who would dare to touch me in reality?" The giant octopus shook his head helplessly. He found this ridiculous. "Country bumpkin, you're really a country bumpkin. You're really a country bumpkin. Even if there's a weak 10th level existence behind the fallen civilization, do you really dare to make an enemy of such an existence? In the end, you still don't remember. In the end, you've forgotten." Lucy was completely at a loss. What did I forget? In the beginning, when these fellows saw him, they said that he had forgotten some things. The giant octopus found this funny. How great is such an existence? If it came in person, even the weak 10th level existences of your fallen civilization would not dare to provoke it. They would have to kneel down respectfully and receive it well, afraid that they would be killed. In our eyes, the blue abyss celestial region and the fallen civilization are just a remote, barren, and backward countryside. How laughable. Lucy was instantly stunned. The civilization that this junior of his came into contact with was indeed mysterious. It was most likely that he had come to the court of Nirvana more than once. There were ancient evolutionary records, and he was most likely one of the victors. If he was a victor, it meant that he could evolve species here and bring them out. But what about those earth-shattering species? This was very scary. If they had developed for such a long time and had such a terrifying and heaven-defying evolved species, it was indeed an unimaginable high-dimensional forbidden civilization. Do you know why, after I joined this civilization, we didn't care about these enlightened ones at all and used them for experiments? The giant octopus was completely speechless. Because, in front of such a truly great civilization, enlightened ones are really too weak. Lucy's heart shook, and his pupils shrank violently. Even the fallen civilization and the blue abyss celestial region, the overlords of the universe that were infinitely close to the ultimate great Tao, could not. The giant octopus was completely anxious. The group of people outside the window was about to enter. He could not help but reveal the truth. "You really forgot. You're really too backward. A mere 9th level enlightened one thinks that his combat power is unparalleled. He has no idea what he is facing." Fine, I'll tell you the truth." The giant octopus took a deep breath. "The one standing outside is our race's most ancient master, Renemenka. It's because of such a terrifying existence that we have to be so cautious." The giant octopus revealed the truth. Boom. Lucy's mind was buzzing. Lucy felt like he was in a dream. The doubts that had been piling up finally climbed to the highest point. He could not help but lean against the window and look, his eyes scanning wildly. Impossible. I've seen Renemenka with my own eyes in the once flourishing universe garden. I've also seen the destruction of the universe garden with my own eyes. His voice was trembling, and he was already a little unconvinced. Renemenka has long been dead. It's impossible for him to come back to life. Outside the window, a group of people were still chatting. SpongeBob SquarePants and Patrick Star were smiling awkwardly. They did not know how to explain why they were there. Could they say that they were building a septic tank? That would be a huge blow to their image of Buddhism. They were righteous and represented the ancient Huaxia civilization. This was too embarrassing. So rebellious? Inside the house, the giant octopus was completely shocked. How audacious of him to say such words from not too far away, how suicidal, to think that this ancestor of his was able to reach the 9th level, break through the curse of the bored octopus clan, step into the 9th level, and create an unprecedented path. He must have been an extremely intelligent and monstrous person. I didn't expect him to be a fool. The giant octopus was completely disappointed. It cursed and muttered, "Country bumpkin. You really think you're infallible? You've never seen the strong, you've never seen a real high-dimensional civilized world, so you think it doesn't exist, that it's very low level. How foolish you are. Weakness and ignorance are never the original sins of survival. Arrogance is. He did not know what to say anymore. If he had seen the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, he would have seen the entire clan. He would have seen the Buddhist civilization, the Taoist civilization, and the Azura path. He would have seen Dizun, Diqi, all kinds of terrifying scenes. He would have seen a whole new world and realized how weak he was. The world that he had seen and heard before was really an extremely backward and laughably poor universe world. What was a high-dimensional world? What was the real center of the universe? This was not something that could be said or boasted. Only after seeing it would he feel that the two worlds were not of the same dimension. You said that was Renamanka? Louis looked out of the window of the stone castle. His eyes became unprecedentedly solemn and strange. Bored Louis. It was his name. He could not remember how long it had been since he last used this name. Because the surname was the surname of his clan, he thought that he had long since left it. He was the greatest genius of the Bored clan. He had also lived happily in the cosmic garden more than 100,000 years ago during its heyday. He had also seen the real Renamanga. That was a truly terrifying and invincible existence. At that time, he was still very weak, so weak that he had just been born. He also remembered the entire world. At the instant when the Cosmos Garden was destroyed, an unimaginable enemy descended and was destroyed. He had personally witnessed fresh blood splattering across the vast sky and the fall of an unimaginable existence. As for him, he had been sealed in stone by his ancient father and the power of his entire clan. It was only after tens of thousands of years had passed that he gradually awoke and began to practice cultivation once more, arriving in this era. It was also because the Renamangian family had fallen that his father had secretly sealed a trace of his blood genes with him. That was why he had been able to fuse with it. You might not believe me, but all I can say is, the world is more terrifying than you can imagine. The entire universe is even more terrifying, just like how you think the powers we're displaying now are terrifying and strange. The giant octopus was still trying to persuade him. Did you see that terrifying Buddhist sect? It's just an insignificant force here. Buddhism? Lucy was completely shocked. If one were to say that everything before was empty, then the Buddhist sects had indeed given him an extremely heaven-defying and terrifying sense of fear. Being in a high position, he understood how terrifying it was even more than the other inspectors. This system was too horrifying and hair-raising. It was almost uncontrollable. It would form a huge destructive dark natural disaster in the entire universe. No civilization could stop it, and the infected would be everywhere. If it was developed, the fallen civilization and the blue abyss celestial realm would be instantly devoured, just like a big fish eating two small fish. It would not even be able to cause a ripple. Buddhism, this was a terrifying and unprecedented transcendent system that made one's hair stand on end. What civilization did you join? Even the existence of that Buddhist sect is just the tip of the iceberg. He was completely horrified. And this terrifying civilization that you've joined still has to be wary of the Renamangian family. This completely flipped his worldview. Renamangian could not possibly be that powerful. However, Buddhism is just one of them. I've only joined one of the Buddhist sects, which is the Tao. The giant octopus still wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. It's coming in. Hide, quick! The giant octopus roared. If you don't want to die, you must know that if you're seen, you'll probably perish in reality and be instantly beaten to death. Do you know how big of a taboo it is to obtain the bloodline of this race? Lucy was completely moved. He had already said it to such an extent and was so thorough. He looked out of the window and also began to feel panic and fear. Renamangian, Cosmic Garden, did I really lose my memory? Everything I saw back then was fake. There was no time to think too much. But where could he hide? He actually had enough time to leave at the beginning, but now, hide under me. The giant octopus suddenly spread its soft tentacles in the black wooden tub and gave up a spot in the tub. Lucy hesitated for a moment. Listening to the sounds outside, he suddenly gritted his teeth and plunged in. Endless stench and pus squeezed into his orifices. What are you doing here? It's too smelly. The door opened, and the Angel of Stone looked around the stone house. It's a double partition door, and the interior is also waterproof? As soon as they stepped through the door, they saw a stinky, black, rotten octopus soaking in a large wooden tub. Its 8 limbs were extremely enchanting, and it looked as if it was taking a bath comfortably. Woo-woo. The few creatures next to it, including Madura and the others, instantly vomited. This was a physiological feedback mechanism. It was clear to see how terrifying the stench of this creature was. It's indescribable. Nasira was also very shocked. It was indeed worthy of being called the decay of aggregated life. Anyone who got close to it would rot. This was a huge poisonous circle. So smelly. The Angel of Stone was shocked. Also, just treat us as passing by. My father, sister, and I are here to travel. We're not willing to participate in the civilization war between your two sides. Just treat us as onlookers. Yes, yes. The 2 players bowed and nodded. They looked at Renamangian. What do you think? Our superior isn't here, so we didn't treat you well. Just treat me as if I don't exist. The voice was very indifferent. I didn't expect this to happen either. It's probably because of my sister. Something called the Court of Nirvana has probably appeared. Remember, don't leak it out. The Angel of Stone had a serious expression. I'm here to cultivate our branch's quantum martial arts and travel around. We don't care what you want to do. At the side, the 2 Taoist women, Madura and Wainer, were very shocked. What was this? Could it be that some big shot was traveling around? Some of the information revealed was too terrifying. Did they do something that caused the entire Court of Nirvana to restart? They trembled. This was too terrifying. Splash. Hiding in the wooden tub, Lucius secretly peeked out an eyeball. Previously, he felt that this little Iron Man was very ordinary. Now that he was closer, he took a closer look and realized that it was actually a life form of the Iron Base race. The Iron Base race actually had a new descendant, also, quantum martial arts. Since when did the Iron Base clan have such a clan's cultivation technique? Could it be that it had always been a hidden trump card that had never been revealed? When he saw this, his whole body trembled and he curled up in the wooden tub. As if he was afraid of being discovered, he curled up into a ball and secretly peeked. Could it be that everything is true? Renamangian, I witnessed him being killed with my own eyes. He's actually still alive in the dark and so powerful? Lucy stuck out an eyeball from under the wooden barrel and secretly peeked. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. At first, he thought that it might be a flawless trap. Even though it was complicated, it wasn't impossible for it to be a trap. But the evolution of this life in front of him, this could not be faked. Only those who understood their own bloodline structure the best could evolve into such a species so quickly. As soon as they entered, the transcendent species that could evolve were basically those of their own race. He secretly stared at the goddess of stone and observed secretly. His heart suddenly sank. The new clansman of the Iron Base race, the daughter of Renamansa? Or did he practice some kind of martial arts fist technique that I've never seen before? Iron-based lifeforms use the collapse of a field to form a destructive field, absorbing and collapsing everything to form a special black hole. This could be considered a type of battle technique that combined Taoist techniques and physical techniques. But now, it was clear that he was using iron as a base to form a pure close-range battle technique. It was rather strange. But I saw Renamanga fall with my own eyes. Even my father, who was the patriarch of the Board clan at that time, said that it was impossible for him to survive. A look of extreme struggle appeared on his face. As for what exactly happened that year, I wasn't clear when I was young. Even my father didn't dare to tell me. He doesn't know either. But why is Renamanka still alive? I vaguely remember that day, Mr. Darkness, who was the butler of the garden, committed suicide while murmuring. That's a weak 10th order. He's also an existence that's good at controlling dark emotions. According to my impression, his combat strength is definitely not weaker than the 3 great heavenly venerables. He's not an ordinary weak rank 10, but an existence with extremely heaven-defying combat strength. I heard that before he committed suicide, he muttered something that no one knew, Renamantskia. Eternal Stone Town Garden. We are destined to sink into the dark forest of the universe. Enjoy the stagnation of eternal red. He didn't know what kind of enemy he had encountered. But it was definitely a taboo that he didn't even dare to talk about. Even the butler of the Cosmos Garden, the strongest existence below Renamaker, a weak level 10, had committed suicide in despair. The suicide of a Taoist was an inconceivable thing to begin with. Not to mention a weak 10th step, even a 9th step Taoist would commit suicide to take a look. How strong was the mind of an existence of this level, to put it bluntly and crudely, even eating sh*t without batting an eyelid. No matter how great the torment and suffering was, it would become the strength for them to move forward. This was a terrifying ancient 10th level taboo, stepping onto the path of the end of the Tao, fighting the heavens and fighting the earth. No matter what, he felt like it couldn't collapse to the point of suicide. Even if he didn't dare to fight, he could still escape. Why didn't he escape and come up with a plan later? So what if his opponent was at the peak of the 10th level? Even if he was 10 levels weaker, he still had the chance to break through to that level in the future, so why wouldn't he dare to fight? Luke couldn't understand. These ancient questions, the mystery of the universe garden, had been lingering in his heart for tens of thousands of years. This fog had deeply lingered in his heart all these years, turning into a thick and heavy dark shadow, forming an indescribable fear. He had thought that he had forgotten about it, but who would have thought? Impossible. It's impossible for him to fake his death. This is an extremely contradictory matter to begin with. If he faked his death, as a trusted aide of a weaker level 10, how could he commit suicide? The price is too high. Could it be that my memory is in a mess, or, in the old days, I really faked my death in some way and transcended everything, using the real death of a weak level 10 as evidence to avoid being spied on, avoid the catastrophe, and come to this day? He looked at the high-spirited little rock, who was chattering away with a few tree men, and was completely agitated. He suddenly felt a little bitter in his heart, filled with a complicated feeling of crying. This complicated feeling naturally didn't come from the Iron Base tribe. He had almost never seen Renamenka back then, so naturally, he didn't have many restraints. It was because of his tribe, and everything that had been destroyed back then. In order to save him, they had sent him out in advance, and the entire tribe had fallen. Renamenka, he's actually still alive. How is it possible? He's still alive. Luke gripped the bottom of the bucket, and his nose turned sour. He grabbed a piece of mud tightly, and looked outside through the gap, muttering, "Can you tell me what happened back then? It doesn't matter that our tribe was destroyed, after all, we were too weak back then, but what kind of enemy did we meet? What about Mr. Darkness? Why did he commit suicide? How many years has it been? How many years has it been? I've stepped into many ancient ruins, and I've seen countless ancient historical remains, but I've never seen a weak level 10 who committed suicide. Mr. Darkness was the first weak level 10 who committed suicide in history that I've seen. Weak level 10 civilizations were rare to begin with. He had wandered through dozens of them, and the fallen civilization had spent millions of years opening up new territories. He had walked through the nebula map that they had explored, but he had never seen the destruction of those ancient ruins. A weak level 10 was suicide. This was too strange. What happened back then? What kind of enemy did you guys meet? His eyes were scarlet, and he secretly looked at Renamenka and his daughter outside. Amidst the ferocity, he had the urge to rush out madly and ask again. He asked loudly, "We met once back then. Do you still remember the young board in the study? What happened in the universe garden back then?" This was too important, it was extremely important to him. However, he was silent for a moment, hesitating and struggling. He didn't dare to rush out. Compared to the truth of ancient history, his life was more important. At this moment, a few players were also confused. They looked at the big octopus that was sitting and bathing. Where did Lewis go? However, they didn't care about it anymore. After all, in their opinion, he was really a very ordinary Taoist. He wasn't special. Although Carolyn and the others were far from being his match, there were existences like the super-ancient gods and Renamenka to hold the fort. It was the same for Taoists below the level 10. Even if they had 100 guts, would they dare to provoke them? They would be killed with one slap. The growth of these existences was also limited. Their genes were fixed. They might be strong now, but it would take at most half a month for Carolyn and the others to break through and completely stabilize their level 9 realms. Then, they would be able to crush them. Half a month would be more than 1,000 years. For these existences, more than 1,000 years for a breakthrough to level 9 was really not long. Everyone, you are guests. Please feel free to look around. The SpongeBob player looked around and looked at Shurji with a fawning expression. I didn't expect you to travel around and not cultivate in seclusion in the universe garden. You can come here, but we can't. Shurji hated these guys to begin with. Her tone was very unfriendly. Forget about the previous battle. We were neutral in your matter. Don't force us to lean to the other side. Now, what is your Buddhist civilization evolving? It's so smelly and disgusting. Cough, cough, cough. How could it be evolved by our ancient Buddhist civilization? A few players said seriously, we are a very upright system. Buddhism, Taoism, who isn't upright and peaceful? Such a disgusting species evolving in the cesspool was thought up by the bored octopus clan. This was 2F** king embarrassing. They could mess around, but they couldn't let outsiders see it. This was a disgrace to the Huaxia transcendent system and the ancestors. Ah? Shurji was obviously in disbelief. It was evolved by the octopus itself? She looked at the big octopus with a silly smile sitting in the wooden tub bathing and fiddling with its tentacles seductively. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem like her idea. Midura, Wainer, and the others were also in disbelief. This giant octopus looked honest at first glance. Perhaps it was because of the first impression, but after fighting with them just now, although the few Traians in front of him looked innocent and had clear eyes, they were obviously upright and outspoken people, but behind their backs, they didn't look like good people. Although they vaguely felt that the three of them weren't simple, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, they had just been rescued. They could only follow behind and observe silently. They might be some kind of taboo giant of the universe, visiting incognito. This thought surged into their minds. Their eyes were burning, and their breathing quickened. After all, in their opinion, to be able to make this unscrupulous Traiant civilization cautious and respectful, it had to be a terrifying nebula overlord that was at least 10 levels weaker. 10 levels weaker, what did that mean? One had to know that they were too weak. They couldn't even get close to a random inspector. Terrifying existences comparable to the three heavenly venerables appeared next to them, making their breathing quicken. Nasira looked at the nervousness and excitement of her two companions, shook her head, and whispered, these existences seem to be chatting casually, but that's just indifference on their level. In fact, they are more terrifying and powerful than you can imagine. But it wasn't surprising that Midura came from the same place as them. This was beyond their imagination. It was natural that her level 9 companions didn't know that level. But she couldn't say it either. This secret could only be known by herself. The players said seriously, yes, you know that the bored octopus clan isn't of the bloodline of our Buddhist civilization. He evolved his own. He likes this and thinks it's powerful. You know, octopuses, the 8 tentacles that like to spray ink, the kind that carries poison. We are still evolving our own bloodline system of Buddhism and Taoism, planning to refine it, hee. The goddess of stone couldn't be bothered with them. The players could only bite the bullet and explain. Although the evidence was conclusive, they couldn't admit it. If they did, their reputation would be ruined. You are evolving the transcendent bloodline? The goddess of stone stared at them. Improving the 9 revolution mysterious art and the relic virus of the Buddhist pillar gods? Yes. They nodded and didn't deny it. They did have such plans. Recombination? Yes. A few players nodded. We've already reached the limit. A single bloodline has evolved to the limit. We really need to get some compatible bloodlines and squeeze them together to make a compound bloodline. This is not simple. Shurji said, the difficulty has increased exponentially. It involves the formation principles of the Great Tao bloodline. It's okay. We're working hard. Of course, they wouldn't say that there was a certain Heaven's Path editor that could allow them to conduct simulations on it and speed up the process. In fact, every civilization had its own civilization system. Their civilization was already an evolutionary system. They had formed a very high level of knowledge and were still making rapid progress. That's interesting. Shurji rolled his eyes. she also wanted to change and evolve the cells of the iron base race. After all, how powerful was the iron base race? In terms of physique, his huge body was the most heaven-defying aspect. Otherwise, the iron-based spring cultivation system of gravity and repulsion wouldn't be considered strong. It would just be ordinary. It relied on its size to beat people, but its ability was very mediocre when compared to the same size. It was far inferior to the 9 revolutions mysterious art, Buddhism, whole clan, and half-elemental bloodline. They could transcend their physique and fight with them, therefore, she also wanted to improve. She had to admit that she also had a strong sense of anxiety and urgency. She was afraid that she would be ruthlessly left behind by these terrifying civilizations. Suji looked at Shurji speechlessly. He was also very pleased. You know how to work hard and want to fight. That's very good. After all, Shurji would definitely be the helmsman of the universe garden in the future. He couldn't always manage it. Shurji was also very smart, but she protected herself too well. She didn't come into contact with external objects and kept practicing boxing. Suji had always felt that if she wanted to practice boxing, a pure heart was the most suitable. He even wanted her to maintain a pure Tao heart in the future. There was no need to fight and scheme, no need to throw punches. Just like the martial arts alliance leader who wore a cloak, his days were very relaxed. He could smash all conspiracies with his fists. It was good to be a pure Tao seeker. At this moment, Medusa frowned. You guys are evolving into some evil-stained creature. This is dead matter? You already have the original matter. You guys want to play with dead matter? He could see through what these guys wanted to do at a glance. As for disgust? Perverts, in her view, evolving life in a septic tank was a very common thing. What kind of environment would produce what kind of creature? To evolve into a life similar to a dung beetle, there naturally needed to be such an environment. In this vat of death, with rot, resentment, corpses, and dead matter, the transcendent being born must be a god of slaughter. Very thoughtful. Medusa carefully pondered. Dead matter, I'm afraid it will melt and disappear when it encounters something. It can't be used to fight at all. Therefore, you guys want to use this method to indirectly use this power to evolve into a death god. Indeed, this idea can only be realized here. As Medusa observed, he began to point out various points of view. Some of the points of knowledge were amazing. Beside him, several players were completely silent. In terms of proficiency in the laws, who could compare to the evil god? He was an expert in compound laws. What he cultivated was the true Taoism. He cultivated thousands of bloodline laws and mixed them together to return to chaos. The depth of his understanding was beyond that of ordinary people. You're indeed from a race as powerful as Renamanga. The two of you have a deep friendship since ancient times. Even Miss Shurji has become extremely powerful after cultivating the quantum martial arts of your lineage. The players complimented. If possible, we might be able to discuss and research this knowledge together. Evil god, Lucy, who was curled up in the septic tank, also trembled when he heard this. He completely suspected that his memory was messed up. He did not remember any similar records in the universe garden, but the Iron Foundation princess in front of him was indeed cultivating a very suitable martial arts. It seemed that there was a trump card that no one knew about. Renamenka, perhaps, had never truly trusted anyone. He only revealed 1/10 or 2/10 of his strength. Also, this evil god's vision is extremely frightening. His realm in reality is probably unimaginably high. He saw through many details with a single glance, and has a very deep understanding of all cultivation systems. This is almost unimaginable. An inconceivable thought popped up in his mind. If we say that what we cultivate is a partial part of the bloodline, what she cultivates is the whole, the omniscience and omnipotence. This is simply incredible. How can one person walk the whole path? The power of living beings is limited. Is it really possible to cultivate infinitely with a limited amount? He had goosebumps all over his body. Renamenka really hid too many secrets in ancient times. Just the power of this evil god alone could sweep through everything. He indeed had the terrifying power to contend against the Buddhist sect. As said, he just revealed a trace of, making them, the blue abyss celestial realm, the fallen civilization, tremble in fear. If everything that happened here was spread out, those patrolmen outside and even the high and mighty existences would not believe it, right? Their worldview would be subverted like mine, wouldn't it? Lucy showed a touch of self-mockery. As his descendants said, he was a big country bumpkin, he was a frog at the bottom of a well. What was truly powerful was in the high-dimensional darkness, the secret collision of these existences and civilizations. And they were fighting outside without knowing anything. However, even such a powerful universe garden, hidden so deeply, was destroyed back then. It seemed that the mystery of its destruction back then was getting more and more complicated. He stared at Renemenka and suddenly had a bold and crazy idea. I want to take this opportunity to ask the reason why the universe garden was destroyed back then. How was it destroyed? Why did the strongest confidant back then, Mr. Darkness, the butler of the universe garden, commit suicide? Yes, I want to ask. He secretly observed through the gap and made up his mind. This crazy idea flashed through his mind. Once it exploded, he felt that it would be very difficult to control. This was a crazy idea. He had traveled the entire universe and the extraordinary worlds for tens of thousands of years. It was hard to describe him as a schemer. What he was doing now was seeking death. If the other party really saw him, they would casually check his identity and find out that he had the bloodline of the Iron Base race. They would definitely attack him, and the fallen civilization would probably not stop them. He would definitely die. I'm walking on a tightrope. An extremely conflicted expression flashed across his face. This is very unreasonable, but I still have to ask. It's true that I have to risk my life. Although there's a possibility of being exposed, they might not discover me. It's fine as long as I don't ask them directly. He raised his head and looked at the big octopus above him, who was waving its tentacles seductively as it swam. He communicated in an extremely low voice, explaining the history of the universe garden that he knew. Communication could naturally be done in secret. After all, everyone in this game was an ordinary level 1 life form. They did not have any extraordinary abilities or divine thoughts. Therefore, the other party in the house could not sense that he was hiding under the bathtub and could not hear their whispers. What? Renemenka shouldn't still be alive? No matter how you analyze it, shouldn't he have died? What? Although the universe garden is a level 9 civilization, it has already touched the weak level 10 and is climbing to the top level 9 civilization. It's even stronger than the current Blue Abyss God realm? But even so, the universe garden's housekeeper, a very amiable, friendly, and weak level 10 who took care of the garden's miscellaneous items and was called Mr. Darkness, actually committed suicide? The big octopus's scalp started to turn cold when he heard this. He was shocked by everything that happened in the history of these ancient ancestors. Also, this ancestor of mine actually wants me to try asking him. Does he not want to live? The big octopus was shocked and did not pretend anymore. He mumbled, Ancestor, I'm actually also a little bumpkin. In their words, I just came from the countryside. When a little octopus comes to the city, you have to see more, do more, and talk less. I have no status in this civilization, it's fine. As long as your tone is tactful, you have the right to ask, Lewis said softly in a low voice. The octopus thought about it carefully. He was indeed qualified to ask such a question. After all, he was once a member of the Bored Octopus clan, and his ancestors were once subordinates of the Universe Garden. On the other hand, Xianxia hadn't fused with the iron-based bloodline, so he didn't show any signs of heresy. Logically speaking, Xianxia wouldn't make a move on him. He pretended to ask casually to see how Xianxia would react. It would be fine if he didn't reply. After all, there was no way he could force him on this matter. If he answered, then he would directly ask for the truth. I have to say, although my ancestor was a country bumpkin, he was like a fish in water in the countryside. He also had the wisdom of a country bumpkin. He actually thought of this move. The giant octopus was secretly shocked. He immediately realized that this was indeed the best move at the moment. The ancestor could not ask, but he could. In fact, Lewis was secretly relieved. Fortunately, I hid in the wooden barrel and was able to communicate with this foolish descendant. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Let him ask directly. He didn't even dare to reveal his existence. But should I be the one asking? The giant octopus was still a little hesitant. After all, something might happen. But after listening to the ancestor's words, he indeed began to feel a strong sense of curiosity. He wanted to know the truth behind the extinction of his clan. He hesitated for a moment. Looking at the group of people in front of him who were still chatting, he couldn't help but tentatively ask, "Your Majesty, I used to be a descendant of the Bored Planet clan. Back then, how did the Bored clan of the Universe Garden perish?" This was a very good language art skill. He didn't ask how the Universe Garden was destroyed, but how his clan was destroyed back then. Although it was the same question, it was a reasonable question to link it to his own clan. Whoosh. Modus and Stonestar turned their eyes at once. They had wanted to ask this before, but for various reasons, it wasn't easy to say it. At this time, their eyes began to become curious. What happened to the Universe Garden back then? Whoosh. The eyes of the players suddenly lit up. Both sides stopped flattering each other. This giant octopus was usually stupid. How did he suddenly think of this move? For them, it was good to understand more about the history of the ancient civilization of the Universe Garden. Not only did both sides stop, but even the female Taoists in Maijila's small group were also curious. After all, it was good to know more. They were secretly excited. Nasira was even more so. She thought to herself, I know more than anyone else. After all, I have also read the analysis and summaries in those forums. I know some of the ancient historical patterns, but the mystery of the Universe Garden is indeed very worth investigating. It is very mysterious and unpredictable. Suji, why are you all looking at me? He was speechless. He was doing well at the side. He listened to Modus and Stonestar fighting with these players, communicating with each other, scheming against each other, and studying evolution at the same time. They looked like otherworldly masters floating outside. Why did they suddenly focus on him? To be honest, before this, Suji felt that this terrifying threat, Ross, should be solved. This was originally a big worry. It was very serious and could even threaten his entire sand table, causing it to collapse instantly. After all, if the sixth inspector knew that Renamenka was still alive, would he go to the Universe Garden? And how could the Universe Garden run? If it was the real Renamenka, the Universe Garden could naturally be pushed. But for Suji, it was impossible. He could not run and could only wait for them to find him. At present, he did not have this level of powerful combat power. Just Ross alone could defeat Carolyn and the others who had just broken through. No one in the entire Zerg race could stop him. The Blue Abyss God Realm and the Fallen Civilization were huge civilizations to him. After all, his development time was too short. He still lacked time. As long as he could hold on a little more, he would be able to catch up in a little more than a week. The biggest function of the Zerg's protective shield was to isolate one's aura. The other party could not find your coordinates at all. However, if the other party knew your coordinates, there was nothing you could do. Sigh, this can't be helped. Carolyn and the others have only cultivated for less than a year. They can't catch up to the other party in terms of time. It's because of such a terrifying threat that I dragged these players and the giant octopus in, Suji thought to himself. The other party is indeed very sinister and cunning. These players are not acting. They really believe that this is the case. That's how they managed to hide from this old fox's observation. After countless twists and turns, they gradually began to believe it. Now, it seems that they have indeed fallen for it and are hiding under a wooden barrel filled with a foul smell. The other party had already begun to not doubt Renamenka's strength and cause trouble for him. Instead, they were hiding from him. To Suji, this was a success. However, the situation in front of him, this Ross, to think of such a method to toy with this simple and honest giant octopus is indeed not simple. Suji looked at the countless pairs of eyes around him. They were all looking at him expectantly. The atmosphere was silent. By the way, Father, I also want to know if this has anything to do with the Buddhist civilization or something else. Just as Suji was about to open his mouth to refuse, his daughter gave him a powerful blow. Her eyes were bright and full of curiosity as she stared at him. How could his daughter be so deceitful? Suji was completely silent. After a long time, he slowly looked around and finally revealed a touch of vicissitudes. Speaking of which, the destruction of the civilization back then was indeed a thorn in the heart. Today, there are not many people who know about it. Only the ancient gods of your Buddhist civilization and moon goddess Ji still know a thing or two. This matter is countless times more terrifying than you can imagine. It is the darkest place in the universe. Even a weak 10th rank existence committed suicide because of it. Weak 10th rank, committed suicide, modus, sure Ji, and the players blushed and were slightly shocked. As for Medusa and Wainer, the two female existences who had achieved enlightenment, they were about to faint from fright. Weak 10th rank, that was a weak 10th rank. How could such an existence commit suicide? What happened to him that made him commit suicide? No matter how they thought about it, it felt impossible. After all, he was the weakest one who had achieved enlightenment. His knowledge was shallow and he really came from a rural galaxy. Although Xianxia felt frightened and there was an indescribable horror hidden in it, it was true that because of the series of shocks, her endurance was much higher. Only Ross's face was completely solemn as he peeped in the dark. That's right, it's talking about Mr. Darkness. In fact, it's just that your god didn't tell you about this matter. Relamanza looked at the group of players. He was also the existence who knew the most about it back then. Because Dizun came because of this incident. These two words seemed to be earth-shattering. Medusa, Stone Angel, and even the players were completely shocked. The reason was very simple. Dizun was a pentagene, a descendant of an ultimate existence. Dizun had 5 genes. What did that mean? A grade 8 descendant inherited the path of higher dimensions, a grade 9 descendant inherited the path of rules, and a grade 10 descendant naturally inherited the bloodline genes. In other words, Dizun was the direct descendant of an ancient being at the end of the great universe. I didn't expect the destruction of the cosmic garden to be related to Dizun's birth. Sure enough, they knew each other from a very long time ago. She was already shocked when she saw Dizun fight evenly with her for the first time. Dizun had 5 bloodlines. If she hadn't used her last Taoist technique, Genesis, she might not have been able to defeat him. The players were even more dumbfounded. Previously, in their eyes, Dizun, who ruled the 6 paths of reincarnation, was the heir of an ancient god, and had a mysterious and ancient origin. They had always guessed that he might be the descendant of an ancient grade 10 existence with unimaginable ancient secrets. He was encountered by an ancient god and had an unknown ancient history of Xianxia, but they didn't expect that he was related to the destruction of the Renamanga cosmic garden. But it seems to be connected to history, and coincidentally corresponds. They looked at each other, and their faces were very solemn. Dizun? Inside the house, the moment he finished speaking, everyone had a huge reaction. Xianxia was also secretly frightened, but Medura and Ross felt very strange. They did not know who this person was. Lucy hid in the bathtub and couldn't help but ask secretly, "Who is this?" "It's one of our current forces, an ancient existence that rules the 6 paths of reincarnation. He has an eternal bloodline, and we don't know how long his lifespan is." The giant octopus explained softly, "He has a 5-gene bloodline, and has only recently broken through. He rules the 6 paths of reincarnation, and among them, the animal path, Azura warrior, is the force we joined." "The force you joined is under the jurisdiction of this existence?" Lucy observed in the dark and was completely shocked by the giant octopus's words. The ruler of the world with 5 genes, wasn't that too extravagant? The aura and combat power of 5 bloodlines couldn't be faked, and it could be seen at a glance. The fact that it was related to the 10th order meant that the dimension this civilization resided in was terrifyingly high. It was indeed the true center of the universe. At the same time, this is too huge. I originally thought that these fellows, who evolved life here, possessed unfathomable knowledge and were extremely powerful and terrifying, were definitely core existences. Yet, this is only one of the 6 Daos of reincarnation, and one of the 6 Daos of beast? It was just a small force of the transcendent system of Buddhism, the animal path, and yet it was able to create such a huge storm, forcing these Taoists to eat sh*t. The Buddhist virus that had terrified and panicked them earlier was only a small faction within the Buddhist Tao. This was like the tip of a boundless iceberg, and the moment it was revealed to the outside world, it was enough to strike fear into their hearts. And such a vast and complex world is merely a part of the Buddhist civilization. There's the Renamanka cosmic garden and its mortal enemy, Moon Goddess Ji, who is not weaker than it. Moon Goddess Ji. He had heard Zhu Xiao mention this before. He had met him once. At that time, it was also because of this incident that they knew about Buddhism in advance, and felt the great terror within, which allowed them to react so quickly and respond in time. The 10th order descendants, the evolution of Buddhism, Taoism, and the animal path, this vast and heterogeneous information surged forth, causing him to be completely alarmed. He had never thought that the cosmic garden would be so powerful. This was indeed beyond his imagination. Back then, the cosmic garden in my eyes was already a powerful weak 10th order civilization, but the foundation that's revealed now is probably only 1/10 of what it was back then. It seems to have already surpassed the level of civilization that a weak 10th order should have. As for what kind of height it was, he could no longer see it. At this moment, as one of the strongest Taoists in the universe, he actually felt that there was a towering peak that pierced through the clouds. As a mortal stepping on the ground, he could not see the peak, and all he could see was fog. Unreachable. This feeling had appeared when he was still weak and low level, but he had never thought that he would still feel this powerless even when he was this powerful. Perhaps you're really right. Even as the 6th inspector, I'm just a laughable country bumpkin. Lucy revealed a self-mocking smile. Back then, our race was indeed a little pet. We didn't even come into contact with the core, Wat Dizun, the evil god race that had been friends with the Iron Base race for generations, the Buddhist and Taoist civilizations that knew each other back then. He actually didn't know any of this. It turns out that we were never really cared about back then. Our race was all self-righteous. He felt that his outlook on life had been completely overturned at this moment. The truth that he had been struggling with and pursuing became extremely laughable. But, we're already so powerful. Just how powerful is the mystery that we encountered? Is it really related to the secrets of 10th order and above? After all, it's related to the descendant of a 10th order. Since it's so powerful, it'll be destroyed. Maybe even the incident that happened back then directly caused the death of a 10th order, causing the 10th order to leave behind a descendant. Lucy suddenly had this inconceivable thought. If this was really the case, it was too terrifying. At this moment, the atmosphere was silent. In fact, they had all thought of what Lucy had thought of. The cosmos garden that was as powerful as the Buddhist and Taoist civilization back then had been destroyed, and there was a possibility that a 10th order had fallen. The so-called civilization, once destroyed, will be rebuilt. In a long life, there will always be twists and turns. Renamansa said faintly, in fact, the higher the contact, the more despair. Isn't that the case? The world is cruel. The further you go, the more difficult it is. When you reach that true level, you will realize that the entire world is like a scam, an illusion. There is an unknown enemy high above ruling over everything. When you struggle and can't see any hope, under that intense and terrifying oppression, death is also a kind of release. Death is also a kind of release? Beside him, Medusa whispered softly. Was this the truth behind the suicide of the weak 10th order who served the cosmos garden back then? But what kind of truth? What kind of enemy was it? Was there an indescribable enemy at the 10th order? If the 9th order was said to be 100,000 years of darkness, then what kind of light and fear of the 10th order? The level of the 10th order was still inexplicable. Renamansa shook his head and said, that is not a level that you should come into contact with at the moment. Things are much bigger than you think. Back then, there was more than one 10th order who fell one after another. It was a great catastrophe, and the cosmos garden was only affected and insignificant. But that was a fake death. Back then, the cosmos garden should be the only one that could escape and hide from sight. Because we are different from them, we have secrets that even the 10th order cannot imagine, and our cognition has collapsed. Sure enough, it was a fake death. They began to listen to the history and the truth of the past. Medura and Wainer, the two ordinary and weak women, looked at the unimaginably terrifying overlord of the universe who was talking about the ancient truth and knowledge as if nothing had happened. They felt a surge of coldness rising from the sky. They did not know if this was an opportunity or a crisis, but to fake death and hibernate, that also requires perseverance. At this time, Renamansa touched his little daughter's head and seemed to be interested. He laughed softly and said, "Death has always been a kind of escape. To live, one has to bear more, and that is the most difficult." Was death a form of escape? Xianxia nodded. She felt that it was the case in a sense. Death was something that happened in an instant. Once they closed their eyes, they would self-destruct. They would not have to care about anything in the future. Instead, they would have to endure all kinds of things while they were alive. But how much despair did a weak level 10 cultivator have to have chosen to escape like this? It seems that what happened to our race back then was even more terrifying than we imagined. Even one of our weak level 10 cultivators committed suicide. That was a perfect foundation, an existence that had stepped onto the ultimate path. Xianxia took a deep breath. That kind of existence could be said to have a boundless future and a bright future. They had clearly experienced an unimaginably arduous journey and ran on this path like a marathon, but they took the initiative to give up before the end, collapsing and becoming one of the skeletons on the ground of the path. It was really hard to imagine what had happened. She had the same doubts as Lucy, but thinking about this, her gaze became more and more determined. The burden on her shoulders was unimaginable, and she had to work harder. That kind of enemy destroyed the universe garden back then. Was it a level 10 cultivator? Medusa asked straightforwardly. He wanted to know who the enemy was. Xianxia smiled and pondered for a moment before saying, "For now, it's better not to know. Let's cultivate seriously first." "That's too far away." Medusa did not ask further, but he was secretly pondering in his heart. Renaman looked at the nervous expressions around him and suddenly smiled. "Don't be too nervous. What do you think about our dimension and strength compared to the other weak level 9 civilizations?" Before Medusa could speak, the players beside him spoke first. "It's not worth mentioning. The civilizations outside are not species of the same dimension at all. Knowledge, bloodline, level, techniques. They are just ridiculous country bumpkins." The players were very realistic. They don't have a complete cultivation system at all, nor do they have a truly powerful bloodline. They basically find ancient civilization relics themselves to learn knowledge. They are unorthodox and basically develop themselves from planets. What about those ancient civilization relics that they found? Those ruins are also learning from the ancient people's knowledge, and they themselves are also unorthodox. Generation after generation, they learn from each other. They don't communicate or integrate their knowledge, and their bloodlines are weak. Those with truly powerful bloodlines won't leak their bloodline either. They treasure it so much that their inheritance is destroyed. As a result, even among extremely powerful bloodlines, there might only be one bloodline that is the most powerful. The other three are all trash. This is a dark forest in the countryside. The possibility of improvement is too low. In this cosmic forest, everyone is a hunter who explores and researches on their own. Medura and Wainer blushed when they heard the honest truth, but they didn't dare to refute it. "So we were really looked down on. It's because this civilization is too terrifying. This can't be helped. Due to various reasons, everyone fumbles and sorts things out in the dark. No one is a powerful and mature civilization like yours, with an unimaginably complete and ancient inheritance system." Medusa also thought for a while. In fact, continuous inheritance in the wild can also lead to maturity, metamorphosing into a powerful and mature existence like us. All kinds of powerful heaven-defying bloodline genes will appear, and they can be casually combined to form 4 heaven-defying bloodline extraordinary systems. But the probability is too low. We have observed for the past few days. The Blue Abyss God Realm and the Fallen Civilization are also unorthodox. They are considered very powerful and are constantly maturing. Lois hid in the wooden barrel and observed in secret. He listened to these conversations and comments in silence. Even he had to admit that they were indeed weak. Civilizations were accumulated. But accumulation might not be useful. They also needed a powerful bloodline. After all, without a bloodline as a foundation, any accumulation would be like a castle in the air. Do you understand? The gap between us and ordinary civilizations is also the gap between us and those mysterious existences. We know a certain concept, such as the Court of Nirvana, in front of us. Rhiannon Manka said, "In fact, we and they are not considered to be of two different dimensions. We are still at the weak 10th level, and they are not deliberately destroying us. When you have not reached that dimension, that unimaginable height, you are like an insect on the side of the road, and will not be noticed. This involves an unimaginable secret, the 10th level of the dimension. Unless you have truly reached a certain realm, or because of some kind of coincidence, you are noticed and killed by them. So, we are still too weak. Do we not need to worry? Medusa said thoughtfully. 10th level, could there be a group of dark and fallen ones attacking everywhere? This was not an exception. There must be good and bad existences in every realm. Then why was our cosmic garden destroyed? Shurji asked. Rhiannomenka smiled and said indifferently, there is always a goal, isn't there? This can be considered a test, an attempt, even though the price is huge. Their faces turned cold. Just to test, even Lucy was shocked, his expression was extremely bitter. It turned out that the destruction of the bored civilization, the destruction of the cosmic garden, everything back then was just an abandoned pawn. Suji looked around at the completely silent crowd. He had said a lot, and it seemed like he had revealed most of it very calmly, but in fact, he had not said anything. He had just casually guessed and deduced based on what Lucy had said to the giant octopus, that an existence called Mr. Darkness had fallen. After all, a weak 10th level being had committed suicide. It was not just Lucy himself who could not understand. What level of enemy could cause such despair? Suji himself did not quite understand. But it was definitely unparalleled strength. That was right. It could even be that they had encountered a 10th level being, and deliberately came to find them. Since they are strong, then let's take advantage of the situation and explain. Suji shook his head. After all, everyone was looking at him, and even his daughter wanted him to say something. He had no choice but to say it. It can also be considered as a kind of precaution against some possible enemies in the future. At the very least, it is feasible to encourage them to move forward. To be honest, if they had reached the weak 10th level, or even the 10th level, Suji would still be a little worried about encountering some terrifying enemy. However, the destruction of the Renomanska cosmic garden seemed really mysterious and ancient. It was not simple at all. Even Suji himself felt that it was not easy to be the next-door old man. At this moment, the giant octopus in the wooden barrel was also a little silent. It said softly, Ancestor, what do you think? I am not too sure. Although they said that they encountered an enemy and faked their death to escape, they did not explain in detail. Lucy took a deep breath. I heard that the three great heavenly venerables of the Blue Abyss divine region once knew the true truth behind the destruction of the cosmic garden. Because of their power of time, they seemed to be able to observe some ancient remnant images. You mean that other than Renomanska, the three great heavenly venerables might have also seen what happened back then and knew about Renomanska's trump card, the evil god, and even the ancient Huaxia civilization? The giant octopus exclaimed in surprise and instantly reacted. As a high-level member of the fallen civilization, he naturally could not ask the three great heavenly venerables. However, if he could find out from Renomanska himself, it could be considered as fulfilling his dream. Yes. Lucy hid in the wooden barrel and secretly looked outside. It is said that the three great Blue Abyss venerables knew about what happened back then and were very afraid, unimaginably afraid. They must have seen Renomanska's strength and might even know that he faked his death to escape. It is very likely. The giant octopus said in a low voice, so the Blue Abyss divine region hid so deeply. They might be the central civilization of the universe that knows about Renomanska, the ancient gods, and these dimensions. Suji smiled at the people around him. As he listened to the giant octopus's words, his heart slightly stiffened. Didn't this Lucy just say that the three great heavenly venerables of the Blue Abyss divine region knew the truth about this? Suji was dumbfounded. I just finished talking about the history of the universe garden's destruction, and you're telling me that the blue sky supremacy of the three great abysses knows the truth about the universe garden's destruction? That's too embarrassing. Suji's expression was not calm, and his eyelids were twitching. This octopus is too cunning and dishonest. He always likes to say half of what he says and hide half of what he says. But thinking about it carefully, it made sense. There was no need for him to reveal the truth. These two things were not the same. The blue sky supremacy knew the truth, and it had nothing to do with what was happening now. Suji originally thought that no one knew about such an ancient history, but who knew that the three great heavenly venerables of the blue sky supremacy had the immortal bloodline that could stop time, and they could peep into the distant past based on their transcendent bloodline. I should have known that he had this bloodline. Now that I've been slapped in the face, I'll be exposed if I ask the blue sky supremacy of the three great abysses directly. Suji was a little speechless, but things were not as serious as being exposed immediately. Fortunately, he had always been cautious and had always been the same. It seemed like he had said everything, but in fact, he had not said anything. So far, he had only revealed that some mysterious existence had destroyed it, and because it was too terrifying, that Mr. Darkness had committed suicide. There shouldn't be a problem with that, right? After all, there was a high chance that some terrifying existence had destroyed the universe garden. Suji could not be bothered and looked at the people next to him. The entire house was silent. Everyone listened to this scene in shock. Their expressions were extremely shocked and complicated, and they felt that it was unbelievable. But they quickly calmed down. That's all I have to say. You guys should be busy cultivating your own system. Renamansa smiled faintly. There's no need to think about this now. Yes, said Shurji. Inside the wooden barrel, Ross and the giant octopus had complicated expressions as they silently understood the meaning. As for Madura, she secretly said to Nasira, "Nasira, this is too scary. Who knew that the weak ordinary rank 9 who entered our group would have such a terrifying background?" Just the content of the discussion in front of them was enough to make them tremble. It was like a dream, and they couldn't believe it. Even the inspectors and some of the rank 9 Taoists were extremely far away from them, and they couldn't reach them. But in front of them was a weak rank 10 heavenly venerable, who far surpassed these country bumpkins of the blue abyss celestial region and the fallen civilization, standing at an unimaginable height. Listening to this history was like listening to an inconceivable myth to mortals. How could such a terrifying character exist in reality? Madura, Wainer, and the others had come here to evolve, and they were dumbfounded by what they saw. Seeing this, Nasira could not help but comfort them. Let's not panic too much. It's a great opportunity for us to be able to build a relationship with such an existence. We have to seize it. The two of them nodded like chickens pecking on grains. Since that's too far away, let's continue talking about this creature. On the contrary, Medusa was the calmest and most mature one. He continued to talk about the evolution in front of him. To her, it didn't matter how strong the enemy was. All she cared about now was learning and seeking knowledge. She couldn't be bothered with anything else. Yes, let's continue talking. This giant octopus loves to evolve into the Stinky Reaper. SpongeBob quickly reacted and laughed. In an instant, they began to study this species, and even discussed how to deal with those rank 9 Taoists, the next Mobius loop. On the other side, on the online forum. Screenshots. Although they were still talking about evolution in the room, they were now accompanied by text explanations that explained the current situation in great detail. The entire online forum quickly boiled over. Damn, the destruction of this cosmic garden is so terrifying. There's a mysterious and terrifying unknown enemy, and more than one ultimate rank 10 existence has already died. Although it hasn't been said, I personally think that it's very likely that Dizun's biological father died in this place, and that's why he was taken away by the ancient gods. The Renamanga garden was also noticed, and he faked his death to escape. Everyone was discussing fervently. They were very excited and felt that there was a great possibility, although everything was explained in a hazy manner to prevent their worries from affecting their cultivation progress. It was already explained very clearly, and many secrets could be deciphered from it. In other words, the moon god Ji and the ancient gods were personal grudges, but there might be mysterious enemies hunting the weak rank 10, or even the rank 10. So, the Renamanga garden of the universe was discovered, and he faked his death to hide? They frowned. Could it be that he knew that they had obtained the concept of the god of creation, and that was why he was hunting them? Could it be that it was related to the secrets of the rank 10 realm, and that the rank 10 would kill the weak rank 10, or something else? After all, they had too little understanding of the rank 10 realm. They had no idea what the existence of that level was, what form it took, and how it lived. Therefore, they didn't know what enemies they would encounter, what rules they would follow, and how they would handle things. The sudden destruction of the cosmic garden was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. I'm not too sure. It's too strange now. It's useless for us to guess blindly about this mysterious existence, because there's too little data, and we can't speculate anything at all. That's right. But I have a good idea. What good idea? Let's go ask the three heavenly venerables. We've already finished chatting. As soon as we left the room, the big octopus walked out of the bathtub and told us. The big octopus is indeed one of us, and he told us everything that his country bumpkin ancestor said. Heavenly Venerate Abyssal Blue knows the truth. Even Lucas doesn't have the ability to come into contact with it, so we naturally don't forget that others can't come into contact with such a great forbidden ancient existence, but we are different. We have the fourth Heavenly Venerate. And this fourth Heavenly Venerate has mastered the Joss Flame Sorceress system. Previously, she was asked to meet the three Heavenly Venerables if she had the time. We haven't met her before, so let's meet her now and chat about the truth of the destruction of the Cosmic Garden. Good idea. Yes, Renimanga. Although he didn't tell the others who the enemy was, it was to stabilize their Tao hearts and let his daughter and the evil god cultivate well, but it has nothing to do with us. It's best if we know the truth. All of a sudden, these players' faces turned red, and their faces were filled with excitement. The truth of history, it was about to be revealed in front of them. Although they were concerned about how Renimanga's cosmic garden was destroyed, they didn't care to that extent. The reason why they were so keen to pay attention to it was naturally because it was related to their Huaxia's extraordinary Buddhist and Tao system, and what role the ancient gods played in this battle back then. How was the Dizun born in the cosmic garden back then? This was very important. After all, it was the mythical truth of ancient Huaxia's history. They had more or less understood the history, but what exactly happened between the ancient Huaxia civilization and Renimanga back then? This layer of relationship had not been completed. Three Heavenly Venerables, let's go. Go ask the three Heavenly Venerables. Ask them how the cosmic garden was destroyed. Ask them from the ruins and use their Taoist techniques to see what exactly happened back then. They cheered and quickly took action. Su Ji, his eyelids twitched wildly. He felt that he was in too much trouble. First, Lucas came to find trouble with him. Now, it was just revealed that the three Heavenly Venerables knew about it, and now it was the players' turn to ask the three Heavenly Venerables, whoosh. Without waiting for Su Ji to react. The players moved quickly, and they adopted the excited posture of running to the cafeteria after school. They rushed madly, and the fourth Heavenly Venerables, Chi-Chei's girlfriend, who was in the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm, directly went to see the three Heavenly Venerables. The core of the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm. A small magic pet and the magical girl Viola stepped into the sacred land. Their surroundings were pure white and still, as if they were in a hazy and turbid land of time. Everything had become extremely slow. Greetings, three Heavenly Venerables, the two said respectfully. In the void, in the depths of countless light blue ice sculptures, a majestic and vast ancient voice came from afar, as if it had traveled through the gap of time. No need for formalities, please come in. Our future fourth Heavenly Venerables, you will be on par with us. How could they be so fast? Su Ji did not feel good. He did not have time to react. How could these animals be so fast? In the previous battle of the Little Universe, when the Azure Tao warriors were mobilized to participate in the battle between the three pillar gods, Carolyn and Dicky, all of them looked weak, hiding in the back like they were constipated. Now, when they encountered such gossip, the truth of the history of the Renimanka cosmic garden and Dizun's life, it ignited the flames of gossip. Run faster than anyone else? These guys are messing with me. Su Ji was completely dumbfounded. They're asking the three great Heavenly Venerables for the truth. His expression changed a few times. He felt that he could adapt to the situation and see what happened, whoosh. The two of them walked slowly into the depths with solemn expressions. At this moment, they saw the unknown core of the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm. The Blue Abyss land, which was known as the place where time was forever stagnated, was surrounded by azure blue, emitting colorful rays of light with sacred radiance. Ovila and Biko kept walking. They saw ancient beings in the spirit energy forest on both sides. Some were as tall as ox demons, some were as thin as insects, and some were ordinary humans. All of them sat cross-legged on the ground, cultivating with their eyes closed. The fourth heavenly venerate, the fourth heavenly venerate, they nodded slightly to express their goodwill and closed their eyes again. Although he was the fourth heavenly venerate in name, he did not show any unusual expressions. After all, many of these Taoists had contracted magic pets like Yuan Yuan and began to walk the path of the Dragon Meridians. There are more than 100 Taoists with perfect Taoist foundations here. The number is spectacular. Each of them is an ancient taboo existence that has lived for 200 to 300,000 years. They are the great overlords of a river system, but they are all gathered here. Bhikkhu was shocked to see this scene. I wonder if we will have the chance to reach such heights in our lives, to surpass the laws of the universe and distort the laws of the universe. They were all cultivating here. Time did not seem to pass for them. It was as if it was frozen. However, their time was frozen, which meant that their cultivation speed was almost unimaginably slow. This was also one of the unique characteristics of the Blue Abyss God domain. It lowered the lifespan limit to the minimum. As long as one worked hard enough and had enough time, anyone with decent talent could basically break through. There are more than 100 of them. Normally, it would be pretty good if 2 or 3 of them could break through here. But there are so many of them. Although they have eternal life, their cultivation speed has slowed down by countless times. Bhikkhu constantly used a small television to broadcast the scene. He continued to move forward respectfully. Soon, they arrived at the deepest core layer. The 3 illusory figures that were frozen in the hazy blue light slowly opened their eyes, giving off an unimaginable sense of terror and oppression. Was this the true power of a weak level 10? She pursed her lips. As the girlfriend of Mt. Akina's speed, she knew that it was her turn to fight. This was of the utmost importance. The mystery of the ancient Renamanka cosmic garden would also affect the attitude of the 3 heavenly venerables. The feeling it gives off is even more terrifying than the ancient gods who hid their auras. I've finally seen the aura of a true level 10. Bhikkhu thought to himself, but his movements did not stop. He bowed his head and said, "Greetings, 3 celestial venerables. No need to stand on ceremony." A voice that seemed to come from ancient time and space came. The 3 celestial venerables seemed to be standing in the dimensional void of an unknown time, giving off a strong and inexplicable feeling of strangeness. The Josflame Magus bloodline system is truly astonishing. You have the qualifications to become an existence on the same level as us. An Empyrean smiled, full of kindness. In a sense, we are similar. Our transcendent bloodline system can be used on other people's bodies for others to use. Another voice spoke. You should know that this is the most powerful bloodline. Bestowing power is the best way to form a reliable alliance of civilizations. For example, if you give them the power of Joss flames, they will become the cornerstone and bond of the entire world. The third existence spoke again. Our bloodlines are completely compatible, completely strengthening the prosperity of the entire civilization. You are qualified to be on the same level as us. Your aptitude is not strong, but with our time, you can eternally reach the level 9 and step into the ultimate path. They were talking about the advantages and disadvantages in a simple and straightforward manner, as well as a down-to-earth promise. For existences of this level, scheming, deceiving this 4th celestial venerate was only temporary. He wanted to use real benefits to tie this person to the war chariot. This was true eternity. They also believed that with their time talent, a win-win situation was the best choice, and there was no reason to refuse. Yes, we are willing to become the 4th celestial venerables. Our race is willing to sign the contract. At this moment, Bhikkhu floated in the air and said respectfully, we are willing to absorb the emotions of all living beings for the powerhouses here and transform them into your power. Emotions are power. Blue Abyss Celestial Venerable smiled. The current Blue Abyss Celestial realm has changed a lot. All of them are cultivating their own small worlds and becoming their own gods. However, the Buddhist sect has appeared recently, restraining the fallen civilization. War may be starting soon. You want to fight? Bhikkhu asked. Why not? Hearty laughter came from the shadows, full of satisfaction. Our strength has increased greatly, and the appearance of that strange Buddhist sect has given us this opportunity. I'm afraid the fallen civilization won't be able to live for long. I never thought that we would have the chance to surround and destroy the fallen civilization while we were on the run. The fallen civilization had more than 1,000 inspectors, that was 10 times their number. Although they did not have much stamina, they were very terrifying in a short period of time. If there were more than a dozen inspectors with the same combat strength, they might only need to erupt for a few minutes. With more than a dozen inspectors besieging one, the probability of dying was very high. Bhikkhu muttered to himself. Before, they were not on the same order of magnitude at all. We were chased everywhere, and now the blue abyss celestial realm is in high spirits. It looks like a real war is about to start. After all, the terrifying transcendent god system civilizations of these two nebulae are the largest existences in this area. Both of them have been exploring outwards and have discovered many ruins, but they have not found a third weak level 10 civilization that is as strong as them and still alive. Moreover, the blue abyss celestial realm is now penniless. All their resources and energy have been used to breed and multiply, expand their world of believers, and use the incense system. The other party was spending money crazily, and the players could not get anything out of it. After all, the power that the other party consumed was steadily becoming their own incense power. Even Meng Mei could not control these incense gods. She was only a channel to gather incense. They were free, and did not leave behind any back doors. If there were any back doors, how could they not see it? They were the real fools if they treated the enlightened ones as fools. But, can we really not get anything out of it? Is it really to serve them? To be generous? Not necessarily. It's true that we can't get anything out of it at the moment. Bhikkhu muttered to himself, a strange expression on his face. The positive incense power has been absorbed, and the same amount of negative energy has been suppressed by them. They can't solve it, but Meng Mei can. She has the ultimate. In the future, I'll think of a way to eat these monsters in the name of helping to deal with the dark emotions. Monsters could increase the strength of the ultimate. This was the ultimate sword, a very terrifying dark emotion Taoist artifact. More than 100 perfect enlightened ones. Just the thought of it was terrifying. How could the 7 realms just make a huge leap? What was this equivalent to? They had spent hundreds of thousands of years to convert the power of incense power, taking 50% of the positive incense power, and the players taking 50% of the negative incense power. Eating half of the resources that they had spent was already very satisfying. After all, they could not be used, and they were even a burden and a hidden danger, right? The blue abyss celestial realm on this side has already become penniless for incense power. The fallen civilization on the other side probably has to let those small television merchants continue to sell their original materials. They started a war, and they must be in urgent need. We'll use this method to empty both sides. Bhikkhu took a deep breath. It seemed like they were profiting from both sides, but did the other side lose out? The blue abyss celestial realm felt that they definitely did not lose out, because they could convert resources into combat power, and there had already been a huge improvement. They were overjoyed. The fallen civilization felt even more that they did not lose out, because they could buy the original materials at an extremely low price. This is a win-win situation. You guys are profiting like crazy, and we're not losing out either. Although it seems a little inconsistent with the law of conservation of energy, as an enlightened one who transcends the law of the universe, so what if we distort the law of conservation of energy? It's very normal. Bhikkhu took a deep breath. From the beginning, she did not intend to play tricks with these powerhouses. She was giving them solid benefits. At this moment, she began to talk to the 3 great holy venerables about the application of the incense transcendental system, as well as the upcoming war against the fallen civilization. The other side did not hide anything. They really treated her as the 4th holy venerable. They even told her when they were preparing to start a war, secretly observing, and sending troops to infiltrate. After chatting for a while, Bhikkhu tentatively opened up the topic and said, although it's a little sudden, it is said that you knew the truth about the Universal Garden's rune of destruction back then? All of a sudden, the 3 great holy venerables fell silent for a while. Previously, they had been talking and laughing. It seemed that the term universal garden had indeed shaken their hearts. One of the holy venerables suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was emotionless as he said coldly, "Why, fourth holy venerable, are you interested in the universal garden?" Bhikkhu had already prepared an excuse. He said, "I'm rather interested. A remnant of a weak level 10 civilization from more than 100,000 years ago should be the closest era we've discovered, right?" The three great holy venerables fell silent. That was indeed the case. The Renamenka Universal Garden, which had been destroyed more than 100,000 years ago, was currently the closest era found in all the major galaxies. The others could easily be hundreds of thousands of years old or even millions of years old. Moreover, some strange things have happened. It is said that back in the Universal Garden, Renamenka had mysteriously fallen. A weak level 10 had committed suicide, said Bhikkhu. The three great holy venerables smiled. Why are you so interested? Are you here specifically to look for us? Bhikkhu was about to say something. We don't know where you learned about this, but we can indeed tell you about it. It is indeed an unimaginable mystery. One of the Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerables said, "This is a top secret. Apart from us, no one knows about it, and we have never told anyone else. However, you have become the fourth holy venerable, so your status is sufficient." Back then, in the Renamenka Universal Garden, a terrifying taboo that overturned our understanding of the entire Great Path since the establishment of our civilization happened. As soon as he said this, Bhikkhu's eyes shone brightly. As expected, these three country bumpkins had not only learned about those terrifying enemies, but also the truth about Renamenka. They had seen the ancient gods, the origins of Dzun, and the entire center of the universe. As a result, their worldview had been completely overturned. They were frightened. It was really sad. No matter how strong their combat power was, they were just country bumpkins. At this moment, Suji looked at the pitiful eyes of Mount Akina's girlfriend. For a moment, he did not know what to say. "What's with your disdainful look?" What he said is the real truth of history. The blue sky venerate of the three great abysses naturally didn't know about the pitiful look in the fourth heavenly venerate's eyes and what he was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely be dumbfounded. How did he suddenly become a country bumpkin? They were the mighty overlords of the nebulas, the indescribable taboo gods. It could be said that they were the most outstanding existences in the universe since ancient times until now, and they were experts that had the chance to reach the ultimate of the universe grand Tao. They were all country bumpkins, so who would be knowledgeable? A celestial venerable smiled and said softly, "A long time ago, we grasped the ability to observe the ancient civilization's ruins and retrace the historical images. We also relied on this ability to obtain a lot of knowledge that had disappeared in the ruins, allowing us to rapidly grow to the heights we are seeing now. The Universe Garden is naturally one of them. Years ago, before we observed the scene of its destruction, we thought that it was just a weak, ordinary, level 10 civilization. But when we saw the history of its destruction, we realized that it was not so simple. The secrets involved were unimaginable." "Unimaginable?" Bhikkhu asked seriously. Although she asked that, she also knew that it was probably a terrifying and mysterious enemy of darkness. That was something that even the ancient gods, Renamenka, and the others had to avoid. "Yes, it's hard to imagine." Although Abyssal Blue Heavenly Venerate replied with a smile, his voice carried a trace of solemnity. "At that time, when I had just started spying, I already sensed that something was wrong. There was a great feeling of terror, as if I were to look into the ancient history of those ruins and see a certain terrifying existence, I would be detected, and I would be in danger. We immediately stopped what we were doing and took the lead to go to the remaining desolate planet to see some of the remaining civilizations. Although they had lost most of their inheritance, they still knew some of the ancient history of the Universal Garden, as well as some of the destructive wars back then. I remember that the civilization was called the Tyr Empire." The timeline matched. Upon hearing this, the Bhikkhu completely reacted. At that time, the Tyr Empire had encountered an unknown alien civilization. That alien civilization had mastered the time-stop technique. A few beings came down from the spaceship to discuss. After the exchange, the Tyr civilization had secretly followed them. That was how players like them had managed to track the Tyr civilization to the current Blue Abyss God domain, their temporary encampment, based on the coordinates they had left behind. At that time, they had a question that puzzled them. To come down and communicate with an existence that could stop time, wasn't this a mighty power that only the three great Empyreans possessed? How could the blue sky venerate of the three great abysses personally interact with the emperor of the Tyr civilization, who was as backward as an ant a few eras ago? So what was going on? That's why none of you dared to peek back then. What exactly happened? You all felt like you might be discovered. The bhikkhu asked. It's very likely that a living superlative 10th grade expert, who stands at the end of the great Tao of the universe, detected it directly. One of the blue abyss heavenly venerables said, that's why I didn't dare to observe it. That's why I went to look for the Tyr civilization to understand it indirectly. The monk's expression was completely solemn. It seemed that Renamanga, the ancient god, had indeed experienced some terrible things. That was a level 10. Even observation and description could be detected by him. As for the three Empyreans, they had still underestimated the situation. After all, their horizons hadn't reached such heights. According to what Renamansa had said, there might be more than one 10th ranker that had fallen. The death of Renamanka was only the tip of the iceberg. It might even be insignificant. There might be more in other places. This was an indescribable horror. Although she felt that their level of knowledge wasn't up to par, she also felt that the three Empyreans were pretty good. After all, their current level was also very poor. The monk continued to ask, how can you be sure that it's a living superlative 10th grade expert? The Empyrean Abyss Blue smiled and said, this is a kind of rule. You might not know, but only fallen 10th rankers can enter their ruins and be observed and detected by us. It's almost impossible for us to observe or see a living 10th ranker. Any method of spying on them, reproducing their paths and appearances, will be detected by us and will cross dimensions to crush you. So that's why. The other party was definitely still alive. That was why there was a piercing feeling in the unseen world. They didn't dare to pry into the ancient history of that land at all. At the same time, it was no wonder that a 10th ranker was incomparably mysterious in the entire universe. It was almost undetectable and had never been seen before. So this was the reason. You mean that a 10th ranker might have descended, come to the universe garden, and directly killed Renamansa? The monk repeated and asked. Yes, it's almost certain that it's a 10th ranker who is still alive to this day. Empyrean gave a very serious answer and said softly, then, here's the question. Why would a 10th ranker kill a weak 10th ranker? Is it a civilization on the same level as us? If he had killed him, it would have been fine. Perhaps he didn't like him, so he killed him when he saw an ant on the side of the road. However, after Reanamanka died, a weak level 10 that followed him showed extreme abnormalities. He actually committed suicide. This was the most abnormal and illogical part. There were too many things that defied common sense. Firstly, since he killed a weak 10th ranker like Renamansa, why didn't he kill another weak 10th ranker along the way? This was very illogical. Secondly, since that weak 10th ranker survived and luckily escaped, he should be secretly rejoicing. But why did he choose to commit suicide? What exactly happened in the destruction of the universe garden? Why would a weak 10th ranker commit suicide in despair? That's right. He should have survived, but after escaping, he committed suicide. Another Empyrean Abyss Blue lamented, what exactly happened? It's too mysterious, too strange. But we don't dare and don't have the guts to pry into what happened back then. In other words, the three Empyreans don't know either. Bhikkhu was a little disappointed. It looked like he was going to return in disappointment. He originally thought that the other Empyreans had the ability to turn back time and might see the truth of history, but it was worse than he had imagined. He didn't even dare to look at the spiritual liquid that couldn't even come into contact with it. Empyrean Abyss Blue naturally didn't know that this fourth Empyrean was silently criticizing him behind his back. He said with a smile, who said that we don't know the truth of history? Then. Bhikkhu was startled. If you don't dare to pry, then you don't know the truth? Fourth Empyrean, you underestimate us too much. The three Empyreans laughed and said, even if we can't see the truth, we can still look for it from the side. In the past, we used all kinds of clues to investigate the surrounding land and traced back to the star fields of various places. Finally, we found some clues. What clues? That's right, it's these tiny clues that make us feel terrified. The three Empyreans were still smiling before, but their voices were now completely cold. Because we found out that Renamenka is already a true 10th ranker. Another Empyrean also laughed and said, yes, 100% sure that Renamenka is a true 10th ranker. We already have extremely conclusive evidence. As soon as this was said, the entire hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Renamenka was actually a true 10th ranker. This was impossible. When Bhikkhu spread this news to the players, their first reaction was disbelief. They're saying that Renamenka is a real level 10 god? Outside, Xiao Mingyu and the others had started discussing the matter at the same time as them. Not to mention that Xiao Mingyu was giving guidance and reminding his girlfriend. After all, apart from him, no one else could beat these terrifying old monsters. Xiao Mingyu said, Renamenka is already a real level 10 god? That's impossible. System distributor, why? Xiao Mingyu said, the principle is simple. If Renamenka is already a level 10 god, then the super ancient god, moon goddess Ji, and the other two should be secretly level 10 too, right? That's right. Otherwise, how can they fight against them? Thinking about it this way, it's possible that he has been hiding his realm. Then why are you so sure that Renamenka is definitely not an ultimate level 10 god? Some players replied. Xiao Mingyu said, then, if we follow the trend, the super ancient god is an ultimate level 10 god, right? Then why does he need to consider an heir? Does he need someone to protect him while he sleeps? A level 10 god can change his bloodline at will. As long as the ancient gods changed their bloodline, they would be able to do so. At the same time, there must be other ways to extend his life. Everyone felt their hair stand on end when they heard this. That's right, then the training of the super ancient gods heir, Carolyn, Dicky, the three pillar gods, Dizun. The basic conditions didn't exist at the beginning. How could so many things happen now? So, Renamenka definitely couldn't be a level 10 god. But what about the other party? There was absolute evidence that he was already a level 10 god. In that case, they were completely contradictory. What was the problem? Xiao Mingyu said, what happened to the dark history of more than 100,000 years ago? It's completely strange and creepy. We're like the three heavenly venerables, starting to find it hard to imagine. Yeah, it seems that Renamenka's conversation with the octopus and the others in the room was just as he said, hiding a dark horror. The water is too deep. Then, what should we do now? Everyone started a heated discussion. Xiao Mingyu said, don't worry, there are too few clues. I'll ask my girlfriend to guide them again. Let's see what the three celestial venerables say and what clues they have. After all, they had already shown enough sincerity towards the current fourth Empyrean. They had allowed him to enter the higher levels, and they had even divulged core secrets. They were truly optimistic about the Joss Flame bloodline. Through the clues provided by them and the clues of the ancient gods, we will definitely be able to deduce the truth of the ancient times. At that moment, everyone felt that the racing god was the best. This was indeed the best way to deal with the current situation, combining the clues that both sides had, and finding out the truth. Amazing. That does make sense. That's right. First of all, we have to figure out why the three holy venerables are so confident that Renamenka is a real rank 10 expert. Why does it conflict with the clues we know? Indeed. Let's listen to what he has to say and combine the clues from both sides. We'll be able to find the truth. They all felt that it made sense, and even Suji felt that it was very commendable. At this time, within the blue abyss divine domain, the bhikkhu was silent for a moment. He looked like he was shocked, but in reality, he had received a private message from Mount Akina and had been communicating in secret. He could not help but ask softly, why do you think that Renamenka is a rank 10 expert? The universe garden is clearly a relic of a rank 9 civilization. No matter how I look at it, there are no traces of a rank 10 expert. That's right, replied one of the blue abyss heavenly venerables with a smile. The bhikkhu asked, then why? Another blue abyss heavenly venerable said, a rank 10 expert living in a traditional rank 9 civilization does not seem reasonable. However, at a certain stage of civilization, this is a possibility. The bhikkhu seemed to have thought of something, and he began to reveal a look of horror. You mean, another Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerable said, yes. If this rank 10 expert had just broken through, he naturally did not have the time to change his residence. This is the stage of a rank 9 civilization. Just broke through? The bhikkhu's expression changed completely. He could not help but shout, Your Majesties, according to your deduction, the truth behind the destruction of the universe garden was, Renamenka had just broken through to rank 10, but another rank 10 expert, or even several rank 10 experts, crossed the nebula and descended, killing him? That's right. The 3 Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerables said in unison. The bhikkhu was shocked and said, This deduction is based on the condition that Renamenka was already rank 10. However, what evidence is there to prove that Renamenka had broken through back then? After all, he could not have observed the battle and civilization of the universe garden back then. Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerables laughed. Indeed, we cannot and do not dare to observe the ruins of the universe garden. However, we can go back to other places and observe Renamenka from other places. This was an unconventional move. They did not dare to look at the enemy, so they chose to look at the historical image of Renamenka. The 3 great heavenly venerables were indeed astute and far-sighted. They still had such a method. You don't know this, but when an existence reaches the 10th level, their existence will be conceptualized. Their previous life, their path, will all be blurred, and they will carry a special aura. Even when you were at the 9th level, or even when you were a child, the traces you left behind will become undetectable as you break through to the 9th level. If anyone tries to observe them, they will be sensed by the 10th level existence. The bhikkhu immediately understood this sentence a little. In other words, once you broke through to rank 10, the traces you left behind on the planet you were born on, the trajectory you grew up on, and the star regions you passed by would all be blurred. Once someone went to your home planet to trace back to the past, inquire about your childhood, and observe your past, they would be sensed by this rank 10 existence. However, fallen rank 10 existences can spy on them without fear of their revenge. They can observe their ruins. At this moment, the bhikkhu had already figured out what the 3 great heavenly venerables were doing. Therefore, when you observed Renamenka and discovered that he had the same hazy historical aura as those fallen rank 10 existences in the ruins, this indirectly proves everything. Therefore, you have already proved that Renamenka was definitely a real rank 10 existence back then. There is no possibility of any mistakes. Yes. The 3 great heavenly venerables smiled. At this moment, the players' expressions were completely grave. This was too terrifying. The 3 great heavenly venerables were indeed terrifying. Even if they weren't able to directly observe it, they were able to carefully investigate the clues left behind and learn the truth behind the destruction of the cosmos garden. They secretly schemed and studied the mysterious unparalleled existence that destroyed the cosmos garden, but the other party didn't notice that the 3 great Empyreans were already secretly studying him. The truth was Renamenka had broken through to rank 10, and then attracted one or several rank 10 existences to descend, kill him, and then leave. This was the entire process. It looked very simple, but in reality, it was very unbelievable and subverted one's worldview. One of the heavenly venerables smiled and said, Then, the truth is more or less clear. Going with the flow, why would the other rank 10 existences kill a newly ascended existence? Regarding this, we thought for a long time and also had some guesses. After all, the path is unknown. For civilizations like us that start from scratch, starting from our own planet, leaving the solar system, and then exploring the galaxy step by step, exploring the ruins, is to find the path to the next realm, to make our civilization stronger. And the exploration of the ruins of the universe garden allowed us to obtain some information that other ruins could not obtain, and we have some terrifying guesses. What guesses? You should know that the process of a rank 10 existence's breakthrough is to integrate the body's 4 major bloodlines and cultivation systems, converging into the 5th bloodline, the 5th gene position, and the formation of the Tao seed, the end of one's lifetime of learning. Then, what bloodline structure did he have after breaking through? It should be 5 gene positions, and only the fused end of Tao gene is left to represent his Tao, and the remaining 4 gene positions are already blank. When Bhikkhu heard this, a completely incredulous thought emerged in his mind. 1 main bloodline, and the remaining 4 gene positions, this meant that he had become a life form with a single gene bloodline, and could integrate new genes from other bloodlines. However, for those existences at the end of Tao, how could they be interested in other ordinary bloodline genes? Naturally, it was to seize the end of Tao bloodline genes of other rank 10 existences, and integrate them into their own gene positions. If this was the case, it was very terrifying. A rank 10 existence at the end of Tao would probably have to kill other rank 10 existences, seize their Tao, and integrate it into his own blank gene bloodline. 2. Only by killing 4 ultimate existences could one complete the bloodline and form the true 5 major bloodlines, the ultimate existences of the universe. This. Akina Mountain's girlfriend was completely stunned. This was too terrifying. Do you understand now? According to our conjecture, those who have just broken through to the rank 10 ultimate existences are the best targets for other existences. A heavenly venerable was slightly bitter. When a weak rank 9 breaks through to a weak rank 10 and begins to condense the Tao seed, it will cause a phenomenon in the entire river system and form a resonance. It will be detected by other rank 9 existences, and the other fallen rank 9 existences will seize it. Then, the aura caused by the breakthrough of a rank 10 ultimate existence will definitely be detected by other rank 10 ultimate existences. Descend and kill. This heavenly venerable abyssal blue was full of bitterness. He shook his head and said, "How terrifying. Only until today did we understand why the ultimate Tao is so weak, because breaking through on your own is already unimaginably difficult. You still have to be surrounded and attacked by other fallen civilizations in the weak rank 10, and once you break through to the rank 10 ultimate existences, you will be surrounded and attacked by other rank 10 ultimate existences." This time, the players' scalps went numb when they heard this. This was 2F** king difficult, you are a rank 9. When you have just broken through to the weak rank 10 and condensed the Tao seed, you have to face the encirclement of other rank 9 fallen civilizations to seize the Tao seed. You are a weak rank 10. When you have just broken through to the rank 10 and condensed the Tao seed, you have to face the encirclement of other rank 10 fallen civilizations to seize your Tao bloodline. When you are attacked from both sides by those weaker than you and those stronger than you, how can you break through to this final realm? Difficult. At this time, the players had completely understood. They also felt that the 3 heavenly venerables were indeed powerful. Their reasoning was extremely reasonable and the most perfect explanation. This can perfectly explain why they killed Renamenka and not the other weak rank 10. Because Renamenka broke through, he was the only target. That's why they didn't kill the other weak rank 10 fallen civilization. They kept him alive first and waited for you to break through before killing you to seize the Tao seed. This is the most reasonable explanation. At the same time, this can perfectly explain why a weak rank 10 fallen civilization would commit suicide. After seeing such a terrifying truth and witnessing his master's painstaking breakthrough, how could he not feel despair? There was no hope at all. He would die instantly even if he broke through, so he might as well commit suicide. This can be understood. This speculation was too reasonable and perfectly explained all the contradictions. However, the players discovered that there was still a core fundamental contradiction that had not been resolved. All of this was based on the basic condition of Renamenka breaking through to the rank 10. However, they knew that Renamenka had not broken through to the rank 10 at all. This is too contradictory. Yeah, at first, I thought that the 3 heavenly venerables were country bumpkins and must have guessed wrongly. However, now that you mention it, it seems very reasonable and well-founded. Even I think they are right. Confused, yeah, I also began to think that Renamenka would have died if he broke through to the rank 10 fallen civilization. Who is it now? Dumbfounded, what the hell is going on? Everyone was discussing this. This was too contradictory. Renamenka had appeared in front of him. This was even more bizarre than an unsolved mystery. Everyone couldn't help but ask their think tank, Akina Mountain Speed. Now, combining the clues from both sides, there is still a huge contradiction. Yeah, where exactly is the problem? In the face of everyone's heated discussion, Akina Mountain Speed was silent for a moment. He silently sorted out his thoughts and suddenly said, "It seems very contradictory, but I have combined the clues and information from both sides and have solved all the truth." Renamenka had already broken through to the rank 10 fallen civilization and was killed by a mysterious existence. However, Renamenka also successfully faked his death and escaped. The reason is very simple. The real answer to the mystery lies in the butler of the cosmic garden, Mr. Darkness. On Mr. Darkness, everyone was stunned. Hearing that Akina Mountain Speed had lived up to expectations and successfully solved the mystery, they were immediately shocked and hurriedly asked why. This was indeed a huge shock to everyone. Everyone knew that this was a huge contradiction at the core level. The archaeological history of the Blue Abyss Dominion proved that Renemenka was indeed dead, and they had witnessed a living Renemenka with their own eyes. They couldn't understand it no matter how they thought about it. This part of history was too strange, full of strange twists and turns, filled with a dark and evil feeling. What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? We've confirmed Renemenka's death. We've also confirmed that Renemenka was a level 10 before he died. This is the extraordinary talent of the three heavenly venerables with their unique bloodline. There can't be any mistakes. Everyone discussed and looked forward to Akina Sanji's answer. They really couldn't find any suspicious points. They felt that the history from more than 100,000 years ago was too unbelievable. Akina Sanji said, "Everyone, calm down. Let me sort out the clues and contradictions between the three heavenly venerables and the super ancient god. One side says he's definitely dead, the other side says he's alive. First, who do we believe?" Everyone said that they definitely believed in the super ancient god, Renemenka. After all, they were his own people, and also the ancestors of his extraordinary Huaxia system of Buddhism. Although the three great heavenly venerables of the Blue Abyss celestial realm didn't lie or deceive him, and although he couldn't deny that they were talented in starting from scratch, it was true that their level of civilization wasn't high enough, and their accumulation wasn't enough. Akina Sanji smiled and said, "Then, since we believe in the super ancient god, we have to believe that Renemenka faked his death. Let's analyze why the three heavenly venerables made the mistake and thought that Renemenka was dead for sure. Let's think about it from another perspective. If faking his death couldn't even fool the three heavenly venerables, how could he fool that mysterious level 10 ultimate god?" Everyone suddenly came to a realization. That's right, Renemenka had previously told the people in the room that he had faked his death back then and escaped a crisis. If he couldn't even deceive bumpkins like the three celestial masters, how could he deceive those terrifying enemies through peace talks? I knew it. Renemenka is so mysterious and terrifying. How could the three Blue Abyss Dominions see through his tricks? Everyone, calm down. Mount Akina paused for a moment, interrupting the conversation, and said, "Then, how did he deceive the three great holy masters? I'm afraid that the three great celestial venerables will discover that the one who died was indeed a rank 10 expert. And in order to deceive such a terrifying enemy, I'm afraid that the enemy would only choose to leave after the death of a rank 10 expert and the death of a rank 10 expert. That kind of ultimate existence who has reached the end of his Tao will definitely not act unless he sees a rabbit. Then, who was this rank 10 expert that died? Who was the dead level 10? At this point, he had already realized that this was the key to the truth of the matter. Listening to Akina Yamaguchi's question, together with the Mr. Darkness that he mentioned before, everyone suddenly had an incredible idea. That fallen level 10 saint, could it be Mr. Darkness? Mount Akina sped up. I think everyone has already guessed it. Let me sort out my thoughts. Back then, Mr. Darkness of the Universe Garden was also able to break through to the 10th level, so he broke through and became the bait. Mr. Darkness took the enemy's place and was killed in place of Renemenka. What about Renemenka? As Mr. Darkness, he survived the war, but he couldn't stand the despair and fear. A weak level 10 actually committed suicide. The two sides exchanged identities. Everyone was surprised by Mount Akina Yamaguchi's bold guess. A leopard for a prince committed suicide and faked his death to escape. Mount Akina sped up. This is the greatest unsolved mystery of the Universe Garden, the octopus Lucius. It has always been a knot in his heart. He has searched through countless histories to find the truth for tens of thousands of years. The truth of why a weak 10th level existence would choose to commit suicide. Many people sat in front of their computers, gritting their teeth as they listened. Their widened eyes were filled with horror. This was too cruel. That was a level 10, and Mr. Darkness went to face the enemy and committed suicide. The price of a level 10 was too shocking. That was a level 10 that had successfully broken through to the ultimate level 10, one had to know that the players, including Mount Akina Yamaguchi and the others, might not be able to reach that level even after a lifetime of hard work. They might not even be able to step on the path of a weak level 10. But now, suicide, such a big move, such a bold move. Everyone's heart was in turmoil, and the storm kept sweeping and rushing in their hearts. In a trance, they seemed to see an ancient iron and stone existence from more than 100,000 years ago secretly plotting against the whole world to open up a path of darkness. What kind of terrifying plan and scheme was this? What kind of huge sacrifice was this? He was determined to carve out a future and reach the ultimate level 10. Is this true? Some people felt very uneasy. The two had completely swapped places. The seemingly killed Renamangsa was actually committing suicide. Mr. Darkness seemed to have survived and then committed suicide, but in fact, he faked his death to escape. Akina Yamaguchi also took a deep breath. He knew that the truth of the situation was simply too shocking to be described. He said, Renamangsa said at the beginning that this was a dark history that even he was unwilling to mention. Do you still remember the reason why Renamangsa said in the room at the beginning that Mr. Darkness committed suicide? He said, the higher the contact, the more despair. When there is no hope in the struggle, under that intense and terrifying oppression, death is also a kind of release. Death is originally a kind of escape, and to live, one has to bear more, and that is the most difficult thing. At that time, we thought that this sentence was talking about the reason why Mr. Darkness committed suicide. In fact, this sentence was indeed talking about the reason why Mr. Darkness committed suicide, but we have to interpret it from another angle. As Renamangsa faced the enemy, he continued to move forward even though he knew he was going to die, to interpret it in retrospect. When everyone thought about it carefully, they felt that this sentence actually had a completely different meaning. At that time, Mr. Darkness was desperate. He couldn't understand hope, so he chose to use death to escape. At the same time, he also chose to use this method to fight for a chance of survival for Renamangsa. That was why there was that sentence, death is an escape, and to live, one has to bear more. Mount Akina Yamaguchi said, you all understand now. Do you still remember what Renamangsa said before? That is why he wants to be destroyed. Everyone trembled, and they suddenly recalled the conversation not long ago. That scene vaguely appeared in front of their eyes, and the soft conversation echoed in their ears. Then, why was our cosmic garden destroyed? Shurji asked. Renamangsa smiled and said indifferently, there is always a pursuit, isn't there? This can be considered a test, an attempt, even though the price is huge. Replace. Price. Very. Paying. Big. At this moment, hearing this sentence again, everyone trembled. They all understood the cause and effect of the whole thing. Their hearts felt like they had fallen into ice water, and their brains were like a bucket of paste. There is always a pursuit, there is always a pursuit, they murmured the same sentence repeatedly. This faint tone contained an unknown amount of bitterness, blood, and tears of sorrow. At first, they thought that the price was huge enough. After all, a weak 10th rank had died by committing suicide. But now that they thought about it, how was this just the death of a weak 10th rank? This was the death of a living, ultimate 10th rank, and under the heavy weight of this life, the mission and destiny, in the dark age of destruction that made people feel bitter and complicated, was a seemingly simple sentence. There is always a pursuit. This is a test, even though the price is huge. Huge price, many people had bitter expressions on their faces. This was more than just a huge price. It was unknown how much pressure Renamangsa had endured, carrying the faith of his best friend forward. Just as he said, death has always been a kind of escape. To live, one has to bear more. This is the most difficult thing. Woo woo woo. Their hearts suddenly beat very fast. As their hearts beat, they felt their bodies rising, as if they were about to float into the sky. Hearing the way in the morning, one can die in the evening without regrets. This was probably the best explanation for the destruction of the cosmic garden. Tell me, how sad is this? I vaguely see that ancient existence running in the universe, crying out in pain, trying to find a chance of survival, a ray of hope. This bloody land of the dark heavens is too cruel, too cruel. It has been written about cruelty since ancient times. The ultimate great Tao, the Tao that everyone dreams of, how difficult is this? There is a wolf in front, and there is a tiger behind. Both realms are attacking you, robbing you, and killing you. It's practically impossible for me to break through. Everyone whimpered, feeling completely speechless. Their hearts were bitter and complicated. There was an indescribable feeling of discomfort, full of unwillingness. When the civilization of the Cosmic Garden was destroyed, Xianxia and Mr. Darkness wrote the hymn of ancient history side by side. The friendship between the two had a huge impact on them. Xianxia was moving forward with a heavy burden, carrying the will of another best friend. It was no wonder that the 9th rank in the universe was almost the highest level, because it was really too difficult to go further. It was so difficult that it made people sad. Who knew how many corpses were buried under their feet? Akina Yamaguchi also took a deep breath. This impact was unimaginably huge, but he still had to continue speaking, telling another equally unbelievable truth. Why was the venerable emperor born? Yes, he still had to go on. The origin of Dizun, even though Akina Mountain Suzuka felt that the true structure of these universes was very frightening, and the dark forest laws were very frightening, but they couldn't always live in a dream, living under the protection of the ancient gods. They should also stand up, shoulder some of the pressure, and share some of the burden. In the future, every time they advanced to a higher level, they would be a creature of another dimension, which was very terrifying. At this time, many players were still very pessimistic and emotional. Xianxia and Mr. Darkness, it's like I saw the historical elegy of the destruction of the universe garden more than 100,000 years ago. It must have been heroic and tragic, and so did they. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. The greatness of mankind is the greatness of courage. Mr. Darkness' suicide and Xianxia's heavy burden are both the greatness of their civilization. Aren't Xianxia and Mr. Darkness another super ancient god and Hermes? Yes, the two ancestors of Buddhism and Taoism must have been as heroic as the two people of the universe garden. It must have been an unimaginably intense scene of myth and elegy. Everyone sighed with emotion. It was an unimaginable bitterness. Hearing everyone's words, Akina Yamaguchi was not in a hurry to speak. After all, the truth was too complicated and dark. After they calmed down, Akina Yamaguchi began to speak. Everyone, Xianxia mentioned before that the destruction of the universe garden was related to the birth of Dizun. At that time, we thought it was very strange. The destruction of a weak 10th grade civilization had nothing to do with the birth of a 10th grade heir. But what about now? What do you think? Everyone fell silent. A thought flashed across their minds. Could it be that Dizun was the heir of Mr. Darkness? Was there such a possibility? Yes. They thought about it carefully and found that it was a perfect match. Akina Yamaguchi gave a more detailed speculation. You know, the more powerful the existence, the lower the fertility, and the longer the period of weakness. This also caused the blue sky venerator the three abysses, the super ancient god, the moon goddess Ji, and so on, to not have their own children. Usually, some talented beings were chosen to be raised by their clansmen. Everyone nodded. For example, the moon goddess Ji raised Tao lords and elemental creatures. For example, the primordial gods had nurtured the humans of the primordial era. The three-pillar gods and Carolyn were separated by an unknown number of generations. That was obvious. Giving birth meant a period of weakness. If other existences of the same level came to kill her, she would not be able to resist at all. Mount Akina said, then think about it. How could an ultimate 10th level cultivator give birth to a child? Aren't they afraid of other existences killing them? Therefore, it was almost impossible for a level 10 heir to be born. But it just so happened that it was born, so there's only one possibility. This 10th level expert knew that he would die for sure. At this point, who wouldn't be clear, perhaps Mr. Darkness knew that he would die if he broke through, so he gave birth to a child ahead of time. After all, rather than waiting for death, it was better to create some value before death. This was the best and most reasonable method at that time. As long as they were smart, they would definitely give birth to children in that situation. Akina Mountain sped up. That's a given. We've seen so many weak 10th rankers. Who has given birth? Only Xianxia has given birth. Xianxia has been in hibernation for so long. It's very likely that he has prepared a backup plan. That's why the little Xianxia appeared. This is very reasonable. Hearing this, everyone felt that it was indeed reasonable. Both sides had children at the same time. It was a perfect match. At this point, the players were very curious and excited. Then isn't Dizun the descendant of Mr. Darkness? Isn't he a force from the universe garden? Why did he suddenly come to the super ancient god's side? Dumbfounded, Renemenka was in hibernation and couldn't be raised, so the super ancient god borrowed him? Very likely. After all, he only woke up from hibernation. It's normal that he could only be raised by someone else. But I'm afraid the super ancient god borrowed him and never returned him. But didn't Renemenka know? He knew. But he had no choice in that situation. He had to hibernation and couldn't raise him. Everyone guessed and felt that it was very reasonable. Wait, if you ask me, isn't the super ancient god a professional Mr. Wong next door? He stole Moon Goddess Ji's child first, and then he stole Universe Garden's child, Doghead, F***ck. Now that you mention it, he's really professional. Excited, gathering talents from all over the world to join our new East Buddhism. Everyone became excited. They felt that the super ancient god was indeed the ancestor of Buddhism. This child was fated with our Buddhism, and his method of entering the Buddhism was very exquisite. Seeing that everyone was discussing this, Akina Yamaguchi felt a little relieved. It seemed that they weren't that stupid. Some simple logic and history could still be roughly understood. They didn't have to explain everything themselves. Akina Yamaguchi said, "Of course, there's a high probability, but it might not be Mr. Darkness's child. After all, it was said before that many ultimate level 10 masters died." Everyone nodded and sorted out their thoughts, feeling very emotional. This time, the path to level 9 and 10 was much clearer. This trip was really profitable. All the unreasonable and dark ancient history of the Universe Garden had completely appeared in front of them. At this moment, they suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. It was like playing a decryption game and watching a suspense TV series when the plot suddenly changed. It was a kind of thrill. The cute girl said, "That's the truth of history." Yuan Lan and the other 3 celestial venerables didn't know that Renemenka faked his death to escape. The level 10 aura they observed might be Mr. Darkness's aura, Alchemy Emperor, yes. After all, they haven't seen the real Renemenka. Plus, with the aura disguise, they can perfectly deceive the enemy and those who come to explore the ruins. Completely escape. Great way piano, this trick is really amazing. Akina Yamaguchi said, "The main thing is to look at the enemy's face and know how many genes they have. Is it 1 gene, 2 genes, or 5 genes? After all, the difference in genes is very big. Gene position is not as simple as adding one to another. Just look at the level 7 Celestial Emperor, level 8 Celestial Spirit, and level 9 Taoist. Each level corresponds to 1 extra gene. One can imagine that the gap of 10 levels is very, very huge and very terrifying. Even the combat power of these 5 bloodline realms is comparable to the bloodline realms of level 4 to level 9. Everyone had goosebumps all over their bodies. The difference in combat power of level 10 ultimate was really too wide, as vast as the sea. Could a level 10 ultimate with 5 perfect Great Tao genes fight against 10,000 level 10 ultimate with 1 gene? If that was really the case, it was very important to check the enemy's combat power. If the level 10 ultimate that ruled this star cluster was too strong, there would be no chance at all. If there were only 1 or 2 Great Tao genes, they would be able to find a way to kill him. Akina Yamaguchi made the final conclusion. So, everything is completely reasonable. Just like what Renemenka said, there must always be a goal, right? This can be considered a test, an attempt, even though the price is very high. Court of Nirvana. In the Crab King Fort, a circular stone house at the bottom of the sea. Renemenka was still standing quietly by the side. But Goddess of Rocks, Medusa, and the others were talking seriously. Medusa did not hold any grudges. He felt disgusting, dirty, and evil. He regretted torturing and killing these enlightened ones. He was even excited to evolve the Mobius organization with them. He wanted to find a better way to disgust, torture, and create resentment. This is amazing. Who came up with this food chain? It's a genius. At this moment, Medusa was still praising loudly. The perfect combination of the elements to create death essence. Crazily torturing them to death, making them despair, fear, resentment, and making their bodies and souls pure. It's a very simple and perfect method. The players next to him took a deep breath. This person was a ruthless person. He might be able to have a good chat with the player who played **T back then. Of course, it might also be because their level was too low and they were bound by traditional ideas. Those enlightened ones who were captured quickly adapted. It was clear that no matter how horrifying the torture was, it could not torture their hearts. On the contrary, it's us who value them too much. We're just ordinary mortals who haven't lived for long. They silently reflected that they had not lived long enough. If they had lived long enough, their morals and ethics would have become indifferent. On the other hand, Xianxia, Medusa, and Wayner were hiding in the dark with excitement. Weak 10 levels. It's a terrifying higher dimension world that's not inferior to our fallen civilization. We might be able to get closer. Yeah, I wonder if this being is looking for a stepmother. I think that little girl from Goddess of Rocks is very cute. I'm going to build a good relationship with her. That's right. It's because we want to keep ourselves clean and not rely on the strong. That's why we're able to form a team and rely on ourselves. But now, it's not because of our identities. It's because I feel that he's really charming. I feel like I've fallen in love with him. Looking at the discussion between the two, Xianxia had a slightly strange expression. Only she knew the truth. The other party was a huge iron-based life form comparable to a planet. They were not on the same level at all. Wouldn't it be suicide to become a stepmother? Could their bodies take it? After a while, the gamers' expressions changed, and they looked at Xianxia with admiration. It was apparent that they knew about this matter. Although Suji was standing there with an indifferent expression, he was also observing in secret. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the concept of the world's background has long been ingrained. They combined the clues from both sides and found a completely reasonable explanation. He suddenly felt his whole body relax. The clue to the Cosmos Garden on his side was fake, while the clue to the Cosmos Garden on the other party's side was real. However, if he combined the two and found a middle result, he would be able to perfectly fill in the gaps in history, and it wouldn't be considered as his worldview collapsing. Now, he could finally relax. However, the truth behind the destruction of the Cosmos Garden given by the 3 great Empyreans is also a huge surprise. Suji's eyes were bright. Previously, he had never imagined that the destruction of Xianxia and the Universe Garden was because they had broken through to level 10, and that they had been directly killed by a descending existence. This truth was beyond his expectations. However, now that he thought about it, it made sense. You broke through to the 10th order, and the other 10th orders didn't come to kill you? Steal your Dao Seed bloodline. This was a very cruel but also very logical and inevitable pattern of the universe. It seems that the path to the 10th order is more difficult than I imagined. Even if the 3 great abysses blue supremacies could withstand the siege of the level 9 fallen civilization, can they stop the arrival of a level 10 existence? Suji shook his head. He felt that their future was also a dead end. Perhaps they could do it if they were given some time to develop, but they had just broken through and were not given any time. How could they resist? How could they escape? It was simply ridiculous to say that they wanted to fight beyond their level. Which existence that could break through to level 10 was not a peerless monster? One of the strongest talents in the entire universe since the birth of ancient times? Difficult. Too difficult. Suji's eyes revealed a sense of heaviness. The 3 great abysses blue supremacies are indeed veteran weak level 10 existences. It was right to obtain knowledge from them. This knowledge is very important to me. It seems that I have to reorganize my plans and change the development of the sand table world in the future. Suddenly, the expressions of Xianxia, Medusa, and the others beside him changed. We're going out. A large area of enemies has appeared in the south. We've finally encountered them. Medusa hesitated for a moment and looked at Xianxia. After all, the other party seemed to know the Buddhists. We've encountered the Buddhists. The official war has completely broken out. The war had completely broken out. They had to go offline and prepare for the war. Suji was slightly stunned, but he was not surprised. The real war between the two sides has begun? Blue Abyss God territory. At the place where time stood still, there were traces of divine radiance wandering around. Suddenly, the powerful cultivators who had achieved perfect Daos sitting cross-legged opened their eyes and slowly rose to their feet. They bowed respectfully toward the depths of the mountain and left. Whoosh. One by one, the existences moved quickly. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, this Blue Abyss time zone welcomed such an empty time zone. Bhikkhu was deep in the Blue Abyss time zone talking with the three great abysses. When he saw this scene, he felt that it was very spectacular. Is the war really going to start? A Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerate smiled. Don't be nervous. Let's continue talking about ourselves. It's not yet time for us to make a move. We may not even need to make a move, unless the mastermind behind the other party really makes a move. Only then will we make a move. Another Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerate said. That's right. The existence behind the fallen civilization is too mysterious. Although they don't have an eternal bloodline like us, and it's said that the upper echelons of the fallen civilization change every 100,000 years, we've never met them before. Even so, they still gave us a tremendous amount of pressure and knew everything about us. The last Heavenly Venerate smiled. Before, our strength was too far behind the other party, and we had no chance to force them out. But now, because of your Joss Flame Sorceress system, the strength of the strong has greatly increased, and the other party has encountered the Buddhists. It seems, it's time to see the other party's true colors. Bhikkhu nodded. The fallen civilization seemed to be very ruthless. But it was also reasonable. Although the three Heavenly Venerates were powerful, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. The other party had more than 1,000 inspectors, and all of them had the combat power of a perfect Taoist root. If each of them attacked together, they could make a hole in them. Then let's continue talking. Bhikkhu was a little bored. In fact, she had asked all the questions she wanted to ask. After all, the speed of Mount Akina had already gotten what she wanted based on the information they provided. But she could not let down the good intentions of the three Heavenly Venerates. They were already very sincere and respectful to talk to her like this and expose their core secrets. By the way, have you ever thought that Renemenka might not be dead? Bhikkhu suddenly wanted to ask this question. Not dead? How is that possible? A Heavenly Venerate shook his head. We have already observed that he has completely fallen. Could it be that, you mean, this Heavenly Venerate reacted slightly? With their intelligence, they also knew what they were talking about. You mean, in the Cosmic Garden, he faked his death to escape? How is that possible? Faking his death means that a 10th Venerate died in his place. It also means that he was prepared and even deliberately lured that 10th Venerate to descend? And paid an unimaginably ruthless price to check the other party's level? Another Heavenly Venerate's expression suddenly became serious. He felt that such speculation was a little too conspiratorial. But if he really faked his death, a Heavenly Venerate tried to think in this direction. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and he looked into the inexplicable distant sky. Faked his death? No wonder, it's you. The fallen civilization, so you have been behind it all this time. For hundreds of thousands of years, you have been faking your death to escape, and you have been entangling with us. You have always been planning, even wanting to step on our Blue Abyss celestial realm to climb to the top again and provoke that high and mighty existence. They turned around and looked at Bhikkhu with a touch of gentleness. Thank you, otherwise we would have been killed by your scheme. The other party really has such a deep trump card. Bhikkhu? What happened? She was dumbfounded. The wisdom of the three Heavenly Venerables was terrifying. She knew this, but what was happening now? Why was he suddenly enlightened by his own words? Why was he so grateful? She felt a little dazed and completely dumbfounded. After all, she really came to ask about the cause of Renemenka's death and the dark destruction of the Cosmic Garden. So that's how it is, one of the Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerables said in a deep and hoarse voice. It seems that you are talking about the ancient ruins of the Cosmic Garden, but in fact, you are hinting that there is an inexplicable ancient existence among us. For hundreds of thousands of years, he faked his death to escape and hide in the fallen civilization, accumulating power to fight against that supreme rank 10 ultimate being. I didn't. What the hell are you imagining? So, what do you mean? This time, I really have to thank you. Although I don't know when the inheritance of the sorceress civilization began and which ancient era you obtained the information from, you came to tell us before the war. It shows that you have completely integrated into our Blue Abyss celestial realm. One of the Blue Abyss heavenly venerables said with a heavy voice, "This concerns the life and death of our Blue Abyss celestial realm. Fourth heavenly venerables, you are indeed worthy. It's just a responsibility." Bhikkhu revealed a touch of indifference and said solemnly, "After all, the war is imminent. The true identity of that existence behind the scenes of the fallen civilization is too shocking, so I came to hint you to be careful." That's right. We must be careful. The three heavenly venerables were completely serious. One of them said, "It seems that if it is that person, the possibility of us defeating him in one go is very low. We don't know how many tricks he has hidden. We must plan for the long term. Should we stop the attack?" One heavenly venerables asked. Another heavenly venerable shook his head. "No need. If we stop the attack, it will raise suspicions. At the same time, this is a rare opportunity. We can force the opponent to make a move and see what he is capable of." The three heavenly venerables were discussing. Bhikkhu wore a steady smile on the surface, but he left with a dumbfounded look on his face. Rumble, in the outside world, the war had completely broken out. Bhikkhu had a blank look on her face. She hurriedly asked her boyfriend, Akina Yamaguchi. What did this mean? What was going on? She couldn't understand at all. In the online game Big Shot's decision-making group, Akina Yamaguchi was also dumbfounded. Soon, he organized his thoughts. First of all, they said that the person who escaped by faking his death hundreds of thousands of years ago was definitely not Renamanga, who died hundreds of thousands of years ago. After all, Renamanga's era was between hundreds of thousands of years ago and 300,000 years ago. Balloon fish, who is that? Is there anyone else who faked their death to escape? That's the preliminary judgment. It seems that some big shots are really not easy to deal with. I'm afraid that some of them are doing the same thing as Renamanka, faking their deaths and preparing to fight against the ultimate existence of the unknown level in the future. At the same time, I'm guessing that this ancient being is not only an acquaintance of the three heavenly venerates, but also an existence of the Blue Abyss tribe. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The scope of this target is so broad, and the three great Empyreans didn't reveal any information. How did you guess it so quickly? Mount Akina sped up. The reason is simple. Hundreds of thousands of years ago. How long ago is that? Most people would have died a long time ago. Only the three great celestial venerables, Yuan, Lan, and the others had lived for more than 500,000 years by relying on their innate talents, establishing this flourishing transcendent civilization. But what about the other party? To be able to fake his death and live for so long, he must have the eternal bloodline. And the possibility of the eternal bloodline appearing in two different forms at the same time is very low. The other party should be the Blue Abyss tribe. Moreover, the fallen civilization has always been very familiar with the Blue Abyss divine realm. I'm afraid that's also the reason behind this. It's their own race that knows the Blue Abyss divine realm. Everyone in the Big Shots group listened to this analysis and felt that it made sense. Racing God was really fierce. He was indeed worthy of being the royal think tank of their group. Mount Akina sped up. At the same time, this existence shouldn't be of the same generation or a junior. It's very likely that it's an elder or father of the three great Empyreans. After all, the Blue Abyss divine realm has a history of more than 500,000 years, while the fallen civilization has a history of more than 1,000,000 years. Everyone began to have goosebumps. This was really a conspiracy theory. Did it mean that the fallen civilization was founded by the ancestors of the Blue Abyss divine realm? The fallen civilization claimed that every generation of rulers of the civilization would undergo a replacement and fall every 100,000 years, but in reality, it was all fake. There was a real dark manipulator behind the scenes who had lived for more than 1,000,000 years? That's too scary. Oh my God. The fallen civilization was also founded by the ancestors of the Blue Abyss divine realm? But I feel that it's also very possible. Why? Because putting aside the fact that we're hiding, the entire area of this 4% of the star cluster galaxy is the territory of these two overlord super civilizations, and they've been operating for hundreds of thousands of years. It's very normal to say that these two forces were actually founded by the same force. This was indeed very normal. Why? Because a powerful civilization would definitely have a powerful bloodline. The bloodline of the Blue Abyss race was too powerful. Putting aside those ancient ruins, in this land, in this era, it was already heaven-defying to be able to give birth to one. How could a second one be born in the same area, in the same era? The probability was too low. Behind the scenes of these two civilizations were actually the same race. This could also be explained, just like Naruto, the entire world fought back and forth. It seemed that there were many forces, but they were all internal conflicts between the two reincarnated sons. The entire world's affairs were family affairs. Cute girl, then, what's the situation now? System sender, I feel that the war between these two sides is not simple. It is not simple. Akina Yamaguchi took a deep breath. Maybe once the war breaks out, it'll be much more terrifying than we imagined. If I'm not wrong, these three heavenly venerables don't seem to be in a hurry. Maybe they're already at the weak level 10 100%. If not for seeing the universe garden and knowing the history, they might have already tried to break through. Weak level 10 100% already the kind that could break through at any time. Everyone had goosebumps all over their bodies. They felt that this trump card was hidden too deeply. These overlords of the universe were really not easy to deal with. After all, the other party has already lived for more than 500,000 years, and his talent is extremely monstrous. But I can't guarantee it. I feel that among the three heavenly venerables, at least one has 100% of the path to the weak level 10, and the remaining two are probably 80% or 90%. Akina Yamaguchi took a deep breath. Think about it again. 3 perfect weak level 10, plus the existence of the fallen civilization. After more than 1,000,000 years, they're definitely at the weak level 10 100%, the kind that can break through at any time. Once the two sides fight, what will happen? Everyone had goosebumps all over their bodies. That senior of the Blue Abyss clan, who was hiding behind the scenes, faked his death to escape. He must have been watching the growth of the three heavenly venerables behind the scenes. At the same time, he nurtured the fallen civilization, hoping that some weak level 10 would appear, the kind that could break through to level 10. When the other party broke through to level 10, he would break through at the same time and take the opportunity to kill him, and seize his great Dao bloodline. In the short time after breaking through, he would have multiple bloodlines to fight the enemy, and the three heavenly venerables were pigs that he had been nurturing behind the scenes, and the 107 perfect Dao ascendants under the three great Blue Abyss Blue Venerables were also pigs that they had been nurturing. The three Blue Heavens Blue Venerables most likely had this idea. Now, the truth of the Blue Abyss God territory was revealed. However, they had originally thought that they were pig farmers, but there was actually someone behind the scenes who had been silently thinking that they were another pig. In reality, the other party knew all of one's trump cards and was secretly watching one's growth trajectory. Everything was exposed in front of the other party. Then, when one broke through, he would also break through at the same time, secretly launching a fatal sneak attack. Who could block this? Even if they fought head-on, all of one's trump cards would be known by the other party, and it would be fatal. One would not be able to fight back at all. The other party knew you better than you knew yourself, so how could you fight? This scheme was too terrifying. Mount Akina said, but it's different now. The existence behind the fallen civilization might not be able to succeed. After more than 1,000,000 years, he must have reached the limit of his combat power. He has long been unable to increase his combat power, and he definitely won't be able to completely crush us. Everyone was silent. His combat power would definitely increase to the limit. But everyone's limit was different. For example, the Dao seed that was fused with 4 heaven-defying bloodlines and the Dao seed that was fused with 4 ordinary bloodlines would definitely be different. Mount Akina said, I feel that this existence behind the scenes, the combination of 4 bloodlines shouldn't be considered strong. Right now, he probably can't fight against 3 heavenly venerables at the same time. It's impossible for him to completely crush them. The situation is very unclear. Yes, the situation is unclear. As for the specific combat power, we can only know after fighting. But that existence behind the scenes has never made a move. His combat power is very mysterious, and he also knows the characteristics of 4 bloodlines of the 3 heavenly venerables. He has too much of an advantage. Everyone completely understood what Mount Akina meant. When the 2 sides fought until they went crazy and were on the verge of death, one side would definitely be unable to resist breaking through to the ultimate 10th level, and the other weaker 10th levels would also break through one after another. Then, in the end, a 10th level would win, plundering the other people's bloodlines of the Tao to fight the incoming enemy. Does this mean that we're going to see a big scene? F***CK. This is much more explosive and terrifying than what happened in the Universe Garden back then. At this time, they had just learned the truth about the history of the Renamenka Universe Garden not long ago. They sighed at the vastness and historical hymns. Who would have thought that an even more terrifying extraordinary dimensional war would break out in front of them? They didn't just want to see the full power of the weaker 10th levels in battle, they also wanted to see the breakthrough of a 10th level existence. Moreover, they were about to witness the ultimate supreme existence that had destroyed the Cosmos Garden back then descend completely from an unknown high-dimensional mysterious spacetime to kill these new breakthroughs. That's the ultimate of the Tao. Will it really appear? Isn't it too terrifying? If this war really reaches that level, it can be said that the Buddhist sect will be the fuse for both sides. The super civilizations on both sides are going to have a final battle. Eh? Do you think that the super ancient deity, Moon Goddess Ji, and the others would secretly make a breakthrough and steal their bloodlines? That way, they would be able to instantly form a powerful combat power to fight against the high and mighty enemies in the higher dimensions? Hiss, it's very possible. That's right. For the ancient gods and the others, although the enemy is a country bumpkin, they can still borrow their bloodlines. They can slaughter them like pigs and seize their bloodlines to form multiple Grand Daos bloodlines. It might be an opportunity for them to break through to the 10th step and fight against the hidden enemy. Everyone had an excited look on their faces. Are we finally going to see the ancient deity's true power? Finally, was he going to fight? In a trance, they seemed to see a supreme being standing above the heavens, beating up the weaker 10th level experts, even breaking through to the 10th level together, and then killing the other new 10th level experts in an incomparably domineering manner. In the end, he looked into the distant sky, leaped up, and then went to fight the ultimate enemy high up in the sky. This was too exciting. They were excited just thinking about it. That was the ancestor of Huaxia's Buddhism system, Alchemy Emperor. Cool. Cute girl, just thinking about it, he's already my second god. System publisher, this is my goal to surpass even if I train my muscles. Balloon fish, my goal is to kill more people than this being. Yuan Qinghua, explode. By Xiao Jun, super ancient god, as expected of my idol, as expected of the ancient ancestors of Huaxia. Even the Great Path piano appeared. Very powerful. Everyone in the Big Bosses group appeared. Mount Akina sped up. To be honest, I personally think it's very possible. After all, the Blue Abyss realm and the fallen civilization don't know about the existence of the super ancient gods. After all, they're just country bumpkins. It's very likely that they'll go crazy and won't be on guard against a third party, even if they are on guard. So what? If they don't break through to level 10, they can't do anything to them. If they break through to level 10, their bloodline is just a heaven-defying bloodline. Even the Jaw system is very strong. In a head-on battle, they can instantly kill the opponent. Directly plunder. Everyone's faces turned red, very excited. That's right. Their bloodline is very heaven-defying, and the opponent only has one. It's a support type like cute girls. Although it looks heaven-defying and can be used in battle, in fact, it's definitely not a match for a pure heaven-defying bloodline. But cute girl was suddenly dissatisfied. What are you saying? Always comparing yourself to me. The Jaw system is also very strong, okay? Your 9 transformation mystic art is naturally stronger than mine, but you can only use it yourself. As for me, I can give it to others and buff them. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Everyone ignored cute girl's complaints, very excited. How awesome is this? It's the first time seeing a super ancient god fight. Mount Akina sped up. Everyone, don't panic and don't get excited. We have to be rational. In this war, we have to think of a way to help the ancient gods. Everyone instantly reacted. That's right, I can't just watch the show, right? In such an important battle, he had to think of a way to help. By the way, I don't care about the three pillar gods, the one who is wild and eats resources everywhere. Now he has probably reached the consummation stage. He may be invincible among the rank 9 again and have a perfect Taoist route. What about Carolyn and Dicky? The Alchemy Emperor sorted out his thoughts and said, level 9 Daos absorb energy very quickly. We originally estimated that it would take more than a week, which is more than 1,000 years, to stabilize our combat power. After all, we need to rebuild the inner dimension and return it to its peak. But we borrowed so many resources from them, and our population is growing very quickly. I'm afraid that in another 2 or 3 days, these two beings will be able to stabilize their combat strength in this realm. As soon as he said that, everyone became very excited. Can it be used now? I feel like we can help a little. If their combat strength is stabilized, and they are already high-level rank 9, they can directly break through to the weak rank 10. Yes, even if it's just the initial integration, 1% or 2% is still weak rank 10. The others didn't dare to break through to the weak rank 10, afraid that they would be surrounded and killed. They needed to get stuck in their realm and deduce the route of integration in advance. Then, they could break through in one go and integrate 10% to 20%. Only then would they be able to barely resist the siege and prevent their Taoist seeds from being taken away. But would Carolyn, Dicky, and the others be afraid of being surrounded and killed? The 9 Revolution mysterious art was the #1 technique for recovery. As the nemesis of professional group battles, would they be afraid, not to mention the Buddhists, the #1 nemesis of group battles? Once they were attacked, they would be infected and assimilated. Who could stand that? Yes, it's fine to enter the weak rank 10 at the beginning. Yes, even if Abyssal Blue Heavenly Master and the others have 100% chance of reaching the rank 10, their combat strength is probably comparable to the Joss Flame system because of their heaven-defying bloodline. The remaining 4 have ordinary bloodlines. Even if 2 of them join forces, they can still beat Abyssal Blue Heavenly Master. Cutie's veins were popping out. Why do you guys always use me as an example? Don't I care about my reputation? But everyone ignored her. Yes, I feel that's the case. I feel that the 3 pillar gods, these 3 old foxes, might go back and raid their possessions. If they get a few hundred or 1,000 rank 9 degenerates who have achieved the Tao and become their own Buddhists, they might be able to fight Abyssal Blue Heavenly Master alone. Everyone analyzed their combat strength. The 3 pillar gods still improved very quickly. After all, they were predatory and infected catastrophes. They could become stronger by eating people. Rank 9 21%. A few days passed. Suji looked at his flesh and blood that had merged with his cells and soul. He didn't feel very good. Let me fight Abyssal Blue Heavenly Master, isn't this a joke? This speed of Mount Akina. Just now, I thought he was a considerate little cotton-padded jacket after all kinds of analysis. In the blink of an eye, he started analyzing all kinds of strange things to plot against me. Suji was completely dumbfounded. What was there to analyze? The super ancient gods would definitely take the opportunity to attack. The super ancient gods must be secretly like a mantis stalking a cicada, following him to make a breakthrough. Then, he would kill these few rank 10 deities and seize the Tao bloodline. Then, he would turn around and fight. The enemy in the dark, we just have to watch the show. Definitely, not leaving me any leeway at all. What should I do? Suji exploded. That was the ultimate 10th level existence that had killed Renamenka, who had truly broken through the 10th level, in the Cosmos Garden back then. Fight him with his head, he wasn't even a rank 9. He was completely at a loss, completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, he thought of a sentence, Mount Akina, even if the whole world becomes your enemy, I will fight for you. Super ancient god, why would I become the enemy of the whole world? Mount Akina, I did it. What should I do? Fight him with my head? I stretched my head out to participate and was instantly hammered to death. Suji was completely dumbfounded. Everything that happened recently was too sudden. I had no choice. Suji was helpless. He originally wanted to peacefully farm, develop Nasira, create a second-dimensional courtyard, evolve the extraordinary bloodline, compound bloodline, and deduce the extraordinary world. Wasn't it better to farm in secret? He originally wanted to continue farming, but a series of things happened, and he couldn't make a choice. It seems that this is the disadvantage of not working behind closed doors. I've gained a lot of knowledge and common sense outside, but I'll also encounter a lot of uncontrollable situations. Suji pondered and began to think about how to deal with this situation. But it was obvious that Suji had no time to prepare. The war had already completely broken out. The Blue Abyss Celestial Territory and the fallen civilization were at war. Once the war broke out, both sides began to fight fiercely. It was fine if they didn't fight, but once they did, they would go all out. Rumble. The war broke out completely. One terrifying existence after another descended from the void. The void was collapsing inch by inch. Those who descended here were all terrifying overlords of the nearby river systems. A large amount of law mist rose in the cold and quiet universe. Countless mechanical black spaceships and magical warships with a cold metallic luster floated in the void. Level 8 gods were the strongest existences on the planet's surface. Level 9 gods were great existences that could destroy planets. Level 9 was also the strongest realm below the ultimate level 10. Such extremely rare great existences had appeared in large numbers on this land and launched the largest transcendent war in the universe. Yes, this is the largest war in the universe. Standing in the logistics area of the gathering place, Xianxia looked at the sky and said in a deep voice, "There are transcendent pantheons from countless planes here, including martial pantheons, holy pantheons, evil pantheons, heretics, elementals, barbarians, and so on. Tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years ago, all kinds of branches have landed in the Fallen Alliance. This is a place for a group of losers to gather for warmth, but at this time, anyone can walk towards destruction here." Xianxia said reluctantly. "This war will be the largest transcendent war in the universe?" Medusa was a little surprised. Medura respectfully lowered her head and said, "Yes, you should know, the level 9 Nebula Transcendent War is already the highest dimension in the entire universe. Both sides are huge cosmic allies. The territory of their territories span across countless galaxies, and there are thousands of civilizations under their command. The war between the higher paths is already beyond our imagination." "I see." Medusa was also a little dazed. Had they unknowingly reached such an incredible height from the era of the sorcerer world, the strongest transcendent war in the universe below the ultimate path? According to our observation of the historical ancient ruins, there are many civilizations in the universe that have had such a war. Medura said, "Even some strong and weak level 10 civilizations have fallen like this, becoming ancient ruins in history. Perhaps, we are becoming ruins that will be discovered by later generations in the distant future." At this time, they were extremely respectful. They also knew what this meant. In this tragic war, these existences in front of them might be their only chance of survival. Really? This war might turn this great civilization into a part of history and turn it into one of the many ancient ruins on this land. If future generations want to evaluate it, they might only say that it was once a very powerful ancient weak tier 10 civilization, but that's all. That's only natural. We study the ruins of ancient civilizations, but we ourselves will eventually become one of these ruins. Xianxia's eyes were burning as she looked at the mechanical spaceship in the distance. "Let's not talk about other places, but on this land, we've only occupied one. 5 million years of history. What about the first one? 5 million years? What about the next one? 5 million years? Using an even higher time frame to calculate, it would take 10 million years? What about 100 million years? We are just tiny specks of dust in 100 million years." Dust, Shurji suddenly grabbed her father's arm and suddenly felt extremely terrified. For example, the Blue Abyss Divine Realm and the fallen civilization seemed very powerful after ruling over a period of 5 million years. However, it was unknown how many such flourishing civilizations had ruled over this nebula since ancient times. They rose and fell, becoming the ruins of this land. There were too many such ruins in the universe, and they all recorded the glory of the past. "Father, we are too insignificant." So what if they are the so-called enlightened ones, the supreme Tier 9 existences that transcend the laws of the universe? Compared to the entire vast universe, they are simply pathetic ants. If we don't reach Tier 10, it will still be pathetic. So, we have to work hard. We have the chance to transcend. We have mastered the ultimate secret of the universe. Renamansa just smiled. Thinking of this, Medusa and Shurji still maintained a relaxed attitude. After all, they were only here to watch the war. However, he was different. He knew the mastermind behind the fallen civilization and knew that a war might break out soon. According to the inference of the speed of Mount Akina, the super-ancient gods indeed had to go. How could they not make a move when they had the fat in their hands? If they succeeded, they would directly break through to Tier 10, and there would be no need to consider the previous problems of lifespan and hibernation. According to normal theory, the super-ancient gods would definitely grasp such a great opportunity. There is no reason for them not to make a move, but I have no way to make a move. Suji frowned. This is a fad in our hands, a true opportunity that transcends the universe. The opportunity to reach the ultimate of the great path is right in front of us. If we don't make a move, it would be too fake. In fact, even if the real super-ancient gods did not make a move, there might be a complete war. Both sides would fight with all their might, and both civilizations would directly break through to Tier 10, then, they would choose to directly fight to the death in Tier 10. The winner who survived would seize the great path bloodline of the others and turn around to face the ultimate existence that was about to descend. Just as the speed of Mount Akina predicted, there is a high probability of this happening. Since both sides have made it clear, both sides will directly break through to Tier 10. Everyone will become Tier 10 and fight with their own abilities. The winner will step over the corpses of the others and fight the ultimate existence. Who doesn't have strong confidence in such an existence and think that they are the only winner in their own cultivation? Suji took a deep breath. The only chance to transcend was right in front of them, the true Tier 10. If they missed this chance, there might not be another chance. The possibility of them making up their minds was very high. In other words, a Tier 10 is about to be born here. No matter who wins, this land will have a living ultimate Tier 10 who will descend to this mortal world and fight some high and mighty taboo. What I have to consider is, whether I will be killed or not, and whether my sand table world will discover me. Suji's scalp went numb. After all, the Zerg race, Earth, and the various sand tables were all at the edge of the galaxy ruled by both sides. They were also very close to each other. Otherwise, how could they have met each other? The Blue Abyss Celestial Region and the fallen civilization were the true civilization overlords of this generation. Once the ultimate existence descended, he might be seen with a single glance. Escape, escape now. If he really wanted to escape, he would probably be killed before he could run far. The ultimate taboo existence that stood at the top of the entire universe was no joke. Is this the biggest crisis in the history of the Zerg race that I'm currently experiencing? Suji's expression was completely solemn. He could already foresee the outbreak of the crisis, the true ultimate battle of darkness, a life and death struggle. On this blood-drenched land, a Tier 10 was about to be born to fight the high and mighty existence. It was similar to the outbreak of the Cosmos Garden back then, maybe even bigger. Although he knew what was about to happen, he could do nothing to stop it. It was as if he could only wait for death. I'm still too weak. Just give me another year. Tier 10? I can show you any time I want, but I don't have the time right now. Ancient God, whether or not to make a move is a problem. If I don't make a move, I might be suspected, which is too unreasonable. But how should I make a move? And even if I don't make a move, this erupting tsunami war will drown our civilization. This is really like a speck of dust in an era. When it falls on a person's head, it's like a mountain. A weak Tier 10 could catch up, but a Tier 10, the distance between them was a little too terrifying. Suji shook his head softly. Suddenly, he thought of a sentence just now. Just like Little Lady Rock said, we are also the dust of history. He closed his eyes slightly and thought of a solution. Right, the subbrain of the Zerg race. Can the current Zerg race barrier stop the prying of a Tier 10 ultimate existence? The mechanical voice sounded. It's temporarily not possible, but it's already quite close. With a few more weak Tier 10 and a few hundred complete Tier 9 beings, the race barrier gathered by the vast number of Zerg life forms can stop the prying of ordinary Tier 10 beings. A few hundred normal Tier 9 beings, this is quite close, Suji pondered for a while. But with a few Tier 9 beings, with some special methods, it could indeed be achieved quickly. It seemed like he had to temporarily change it, or the three pillar gods could work hard. Suji heaved a sigh of relief. The Zerg race's protective barrier was indeed one of the strongest core bloodlines. At least when the time came, they could fight as they pleased while he could hide in the Zerg race's protective barrier and watch. Right, subbrain of the Zerg race, you're a perfect Tier 10 with 5 genes, right? Wouldn't it be easy for you to fight a Tier 10 with 1 or 2 genes? Although the subbrain of the Zerg race was a non-combat type of Tier 5 bloodline, as the body of the Zerg race's Queen Mother, its realm was already the highest in the universe. 5 genes against 3 genes, a difference of 2 gene positions, was equivalent to a Tier 9 being fighting a Tier 7 Heavenly Emperor. The difference in combat power was too great. It felt like even if it was a non-combat type, its aura could crush the opponent to death. The subbrain's voice sounded. It can be done. The difference in every bloodline is huge. The existence of 5 great Dao bloodlines is a perfect qualitative change. Just the aura alone can kill 4 Tier 10 existences with great Dao bloodlines. But for now, the Queen Mother does not have the authority to do so. As expected of the body of the previous Zerg Empress, it could be shaken to death. Suji said, "Wait, I don't have the authority." "Why?" The subbrain's voice sounded again. The Queen Mother has set 2 absolute core authorities. First, the Zerg race bloodline cannot be changed or evolved. Second, the subbrain is not allowed to make a move. Suji was stunned. The core bloodline of the Zerg race, the 5 gene positions, was the foundation of their footing. The Zerg race had the heaven-defying talent of evolving life, so the Zerg race bloodline could naturally evolve as well. Suji understood that it could not be changed so easily. Only when one reached a certain level would they have the authority to truly control the Zerg race's lifeline. Otherwise, if one's realm was not enough, evolving blindly would ruin the Zerg race's evolution. Things like spore evolution and hidden gene door would ruin the Zerg race's Queen Mother's efforts, and the Zerg race would completely decline. However, the subbrain of the Zerg race definitely could not make a move. What was going on? Once you make a move and expose your aura, you will be sensed by a mysterious existence. Even if the current Zerg Queen Mother dies, the subbrain will definitely not make a move. It will only escape and choose a new master to continue reviving the Zerg race. Suji was completely silent for a while. The amount of information revealed by this sentence was a little too much. As expected of the race that old Wang next door specialized in. They were damn good at escaping. This means that I'm still too weak. I don't have the true core authority to control this race and the fate and future of this race. Suji came to a complete realization, and a strange thought appeared in his mind. He probably had to reach level 10 at the very least, or even level 10 with 5 perfect genes, to be able to truly control the core authority and decide the fate and future of this heaven-defying race. When he truly had the ability to stand up and stand at the peak of the universe, the final authority would be given to him. He would be able to freely modify the Zerg race's genes and control the subbrain to make a move. However, when that time came, would he still need the subbrain of the Zerg race and this silly girl to make a move? Forget it, I'll ignore it. The impact of this war is too great. When the nest is overturned, no eggs can remain intact. I'll try my best to see how it develops. After all, the Zerg race might be completely discovered. I can only think of a way to let the ancient gods do something. After all, if they don't interfere, it'll be over. He pondered for a while and looked up. Countless existences that had achieved their Tao entered the void. The real war had completely begun. The war has started. Since it's the early stage of the outbreak, it'll be a chaotic battle. I'll eat a few level 9 creatures first and replenish the strength of the Zerg race's protective shield. Once I ensure safety, I'll talk about other things. At the moment, ensuring his own safety was the most important thing. At least a few hundred ordinary rank 9, the more the better. Suji calculated frantically in his heart, otherwise, the race's destiny is too weak. The power gathered by the Zerg's protective shield will not be able to isolate a rank 10. But this number was too large. One had to know that there were not many ordinary rank 9 under Suji. Meng Mei, who had just broken through, did not have a rank 9 with perfect genes. She was one of them. What about the others? There were almost no ordinary rank 9 of the second tier. After all, it was a civilization of more than 10,000 years. Their accumulation was too little, a few hundred. This was a few hundred times the current Zerg. It would not be easy to gather them all at once. But it's not impossible. Cooperating with the Buddhists and secretly enlightening a batch of rank 9 is the fastest and easiest way. It was not that he could not directly transform into a Zerg like Xianxia, but it was time-consuming and laborious. It was not as practical and fast as a virus infection. Looks like it's time to launch the first real war against the insectoids. If I don't crazily eat until I'm fat and struggle in this great calamity of nebula destruction, I'm afraid that something is really going to happen. Rank 10, it's really scary and desirable. He muttered silently and closed his eyes slightly, but the power I can use now is a little. The Cosmic Garden side was completely useless. After all, only Medusa had this combat power, but her real combat power could not be increased quickly. On the moon goddess Ji's side, Ji Shang, sun god Asa, these existences had not developed yet. The only one that could be used was Phoenix. Renemenka, we can only watch from the sidelines. Suji looked at Shurji and Medusa beside him without batting an eyelid. The main combat power is still the core civilization's Buddhist transcendent system. Suji's eyes flashed with madness. Looks like if I don't fight for a big opportunity in this catastrophe, I can only wait for death. If I succeed, I'll be snatching food from the tiger's mouth. After eating hundreds or even thousands of ordinary rank 9, I'll be a few hundred times stronger than I am now. The weak rank 10 force of the ancient gods is truly worthy of its name. The 7 worlds land. The 6 paths of reincarnation. World of the Wizard Tower. A voice suddenly resounded in the skies of the 3 transcendent worlds, reverberating from all directions like the voice of the heavenly Tao. The world is changing. A great calamity is about to happen. The scale of this battle is not inferior to the ancient massacres of the past. The battle of the universe garden, the battle between the ancient Buddhists and Taoists, life and death are decided in a single thought. In this battle, the 3 pillar gods will be the leaders, and all civilizations will support them with all their might. Buddhism will flourish, and believers will be preached. After this battle, the land of Buddhism will spread to billions of light years and the endless river zones. As soon as he finished speaking, countless powerful ancient existences raised their heads in shock. It's a super ancient god. Their faces were pale and their hearts were tense. Even the ancient gods, the primogenitor of the ancient Buddhist Tao, said that the impact of this battle might be completely uncontrollable, world-shaking, and even destroy us? The terrifying calamity of the world was about to strike again. Mighty waves and tides came crashing down. As a speck of dust in this era, they had to find a slim chance of survival. World of the Wizard Tower. There were more than 10,000 Super Saiyan level 9 beings. In the Dongqing Divine Dynasty, in the sacrificial Buddhist nation, countless existences looked at the sky from afar. They're here so soon? But we're not afraid at all. The Dongqing Great Emperor slowly walked out of the shadows, his footsteps getting clearer and clearer. Everyone, it looks like this is our battlefield. Yes, we don't need to go out, but we can watch TV to know what's going on in the world. We can fight everyone in the world. The existences smiled. They were planning to join the battle. Go help the 3 pillar gods. Carolyn's voice came from the depths of the shadows. Although they were competitors, they had to unite against the external forces in such a situation. Go help the Buddhists. Roam the battlefield secretly and attack those who have achieved enlightenment. Yes. Yes. Voices came from all around. After all, they were the primogenitors of their entire race. In a wooden house on a desolate planet. At this moment, Carolyn was standing on the dark brown, deathly still land. She held a white tower in one hand as she looked towards the distant sky. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short of perfecting this level of the 9 transformations mysterious art and the spiritual universe. After all, although they were crazily using resources to reproduce, it still took time. The living beings in the inner world had to be generally at the 3rd or 4th level. I need to wait a little longer. After all, the real experts haven't made a move yet. I can take a breather. Carolyn looked at the Heavenly Dao piano. My great Dao is still a little short. A crisp and pleasant sound came from the piano, like the tinkling of pianos. How many rules have you created? More than a dozen, all derived from that evil prelude to the dark universe. They don't belong to this universe. Once we make a move, they'll be frightened. You have the ability to create rules, which is very terrifying. Your characteristics should follow Dickie. That's the best choice, Carolyn said. I don't like him, the Heavenly Dao piano said. The Heavenly Court of the Seven Realms. In the holy and ancient palace, Dickie was wearing a golden imperial robe. He was tall and exuded an unimaginable aura. Beside him, the Empress was wearing a long white dress. She had a phoenix crown on her head, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. The world is in complete chaos. From the moment we encountered the abyssal blue civilization in the outer space, we had already guessed that there would be a war. Dickie looked at the sky. To fight and kill in the outer space, to open up new territories. There's still the last bit that's not complete. Dickie sat on the throne and looked down at his subjects. He said in a low voice, "We can wait a little longer. The path of the weak 10th level. We will give them a huge surprise." The three pillar gods looked at the overwhelming number of mechanical spaceships. In the end, we're not ordinary 9th level cultivators. We are fate, another form of life in the dark. A pillar god said. Yes, we are fate. We are the will of the entire demon core race. No, demon core should be Saraira. We are the will of all Buddhist believers. We are the three Buddhas, the past, the present, and the future. The three pillar gods were very calm. There was a fundamental difference between them and Medusa. Medusa was a living being, while they were fate without a physical body. They were in charge of the entire race. Under their control, Du Shui, Xinglin's daughter, and Subaru had already broken through to the perfect 9th level. Apart from Dickie and a few others who had broken through, the closest one was Ermin. But they already had 3 of them. This was the terror of fate. Controlling fate was equivalent to controlling the future of Du Shui and the others. Where they would gain enlightenment. At what time, at which cliff would be suitable for their state of mind to break through. What resources would be most suitable for them, what spouse would be the best for them to break through. Among the countless parallel worlds, the countless futures, they would find the most miraculous path for them to break through, and calculate the most perfect path for them to break through. This was fate. To control fate was to control miracles themselves. However, they were only fate in the end, a fate life form very similar to the subbrain of the insectoids. Were the bodies of the three pillar gods of their race an individual life form? No. It was a type of fate. The subbrain of the insectoids used the fate of the entire race to converge into a defensive shield for the insectoids. They used the fate of the entire race to converge into a body for battle. One for defense, one for battle. That was all. We are countless 9th level, countless gods, countless celestial emperors, countless mortals, and all levels of the pyramid, converging into a spiritual fusion. We are a spiritual elemental life form formed from the spiritual power of countless magic cores. The 3 heads of the 3 pillar gods had already assumed their strongest combat form. But our main combat power still comes from the more powerful subcomputer. We have already infected nearly 100 ordinary 9th level. I estimate that when we infect 1,000, our fate will converge and form a pillar god form, and it will reach a weak 10th level. Crack, a bright bolt of lightning flashed past, and an extremely vast cosmic mechanical fortress illuminated their faces. Stalwart existences at the level of inspectors stood on it. Is that Buddha? He forcibly infected the living beings and turned their brains into crystal stones? And then used these brains to fill their entire bodies, forming a body? A body made entirely of brains? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would definitely think it was a joke. A body made entirely of brains, spiritual power, and Taoist power, I'm afraid it's beyond imagination. It is said that he even strung some brains into a necklace and hung it around his neck, calling it Buddhist beads. It is said that he even strung some brains into a string of beads, pinched them in his hand, and constantly played with them. How could there be such an evil and terrifying creature in this universe? Countless existences were terrified, looking at this monster from afar. Even horror was not enough to describe it. It was constantly infected and assimilated, more evil than any evil they had ever seen. As Taoists, they all felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Are they already here? The huge three-pillar gods sat cross-legged on a small planet. Their posture and body shape were like a bloated three-headed frog sitting on a ping-pong ball. It was extremely comical, but in the atmosphere of the dark universe, it gave people an extremely strange and eerie feeling of evil and horror. After all, their bodies were already too big, close to half the size of Renamanga. Many of the Taoists they had eaten were not the size of ants, but the size of normal creatures. How huge would their bodies be? They also brought their own civilizations with them. How huge would a civilization of Taoists be? Their population was more than hundreds of billions, and there were countless gods, celestial emperors, and so on. They had infected nearly 100 civilizations of Taoists. The radiation of Buddhism had already ushered in a terrifying race with a population of more than 100 billion. The fate that replaced them would be incomparably terrifying. Boom, clouds of light constantly gathered around them, and countless fine strands of golden smoke tumbled. This is the Buddha. The Pure Land of Buddhism welcomes you to join us. The three-pillar gods raised the small planet under them, raised it high above their arms, and smashed it fiercely at the space fortress. A cold and emotionless voice came. Come, I know that your higher-ups can't make a move, as they are restrained by the three great heavenly venerables. Even if the three great heavenly venerables don't make a move, the ancient gods will help us block. Their calculations and absolute rationality prevented them from fighting a battle they had no confidence in winning. When we have infected more than half of the entire fallen civilization, even the high and mighty weak level 10 can be killed for you. The goal is right in front of us, the weak level 10 Tao Protector. We are about to achieve it. After all, the three-pillar gods were unlimited. As fated beings, their lifespans were even more limitless. They did not need to merge with the eternal bloodline like the others and awaken one after another. They could directly become the perfect protectors. At this time, they had already calculated everything. Just like how Qiuming Mountain had predicted that the ancient deities would definitely make a move, they had also predicted that the ancient deities would definitely help them restrain the existences behind the scenes. However, the three-pillar gods did not know some secrets. They did not know the information that the players received. They only thought that it was just a weak rank 10 existence. They did not know what would happen next. For example, a war between rank 10 existences, 6 paths of reincarnation. The players also started to move out. Qiuming Mountain Speed God was right. Yes, the ancient deities are making a big move. An unprecedented super move. The Speed God is truly ferocious. He has already predicted everything. We might soon see the weak rank 10 existences breaking through, reaching the ultimate realm. Descending into this world, the ancient deities will also break through and kill them before turning around to face the ultimate existences. Ultimate realm. That's the ultimate realm. The pinnacle of the entire universe, where there is no way to go, is the ultimate realm. Everyone was discussing fervently. They were all very excited. This was an unprecedented event. This was a terrifying fate node. If the ancient deities won, everyone would be happy. But if they lost, all of them would die. The entire civilization would be destroyed. To send off this group of high-level players, countless low-level players prayed and wished them well. Many people pursed their lips and watched them leave. They knew that this was a great battle of destruction. Live or die. Brothers, we have to give it our all. Do our best. Will this plan work? Yes, we have to create miracles and break the impossible. Yes, even if we can't kill rank 10 existences, we players will also kill a weak rank 10 existence. Are we crazy? It's okay. Even if we can't do it, we have to do it. Let's not talk about other things. Brothers, even if a group of people are killed or injured, we still have to fight. This is the system of our Huaxia civilization. If it falls, what will happen to our civilization? What will happen to Earth? This is not a joke. Everyone, let's go all out this time. For the sake of our parents, our city, our family, and our future, they can all transcend. That's right, the country has already started mobilizing us and funding us. This is a battle for the entire planet. This was a civilization war. We need to form a proper army, we cannot retreat. Some people started to mobilize. This was a battle of destiny that would determine the future. Ancient elemental ruins. Phoenix quietly sat in the study, reading a book. Her face was gentle and calm, carrying a trace of a tranquil smile. She liked this kind of life very much. The war is about to begin. In the distance, Moon God Ji said in a low voice, "After this battle, if we don't perish, we will be heading towards prosperity." "What should I do?" the Phoenix asked. "You're still too weak. There's not enough time." Suji was silent for a moment. "Go to the deepest part. Isn't there a voice calling out to you?" The Phoenix nodded and said, "Yes, he has been calling me from the ancient ruins, calling me the god of elements." That call seemed to have come from the distant space and time, starting from the moment she broke through to rank 9 here. Although she wanted to go take a look, Moon God Ji didn't want her to go. Instead, he wanted her to consolidate her cultivation, so she wasn't in a hurry. In fact, Suji asking her to go take a look was also a last-ditch effort. If there was any chance of a turning point in her combat power, it would naturally be good. The Phoenix began to spread her wings, flying out of the window with colorful ribbons around her, heading towards the deepest part of the ruins. The deepest part that even the weakest rank 10 wouldn't dare to enter. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Streaks of white electric arcs slowly slithered around, crackling and crackling. This was a huge graveyard. It was quiet and unimaginably lonely. Everywhere was quiet, as if it had always been like this for hundreds of thousands of years. Drip. Drip. An inexplicable raindrop of energy sprinkled down, forming a strange sense of beauty and tranquility in this huge graveyard. A faint silhouette of a woman sat in front of a tombstone, as if she was the shadow of a distant space and time. She was looking up at the unknown sky, a faint smile on her face. She raised her hand and caught a water droplet. Somebody once said that water droplets are not round in the first place. They are more like clouds of water droplets that drip on the ground in bizarre shapes. Even the planets are in the shape of irregular blocks of soil, like messy mounds of dirt. Water droplets are like clouds, planets are mounds of dirt, and the entire world is like an uncultivated wasteland, messy and unorganized. Do you think that's possible? The graveyard was silent. The dripping raindrops of energy sprinkled down, each of them round and smooth. They fell onto the platinum flames on the Phoenix's body and merged with it. "I think it's possible." The Phoenix smiled. "Why?" "Because there's nothing impossible in this world." The Phoenix smiled gently. "Some things don't exist if you don't believe in them." What a gentle creature. Elemental life forms are pure in the first place. The woman also smiled softly and looked up at the sky. "Do you know what the ultimate realm is?" The Phoenix thought about it seriously. Naturally, she knew the method to break through, but after thinking about it carefully, she couldn't quite understand it. That realm was too mysterious, and it meant the end. The ultimate realm is the branches, the green leaves, and the end of the branches. The world is like a lonely ancient tree. One after another, those who achieved Tao leaped up, perfecting the branches and green leaves at the end of the trunk, allowing it to become lush and green, becoming more and more complete. The Phoenix didn't say anything and listened to her. Along with the passage of time, those existences perfected the Tao, completing the branches at the end. The universe became complete, the surface tension of the raindrops became uniform, and became smooth. The gravity of the planets became a constant, and the celestial bodies became uniform. This is the Tao, this is the ultimate realm. The essence of the path of cultivation is to learn the rules, gradually grasp the rules, and finally fuse the rules to become the rules. The woman smiled and summarized all the core of cultivation in a few short sentences. "You can take all the resources here, but I hope that you can take good care of it." "It?" The Phoenix was slightly stunned. "It is the child of me and him. After he fell, our civilization self-destructed and became this tomb and ruin. It was to protect it and wait for the arrival of the next elemental civilization." The woman looked at a certain tomb, and a trace of gentleness flashed across her face. Don't let it participate in the war. Don't let it pursue everything. It is too weak, and it will never have the chance to seek the ultimate realm. As the descendant of a level 10 ultimate realm, it is its fortune and misfortune. This is a curse. The descendant of a level 10 will never be able to seek the true ultimate realm. The woman smiled. The rain was still falling around them, and the phoenix didn't say anything. All the funeral arrangements have been made. She looked at the distant sky, and the elemental form became more and more transparent. You are everywhere, and I will also become a particle in the universe, everywhere. A gentle breeze blew past, and the entire tomb was empty. Nothing was left, and everything was quiet. Be careful. That guy from back then is still paying attention to this land. This is his domain. The phoenix was silent for a moment. At first, she thought that she had left behind many means of resurrection. This was a weak level 10 civilization, and her superior civilization was level 10. This woman's husband might be that level 10. Who would have thought that he wouldn't even have a backup plan for resurrection or a comeback? It was just that simple, everything disappeared. Crack. She opened the tomb in a frenzy. She found an incomparably clear multifaceted crystal gem, which emitted unimaginable power. Beside this gem, there seemed to be another small gem, which nurtured a certain slumbering life. It was sealed extremely well. 5 genes, the descendant of a level 10 elemental. The phoenix could clearly feel everything. She looked at the tombstone silently. This is his land. Does it refer to the ultimate realm that can descend from a higher dimension to this galaxy at any time? Was it the same existence that destroyed the elemental civilization? At this moment, the phoenix was completely silent. It had a creepy feeling. The Renamanka cosmic garden and even the elemental civilization ruins might all be the work of the same ultimate existence. How many ancient ruins were there in this land? This galaxy is a hunting ranch of a rank 10 existence. The phoenix suddenly thought, no wonder there are so many ruins. After all, this is normal, a rank 9 Taoist herded rank 8 gods. Look at the extraordinary small world of each rank 9 Taoist. Wouldn't there be a lot of gods and celestial emperors, and rank 8 gods herded rank 7 celestial emperors, and rank 7 celestial emperors herded mortals? One had to know. Back then, Dicky herded mortals in the Dalua Major during the era of the Celestial Emperors. It was the same now. However, this huge nebula was too vast. The ranch was so big that even those existences could not easily cross it. It was like an ordinary person herding a Sahara desert. They could only look for whoever stood out and sensed the aura. It's like a semi-free-range mode. They usually don't bother. Rank 10 is a vast nebula-level existence. The Phoenix thought, the fallen civilization and the Blue Abyss celestial realm have only explored 3% of this nebula area. Suji looked at the information obtained by the Phoenix and was slightly surprised. It was okay to get a lot of resources, but there was really nothing that could help them in their current predicament. However, it could only be said that they knew some of the enemy's faces. The form of a rank 10 existence. It was still the same sentence, if I want to get up, I have to kill the rank 10 above me first, Suji pondered. It must be so. If you want to break through to rank 10, you will face a pincer attack. You will definitely have to advance and break through, just like the Blue Abyss celestial realm and the fallen civilization. Then I'm not in a hurry. I'll first assimilate a batch of rank 9s and even kill some of the weaker rank 9s in the Blue Abyss celestial realm. Although I will definitely offend the Blue Abyss celestial realm and the fallen civilization and dig up their foundations, I can only do it forcefully, even if it's a 3-way battle. It's fine if they surround us and try to kill us. In any case, we're at the 10th level, so it's not like we can't fight back. We can't beat them in a fight, but I think it's possible to snatch people, engage in guerrilla warfare, and use all sorts of underhanded methods. We can only kill their people first and have them sacrifice themselves to benefit us. That way, the Type 10 won't be able to find our coordinates in the vast sea of stars. Suji took a deep breath. If we provoke them and they break through to the next level, we won't be able to defeat them. We'll just have to run. If they break through to the next level and attract the attention of the 10th level, I'll hide in the protective shield and watch. He felt that his thoughts were suddenly clear. He might not be able to defeat these weak 10th step venerables, but he decided to eat them first. He felt that this was a good plan. At the same time, since I have offended both sides, the ancient gods will have to make an appearance as well. Suji began to plan. He paced back and forth in the room, studying the preparations. Not long after, Phoenix returned. She brought back a large pile of stored resources from the elemental civilization, as well as a civilization artifact that could increase her strength. It was a crystal gem. There was also an egg. As for this level 10 descendant, he also has a pentagene bloodline. Suji decided to study it seriously to see what was going on. He was very concerned about the words of the illusory woman. The descendants of level 10 are destined to be unable to reach the ultimate level. Is this the curse of the universe? Did it mean that there was a problem with him? He had to study it and see what was going on with a pentagene bloodline breakthrough. It might be of great help to the future war. On the other side, Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerable looked up. Her gaze pierced through the fine meteorites and the star field, looking at the battle between the three pillar gods. I wonder when the other party will not be able to control himself and make a move. We originally discussed to nurture these 107 perfect Daos to have a chance of reaching level 10. We'll break through together, each of us will snatch one and achieve Daos together. A Heavenly Venerable smiled. But I didn't expect him to still be alive. It can only be him. Another Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerable said. This time, we might die. You're always so worried. When did you not say that? You already said that more than 500,000 years ago. This time, it's not a joke. Another voice was very serious. We know better than anyone else how strong that man is. The more they knew about the other party's background, the more they knew how strong he was. That terrifying aura had been oppressing them for hundreds of thousands of years. It's not like back then. We're already in the same realm as him. We all have the same main bloodline, so there won't be too much of a difference. Although this Heavenly Venerable said that, they all understood that that man was probably the most powerful existence in the history of this land. The scene was silent. They continued to look at the battlefield. The three pillar gods in the core battlefield were surrounded and killed by a group of inspectors from the fallen civilization, and the battle was devastating. Although the main force of the three pillar gods was there to attract the firepower, they also secretly sent a large number of branch forces to various places to fight. This part of the battlefield was very scattered. But the Buddhists can't hold on much longer. After all, even we feel that the inspectors are troublesome. Let's secretly help the Buddhists and force the other party to show up. With a command, the perfect Taoists quickly took action. The Blue Abyss celestial territory had always been secretive, but now it was completely exposed. Yuan and the other existences had completely descended. A trace of anger flashed in the other party's eyes. Zhu Xiao snorted coldly. Does the Blue Abyss celestial territory really want to fight us to the death for this mere Buddhists? Want to help them? Yuan laughed. We'll beat them when they're down. Everyone is responsible for getting rid of you losers who have lost your original intentions. Both sides roared and completely exploded. All kinds of battlefields began to appear everywhere. In the distance, in the logistics department of the fallen civilization, a quantum life carrying a small television appeared again. Selling raw materials. Selling raw materials in large quantities. War necessities. Supplies to quickly recover from injuries. Using raw materials to recover from injuries was too extravagant, but there were really people frantically buying them to save their lives. It's even lower than the market price. Come and take a look. A shout came. At the same time, we can hire thugs to eradicate the Blue Abyss celestial territory. Hire thugs, a person in charge of the fallen civilization asked. Yes, hire thugs. We have more than 14,900 rank 9 warriors, just like the ones you saw before. As long as you pay, we'll help you enter the battlefield, the player said. The person in charge of the fallen civilization frowned slightly and said, we can give it a try. Let's start with 1,000. Alright. 1,000 of them were really just testing the waters. After all, according to their minuscule energy level, coupled with their quantum martial arts, 1,000 of them could barely defeat an ordinary rank 9. Whoosh. A condensed quantum battle body entered the battlefield. It wandered the endless galaxy and joined the side of the fallen civilization. It killed the powerful beings of the Blue Abyss celestial realm and helped to kill the Buddhist powerhouses with all its might. It did not look like it was slacking off at all. All of a sudden, the inspector of the entire fallen civilization was dumbfounded. Were they for real, looking at the quantum life forms charging at the forefront without any regard for their own lives? The inspector was so shocked that he could not speak. Kill! The battle cries were earth-shattering. This force from the great emperor of Dongqing and the others was the fastest, the most hard-working, and the most decisive. After all, in the world of the Wizard Tower, everyone was a keyboard warrior. Usually, they would fight to the death with a simple, "What are you looking at?" or, "So what if I'm looking at you?" There was no doubt about their ruthlessness. Soon, a large number of them died. On the other hand, the Taoists on the side of the fallen civilization were always restrained. The two sides did not fight fiercely. They left some leeway and even showed signs of running away at any time. This was the normal state of the battlefield. They fought hard to kill the enemy, advanced and retreated, and earned enough resources. However, they would definitely leave some leeway and backups. When the situation was not good, they would leave and rush to another battlefield to fight. After all, they would lose their lives. No matter how many resources they obtained, it would be a joke. With a scream, this group of quantum life forms was completely annihilated at the speed of light. The mouth of the inspector of the fallen civilization twitched. Aren't you mercenaries? As quantum life forms, you should be the most difficult to kill. Why did you suddenly die? Looking at those Taoists who were slacking off, their bodies were in a terrible state. As outsiders, they were even crazier and more hard-working than the people of the fallen civilization. Who was the real person of the fallen civilization? Even the inspector's face turned red and he felt awkward. This group of Taoists were slacking off, fishing in troubled waters, and shouting righteously. In fact, they were all sly old foxes who only talked but did not practice. This was so infuriating. Look at them, he had never seen such an honest person who had achieved the Tao, rushing over without looking back. He tried to persuade them. You guys can avoid them. They're more slick and like to use roundabout tactics. If they encounter a team with a lot of people, they'll roar at them. If they encounter a team with fewer people, they'll surround and kill them. They're using guerrilla warfare. What we're fighting for is courage. We'll defend from the front while you guys charge from the back. Let's see if the price of this employment is worth it. The player pointed at the fall of Emperor Dongqing's forces. We are a very honest and trustworthy space merchant civilization. We sell the raw materials at the cheapest price possible and become mercenaries at the most honest price. Was it worth it? When the fallen civilization heard this, they quickly nodded and said that it was worth it. How was this hiring? He was buying his life. A penny is a life. At such a low price, they had directly bought the life of a being with such combat strength. They had risked their lives as soon as they arrived, and this made him shudder with fear. At this moment, he had completely believed in the integrity of this civilization. As expected of merchants who valued integrity as their foundation. Do you still want to hire another batch? This player had a serious look on his face. We'll give you guys a boost. He had to kill those experts of the Blue Abyss Divine Realm. Take the lead and charge. To be honest, we don't like the Blue Abyss Divine Realm either. They don't give us incomplete Taoists a chance to live. In this world, we have to fight and kill. We have more than 10,000 Taoists here. Without a perfect Taoist foundation, we're all fallen. We're on the same side as you guys. This sentence was really pleasing to the ears, and it stabbed into their hearts. The other party's bloodline was very terrifying. On average, they had level 9 Taoists. There were as many of them as there were hairs on a cow, but it was indeed difficult to have a perfect Taoist foundation. Moreover, our civilization doesn't have much else, but 10% of the cultivators in our civilization are level 9, said the player carrying a small television. Soon, seeing that the other party was about to pay, he waved his hand, and the remaining 10,000 or so people all charged forward. Boom, looking at the densely packed Taoists, it was so spectacular that it made one's scalp go numb. The inspector in charge looked at the battlefield from afar and was also completely shocked. The cultivators on the first level of the civilization are all level 9? There are hundreds of millions of cultivators in a civilization. Wouldn't the other party have as many as the hairs on a cow? This merchant civilization was very scary. They were actually level 9 on average. No wonder they directly became mercenaries for money. Higher? Of course. But there's no need to fight so hard. If you're injured, just retreat and recuperate before fighting again. This fallen civilization member said. Even he felt his heart ache. These mercenaries were too naive. They killed too recklessly, and the moment they were hired, they died immediately. Although the self-destruct style of fighting was very effective, it was more orthodox to fight slowly and steadily. Honestly speaking, the other party was too honest, very honest. This was the first time they had seen such a simple level 9 Taoist civilization. Perhaps the brains of quantum civilizations weren't very good. After all, they were made up of particles that could disperse and reassemble at any time. Rumble, the war completely erupted. How huge was the battlefront of the two alliances? Each alliance had thousands of transcendent civilizations under their command. At this time, it was an all-out war that involved more than 10 star regions. There were existences from countless planets and galaxies fighting, forming close to 100 regions. The leaders of the regions were commanding the battlefield in batches, encircling and suppressing some enemies. Some existences that were extremely powerful formed an individual force and killed their way into the rear, attacking some of the enemy's weaker ones. And some existences that were equally powerful also went to fight back, sniping the top experts that were like tigers entering a pack of wolves. It was chaotic, and killing could be seen everywhere. Even the logistical maintenance teams, like the one Nasira was in, had hundreds of them roaming the battlefield, providing support and assistance. And in the fallen civilization, a new army quickly emerged. The quantum life forms accompanied a group of fallen and began to besiege the Taoists of the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm, as well as some infected Buddhist experts, and the Blue Abyss Celestial Realm, with the help of the Joss Flame system, was also frantically fighting against the enemy. At this moment, the player's plan was very clear. Eat both sides were hired to help them kill the enemy. Usually, they would deliberately lead two existences with similar strength to meet each other and then fight. When both sides were injured, they would call the Pillar God's troops over to take advantage of the situation and secretly infect them. What, I'm a spy, how is that possible? We've fallen together as well. Even when you guys met, the quantum life forms went up to fight and died in the first wave. They worked so hard, how could they be spies? We were the first to die. In the forum, even the leader of the area in charge of the fallen civilization was very touched. They had rushed in too recklessly, but he was also a little confused. Those evil Buddhists really had some tricks up their sleeves. They actually suddenly killed their way out of the battle and annihilated a lot of their troops. Little Empress of East Green, I'm dead, ha ha ha, I'm already dead. But my acting skills are off the charts. I rushed the fastest and killed the perfect Taoist of the Supreme Council and surrounded him with the other fallen. I brought 1,000 people as cannon fodder and took damage from the front. I was really fierce. Little Empress of East Green really felt that she was suitable to be a magical girl. She was a good actress. When she said her lines, her acting was very powerful. In the future, she could always be a TV star on a small TV. Little Shunny sacrificing, just talking about it makes me angry. You still have the cheek to say it. It's because you rushed too fiercely and used your life to exchange for another life. You self-destructed with the quantum bomb. The fallen civilization focused fire again, and the other party was actually about to be killed. The magical girl on the other side didn't have time to attract another existence to fight against the support, and both sides were injured. Fortunately, I was quick-witted. I led a team and pretended to make a mistake and stood in front of that blue abyssal expert. I used my life to take his damage and was killed instantly. That blue abyssal Taoist seized the opportunity to escape with serious injuries. Magical girl is the most beautiful, you guys continued the feud of your fathers. Why are you arguing? Did you tell the 3 pillar gods the coordinates of that seriously injured fallen Taoist? Little Empress of East Green, yes, of course. By the way, it's understandable to kill a level 9 expert from the fallen civilization, but why do the three-pillar gods want a perfect level 9 Taoist? Isn't he unable to infect an existence with a perfect Taoist foundation? Little demon dragon, the messenger of justice, I don't know. Maybe they can't bear to kill him. Capture him first. When he becomes stronger in the future, maybe he can infect him? Besides, these existences all carry a small world with them, and there are countless experts in it. Even if we can't infect him, it's perfect to infect that small world. Everyone laughed. They felt that this was simply perfect. They cultivated the Joss flame system and used the reserves they had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years to reproduce crazily. There were countless celestial emperors, gods, and these small worlds with countless experts. But now, what did the Buddhists need the most? A large number of people and experts. It could be said that they had used their lifetime savings to make a wedding dress for the three-pillar gods. One had to know how deep the foundation of a perfect Taoist who had lived for 200 to 300,000 years was. All the extraordinary Joss flame small worlds and gods that they had accumulated were counted in the tens of thousands. This was not the small size of an ant, but an ordinary god of a normal size. I'm Ultraman Dragon. A large number of people in the Joss flame system have become a wedding dress for the Buddhists. Brother, aren't we being too immoral? Little demon dragon, the messenger of justice, we are doing this for justice. It's necessary to kill evil. It's inevitable. This Ultraman Dragon was the younger brother of the little demon dragon. Obviously, every time his brother finished watching TV, he would chase after him to beat up the little monster. He had also become a loyal fan of Ultraman, shouting to beat up the monster all day long. Little Empress of East Green, huh? This is so fun. Let's hurry up and entangle the quantum battle body again, and then enter the battlefield. Magical girl is the most beautiful, what are you shouting for? Have you memorized your lines? Looking at the players' amazing actions, Suji was completely convinced. The small TV civilization in the world of the Spire was indeed influenced by them. Everyone was a keyboard warrior. On this side, they were helping the Blue Abyss realm. On the other side, they were also very busy. Bhikkhu was also shouting at the Blue Abyss realm to help the other side's fallen civilization. As the person in charge, Yuan had a heavy expression. The war has just started, but it has already erupted to this extent. Out of our 107 existences, 8 have already fallen. 8. Someone was shocked and stood up abruptly. They were great Taoists with perfect Tao foundations, existences who could reach the peak of the 10th level, yet, 8 of them had fallen at the beginning of the war. It was simply unbelievable. That's impossible. A solemn member of parliament in a black suit said in a low voice, it's impossible for them to fall. It would have been fine if it was before, but now, they have the advantage of the Joss flame system. Their recovery ability is extremely terrifying. As long as they are not completely surrounded and deep into the enemy, it is impossible for them to exhaust their strength and be killed by those fallen ones. The people around nodded. Indeed. It was possible if they were surrounded and killed before, but after becoming Joss flame gods, their head-on combat power did not seem to increase, but their recovery ability had increased by more than 10 times. How terrifying was that? They could almost exhaust the other party to death, and this kind of recovery ability was also the most perfect way to restrain the inspector's explosive attack. After withstanding the first wave of the other party's attacks, the other party would be at your mercy. The Joss flame system could be said to be an explosive system that could restrain mechanical Tao artifacts. Yes, under normal circumstances, it's impossible for them to fall. Yuan said. Our current combat power is too strong for the other party's system, but they didn't fall because of the fallen civilization, but because of Buddhism. Buddhism? How is that possible? Yes, the other party seems to have some kind of inexplicable method. The virus can travel through small spaces and infect the people in the extraordinary small worlds they carry with them. A large number have infected and assimilated, causing the Joss flame system to lose effectiveness. That's why they were surrounded and killed, Yuan said. Buddhism could also perfectly restrain the Joss flame system. They were completely silent, which meant that cultivating their Joss flame system in front of Buddhism was equivalent to not cultivating at all. Furthermore, this was giving a big gift to the other party. All the living beings accumulated and multiplied would be assimilated and absorbed. Goosebumps began to appear on their skin. This evil cosmic civilization called the Buddhist sect was simply too terrifying. After absorbing it like this, who knew how strong it had become? Don't worry. While our civilization has lost 8 enlightened beings, the other side has also lost over 100 inspectors. Yuan took a deep breath. But I never expected that the probing phase of the war would be so devastating. It's mainly because the other side had found a certain mercenary. What mercenaries? It's a bunch of crazy 9th grade lifeforms. Originally, the two sides were just probing each other, but the other side used their lives to open up a path. They self-destructed and used their own deaths to give the other inspectors an advantage to focus fire on, forcing them into a fierce battle. That's why the situation was so tragic right from the start. The entire Senate fell silent. After all, both sides cherished their lives, and those with similar strength would choose to retreat tacitly. Only when they encountered a small force of the other side would they surround and kill them. However, right now, their strength was about the same, so they directly clashed head-on. There was an iron fool who rashly went up to fight, so it was no wonder that there were so many casualties. This situation can't continue any longer. Suddenly, a sound came from the air. Empyrean. All the existences in the battle council stood up and bowed respectfully. A voice came from high up in the sky. The death of 8 is already too painful for us. Those are perfect Taoists. Let's directly enter the final state. Everyone, directly expose your strongest combat strength. Don't lose any more people. As soon as this was said, the expressions of all the Taoists suddenly changed, revealing extreme disbelief and horror. They understood what Empyrean Abyss Blue meant. What did he want them to do? He wanted them to directly break through to the weak 10th grade. After all, they were high-level 9th grade life forms who had lived for 300,000 to 400,000 years. How could they always be at the high level without any improvement? In reality, they were deducing the path of the 10th grade Tao seed. They could have broken through long ago, but they had been accumulating and deducing their own Tao seed fusion path in advance. Not to mention the existences who were ranked at the top, even the 8 perfect Taoists who had fallen could break through to the 10th grade even though they were ranked at the bottom. However, their path to breaking through to the 10th grade was the weakest kind. It was just that 3% to 8% of the path to the 10th grade was relatively low. As for stronger breakthroughs, such as Yuan's level, they could break through to about 20% in one go. Even stronger ones could already break through to more than 30% of the path to the 10th grade. Empyrean, you want us to break through? Is this the final battle? Someone asked in horror. Yes. A voice came from the sky. Empyrean, once we break through, we can't retreat anymore. What if? Another existence was endlessly alarmed. There were over 100 weak 10th level existences. Once they condensed a Tao seed, every single one of them's combat strength would at least triple. Coupled with the support of the Joss flame system, the fallen civilization would not be able to fight back at all. But what about after that? More than 100 weak 10th grade life forms meant more than 100 Tao seeds. This was too tempting, and it made them extremely uneasy. Did they think that the fallen civilization would be afraid when they had the strength to absolutely crush them? This was exactly what they needed. They would only become even crazier and go completely crazy. More than 100 Tao seeds were placed right in front of them. They would completely turn into rabid dogs and join forces to kill them. Although their strength would ultimately be enough to destroy the other party's civilization, more than 100 Tao seeds would probably not be enough to snatch them away. The other side didn't care about their lives. This was very frightening. Empyrean, this is just the beginning of the battle. Although 8 people have fallen, they were ranked towards the back. They relied on the depth of the Joss flame system to be ambushed and killed. We don't need to erupt with our full strength right from the start. That's right. It's just the beginning of the war. It's too early for us to fight to the death. There's no need to hesitate. The final battle is now. If you don't break through, you will be like those 8 people. You won't even have the chance to break through before being surrounded and killed. Isn't that a pity? An Empyrean's voice came from the sky. There's no need to be afraid. The Joss flame civilization is powerful enough. We are powerful enough as well. Looking at the ancient ruins and history of this land, do you still remember our original intentions and the pride of our civilization? An Empyrean sighed with emotion. We investigated the endless ancient ruins and discovered that we are the strongest weak 10th grade civilization in all of history. We are the only existences with the most qualifications to step into the final realm. Our strength is indescribable. Once we completely erupt, we will have 100 weak 10th grade beings. Who can compare to us in all the civilizations since ancient times? The representatives present were slightly excited and revealed a touch of determination and pride. This was the glory of the Blue Abyss celestial region. Would the final chapter of their civilization's history be written on this day, success or failure? Someone wanted to say something but stopped. Someone said in a low voice. Let's break through. A voice resounded in the crowd. The final realm of the Great Tao is right in front of us. Wasn't the dream we pursued when we were young? Wasn't it for this day? For the first time, their expressions were complicated. It had not been easy for them to reach this day. They had left the planet and their homes. They had lost their loved ones and families. They had even abandoned some of their beliefs. Those who pursued the Tao suffered the most. But they still moved forward with determination, just to stand at the peak and see a higher scenery and more gorgeous colors. Go. The three Empyreans spoke softly. The three Empyreans looked at these people who had achieved the Tao. They only thought that they were fighting against the fallen civilization. The weak 10th grade beings were the peak combat power, but they did not know that there could be a more terrifying disaster and a more terrifying future. They did not know the truth of the universe garden and the truth of breaking through to the 10th grade ultimate realm. Not only did they have to face the obstruction of the fallen from behind, but there were also ultimate existences in front of them, blocking their path. Life is long, but we are only pursuing that trace of glory at this moment. They looked at each other and smiled. We are about to begin. The 109th grade beings who had achieved the Tao laughed wildly. 100 weak 10th grade beings breaking through at the same time. How spectacular is that? I'm afraid this is a rare sight in history. You and I are one of them, 100 beautiful colorful fireworks of the Great Tao, blooming in the universe. Hope will not end the moment it burns. They looked up into the distance. The door of the Great Tao, boom, the sky was shaking. Countless Great Tao seemed to be transparent and invisible tentacles in the void, twisting and piercing into the unknown dimension, pulling out ancient laws. Energy stirred and turned into smoke, covering the entire sky. Dong. Dong. Dong, the world was shaking. A nameless melody of the Great Tao faintly sounded in the universe, spreading to the entire Blue Abyss celestial territory, the entire fallen civilization, and the countless planets. It was as if the entire nebula galaxy had heard a melodious song. The plants on the planet were swaying, every living being raised their heads, and the fish leaped out of the water. It was as if their souls were trembling, and their bodies were trembling. They could hear a faintly discernible hymn, as if it was the praise of the entire universe. Strands of golden radiance fluttered down without anyone noticing, bringing with them an absolutely gorgeous beauty. The Great Tao's melody. In the distant battlefield, countless experts raised their heads, as if they had sensed some kind of inconceivable birth. They saw huge hazy phantoms standing on the ground. Not a single phantom was the same. They were all engraved with densely packed runes and patterns. On them were paintings of flames, water, mountains, living beings, stars, and everything else. The phantoms suddenly lit up with a layer of pure white light. Countless cogwheel runes flickered as if they were breathing. An enormous and terrifying storm turned into pressure, blowing in all directions. They, more than 100 of them, have all chosen to achieve the Tao. Are they crazy? The strongest weak rank 10 Blue Abyss celestial territory in the history of this vast galaxy has finally let out its final roar, using its own blood to write its future path. This giant is going to use all the power it has accumulated for more than 500,000 years to let out its final roar to the entire world. The giant will run across the land of the galaxy, carving out a true path of blood. This is the final day. On the battlefield, all the ordinary people who achieved the Tao raised their heads, a complicated look of determination and excitement flashing across their faces. Suddenly, they laughed hysterically. Aren't we the same? Didn't we cultivate to become extraordinary in the beginning to see the scenery at the peak? The other party was too strong. Escape? They really wanted to escape. What they were about to face was not 100 perfect people, but 100 true weak rank 10 blue abyss celestials. Even if they had just broken through, the path they continued on would not be weak, and their strength would increase by at least 3 times. But could they still escape? The moment they fell, there was no turning back. More than 100 Tao seeds, that's it. That's it. The fallen people who achieved the Tao whispered, feeling their blood boiling. They looked at the distant sky in silence. Everyone knew that at this moment, the fate of the entire galaxy was about to change dramatically. Crazy, this is crazy. On the other side, the main bodies of the 3 pillar gods faced the encirclement of the fallen civilization expressionlessly, quickly running and jumping among the mechanical spaceships that filled the sky. Thud thud, he seemed to be passing through a space-time tunnel, with colorful lights behind him. He turned around slightly and looked into the distant sky. As expected, we can't underestimate them. The 3 great abyssal blue paragon doesn't play by the rules at all. He has earth-shattering spirit and determination. As the destiny of a race, he could almost see the destiny of a race. In other words, he was the essence, spirit, and spirit of this race. At this moment, they seemed to see 3 supreme beings who had been invincible throughout the entire galaxy for more than 500,000 years, slowly walking over with their own civilization, exuding an aura of dragons and tigers. Strong and domineering spirit, with a golden spirit that could sweep through everything. The 3 pillar gods knew from the beginning. The Blue Abyss realm definitely had an unimaginably terrifying hidden trump card. However, they didn't expect that the war would jump directly to the end without any prelude, probing, or process. They directly took out all of their strongest hidden cards and went all out. They seemed to see an ancient giant called the Blue Abyss civilization madly running on the final path, shouting angrily, cutting through all the thorns, and letting out a silent roar. This is the final attack of their civilization, too. Open the ultimate door of the Great Tao. At this moment, the 3 pillar gods, like everyone else, looked up and watched the 100 Great Tao fireworks in the sky, blooming brilliantly. The Tao seeds that were born at this moment directly affected the entire endless galaxy, and all existences could faintly feel it. It was the arrival of 100 weak rank 10 divine beasts. That terrifying aura made even the 3 pillar gods feel unstoppable. Crazy, simply crazy. Is this a carnival of blood? No, this is a turning point of civilization, because civilization is always accompanied by blood. Blood stains the flag, and only the roar of the ancestors can open the way for the later generations. Even though the 3 pillar gods had devoured countless people and had the combat power of weak rank 10 beings, they could only be ranked in the middle among the 100 or so beings in their supreme council. They still needed to continue devouring. This was an unstoppable force, like a flood. The mythical scene had already exceeded the limits of everyone's imagination. Even he himself had a vague sense of intense unease. A civilization like this really hides itself too deeply. I thought that I would be able to get close to it soon, but who would have thought that the gap between us would still be so great? To think that there are actually 100 weak rank 10 venerables. As expected of a civilization that can stop time. So, how will the fallen civilization respond? That's why I said a long, long time ago, this is what we deserve. This is the curse of the universe towards us, beings that transcend the laws of the universe and distort the universe. He curses us for our greed that distorts the laws. He cursed us to leave the law. On an ordinary life planet, a tall and strong bald middle-aged man was sitting in a pink child's room, slowly rocking the pram. There was a huge butterfly tattoo on his back, as if he was a gangster. We broke through, but they didn't give us a future. This is the punishment for the children who did wrong. Once upon a time, 8,000 years of glorious battles between the gods were our happiest days. But after the breakthrough, it will be a long and despairing 100,000 years of darkness. The great way is heartless, and the great way is heartless. He closed his eyes in pain, and tears flowed down his cheeks. This scene seemed familiar. It was the ordinary rank 9 venerables that he saw in the elemental ancient ruins. Inexplicably, they appeared here again and said the same thing. If possible, who would want to fall? To be able to take this step, we were once the most pious, sincere, and pure Taoist seekers. His voice was hoarse, almost choking. He put down the cradle and looked at the night sky from the window of the room. The stars were bright. It's fate in the unseen world. Yes, everything seems to be unseen. 100,000 years of darkness and despair. Ask the heavens, and the earth, who can transcend it? Who can transcend? His voice was getting louder and louder, with a strange sonorous tone. Is it deep blue? Perhaps they transcended the despair of 100,000 years, but it only prolonged their fate. In an even longer lifespan, they waited for the despair that seemed like hope. Turning the 100,000 years of darkness into 1,000,000 years of darkness, the pain and despair were only 10 times greater. You want to pursue, I want to pursue too. I can only wish you good luck, my 3 children. A bald, strong man with butterfly tattoos on his back walked out of the room. I created your bloodline, and I can also take it back. 1 step. 2 steps. In the sky above the entire planet, a huge black screen suddenly appeared, covering the entire galaxy and blocking out the sun. The man with the butterfly tattoos raised his arms high. The black void on the planet suddenly shook, and the entrance to an ancient tomb opened. In the tomb, ancient statues were vaguely frozen in countless black ice cubes. They were in various postures, shouting at the sky, ferociously, roaring, joyful, and furious. Like a group of sculptures in a museum, there were more than 4,000 beings, all of whom were fallen Taoists. I've never abandoned anyone. I've said that as long as you follow me, I won't let you down. Crack. Pieces of ice cubes were shattered. The rulers of the 2nd generation of the fallen civilization, the 3rd generation, the 37th generation, and countless fallen Taoists from ancient times slowly opened their cold and deep eyes. Welcome back. The bald man looked at them and smiled. This was a total of more than 4,000 patrolmen of the past. Generation after generation, the entire timeline of the fallen civilization that spanned more than 1,000,000 years was awakened from its ancient freeze. Rumble. More than 100 weak rank 10 Taoists? How terrifying. It looks like you've nurtured 3 extraordinary juniors. Your ability is only to stop time, and you can't cultivate while it's still. But you've worked hard to nurture 3 descendants, and they've mutated. They have a bloodline that surpasses yours, and they can cultivate even while time is still, albeit very slowly. Stone Man Disc, can you still beat them? With a smile that was not a smile, they turned around and looked at the tall and sturdy man named Stone Man Disc. The bald man said indifferently, who knows? Everyone smiled and controlled their ancient mechanical spaceships to slowly rise into the air and fly toward the battlefield. Adding the 2,000 inspectors of this generation, they had a terrifying number of 6,000 inspectors, enough to fight against the entire Blue Abyss Divine Realm. Both sides went all out, skipping all the previous probing and taking out all their trump cards for the final battle. They had waited for too long, and they didn't want to wait any longer. End of chapter 1085. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.